off the ground, flying all the way up into space and back. It's like insane to wrap your mind around.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. That part of the
you realize that, right?
That part of the flight was witnessed by people. So I mean that part's like not in question. That the Saturn V lifted off the ground and went into the sky. So that's what I'm saying.
No, went all the
that's
way
really
up
expensive.
into space and
I know,
and maneuvered it, and it came back.
Yeah, I know, right. The hard part is getting off the ground and getting into the sky. That's the hard part.
Yeah, but I don't dispute that you can.
That's the hard part.
Why would it be harder to get into space? That's
you have to maneuver the rockets.
I just don't understand why. I don't understand why.
Why do you think that's a thing? Why do you get into space? Why is that like a maneuver?
I was literally just trying. What they went around the moon, my guy. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there, right? Like that. I thought it looked funny. I'm not trying to argue about it. It's you guys are exhaustive, dude.
No, it's just personal incredulity.
Well,
no, I didn't make a debate argument about it.
I'm not trying to I'm not making claims about what you're saying. I'm just saying that the hardest part is by far maneuvering in the atmosphere and going through the atmosphere. And so I would imagine that if it can accomplish that, then and by the way, by the time it accomplishes that, it's already done with the first stage and stuff like that. So
it's a rocket, bro.
So I mean,
how do you know how high could people see it?
Well, I mean, I know people who claim that they've seen it when it was well on its way to the moon, but despite those people, no, for real. I mean, yeah, there's people in Gem Server who were talking about I don't know if it was them or somebody else, but they were saying that it was recorded that people on the ground could see it like halfway there. But
it was recorded.
I don't know if it was recorded, but I said it was reported. Reported people claim that, but regardless, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. How high? I mean, I would imagine fairly high. I mean, because it's still burning and stuff, so you would think, before around like where the ISS is, you can see that, then you probably see a rocket burning at that height. But I can't.
And something else that's funny is when I was in the Rocket Garden tour, I asked the guy afterwards. I was like, "So how did they go through the Van Allen radiation belts?" And he said, "Well, it took a lot of planning, and they aimed specifically for the region that it would be the weakest, so it would have the smallest amount of effect." And I'm like, that's weird, because when the astronaut was asked about it, he said they didn't even know anything about it, and they just went through it and didn't notice a thing.
Yeah.
I saw him claim that, but I know that they did take the route that was the least effective. That's why they went towards the poles.
Oh, so the actual astronauts just didn't know about something that big of a deal.
Do you have any source for this claim?
You're
for which claim?
By radiation.
The quotes you just mentioned.
You mean from the astronauts?
Oh fuck! Here we go.
Is this where one of the Globers is going to jump in and tell them that one of the astronauts said that, or I have to play the troll game for 30 minutes?
Yep. Well, that's about it. Yeah, he's obsessed with you, bro.
It's just a joke. Hey, Kosho just said yes. Some claim that, but what do you mean claim that, Kosho? You mean that like flat earthers made that up, but an astronaut didn't say it?
Literally.
It just doesn't. Who cares, dude? It just doesn't. So we can go on. It's whatever.
Yeah, we can move on.
Like that dude was so flustered, like answering questions. It was pretty funny. And I was being like super respectful. I was NASA fanboy undercover.
Yeah, no, you were respectful. Yeah, I and at the same time, I don't understand how people don't understand that we move through a radiation belt.
I thought the official story from the astronaut was that they went through it, didn't notice a thing, didn't even think about it.
No, but well, the spacecraft was made of pure lead. Could you see space? Could you see the star? No, we couldn't see fuck all. And then the other half of them said, no, we can see everything, bro.
Well, there's another astronaut that claims if they're going to go back to space, they need to figure out how to get safely through the Van Allen belts. So, like, do they not all go to the same astronaut school?
Yeah.
Why are they
It's contradictory.
different
They
things?
contradict each other all the time. Like.
That was specifically an aerospace engineer for the Orion project in like 2000 something, saying that what the main hiccup they have is figuring out how to get the astronauts safely through the Van Allen radiation belt. But 11 years after discovering it, they shot right through it, no problem, in 1969.
Well, that's just it even exists. I mean, what is
This is a good.
belt?
There's a good example. Then the anti-flat earthers like Mattoon say, no, the only thing is that the electronics are different, so the radiation would affect the modern electronics differently, but not the same as back then, when that has literally nothing to do with what he said, which was about keeping the people safe.
You don't understand, okay? They got through the Van Allen belt because they had that technology. They've now lost technology. Listen, Don Pettit would go back to the moon in a nanosecond. But they lost the technology, and it's a difficult process to build it back again. Okay?
The only reason why they moved through the Van Allen belts and radiation field is because they didn't even know it existed. So,
dude, that's something else, man. I asked that dude about that. I asked him about the technology being destroyed, and he said, "Yeah, well, Congress defunded." Like, 'cause he knows all the answers way better than the people in here that just make stuff up. He knows the official NASA stances. He said Congress defunded NASA afterwards, and they didn't have enough money to store all the technology and all the patents, so they got rid of them.
Like tapes, like all the tapes.
Like, I have this documented, right? That was the NASA employee's official answer.
Like, people who sell games can store your game, 40 gigabytes of your fucking game online, bro. But
what's the problem with that answer, though?
That they just destroyed.
I'm not understanding something. What's the issue with the answer? I don't understand. Yeah, they didn't have the money to keep up the program.
I know you don't understand. You're a religious zealot. I know that you don't understand it. I get that. I didn't bring it up to see if you understood it.
You're such a fucking child.
How, bro?
No, you're such a head, bro.
I didn't understand your answer. All the answer has been the same the whole time. They can't afford it any longer.
The official story is NASA destroyed pieces of paper because they didn't have the money to store the paper.
When did he say paper?
What do you think patents are on? What do you think 1960s patents are on, Steel City?
Patents are stored at the patent office. What the fuck are you talking about?
Then why did he say that they got rid of the patents?
Didn't keep them
because
valid.
They didn't need them anymore.
They didn't keep the technology to implement that part anymore. Whatever the hell he's talking about.
There you go. Back to pretending that you're the logical one as you make shit up off the top of your head. And by the way, I'll give it away. What else he said, which is hysterical, is that they compartmentalized and contracted so many different parts of the Apollo programs, and that they didn't get the actual patents and blueprints from the companies that made their pieces, the different parts of the Apollo program. So then a lot of those companies went out of business and stuff, and so they weren't able to get them. They didn't get the blueprints and the patents for the pieces of the rocket in the Apollo program equipment and technology before they shot it to space. They received it from different contractors, said, okay, this will work, and then just put it all together, and that they couldn't get the access to the blueprints and the patents from the different companies, and that since Congress defunded them, they got rid of the patents they did have. That's the official NASA answer.
Are you done? So that's just personal incredulity again. It's meaningless.
What? What? No, I'm telling you what NASA said. Okay.
Right, then you're laughing about it and calling it ridiculous. It's nothing but personal incredulity. It means nothing.
It has nothing.
Please address what he said.
Buddy, I didn't say, oh my God, that's unbelievable. It can't be true. What I said was, that's stupid. And that would show that NASA is immensely incompetent, that they would contract different pieces of the equipment and technology, but not even get the blueprints and the patents for what it is that they were going to use to shoot people to space before they did it.
They didn't need it anymore, so they got rid of it. What's wrong with that?
They said that they never got it from them.
Okay.
That makes sense to you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh. I'm dumb.
Any source for this, by the way, or did you just make it up
I have
again?
it recorded. It'll be in the new level movies.
All right, let's see the source.
There's Ed. There's Ed's tactic, y'all. I'm going to keep pointing it out as long as he does it over and over and over. Mudslinging and then diversion.
Yeah,
diversion. Asking for evidence is a diversion. Are you serious, Brian?
Look, man, we police each other, man. If a globe earther could come in and validate some of the things that ain't proven the globe or flat, but at least help the conversation when Ed jumps in with his diversions, at least help try and keep the conversation honest.
On. Asking for evidence is not a diversion.
Dude, I already explained to you what it was. I had a conversation with the NASA
You're talking about it. You're not showing any evidence.
Hey, do you remember in the chat when I told you if you keep doing it, you're going to get a warning? Do you remember that? So why do you keep interrupting?
Oh, please. You interrupt all the time, constantly. Don't whine.
Oh, don't lie. Okay, so I had a conversation with a NASA employee who gave the guided tour to the rocket garden at Kennedy Space Center. Afterwards, he was available for questions. Everyone else thought it was incredibly boring, so they just walked away. So it was just me and another guy sitting there with a NASA employee and my friend who was recording. I talked to him, asked him many questions, some of which I will not reveal because it's specific footage that will be in the movie. Believe it or not, I'm not going to ruin the movie because you want to troll on the internet. I asked him these questions. These were objectively his official answers. If someone in here wants to pretend I made it up, that's up to them. I don't care. I'm not going to show you footage that's going to be in a movie because you want to just say citation, please. So if you're denying that that's NASA's official stance, that's very telling. That's very telling. Even you're admitting reluctantly and implicitly that you think that's a bullshit excuse.
Right. So it will be very interesting to find out if that guy was actually talking about the same missions as that astronaut who said they didn't know about radiation. Because you say a lot of things, and it's often, well, it's usually always not true. So
yeah, they did. They do claim
about the Apollo mission where they went to the moon, and then I asked him why. What did he mean when he said they destroyed the technology? And then we got into the conversation, and he told me that Congress defunded them, so they didn't have the money required to keep to store all the information from the patents and the blueprints, and that they had compartmentalized and contracted so much of the program to different people and different companies, and they didn't get the patents from them, so they couldn't get access to them because a lot of those companies went out of business and didn't keep the paperwork, etc. That's his official explanation, which is hilarious because you would obviously, if you're going to send people to a vacuum for the first time ever, you're going to obviously want the blueprints and the patents for the technology that you contracted out. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that makes sense though, because that's like what I told you about the dude who made the cupola and the Smarter Every Day thing. Like that dude doesn't work for NASA anymore, and well, he didn't work for NASA in the first place. Probably he worked for Lockheed Martin or something like that. But
wasn't that Don Pettit? That was Don Pettit.
No, that was the one. That was the one that was with Don Pettit. Was in that video, but the guy from Smarter Every Day wants the actual guy who designed and came and built the cupola windows or whatever. And the guy had the blueprints at his shop. Obviously, so NASA didn't have it. So I mean, I could see that being the case. That NASA's not gonna. It'd be nice if they would have cataloged all that stuff, but because of the nature of that, business, their business structure is to have so much businesses in every state, so that they can get every state behind their funding. So it's kind of like the double-edged sword.
Yeah. Hey,
they're so philanthropic. They're giving back. They're so philanthropic. They're giving back to the states that gave them money in the first place. And I find it ironic that they say that
what I said.
They just didn't have the funding to keep all the records for the proof of what they're doing, which sounds to me like, oh man, we just need a bit more federal funding. Like always, NASA trying to go to the freaking government teat to get more taxpayer money, and then guess what? They're going to spread it all around the country with all these contracts. Everybody should donate.
Need strong man, but that's not at all. That's not at all what I was implying. What I was implying was that, or not even what I implied. What I said specifically was that they spread out their funding so that they can give so they get funding from each state, so that each state could vote or have their congressman vote to increase their funding. But it's not so they can be philanthropic or anything like that. And
I just want to
also,
point out that
that's even
just one
worse,
last thing.
Kojo.
They got their funding cut. They got their funding
vote.
cut by 80. They got their funding cut by 87% or something like that. So
that's a convenient cover story. So I just want to point out that, and before I ask this question, I can predict the responses or the type of responses. And this is what I try to tell you guys: if you're right and NASA's real and space travel's real and everything they said's true and the Earth's a globe, and the way that some of you guys will respond to like this question, for example, or the last few questions, it makes more flat earthers. It makes more people that don't believe it, because they conflate your guys' response to the best that NASA has. And they're like, oh my God, I never want to be this person. You could just say, I don't know, that is kind of suspect. I'm not sure what the answer is. You don't have to. But anyway,
is all this necessary?
Yeah, it is.
No, of course it wasn't. Except for to make him feel good.
Logically speaking, no, I'm just making up. Like you specifically make more flat earthers than any flat earther ever. But anyway, specifically, if someone was lying about claims they were making, let's say about going to space, if they were lying about it, hypothetically, wouldn't it be a very good cover story to say that you just don't have the resources to actually store all the evidence that would prove your claims?
It depends on how you define convenient, since the convenience here means that they'd actually have to cut their funding by 87%, which doesn't seem that convenient. So it's like, is it convenient that the truth is in line with what they are trying to hide? I mean, I guess so.
You see how
but the truth is also that they got their funding cut by 87%.
I can make this.
Didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question.
No respect.
I said,
Yeah, but let me explain one thing that I do know, like Honda, right? Honda's a car manufacturer, right? My boyfriend used to work a Honda Plastics company. Honda they know exactly every part of the freaking car, even though the parts are scattered all over the United States or the world. To make the vehicle, they have blueprints for the whole thing. And you're telling me NASA doesn't?
Exactly.
And their cars get better every decade too. Their equipment gets better.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what's so funny. Think about it. Like, my question was, hypothetically, wouldn't that be a convenient excuse if you were lying? And then he responded about the budget. And this is what they still do to this day. They say that they don't have the ability to store things. So even in like the 2020s, they say that they can't provide evidence for stuff because they don't have the ability to store it. Where you can put an entire warehouse of information on a little baby chip now. A little bitty tiny chip can store a warehouse of information in the 60s. And they still don't have the funding to store the information.
And Gene Krantz says that even if we did find the data, that we don't have no way of playing it back, but it's all gone, like a truckload full of reels of telemetry data. But I had to make this quick.
By the way, Honda has patents on every part that goes into all their vehicles.
You have to translate. You have to actually transpose this information from the analog world to the digital world. It takes time and money to do that. And sometimes,
why do you guys not address my point?
It's not worth. That is your point. We don't have the time or the money to store these billions of bits of information that would comprise an analog piece of data. There's no need. There's no desire. They don't want to. They just basically throw it away, or they put it in some analog storage facility like a library.
That wasn't my point. I'm saying that even in modern times, they use the excuse that they can't store it.
Storage is still expensive,
They can't afford the $299. They can't afford the $299 a month for extending their Apple iCloud account.
Zanuck, you see what you're doing, Zanuck? You see what you just did?
Oh my God, dude! I predicted it before it happened. I'm saying that when you guys do stuff like that, you're doing a disservice to your side, man. Just be like, yeah, I don't know. That seems weird. I need to see the details. I don't know. They should be able to store it logically.
According to who?
They do share most of the data. I don't know if I don't know which data they're not storing. I know, obviously, like you said, the spacewalks. They didn't have some of that. And they take footage 24/7 from the ISS. I'm sure they don't save all that, but they provide most of the footage and data and all that kind of stuff online. So, I mean, I'm sure they
Look,
store
none
it.
of that is really important. This is just personal incredulity again. Witsit thinks they can store it, and they should be able to store it. Therefore, it's ridiculous that they didn't store it. That's his whole argument.
What do you mean?
All that does is sling mud.
What do you mean? I think they could store it. I could store it at my house.
Yeah, see, there we go. Personal incredulity. It's a joke.
What?
You're a joke,
What is
bro.
personal? You don't even know what the word means. You keep using the word wrong. Stop using words you don't know.
Even if they had the data, okay, when they got back, they were asked if they could see stars in between the area between the Earth and the Moon, and none of them seen any stars. So wasn't it Buzz who supposedly did the calculations to navigating from the stars? So the stars he navigated from, he didn't see.
They have to. Don't they have like those special
you're stupid, man.
glasses, or those special? They have these special sights that they have to use to see the stars. I forget what they're called, but
periscope,
like glasses or
yeah, but they didn't see any in between in Sicily.
Actually, I heard they did see through there, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, they said specifically that they didn't see any in Sicily, which is the area between the Earth and the Moon.
Okay, so.
Oh, there you go. You said that they did see it. He called you out, and then it's okay. So, right? You guys do it every time.
I'm not gonna believe his idiotic tripe.
You're saying
Buzz there you go. Now you flip back over. Now you flip back over to it not being true. So first it wasn't true. Then he called you out.
I'm like, so what? I don't give a crap. You guys make these assertions all the time. Like, who told you that they don't have enough storage and that they don't store
stuff? All I did is quote them, guy. I quoted them, and you're calling me idiotic, bro. I quoted them, and it's idiotic.
Anyway, this is what's weird, right? Like,
how about this? Look at now. Witsit's gonna crow again. Here we go. Go on. Go ahead, crow for us.
Can you guys answer this? So, if you did find out that NASA had been lying about going to space, if you found that out, what would that do to what you think about like any of this conversation? Like, what impact would that have on you?
If Santa Claus was real, what would that do to you?
He can't answer. Can anyone else answer, honestly?
You can't answer that. If the impossible happens, okay, I would be shocked, and I would have to rethink how navigation works. I would have to think how the horizon works. I'd have to do all that. Yes.
Why is it bothering you? Just answer a hypothetical.
If NASA was lying about going to space, you'd have to rethink how the horizon works.
Okay. I was carrying that. I was carrying that all the way to flat Earth. I'm sorry.
I'm asking. That's why I specifically asked you if you found out that NASA was lying about going to space. What kind of impact would that have on you?
Oh, they'd have to answer some questions. How they've been spending money and stuff like that. Yeah.
I would start to wonder why they did that.
Thank you.
Figure out why they were lying about that in the first place.
There you go. That's an easy enough answer. And then don't you think that maybe that you could fall back on like there's stuff in space they don't want you to see? Like
I wouldn't know what the reason would be. I'd be confused then, so I would certainly be confused now. Right? Not knowing that it's even happening.
Yeah, they're hiding something for sure.
Dude, the moon is huge right now, man. Anybody on the East Coast?
Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, it's about a half a degree. Wow, big.
Dude, why are you so toxic, bro?
Yeah,
I don't know.
You're projecting.
Oh shit.
No, I mean, I do end up getting a bit toxic in response to you guys. I'm trying to work on it.
I get toxic in response to you.
Yeah, Mike is probably doing it in response to you because you are being particularly toxic.
How? I asked.
Moya's not toxic at all.
Listen, everybody's toxic.
I said if NASA was hypothetically lying about space, and he said if Santa Claus was real, what about if something impossible?
Well, you're asking the same thing.
Look, let's not forget that Whitsitt knows how to store sophisticated rocket technology in his house. So show him a bit of respect.
Every word out of your mouth. The second word out of your mouth is which is said, which is this, which is that. Oh,
yeah, but none of you responded to my.
Calm down, bro.
Yeah, but
Yeah, see,
yeah, but
listen, all the
none of you
Globers are doing is
responded to
making
my
fun.
Honda.
Hold on a sec, Linda. So all the Globers are doing is making fun while we're trying to have a serious conversation. That should tell the audience who's on the right side of this. Thank you so much.
You guys seem to be the ones making fun. I mean, Ed and Moyak.
What do you mean, you guys?
I guess, but
what do you mean, you guys?
I mean, you and everybody else was talking.
With the people laughing.
Kosho, have another drink, partner.
Can I ask what I was going to ask?
Yeah, no, Linda was going to say your question, but the Honda, I think it's slightly different.
Yeah, but how do they have all
Uh-huh.
the storage to keep all their patents and all their parts and all the blueprints for them and, manage that, but NASA can't do it?
I remember the question. Yeah. Like I said, it's a bit different of a circumstance because Honda is completely responsible for their funding. Like their funding comes from, their customers and what they sell, so they have a giant interest for that. Whereas
Kosho, who pays for your
NASA,
vodka?
being a government entity,
Listen,
guys, just think about it. Like, what the fuck's the point? What the fuck is the point of talking while I'm still answering a question?
You're talking bullshit, bro.
What's the point of you talking?
I'm with someone else, man. You guys keep doing this shit.
Let him answer. Let him answer. I'll rebut him.
Yo, PMAC, chill out.
Myself.
Don't interrupt. PMAC, don't interrupt. Go ahead, Kosha.
Oh, sorry, I walked away already. You got somebody else. You got it.
Well, I had a question for you, Kosho, based on your response. So you said it's like a cost issue. Do you have any idea the cost of the storage these days? What is that cost? You say it's a cost issue. Are you only saying that because NASA just said, "Oh, it's a funding issue," or do you have actual evidence or any hard proof?
I didn't say anything like that.
I'll play
anything like that, and
Where
I
is your
just
evidence?
said, yeah, I didn't say anything like that. Anything at all like that.
It costs about $5
That wasn't my
box
point.
per year.
And also, I did say I'm walking away. So you guys, somebody else take it.
Are we talking about the cost of transferring the Apollo tapes and stuff like that? Or are we talking about modern observations?
Just the cost of storage of the data that they said they lost due to lack of funding.
Apollo. Right. So we're talking about Apollo. So we have useless information that's been replicated through alternate means that was already dealt with and understood, and papers were written about the information. Why would they need the original tapes if they have, what was it? How many missions? We had 11 missions there, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, was it?
Useless information that they already have all of the technology for, but the response that NASA has on why we haven't gone back to the moon is that we lost that technology and it's a painful process to build it back again. Meaning they don't.
That wasn't the telemetry. That wasn't the telemetry that they were worrying about. The technology, as I've heard it explained, that they're talking about is the engineers who used to hand file the orifices on the turbine pumps or the turbo pumps, and used to make this shit. All those guys retired and died, and that kind of shit, that handmade shit that they made back then, is not how they do it now.
No reason to keep that, right? Just even put it in a museum somewhere. No. We don't need to keep track of the greatest.
It's in the museum.
We don't need to keep track of every single tiny little bit of the greatest achievement of mankind. No, we can get rid of.
So you want them to save every slide ruler, they had, every
other company.
Digitize slide rulers. That's a good idea. We'll digitize a slide ruler. We'll digitize a turbo pump. Here we go. Turbo pump digitized.
Why would you ever get rid of any of it? It's a rhetorical question, bro. Sorry.
Because there's no need for it. The museum is full of rocket stuff.
The bitch answers.
They've got all the stuff they need.
Real question.
And you've got answers for yours, which are stupid too. Like it's somehow pertinent.
Half of it fell in the ocean. The other parts were used for other missions, like space or Skylab. Other parts were put in the museum. and they built other craft anyway, so they're not going to rebuild Saturn V. Plus, on top of that, they've already built a new rocket, so it turns out they can achieve they can build it back up. Whether or not they couldn't in the past, or they didn't want to in the past, they worked on the projects in the past. They already have another rocket that just went to the moon and is planning to go again. So,
and it's like a new Tesla compared to a old Atlas. So it's like, let's go build a Model A again. Let's build a Model A and go there.
I'm not asking anybody to build a Model A.
If the only way I could get there is a Model A, then I would have kept my Model A's.
Where's the first Model A?
There was no need. They've been there.
Where do they keep right now the first Model A?
It's a silly, Brian.
The first Model A? I don't even know if that exists.
No shit. Why wouldn't they keep that either? Gosh, it looks like we're dropping the ball on.
Dude, you think we can't pull up the fucking prints for old cars? You think we can't pull up the fucking prints?
Greatest achievement ever.
You could not build a Model A today without great effort.
Greatest achievement ever in modern transportation. They didn't keep the first version of it. Are you sure about that?
I could build something better than a fucking Model A,
bro. Build it better. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we did. We built a better rocket than the Model A.
Even if they can't repeat their technology, they could make something better, right?
That's what they did, Brian.
Kids to visit someday and look, this is the very first version. You don't want to keep it for historical value? I didn't think so.
They got it. It's in the museum, dude.
Where?
Cape Canaveral.
Okay,
Smithsonian?
Cool. No.
Of the issue that they don't have the skilled manpower anymore to do the technical welding that's needed. There's a whole host of issues.
I'm not asking anybody to rebuild a Model A so they can put around the fucking. No, I'm not, dude. Not at all. I'm asking.
What you're asking.
No, where's the original shit that's should be gathering dust that you used? I don't know.
It's in the Smithsonian.
Gathering dust.
It's in the Smithsonian.
All of it, every single tiny little bit.
No, yes, it's a complete rocket, as far as I know.
No, not a fucking rocket. Data.
Oh, data. I'm sorry. I don't know what they've got as far as data. I know that they lost like one mission. They missed like Apollo 11's mission data. So
they have no telemetry data. They don't have any telemetry data.
They found that data though, Mark.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it.
Okay.
I'm looking right now at the Apollo 11 in real time. It's got all the controls from mission control, all the text, all the telemetry.
Okay, then what stars did they?
Going, look, I found
what stars did they use their guidance on? The ones that they claim they didn't see. What stars did?
I don't think they use stars to do that. I think they use other celestial bodies like planets,
the moon,
and the moon and the sun and stuff like that,
and the Earth.
But they use the stars when they're near the Earth to determine
they did
use
stars, bro. They use stars to navigate, bro. And they claim they didn't see any stars. And the guy who stayed in the damn who never even left the module and was on the dark side of the moon like a couple times, however many times a day, didn't remember seeing any stars. The whole freaking year.
I don't. Why is it still an issue about stars? Some of them saw stars at some places, and there were places they didn't see stars, but they definitely saw stars, right?
I wonder why they
the people
said that they didn't see any.
I'm sorry, they did not say that. Some of them said that.
Brian,
some of them said something else. The guy who looked through the periscope for navigation
and Armstrong.
Anybody remember the sextant they used in space? The sextant used to navigate on Earth. They took it into space.
Actually, it was not a sextant. It was not a classic sextant.
It looked like a sextant. It wasn't a sextant.
Over everything anyone says. Fucking cuck.
There's incredulous laughter.
I hear all these gammas just screaming here.
Cuck.
You won't answer my question, bro. What stars did they pinpoint? And you won't respond except for just calling me names to the fact that in between the Earth and the Moon, they didn't see any stars. And Collins, like I said, I'm talking about Collins, Armstrong, and Aldrin. Okay, specifically said that, and Collins said he didn't remember seeing any, but Armstrong and Buzz nodding his head, agreeing that they didn't see any stars in between the Earth and the Moon.
Except for the fact that he also said while he was doing navigation, he did see them. So I don't know what you're talking about. Was it a specific question? Like, do you see the stars in the corona of the sun? Can you see the stars
like despite the glare of the solar corona? He said, I don't remember seeing any stars. And he said, I don't remember when we were doing the corona test. He said, but in Sicily or space.
There you go.
He said, yeah, exactly. He said, and I don't remember while we were doing the corona test, but he said in Sicily, and he defines it that that's the area between the Earth and the Moon, that he didn't recall seeing any stars. And then that's when Colin said, I don't remember seeing any.
Yeah. And
so why are you trying to pick a point that doesn't help? I mean, acknowledge the fact that they didn't see stars in between the Earth and the Moon, and Collins didn't see any.
But if you're in the ISS, you can see almost everything. The Magellan.
No, so hold on, dude. The stars were only used when they were either around the Earth or around the Moon. So they don't use stars when they're in transit.
Well,
so where did they go that was not in between the Earth and the Moon? Because that's what they described.
Around the Moon?
They used it in between the Earth and the Moon, and then around the Moon, and then around the Earth. And so they use the stars when they're around the Earth or around the Moon. In
okay,
between,
so Collins didn't remember seeing any. He went around the moon.
He didn't see any. He didn't see any whenever they were in between. You said.
No, that's what Armstrong said. And Collins said, "I don't remember seeing any."
Ever.
Okay, well then he didn't see any.
Right.
I don't know what to tell you. If he didn't see any, he didn't see any.
They did see stars.
They use other.
Not in between.
No, I didn't say they didn't. I didn't say they did see stars. What I said was they only use stars in the navigation when they're around the Moon or around the Earth. They don't.
They use the stars to track.
Yeah, not when they're in between. That's what I'm telling you.
Yes, they do.
They use them in reference to the horizons of the Moon and the horizons of the Earth. If they're not near the Moon or the Earth, then there's nothing.
How do you think they know where they're at, bro?
They have other methods. They have like 5 or 6 methods.
They have to stay on course, man. They have to adjust their courses and all that. They didn't have computers. They had a little 2-bit.
Yeah, they did.
No, that, if you want to call that a computer with
an IMU
2 buttons, didn't even have.
More than adequate.
They had one of the most sophisticated IMUs.
More than adequate for navigation.
So I've been told over and over and over that when I ask them how they did it, that they use celestial navigation. They use the stars. Are y'all?
You can't use celestial navigation. You can't use celestial navigation in transit.
What are you talking about? Like how are you going to know
How would you use celestial? How would you use celestial? What azimuth to what? What azimuth are you talking about?
Your direction, bro.
Yeah, I know. If you're out in space and you're not on the surface of Earth or the Moon, then what is your what does it mean to do celestial navigation?
That's a big
bro, there's still Polaris, bro, and there's still another star, yes. So you know the direction. I shouldn't have said azimuth. I'll keep it simple. Direction. How are they going to know what direction if they're heading the right direction without lining up with stars?
That big white rock.
Oh, so they just did line of sight then. Okay. So is that y'all's new claim? Line of sight, the big rock?
The Moon, the sun, and the Earth. 3-point fix.
Why are y'all just making shit up for these guys?
Because, dude, they had an IMU. They had sophisticated computers and what's it called? A satellite on Earth that would a satellite dish on Earth that would send signals to them, and they would be able to use the redshift to get their speeds and orientation, all that type of stuff. Okay, so if you can't get your orientation, when you're in space just by using celestial navigation.
Yeah, the stars don't change. They don't change just from going into space. They're
I don't know. Is there such a thing as azimuth on a spacecraft?
Yeah,
I'm talking about direction. Direction. Yes. Direction. They had to double check their directions. Okay. They had to constantly check their course to make sure they were on course by using the stars and checking the azimuth or the direction to make sure they're going the right direction. Okay. So you're claiming they didn't use the navigation until they got behind the Moon?
Yeah. So what happens if they were going the wrong way and then like, oh shit, we're going the wrong way. Let's make sure we're going the right direction. And all that does is orient your craft, but it doesn't tell you how far in the wrong way you just went. So it doesn't make any sense. You know, if you don't know where you're, yeah, I know, but if you don't know where you're at, then fixing your direction doesn't matter, right? Like if let's say you were going the wrong, let's say you were traveling for like 100,000 miles in the wrong direction, And he said, "Oh shit, we're going the wrong way. Let's aim for the moon again." And they turned referencing the stars to be on the same path. It doesn't matter where they were. You could be anywhere in the solar system practically.
I didn't say distance, bro.
And you can orient your craft in the same direction. It's not going to take you to the same place.
You're arguing with yourself. I didn't say nothing about distance. I said
I know you didn't.
Direction.
I know.
Okay.
I'm bringing it up to tell you that if you're forgetting that the direction is not going to do much for you if you've already traveled the wrong direction for any amount of distance.
No, they're using it to stay on the right path. But so let me clear this up. So they did use this the celestial navigation when they got on the other side of the moon. Is that your correction?
I'm saying that I'm saying it can only be used around the moon and around the Earth. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not claiming that they absolutely used it. I'm telling you that that method is only applicable when they're around the Earth, around the moon.
So how did they know their distances? Now that you brought it up, how did
do you want to see the paper? You want to see the paper? And how to navigate?
An explanation. If they didn't see stars,
do you want the Apollo paper?
The stars?
Do you want the Apollo paper?
Please quit interrupting me, bro. You could say it over and over every time I go to talk, or you could let's speed this up. I want you to answer. Did they use the stars, or did they not see the stars? Because they said they didn't see the stars.
Just found the paper, so I can't tell you.
That should be enough.
You want to see the paper?
To get you thinking. Yeah, sure. Post it.
Hey.
Because I'm going off information y'all told me over and over that they use the stars to maintain their course, to double check their course. Okay.
Shit, I've lost the paper.
You can't.
Where's the paper?
I lost the fucking paper. I hit back and it fucking will come back forward.
That's karma, dude. No, I'm just kidding.
You lost the paper?
Yeah,
he didn't have enough
painful process to build it back up.
Just gotta find it again.
Boyack would love to give you the paper, but he lost that technology.
Well, yeah, unlike Witzit's paper, I will provide it.
Just use astrology.
Hauntingly familiar.
Oh, guidance computer. Now, where the fuck did it go? It's ridiculous.
Hey, Brian.
Look, once they're off the Earth, listen, once they're off the Earth and they got the right heading, it doesn't change. Remember, they're no longer spinning with the Earth. I'd like to know at what height did they lose the Coriolis attachment to Earth, but that's a whole different argument. But so they're not spinning with the Earth, so they're traveling, and the only thing they'd have to correct for is the movement of this, I guess, the Earth-Moon system around the sun, which would be minimal. Very minimal. So the stars would have just stayed exactly where they were.
Exactly.
Their burns.
That's the problem, dude.
Their burns would have had to have been perfect. They weren't perfect. They had to require adjustments in order to hit the target windows.
Yeah, that's what y'all told me. Right.
Yeah, but there's no way to tell how off course they are if they exclusively use the stars.
Well, don't ask me, bro, because I don't believe any of that shit. I'm telling you what y'all told me.
If you use the sun, moon, and Earth, I would think you probably could get a.
You could. Yeah, exactly. You could use that, but if you use the stars, they're going to be fixed. So if you go off course, fucking a million miles, you're not going to be able to tell. Unless you reference the Earth, the Moon, and Sun.
I want to comment on something Kosho said a few minutes ago, maybe 5-10 minutes ago. Kosho said whether or not they wanted to go to the moon or not, whether or not they could or not. See, he has to make up excuses for NASA because it doesn't make sense. He has to make it make sense. Don Pettit said publicly, we have lost the technology to go to the moon, and if he wanted to, it'd be a painful process to put it back together. That's what he said. He didn't say wanted to, didn't want to. He didn't say.
What are you talking about? I didn't say. I didn't even say anything like. I wasn't saying anything.
Yes, I did. I've been waiting because you're monologuing. I've been waiting to say something. I should want to call you out.
I haven't even been
for NASA. They don't make sense. That's what I'm saying. Okay, now go.
Yeah, right. Well, I didn't bring anything up like that, so I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Oh no, you did.
I didn't say why Don Pettit said that.
Monologue, bro.
I didn't say why Don Pettit said that at all. Like we didn't even talk about.
He didn't say what Don Pettit said. I didn't say. He didn't say.
You said Artemis rocket, and then you said whether or not they wanted to go, or they didn't want to go, or they could go. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. I said that the Artemis rocket is better than that rocket. I said that. That's true. Oh no, I said. Well, I know what I said was whether or not we could, or whether or not we could or couldn't in the past. We did recently, and we've done it again. So it's irrelevant what you said.
No.
I said
What
that.
if,
If that's what you're talking
what
about.
if they haven't done it again? What if they're professional entertainers bullshitting you? Then they really haven't done it, have they?
Yeah, what if?
Yeah, no, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's all about the
We
end.
went to the moon. We did that. Did we, Kojo? Did we actually?
What if they actually did go to the moon? What if?
What if?
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
They still lie, don't they?
Oh,
They
What
didn't
if-
go to the moon, guys. They didn't go to the moon. Look, man, we're
But
trying
what
to
if they
talk.
did?
We're flooding you with data, and y'all have no answers to. You just kind of
Data.
easing on in, bro. We are
What
flooding you
data?
Facts.
with lack of data. How about that, bro?
No,
We're flooding you
I
with
agree with
lies.
you. You're providing us with a lack of data. That's fantastic.
We're flooding you
Doesn't
with
do much.
We're flooding you with direct horseshit. Every one of these things we've said alone debunks the whole fucking missions, bro. We're trying to talk to you like people, man, and you're just defending NASA. Why are y'all fucking
Let's do a
defending them
recap.
liars?
Right. Let's do a recap. You asked why the stars, or if they were seen in transit or not. That doesn't debunk anything. You said somebody said something about the.
Bro.
Yeah, in transit, in between. Sure, I know for a fact that they had specifics. They had specific. I forget what they're called, but they're these sites that they look through and they can. It like takes away the glare of the surface and stuff like that.
Yeah, he didn't remember seeing any during the corona test.
They use that on the surface, and they could see stars through that, and they talk about that.
Well, then he just didn't remember. Okay, right when he got back, and Collins didn't remember seeing any. Okay. And
I know
what Armstrong
I know
said
that
is
soundbite
that
from that one thing.
He heard you could see planets, but he didn't see any. But he's heard that they would be able to see planets. But as far as stars,
just a quick interruption. Here's the how to navigate in space by for the Apollo program's 43-page document.
Okay, so did they line up there with stars?
I don't know. You've got the document just like I do.
Well, that's what I've been told over and over. But either way, they didn't see any stars. I mean, imagine what it looks like up there, man. I mean, we've showed you high altitude footage, bro. It's a black void. You know, when you get up to about 100,000 feet, as high as the U-2s will fly, the blue turns to black. There's nothing up there, man. Nothing.
Right. You don't need that. You got a
tiny
sun
moon and a big old sun.
You got a sun, a moon, and an Earth. And with those 3 points, I'm guessing that's how they do it, but I'm going to read it myself. 39 points. Sorry.
You find it eventually. That's a good man.
Come on.
Also, Buzz Aldrin said he didn't have to consider the Van Allen radiation belts. He didn't know about them. Said he must have went through them back and forth with no effects, even though they're deadly. So which is it? This is why it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we didn't know about them, therefore it didn't affect us.
Page 12, star visibility and scanning in scanning telescope. Star recognition in sextant. Particles and deposits. LM alignment and optical telescope. And that's all between 12 and 15. So
Aldrin supposedly did the navigation, the celestial navigation, the sextant, and that's what I was told anyway. I didn't read the paper. So
You mean Buzz Aldrin? Yep. I believe that.
Here, it says right here, dude.
Me too.
It says right here. First of all, Brian.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian. Well, I'm just letting you know. I'm reading it. It says exactly what I'm saying. That first of all, the sextant line of sight, whatever, blah blah blah, of the telescope, it's mounted on the lunar lander. Okay, so oh wait, no, maybe not. I'm not sure if that one is, but it says, because I'm reading it and there's two of them. So it says the lunar module optical subsystem is a simple unity powered periscope mounted on the lunar lander. And then it says the very next paragraph, it talks about the star visibility in the scanning telescope, and it says one of the design problems associated with the Apollo optics has been the star visibility in the CM scanning telescope when the spacecraft is in sunlight, which is almost the most time.
So when in sunlight we can't see stars.
But they couldn't see them using that device in sunlight. That's correct.
So y'all tell us that it's the atmosphere, the brightness of the atmosphere is what washes out sunlight.
I'm pretty sure I've heard like so many people say, and by the way, like I said, they're talking about in this scanning telescope. But regardless, I've heard so many people say in the sunlight.
So when are you not in the sunlight when you're in space? So to see stars, you got to hide behind a fucking planet or something. Anytime you're
when
you get about 20 miles up or higher, you're going to be in sunlight unless you're behind a planet.
When your camera is on the dark side of your craft and you have no illuminated surface in that area, you probably might have a small window of opportunity to see something. But you do have the big moon on one side and the big sun on the other. It gets a little bit challenging to get a solid place of dark because you've got light on both sides. I don't know where you would see the darkness.
Okay, that's fine, but that's my main point.
Brian,
Collins, hold on, Collins. Hold on, Kosho, let me respond. That was my whole point is Collins was circling the moon the whole time. He was in the dark part of the moon over and over and over, and he's the one who said, I don't remember seeing any.
He wasn't navigating.
Then we showed you other astronaut. We showed you Pettit and Massimo. It should say that all they have to do is look away from the sun. And it's brilliant. They can even see
Brian,
the fucking nebula.
The problem is you're not letting me fucking
cloud.
You're not letting me tell you what the fuck deal is, dude. I told you this scanning telescope is what this paper is talking about when it says that. It's not talking about seeing it with their eyes or seeing it with some other device or whatever. It's saying this specific scanning telescope has a super wide field of view so that it can see constellations, and it's reading it and giving it to a computer. So in using this device specifically, that was a problem, right? So it doesn't really speak on. It doesn't really speak.
Potatoes in Texas, bro.
Dude, the astronaut
because you're using that statement to claim that they couldn't see them at all, but it's not really
pointing out blatant lies, bro. Pointing out blatant lies.
Yeah, the astronaut said that the stars look the same in space as they do from the Earth, except the only difference is that they don't twinkle; they look exactly the same.
When you can see them.
So, but do you guys agree that the stars would look exactly the same in space as it would from the Earth?
I've never been there.
Where is your evidence
It would
for
look
this?
bigger and colorful and more.
Why would we need evidence for that?
I'm
trying to clear it up for Brian, so Brian doesn't. He just just said that they look the same in space. Somebody said that.
What if the astronaut didn't see stars because they filmed it in a Hollywood studio, and they showed us exactly what they showed us in the moon landings, which is no stars because it was filmed in a Hollywood studio? How about that?
Cool.
Do you guys think it's possible that they could have filmed the moon landing in the in a studio?
I don't think they had the technology to do that.
Hangar.
You don't think they had the technology?
The guy came forward to where they did it at.
Wait, time out. You don't think they had the technology to film the moon landing in a studio?
No, not to match the slow speed of Earth falling. If you want to say that they slowed down the video, you've got a problem of then their arms are moving at 60 miles an hour because you can still see the arms wiggle when they jar their body and stuff like that. So they're slowing down part of the video and not other parts of the video while they're running. It doesn't seem possible or plausible.
Stanley Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick was a hack. He couldn't have done anything like it.
We didn't go to the moon, bro.
They took care of Stanley.
That's cute.
Yeah,
and the Earth is not flat. Earth is not flat.
We did not go to no fucking moon, bro.
Earth is not flat, bro.
I'm not
Does that really help?
flat or anything.
Oh, no.
I'm not in the belief of I know the shape of the Earth, but
when I'm talking to Brian.
Yeah, but when the moon lander landed or whatever, it never stirred up the dust, which it should have.
And how would that look without an atmosphere?
I mean,
I thought we didn't need an atmosphere to thrust.
No, but Jens have argued that you have to have thrust to manipulate space and everything else. So why wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the thrust was extremely weak when they were moving trying to move as slow as possible. I forget the speed when they landed, but it was less than 5 miles per hour. I forget what it was.
That's a good question. Keep going, madam, and we'll
right,
watch you
but
make
still,
shit up.
it doesn't answer the question of who took the picture of it leaving the moon. What astronaut stayed back to take the picture?
That's really silly because that's been explained.
Yeah, after it was pointed
To
out,
you.
it was explained. After it was pointed out.
I mean, I heard somebody.
It was
I
actually
heard somebody
pointed
tell
out all
Dana the other
along.
day.
Invented at the time.
In fact, it took them until like Apollo 16 to get it to get one that worked. They tried the same method several times and just got the timing wrong on it.
I guess they had radio-controlled cameras back in the 60s. Right?
So
yeah,
Moyak,
that'd be really hard. They had a radio-controlled spaceship.
You say they tried and they failed to do that same
No, they
shot?
didn't.
Yeah,
Moyak,
they could adjust and radio control, because nobody was there. It was on a radio-controlled tripod with a 68mm freaking film camera.
Essentially, all you need
adjust based on radio control shit that didn't exist back then.
Moyak,
all that you need for that is a servo and the ability to start the process. Because what they did is they seemed to do it just by timing. So all they do is start the.
So how
Shut up!
I'll quit.
Yeah,
So
calm
how
down,
do you
bro.
explain Nixon
She can calm
calling
down.
the moon with a landline?
What the hell's wrong with you, bro?
How do you explain that?
Yeah.
I'm not going to explain anything to you. You're rude.
Yeah, but hold on. We could show you a 10,000-pound thrust rocket right now, and it doesn't look nothing like what they showed us, bro. Just look at it. It's a fucking joke. It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing because I'm American and I really do love my country and all that, but it's literally fucking embarrassing when you look at an actual 10,000-pound thrust rocket, because they have them, and I could pull you a video right
in
now.
Atmosphere.
That wasn't no fucking that. Oh god, dude. Y'all, man, wake up.
No, you don't understand that atmosphere has a big impact on how dust particles hang in the air and waft up when a rocket takes off on Earth versus a rocket landing on the moon, blasting shit out horizontally, and it doesn't go up in the eddy currents and stuff like that because there are essentially no eddy currents.
Is that why
There's
the
nothing
flag
to
was
support
waving?
the dust.
Is that why the flag was waving? No atmosphere.
Oh, what goddamn retarded shit are you bringing up now? It was moving because they had touched it.
What about when they didn't?
Show me where they hadn't touched it in 10 minutes.
My point is if that dust is as fine as y'all say it is, a 10,000-pound thrust rocket would stir that shit up for miles, bro. For a mile.
The dust will fall exactly as fast as the rocks in the boulder.
Oh, why are you claiming that it was using 10,000 pounds of thrust?
That's the maximum thrust it had.
Y'all told me.
Yeah, that's the maximum thrust, sure. But you're talking about when it landed,
thrust,
right?
Like maybe the takeoff thrust?
Or you're talking about when it took off?
It had a ship in between it and the ground. It had the whole base there.
Yeah, I don't understand what's being claimed, because when it landed, it wasn't using 10,000 pounds. It wasn't using 10,000 pounds, and when it took off, there was at least that there was something that was happening. It was like sparks or something like that. That was.
Show, don't start jumping in the nonsense. Let Moyak die on this hill.
Hey, look, man.
Let him die on this
somehow in their head they think since it's 1960s footage, like it's supposed to look like that. Like, bro, that's reality. What they're trying to pass off is reality, bro. It doesn't matter if it's an old camera. Take one of them old cameras and film something real. It ain't gonna look like that, bro. That's fucking old. Oh my god, wake the
that was the camera on the surface was a video camera, so it was about the lowest resolution thing you could have. I don't know how many lines, but I think 400 lines would be insane.
Dude, not even going to talk about the rocket thrusting engine. You could
what about it?
You can get like a powerful fan and put it a foot above nothing but desert dirt, dust, and it's going to
understand vacuum, do you?
Cause a lot. Oh, so the moon's in a vacuum?
Yes.
Oh,
There's like 10 tons of atmosphere for the entirety of the moon.
Okay, so where does the thrust go? Where does all that thrust? The molecules, y'all describe them as bullets, little bullets. Where's all the molecules going when they thrust? off the moon's
Out
surface.
the back of the rocket, dude. What kind of question?
Back of the rocket, right? And nope, it's not. If you look at rockets when they take off, for fuck's sake, would you shut the fuck up, you retard?
No, dude, there's a footprint. You're saying no, it's not. There was a fucking footprint right there where the fucking thruster was fucking blasting off.
Dang, bro, I can't even mess with my electrostatic generator without you guys just being ridiculous. Can you guys stop interrupting each other? And that would be great.
Yeah, I apologize for that. We are getting a little out of hand. I'll back up a notch, man. But
just a notch.
Did you run him off?
I guess because he just now tried to deny that there was dust there, and there's a footprint, like the famous footprint is just a couple feet away from the thruster, man. Like they're just saying anything
from the guy walking on the moon. That's from the guy walking on the moon, right?
It doesn't matter, bro. If we can see footprints right there where the thruster fires, it doesn't matter what mission it was. It doesn't matter any of that, bro. If we know that there's footprints a couple feet away from any of the landers, then we know that the dust is still there. So you got two problems. You got to accept one of them. Either it didn't blow the dust and clear the way for the takeoff, or vice versa. You're screwed either way, bro. Wake up.
Mm-hmm. I think you have to explore how thrust works in a vacuum, how it works in the air. Because it's not the same thing.
It doesn't.
Hey, Kosho, if I sit in an office chair in a vacuum, let's make it more realistic because we know that their spacesuits wouldn't be able to protect me. So let's just duct tape a fire extinguisher to an office chair and sit in a vacuum. If I have a timer on the fire extinguisher and it goes off and it shoots out, is the office chair going to move around?
Nope.
You have a fire extinguisher in the vacuum?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. What do you mean? No, it will go in a circle. I mean, I think that counts, right? If it goes in a circle.
Yeah, if it would actually move in a circle, sure.
Yeah, it should.
Equal and opposite reaction, bro. The pressure from the fire extinguisher, it won't propel you. Same reason a blower won't. Because
no, it's not the same reason a blower won't. Jesus Christ! A blower uses air that it has. It doesn't start with the air in it. A fire extinguisher has the extinguisher in the tank.
That's why it's a good.
So when you extinguish it,
that is a good example. We got to try that right now.
When you extinguish it, it'll push you. You can see this. You can see this happening. Well, I guess that's not in a vacuum, but there's a dude like on a skateboard, usually firing a gun.
That doesn't help us at all, though. I've seen the rocket videos, and it very clearly doesn't work until the exhaust hits the containers of the chamber. So it would be an interesting test to have a pretty big vacuum chamber, and a fire extinguisher is pretty analogous to the claimed oxidizer on the rocket in space.
They're not going to get combustion at 10 to the -6 torr, much less 10 to the -17. And I'm about to post a video. I looked into the air pressure. The guy, hold on real quick. The guy explained how the torr value works, and they said that they don't have the sensitive. I mean, they don't have strong enough sensors to measure the past 10 to the -5 or 6 because it's like 1,000 pounds per square inch foot pounds, and they don't have any material for the gauges that could withstand that at the time.
No, but yeah, I don't know why that. You said they can't measure that, or they can't build that in a vacuum chamber. I couldn't hear what you said.
The best gauges they had at the time could measure. I think it was like 10 to the -4 or the -6, but it was like 1,000 pounds per square inch force on the gauges, and that's as good as they could do. So they said it equaled 100 miles above Earth. So whatever that equals out to. That's the best gauges they had to test shit.
Okay. What point are you making? You said something a second ago that I was trying to get you to. I don't know why you said that. Something about thrust, or I forget exactly what you said because you talked about something pointless.
Well, Xanax says that it's the difference between here and 100 miles up is just 14.7 pounds per square inch, and that is wholly incorrect. And like I said, I'm gonna post.
Why do you say that's incorrect, Brian?
because, like I said, they could only test here on Earth at the time. The gauges could only withstand about 100 miles equivalents Earth atmosphere because it was like 1,000 pounds per square inch force.
Oh my God. Okay, let's go over this a little bit, Brian. So 14.7 would be absolute zero. It went down from 14.7 for a slick surface. You would agree?
Not using that scale, so don't even mention it no more.
What scale do you want to use? I'll use any scale you want.
This guy explains the torr value.
Okay, torr. 760 torr is it? Okay.
Sorry, 700 what?
760 torr at sea level.
That's 1 atmosphere.
1 atmosphere. What we're going down to is 99.999% of the atmosphere.
Bro, you're about to use the addition subtraction argument, and I'm
no addition subtraction. Why? Don't tell me what I'm going to do.
Before me and you argue, before me and you get in there.
Brian, don't tell me what I'm going to do. I'm going to detail you whatever you want to hear.
No, I said, before me and you start going back and forth and pissing off everybody in here, just watch how he explains the torr scale and watch how the instruments could.
Brian, what's the maximum they can measure with the torr scale? 10 to the minus what?
Their gauges could only do the equivalent of 100 miles up in the Earth's atmosphere. Like,
what do you think? Do you have any idea what 100 miles up is? Pressure?
Yeah, it's like 10 to the -4 or -6. I forgot exactly which
10
one.
10 to the -4.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty close, yeah.
Okay. So 10 to the -4 torr. This isn't 1 torr. This is 10 to the -6 torr. It means there's 6 decimal places, 6 zeros. We're talking a millionth of a torr.
It was like 1,000 pounds per square inch, and the gauges couldn't handle anything past that.
You're going from now torr to back to pounds per square inch.
Yeah, dude, it's much less than 1 pound per square inch, so it's gonna be a lot less than 1,000.
We're talking about 10 to the -6 or 5 or torr. That's 0.000005 or 6.
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Right.
Or 1.
So not a 14.7 pound difference.
Yes, 14.699 is it without equal.
Okay,
removed
you don't
from the
understand
atmosphere.
how it works. I'll post it.
But Brian, you're telling me I don't understand for something I actually did professionally for many years. This type of scale.
You're using addition and subtraction, bro.
It's simple to me. You just learned this like a year ago.
No, I'm still learning it, bro. You won't learn anything because you won't even admit anything. Listen. The point is you don't subtract when you're dealing in decimal places and using the torr value. You can equivocate it. It's not a direct scale. It doesn't equivocate a certain number to a certain number. Okay, you can equivocate
it. Actually does.
10 to the -6. And 10 to the -6 was equivalent to like 1,000 pounds per square inch, not 14.7.
No, God,
bro.
no.
Then why did? Yes, you're just saying no.
No, Brian.
I
won't just say no. I'll explain myself. Brian, if you had a 14.7 psi pressure in a 1 foot by 1 foot cube, 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot cube, what do you think the pressure on that each plate would be in the cube?
Bro, I'm not gonna do this with
Brian,
you, man.
I love you like a brother, Bubba. I really started to get it.
You're starting to use subtraction,
like
dude.
Because you're so inquisitive. But you got to hear me, buddy. I'm trying to help you. If you're in a queue,
don't understand it. How can you help me?
Stop! You have no.
No. This is not. I'm not being mean, Jim.
I had many.
I'm not being mean. I really seriously want to help you. I feel a very affection to him. So
you don't know
Brian,
nothing.
Seriously, brother, Brian, I want to help
Appeal
you.
to emotion.
So this is bro love. This is bro love. Nothing more than that.
Here and trying to teach us stuff.
I love the way
he does this every time, dude. Zanuck, I know what you're trying to tell me. You've said it.
What
a
am I
million
trying
times.
to tell you?
I'm trying to teach you. The conversion rates are
Let's
not.
teach each other. How about, you know what, Brian? Let's teach each other. How about that?
Okay, first thing I need you to do is acknowledge the reason the gauges couldn't withstand anything more than 10 to the -6, because they didn't have material strong enough to withstand anything over 1,000 pounds per square inch.
Incorrect, because the pressure in that gauge would have been 14.7. If it was an absolute gauge and you removed all the pressure, then the maximum pressure that gauge would have to withstand is 14.7 psi maximum.
Now, this is why I'm trying to teach you now, instead of just saying and repeating the same shit, acting like I don't understand.
That wasn't the same
PSI.
shit, but go ahead. What am I missing?
I'm trying to school you something new. and show you how, he goes over the conversions. He shows all the NASA documents. This ain't just hearsay shit. Give me a second. I'll post it, bro. I ain't gonna be able to respond.
Brian, can you just acknowledge what we're talking about here? We're talking about pressure. And the pressure of these are these collisions of molecules. And these forces are over square inches, is the standard unit of measure, pounds per square inch. If we have a cube with 6 sides, and each side is 1 foot square, Brian, just please help me out. Each side is 1 foot square. That means there's 144 square inches on each side. Would you agree?
That's not the scale.
Well, just let me watch. Look, you're going to teach me something, and I'll teach you something. We'll go back and forth. I have no problem.
How many times do you think you've said the same example?
Brian, I want you just to acknowledge this. So I think
Brian, it's a yes or no question.
Bro, he's gonna start subtracting. He's gonna get me to say the freaking the units in the room and all that, and then he's gonna subtract from 14.7. That's not how infinity works, bro. Infinite means you'll never hit 0, and you could always add pressure. You could always stretch it. Okay. In other words, if you have a cubic foot in a capsule, you could keep expanding that capsule. As long as you have the energy to do it, you could keep expanding that capsule, lowering the torr value to infinity if you have the energy to do it. And I was talking about it the other day, so I went and looked it up, and yeah, they have conversion. It's not negative. You don't add and subtract pounds per square inch, bro. It's infinite.
How does it equate to strength? Like whenever whenever someone says there's 4, like the conversion from torr to psi is simple. Like 760 equals 14 psi. 760 torr equals 14 psi, right? So when you have some low psi, if the threshold is if the limit is 1,000 psi, then it's very much capable of measuring that torr. But it's like it depends on what the lower limit is.
I have to be very careful, Brian, but I want to have the conversation with you. I'm not going to be condescending or anything. I want to have you acknowledge that if we have a 4 psi in a cage, in a box, and we have a 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, you would agree that there would be 144 inches on that square. That means there'd be 144 pounds pushing out on that cube. And that means there has to be welds that can support these plates being pushed out at 144 pounds. That's all it means. Right? If it was 0 outside, like the ISS, and it's 14.7 inside, we have 144 pounds on each plate being pushed out equally on that cube. Now, if we wanted to lower that pressure, we could. Lower the differential, it's fine. We can raise the pressure inside as well, too, similar to what happens on a submarine, except the opposite. We have thousands of psi on the outside and only 14.7 on the inside. So that structure has thousands and thousands of pounds per square inch acting on the outside, or tons of pressure on each 1 foot plate.
Zanuck, stop lecturing us about pressure. You think...
I don't think that's a lecture.
Hold on, my turn now. My turn. You think that the ISS is keeping people alive with 2 little O-rings, little plastic O-rings. You, my friend, have no clue what pressure means, okay? You have no idea. Okay. So don't try to lecture us about pressure and what's on the inside and what's on the outside. You think there's a craft in space, let me finish, 10 to the minus 12 torr, and keeping people alive with dynamic O-rings. So you, sir, are in no position to lecture anybody about pressure.
I actually am, and I've designed seals and gaskets for a living for many years as well. That's not a problem. We can do this very easily.
So you've done everything, Zanuck.
I've done in the world. I was in industrial controls for 20 years. I saw it all.
Let me say one last thing, Zanuck. Posted
Printers,
the video.
plotters, semiconductor manufacturing.
I would appreciate it, Zanuck, if you would listen to the engineer and check out these NASA documents.
I would love to.
And then we have a little discussion here in a few minutes. My last thing I wanted to say is, so when you use the torr value, if you have 0.5 torr, then or if you have
0.5 torr,
0.5 is twice twice the force, okay, and then 0.25 would be twice that force, okay, and then so each decimal place is a magnitude of of
Whoa,
force.
whoa, whoa! No, if each decimal place is a factor of 10, Brian.
No,
you got it all backward. I've just got to tell you.
0.5 ain't twice. The force is 1. It ain't twice as much.
It's
Can I ask?
0.5 is twice as much as 0.5 is twice as much as 0.225. Yes.
Can I ask? What is the relevancy for this?
I don't know. I'm just trying to help Brian understand the scale because he seems to be very interested in it. I'm just trying to help him.
This isn't like necessarily a Zanuck helps people. He thinks he needs to help live stream. So what is the relevance to this, to topics related to everything we discuss here? What's the relevancy?
He thinks that because we have some value, that there is just tremendous amount of being able to these pressures because there's a lot of zeros in front of the decimal place when that's not really the case. I don't know why. I think he came up by the measuring gauge that they actually measure these in either vacuum chamber or on the ISS or outside the ISS.
You're breaking up. Yeah.
Zanuck is saying the difference between vacuum and a full pressure is only 14 pounds, and Brian's saying it's not that. It's a lot more.
14.7. So if we take 14.7, Brian, and we divide that by 760, each torr is 0.019 psi. Now you want to go a quarter or half of that, divide that by 2, that'd be 0.0096 psi. So 9,000, about roughly 1/100th of a psi.
So you're adding and subtracting again. That's not how it works, bro. You don't add and subtract at that stage.
Okay, one more time. 14.7. That's 760 torr. If I want to know how many torr that is, what one torr would be, I divide 14.7, divide, not subtract. Divide 14.7 divided by 760. That's 0.019 psi. It's about 0.02 psi. Would you agree?
You're subtracting. So
I'm not subtracting. I divided.
Don't interrupt, please.
I didn't subtract.
Listen, when you say 10 to the -6, you're using exponents. Exponents are exponential. You don't.
I'm not even there yet.
Subtract. You just ratioed it and subtracted it.
No, I'm not even there yet. I just said what was 1 psi. One torr. One torr is 0.019 psi. Not even in the exponents yet, Brian. Brian, the exponents mean that all that means is you're moving the decimal place over to the left. That's all it means. Every time you have a negative exponent, like negative to the -1, be 1 decimal place. -5, 5 decimal places. That's all that means.
So
it's dividing by 10. Each decimal place is dividing by 10. I'm not subtracting
anything.
Let's get
back on topic, man. I think Gio's right. We'll get back on topic, but please watch that video and consider that you might learn something from the engineers.
Brian, you don't think I know this truly?
I know
I had a very successful career having these kind of discussions with PhD physicists, and never once did they say I was an idiot, ever.
Okay, then what was your strongest gauge? So all we need to do is build a gauge that can withstand 14.7, right? That's it. That's all we need.
What's the gauge going to measure?
It's going to measure the force of a vacuum 10 to the -6.
Oh, then all it has to do is support is 14.7.
And you say you did it
as you laugh.
Just watch the video, please, and we'll talk about it later.
Well, considering you put gauges in there and they have to measure 0, and the difference between the outside and the inside.
There is no 0. It's exponents.
Okay. 10 to the -10 is the most I ever saw at Applied Materials in their PVD lab, the particle vapor deposition labs, and the CVD labs. They got down these chambers to 10 to the -10. They used O-rings, by the way. Thank you, SE. And they never had a problem measuring it inside with the gauges they had.
They couldn't even
pull the gauges didn't read anything.
10 to the -6 besides the gauges. They couldn't even pull one that strong.
You can't get a gauge to measure that anyway. That's not how you measure the pressure.
So it's not just 14.7. That means any one of us could build something out of freaking mylar to withstand 14.7 pounds, and that's as strong as it gets. That's
you're not going to be able to get any kind of.
Zanuck.
You're not going to have. I don't think. In all due respect, Brian, I don't think you do, because the fact that we're getting closer and closer to 0. So the gauge can't even measure that kind of change. They measure the pressure in there not by a gauge. They measure it statistically by how many particles. Bro. They have a cryo pump, and they have a cryo pump, and they have a electromagnetic type of forces to be able to get the molecule, the atoms out of that chamber. They try to push them all out.
Zanuck, you can never reach 0. It's infinite.
No, you can't reach zero.
You just keep going exponentially stronger and stronger. You can't reach zero. It's
stronger. We need stronger.
You can't put a theoretical limit on how much force we can apply to something.
There's the most force, even if we could get to zero, the most force on that side glass and that O-ring would be 14.7 psi.
There is no zero, Danik.
If you could go to zero, the most pressure.
There ain't one to get to in fucking exponents.
As you approach zero,
as you approach zero,
would come down. Yeah, there's the if word again. But just
the force, the maximum force you ever could imagine, Brian, if you had a magic way of making it zero, would be 14.7. That's the greatest amount of force exerted. The difference between the O-ring, the chamber, but you never can get there. You're right.
10 to the minus 10 is post the chamber you worked on.
I certainly
reach
can.
10 to the minus 10 torr with rubber O-rings.
Yes,
can you please post
I certainly
that?
can.
Thank you. I'd like to see that.
Okay.
Why, dude, I went to the trouble of posting it, Zenik. At least
PVD 5500
would it kill you to
and
learn
the
something
CVD
new, bro?
5000 two machines. While you talk over me.
Would it sorry, but would it kill you to learn something new? I just went to the trouble of finding.
No, I'd love to learn something new. I love learning.
Okay, okay, thank you.
But you're not listening to me, and you're not listening to logic.
I understand what you're saying, Zanik. Quit saying I'm not listening.
I don't think you do, because you keep on arguing that there's huge pressure by going or exponentially.
I steel-manned you, bro. Didn't I steel-man you correctly?
You didn't do a very good job.
More than 14.7 pounds. So I understand what you're saying, and it's wrong. And I'm giving you that.
So if I have 10 to the minus 7,
I'm trying to teach you something, bro.
If I have 10 to the minus 7 inside a chamber, the CVD 5500 or 5000 system that I'm going to show a picture for SE on. If I have 10 to the minus 7 torr inside the chamber, or 10 to the minus 10 torr, and I have 14.7 pounds per square inch outside the chamber, what's the differential pressure between the two, and how much force will be pushing on that glass one way or the other?
Bro.
Say it's a one square inch piece of glass.
Yes, so 14.7. That's as high as we can go. That's what you're saying. You're wrong.
What do you think it is then?
It's not me. Hold on. It's not me teaching you. I said that wrong. That was kind of arrogant, and I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to sound like that. Listen, let this guy teach you something, okay? Just watch the engineer and let him show you how.
But why can't you just ask?
Show how an exponential scale works and show you the.
I know how exponential scales work, but I'll
watch
the video.
Not a very good student.
Yeah, I was a very good student, actually. I had high aptitudes in math too.
I'm saying, do you think there's a big difference between 10 to the minus 2 torr and 10 to the minus 12 torr? Do you think there's a big difference there, or just a minor difference?
It's an insane big difference.
Really? How big of a difference is it?
Not
I'm asking you.
1 psi, Zanik. Okay.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. In one scale, it could be
a million. Let me respond to Zanik. Okay, you just said the difference is 14 pounds. Check it out. I just put a video of a soda can in a vacuum, and it exploded. Okay, so a soda can has a tolerance of 30 to 50 pounds. So that debunks you right there. Look at the video. Look at the video.
No, it doesn't. Because what happens?
Yeah, if it has a tolerance of 30 to 50 pounds, and it explodes in a vacuum, that means that it's more than 14 pounds difference, isn't it? It was what you said.
Let me ask a question.
No, it's not. It's 30 pounds. Wait, hold on a second.
Is there a big difference between 1 and 0?
Yes.
It's about
no, but if you're dealing with exponents, there is no 0.
It's a million percent different.
Well, the 0 is below the numbers that you're giving, Brian.
You can never reach it. It's exponential. What don't you understand
care about
exponential?
It's more than 100%.
I don't care about exponential. The difference in 1 and 0 is way less. I mean, is way more than what y'all are talking about. It's insignificant.
Whether you think you care about it or not, it's very significant when it comes to pressure. And have you seen how thick the walls have to be on these vacuum chambers that they can
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, that's because they have to buffer between the 14.7.
But y'all are talking about a difference between 1 and 0, though.
It's a huge difference. It's like more than 100%.
See, that's what they want to make you think. Oh, it's only a difference between 1 and 0. That's not how it works.
0 to reach. All the power in the atmosphere, in the universe, couldn't reach the zero because it's not there to be reached. It's theoretical. It's a scale. There's no zero in exponents, bro. I don't know how else to put this except tell you that there's no zero to be reached.
What's the point of the silicon?
Gio said, look at the plexiglass vacuum. Don't you think that the poundage of the resistance, the tolerance has to be like what? Hundreds of pounds, probably, not 14 pounds.
No,
otherwise
if you have a can,
if
you have a can that has 14.7 in the can, if you have a 14.7 in the can and it has 14.7 out the can, we're sitting on your picnic table. Then you put it in that chamber and you take all the power out, and it blows a gasket at 14.7 removed, meaning close to zero, or let's say 1 psi, because let's say that's 15.7 because it shook it up. Then that can failed at 15 pounds per square inch.
We don't know if it shook it up, and the tolerance for the
it doesn't matter either, even if it's 14.7.
Between 30 and 50
then it failed at 13.7.
30 and 50 pounds. Then I didn't get this. Let's Google it. Look at the
I know, but it failed because it had a problem. It was not. It was spec'd at 50 psi, and it failed at 15 psi. I'm telling you, if I was on the engineering team, I would be fired.
You'd
if I was
be
my
fired.
design.
You'd be fired.
I'd be fired because if it's spec for 30 psi, then it should be able to withstand 30 psi.
But it can't withstand zero,
it didn't.
can it? It can't withstand 0 or 1.
0 or 1 doesn't matter. It's only the pressure of the can.
It can fail.
It doesn't matter because you have to prove your vacuum and your metrics based on the vacuum.
You can do that in a generic vacuum chamber.
Check the video.
At 1 psi. That means it failed at 13.7 psi. This is not that difficult, guys. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Xanical, if I keep talking, man, instead of going and checking this out and potentially learning something from an engineer.
I told you, Brian, I would watch the video.
He's going to keep coming up with different ways.
I just wanted you to understand.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, man. I was almost done. You're going to keep coming up with different ways to explain 14.7 compared to 0 is 14.7. You're going to come up with a million different ways to subtract 0 from 14.7, and that's not the way exponents work. You know what exponents are, right?
Yes, Brian, I know what an exponent is.
You realize there's no limit to if we have air in a box, damn the atmosphere, damn the space, damn everything else. We're already in a vacuum chamber, okay? And we have a box with air in it. It's a giant, giant vacuum chamber. There's no limit to how far we can stretch that box. We can keep applying more and more force to stretch that box, and it's exponentially going to be stronger of a vacuum. It's not subtract, add and subtract. There is no 0. There is no limit. The only limit is the force you could come up with to.
Oh, so you're saying if we have a certain amount of air in a box, and you're saying that would create this infinite vacuum going down as long as you could make it bigger, right? Which I would totally agree with.
The exponential scale. There's no.
I know,
0.
Brian. Trust that I understand the exponential scale. This is not a problem. So, are you saying that if you make this box large and you have a certain amount of air inside, that the vacuum will go down exponentially?
Well, let me ask you. Yeah. Basically, so if I pull,
that's fine. I don't have a problem.
If I keep
I don't have a problem with it going down as you make it. If you don't have any way for the air to get in, and you're making this volume inside larger for a given amount of oxygen or air or gas, whatever, then the pressure will go down inside as it gets larger, proportional to how it gets larger.
But there's no 0 because I could keep applying more.
Correct.
And more force. I could keep.
Correct. You'll never get to 0.
Force. So it's just get stronger and stronger, right? More and more force.
No, weaker and weaker.
So the energy's not going to transfer. So where's the energy going to go, Zanuck?
The energy, well, actually, the entropy in that system is going to go up because you're now
where's
making
the energy going to transfer to?
There's no energy transferring at all. It's getting less. It's getting spread out.
I keep applying another tractor to pull in to stretch the box. I keep
but the energy inside is.
So where's the energy transferring to? You're saying there's a limit, and the box just.
There's no limit. You'll go lower and lower as you get bigger. Brian, you got to let me answer.
It sounds to me like you guys are beyond in the weeds. So what is the original thing? Is this about, can space exist? Can rockets exist? What is this actually based upon?
I forgot. No, it's moon landing.
You guys are like, you're past the weeds. You're in the swamp.
Yeah, they're past the weeds, and if Xanax is right, and
which I am,
you have a square box, and you have so much pressure in it, and you make the box bigger, is it still a vacuum?
A vacuum is just a differential pressure. It's the lower side of a pressure system.
Yeah, but how big can you stretch the box and it still be a vacuum?
Let's say you had this magical way of making this box bigger and bigger with seals. You never could let anything inside. You kept on making the side larger. Brian's right. The vacuum would continue to go up and up proportional to the size. That's gas law, by the way. The volume side is going up. Nothing else is changing, only the volume. So it will go up.
So the pressure stays the same. The vacuum stays the same.
No, the pressure starts going down. The pressure goes down as it gets larger, proportional to the size.
So how far does the pressure have to go down before it's not a vacuum anymore?
It'll always be a vacuum. It'll be a greater and greater vacuum as it's bigger and bigger. Forever, till the size of the universe.
Infinite.
That makes no sense.
Well, it should make perfect sense because when you get,
it's absolutely nonsense what he's saying.
Yeah,
absolute nonsense.
All right, SC, do you want to see a picture of the chambers I work?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, Brian, did you not agree that the torr is just 760th of a psi
on Earth with one atmosphere? Yes, but it's an exponential scale. There's no zero. That's the last thing I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it never gets to zero. I agree with you. Won't get to zero.
Right, we can always apply more and more force, energy.
Force? Okay. Energy for what? What energy are you applying?
To pulling on the plunger to create a stronger and exponentially stronger vacuum.
Every time you make it larger, it creates. There's less force required to make it larger.
There's more force on the wall.
No, because you already are at a near vacuum. Brian,
so where does the energy go then? The energy that I'm using to apply a pull to the plunger, putting more and more force, trying to collapse the plunger in, trying to equalize. Okay, where's the energy transferring to? Because I keep adding another tractor, and I add more and more energy to pulling on the plunger.
Oh, I see I see the computer. I get it.
So what happens to
Brian,
the energy?
Once you get to near vacuum, there's going to be very little force needed to continue that vacuum as large as you want.
So where is the energy going, Zanuck? It can't
there
be
wouldn't be any energy. It wouldn't take any
got to be transferred,
distance
right?
to make that happen.
Where is it transferring to specifically?
You have one force. 14.7 psi would be the maximum. It would be below that the entire time you're pulling on that. So if you had this magical plunger that you could pull indefinite, some massively large tube, you would get to 14.7 psi and it would stay at that level indefinitely as you pulled on it. Even if it goes to 10 to the minus 10, then 10 to the minus 11, then 10 to the minus, all those values it would get. If you have this magical seal, then it would only take the maximum getting up to 14.7 psi negative, or 10 to the minus whatever torr, and everything after that would be very very little difference in force to be able to create more vacuum.
Okay, great.
Still waiting for that picture. Citation? Sorry, Joe.
Did you ever find those plane citations?
Okay, now, Brian, I'm going to watch the thing, and I'm also going to, same time, I'm going to be listening to it. I'm going to be getting two little pictures for SC.
Zanuck, did you hear me? Did you find those plane citations? That was a bold claim you made earlier. I don't know if we want to tell the class what you said earlier, but.
Oh, well, we already talked about that, didn't we? I thought we'd be.
You talked about whether.
You realize you can never get the synchronous speed of the by traveling southward with the winds causing a force. So since it's always lagging behind, whatever that difference is, whatever it is, I don't know exactly what it would be. There would have to be some force applied laterally to make it catch up to the speed's rotational velocity as looked at from an inertial reference frame.
Yeah, so one of the trips would use more fuel. The one going south would use north would use way less fuel. You'd have to be slowing down. You use way less fuel going south.
I think Xanix's been talking for 8 hours straight. I think we all need a break from his voice, literally. Sorry.
I'm good. I don't talk anymore, Gio.
Maybe do this last thing with Jeremy, but you got to stop talking at some point. No offense. I'm not even trying to say I'm like personally annoyed by you or anything, but it's just you've been talking, I think, nonstop forever. So.
Well, I actually was out for like an hour and a half. So.
It's just like there's no variety. It's just like Zanuck and his.
Well, you got Brian who's asking this question.
Let's back
Dead
off
set
for a
thing,
Zanuck.
trying to help him, and he doesn't want my help. And we're now going back and forth.
Can I just ask you? It's not like doxing you, but like, what education do you have? I'm just curious. Like, if you want to share, do you have like a 4-year undergrad degree or something, or what do you have?
Yeah, multiple 4-year undergrad.
In what fields?
Oh, the aeronautical engineering and business administration, in marketing law.
You have 4 degrees?
In 3.
3 undergrad degrees.
Yes.
That you did them all at the same time?
All right.
You did them at the same time, or you did them all separate? How many years did it take you to do 4 undergrads? Because
he can't get enough. He can't get enough of the indoctrination. He keeps going back for more.
Keep on going back.
Well, I mean, was that 12 years, or did you double them up at some point?
No, your undergraduate stuff. There's from business and engineering. There's 2 years that are completely different. So it's a 6-year deal.
So you got 3 degrees in 6 years.
No, 2 degrees in 6 years, and then 1 afterward.
3 4-year degrees in between.
So you got 4 degrees.
3 degrees.
You got 4.
3.
Oh my god.
And what are they in? Aeronautical engineering, business, and what's the other one?
Marketing law.
Marketing.
That's part of business.
Marketing and law.
Marketing law.
Marketing law.
It was a bit funny that you complained that Zanuck was speaking too much, and now you're just asking his questions.
I know, just trying
to continue speaking.
I know. No, I wasn't trying to tell him to stop. I was just saying it's like it's not right for one person to just run house on the live stream for hours. You know, like I get it. A lot of people want to debate with them and ask him questions. I'm just saying it's like it ends up being like the Zanuck show.
Well,
and I would say that about anyone. I would say that about anyone. It's not just Zanuck. I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, I get it.
When me and Zanuck are going back and forth, bro, you got it. When we're going back and forth, nobody just prime example.
Time out, Zanuck.
Time him out for 16 hours at least. Listen, Zanuck made this crazy claim earlier that planes, in order to make up for the tangential speed, they have to speed up or slow down going north or south. So you'd see drastic fucking gas fuel consumption usage in a north plane as opposed to a south plane. So I'm just wondering if you can back that up at all, or that was just some baseless assertion he made.
Yeah, I guess Zanuck, I'm not trying to say you have to not speak. If you could just maybe be mindful that could be other conversations, other things going on. And I know you want to just go a million miles an hour. You're like in American Gladiators wanting to take on every gladiator nonstop. So I get it, but it's just perhaps if you could just be mindful of the rest of the panel and everything.
No, I mean, Brian went on a rampage and it wasn't stopping. I was understanding what he was saying, and probably had no. So I will yield and back off. Yeah.
You're going in.
Bro.
The thing is, Jeremy just asked you a thing though, so I don't know if you want to address that, but you were chopping.
Nah,
real quick. I don't have any documentation for you. It's just kind of logical that if we understand that the airplane will never be in sync with the wind speed. I mean, whatever's made up of that non-synchronous speed, that would be made up by fuel and force that has to act on you to actually get up to that tangential velocity. And then conversely, a slowdown as you're going.
Yeah, so he's saying if you leave from the equator and you go to Alaska, you're slowing the plane down, meaning you don't have to burn as much jet fuel if you're going from south to north. But then if you're going from north to south, you have to keep speeding up constantly throughout the whole thing. So you'd be using more fuel than going south.
They better adjust those prices accordingly.
The air will never make you synchronous with tangential velocity of the Earth. So you for the air.
The problem
10-hour, 15-hour flight. That's what will actually have to be made up in thrust.
The problem is you made this up. You don't know if they use more gas or not.
I didn't make it up. It's just basic logic.
Show me where they use more gas, going north and going south and north.
I think Zeng means that's his prediction, right?
Correct.
He made a baseless assertion. I know.
It's not baseless. It's full of
called
base.
a baseless assertion fallacy.
It's
you have
not
no base. Show me some evidence that this is happening.
It doesn't sound based.
The Earth is-
It doesn't sound based.
It's based on the fact that the Earth is spinning, and if we have synchronous speed of the
Like I
air
said,
mass, and assuming of course no winds, then as you travel south to get to synchronous speed, you have to use the force that the winds would have on the structure based on its coefficient of friction and its frontal area, according to that increasing tangential velocity of air mass, and that would be a force that would always be lagging behind. However much is lagging behind, that would have to be made up in force by something else. That'd be the thrust.
Okay.
The engines.
All right. Well, we're done with this until you actually come with some proof that that's actually happening. So just
that's fine.
Time them out for 16 hours. We're good.
Nice.
Before I take a break, I felt like I had him pinned down. I'm just going to ask one more time. Zanik, I'm going to ask a specific question. It's not a yes or no, so I'm not trying to pin you down like that. But okay, so we've reached a limit of how much energy we could put toward pulling it to get it to zero. We've stretched it out. Okay. Now I add 100 joules of energy toward pulling it more. You're saying I've hit a limit. Okay. I'm saying the limit doesn't exist. So where does that energy? Because you say it can't be created or destroyed, so it has to be transferred. So I'm adding a ton more energy after I've hit the limit you've applied. So where does the energy transfer to when I'm pull on that plunger?
What energy? What force are you working against now?
I keep adding tractors, more and more tractors, and you're saying there's a limit to how hard I could pull.
Once you
Yeah,
once you get, I know,
right back in the weeds.
Because Brian, it's I love your curiosity questions. They're also really good. Your misconception is that you think that this force will always be there. Like there'll be this 14. Where are we? Are we pulling it on Earth? So on Earth, we're on Earth and we're making this chamber.
Just time
it
them
can be
out.
infinitely large. Is it in
question.
space?
Where does the energy transfer to? Because I'm adding more energy pulling on the plunger.
Yeah, it's just
Y'all help me pin him down to answer the question. It's got to transfer.
No, not a pinning down, Brian. You're just digging yourself a grave here.
You had enough time to do it, Brian.
You guys could do a private one-on-one call. You can go for hours.
Yeah, why don't you go down, Brian? Why don't you go down into another room and we'll.
Wait, y'all are not interested in hearing his horse
Brian,
shit? How he's going to weasel out of this?
I can't hear him
help him weasel?
anymore. No more.
We're not helping him. We're just sick of Zanik. He's been going all fucking day, bro.
No, I haven't. I was gone for hours.
If I got
an hour with
Brian again,
Zanik
like he's
is
a
like
lost
a
dog.
day.
Brian, come down into Livestream. Go to Livestream too.
You guys want to do? You guys want us to orchestrate a debate for you? We could maybe facilitate it.
He thinks he make a.
One day we can get an hour and 10.
Brian, for the record, Brian, I was interested in it. Just for the record.
Yeah, I guess we just have to let the room decide without necessarily taking individual votes. So I guess we all just decide whether we keep going with this or what you guys want to do.
There's some things I want to ask Brian about another subject, if you guys don't mind.
I would say keep going. That's just me.
Well, how about for another minute? We have our closing arguments.
It's never a minute.
That could be a half hour, bro.
Yeah.
Well, he thinks that when you get this system at a near zero vacuum, that there's some force acting on
You're
that
gonna
plunger.
start anyway. You're gonna start closing arguments anyway. Okay. All right. So no votes. All right.
Well, I thought.
It's not
quick 1 minute.
You thought we made a big deal about it, and then you were gonna just close. Okay. Gotcha.
No one said anything.
Why don't you pass the torch to Bacon? He's an up and comer. He's trying to be better than.
Go ahead, Bacon. Tell him about the
Bacon.
plunger after it's zero psi inside the chamber. How much force would need?
I was about to bring another subject.
Well, he wants to know. He's dying to know this. Why don't you meet me in live stream too?
Trying to teach you something. That's all. I'm trying to teach you that there's no limit to the force. There's no limit to how hard I can pull and how much energy I can add to pull it on that plunger. You put a limit on it.
Right. And so you said how many joules you're adding?
1 million.
Okay, you got 1 million joules. roughly about 500 horsepower. Few seconds. Okay, so let's go. Let's take this for 9 seconds. Let's take this plunger, and we know the force is 14.7 psi, and it's a one foot diameter. No, it's a 1 inch little plunger. So we know we got 14 pounds force on that. And if we get 0 inside there, the only force it would be acting pounds. So that's the force. Force over distance would be your what? Would be your energy, because energy would be force over distance. And so however many joules that'll tell you how far that plunger could go, because you have to have a force, which is 14.7 pounds, pound force, by the way, to be accurate. And the distance would be whatever meters, yards, miles you want. And so by 14 pounds, that'll tell me how much, and you have 1,000,000 joules, I can tell you how far that plunger, and it still would be less than zero in the, greater than zero vacuum inside the chamber. Getting less as it gets bigger, but still less than zero. You're right.
Okay. Now the reality of it, my closing statements, is that we could continually pull and add force, and the opposite reaction, or the energy is transferred to the walls, directly to the walls of the plunger. The more energy we pull that plunger, the more foot pound force, or whatever is trying to pull into it. There's no limit to how hard we can pull. It's exponential. We're not using PSI. We're using exponents, and there's no zero with exponents. It's exponential. So we keep pulling and pulling. He's saying we're hitting a limit, but what I'm telling him is that where's the energy transfer to? If I've hit the limit, but yet I'm still adding energy, where is it going? It's got to go
Brian,
somewhere.
you're doing work.
So where's the energy transferring to, if not to the wall, the walls of the plunger?
Those were closing statements, right? Those were closing statements.
Yeah. That was my closing statement.
I wish I could answer.
I hope he answers though,
because it's a very simple question.
Nah, man, that's it.
You've been saying it's very simple, long time. This is not ending.
Yeah, Brian, the work is what you've done, Brian.
That's what you got, right? Santa, give us a break for 5 minutes, will you?
Okay.
Thanks, bud. Go ahead with your celestial navigation, Bacon. I know that's what it's going to be. I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
Sorry about that earlier, Bacon. My phone died, bro.
Actually, I gotta. The delivery is coming. I gotta go to the door. Well, be right back.
I'll be here. Or if I see you, I'll come back.
Right. But yeah, it's about you said you can determine longitude, no, latitude.
I could just use Polaris. I could just use Polaris, right?
Mm-hmm. But I think you said you could use other stars too.
Yeah,
but if you can't see Polaris,
no, I could use the sun. I could use Polaris.
Yeah, that's what I want to know how you do it. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. And if you want, if you'd like to explain that, that'll be nice.
Yeah.
Well, if you can, if you have it all mapped out, I mean, you can calculate the distance from Polaris and then use another star to build latitude off of.
Well, I think he was saying like using only one side.
Yeah, but my latitude is pretty much easy, the easiest thing. The latitude to all the bodies are given. I just got to figure out where I'm at, and there's a couple methods, but the easiest way just Polaris, and I've got my latitude on whatever map, and then just subtract and then I could just subtract the LHA from the GHA. And really, I don't even have to do that, Bacon. If I wanted to bring this to its simplest form, I can just look at my watch and know the Greenwich time, know what time it is, and know the time zone that I'm in, just from having a watch, and then just subtract that from the GHA, and then I've got my longitude. That's what the AE map is a longitude calculator.
Yeah, if you're using Polaris for the latitude, you might be 38 nautical miles off, right? Or 40 something miles off.
I don't have to use Polaris though. You realize that
I mean if you use Polaris,
60 nautical miles north and south, right? So I can look toward the celestial equator also, and I know my degrees.
But Right. Even if the stars are not at high noon.
That'd be the easiest way. If I could just catch the sun at high noon, if I know the date, then that's probably the number one easiest way, right?
Yeah, but I think it would be hard to determine when it's high noon in the middle of the ocean.
No, you just need if the waves are big, but I just need a stick. I could put a floating stick in a bowl of water to keep the rocking minima, and I could get a good idea of when it's overhead. Really, I could just look overhead. But yeah, it would get me pretty damn close. But yeah, and on the ocean with waves, it'd be a little more difficult.
I think we should ask some people.
When
people with experience if that's even viable. But let's assume that can you do that without being solar noon, or does it have to be solar noon?
What?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you my method.
All right.
With the angles. It's gonna probably be the second video, but I think you got an idea of what I told you already. But yeah, it's gonna be easiest at solar noon, but not impossible. Not impossible.
Right. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll have to wait for it.
How do you determine your LHA?
My LHA, like I said, I could just use the easiest way and just look at my watch.
So you have to know
all the information's in the almanac. So if I know the GHA and I know that I'm 5 hours ahead, then I simply just use the time zones, bro. That's my longitude. Subtract the time.
You have to
from the
know
GHA of whatever object I'm looking at.
Right, but assuming you don't know what time zone you're in, is there any possible way? I'll give you GHA, but you don't know where you are.
No, you don't got to give me GHA. It's that's automatic for anybody who wants to come up with whatever method on whatever map. That's information in the almanac. That's not something they derive. That's empirical shit, dude. You know.
How do you find LHA? You don't know where you are. You don't know what time zone you're in, so you can't use that. How do you find it?
I got it. Okay, if you're navigating, you got to have a reasonable idea of where you're at, or everything you do is worthless, pretty much.
No.
Yeah, you got to know what ocean you're in. I got to know what 2 continents I'm in between, at the very least.
Why? Why?
Because, man, you got to study into this. Bacon, help me out with that one.
So, Brian, what you're telling me is, if I give you your latitude, you can give me your longitude.
No, you don't got to give me nothing, bro. You don't got to give me nothing at all. The almanac listen, the almanac has the stars doing their circle. Do you know how to navigate, or are you asking questions, or are you trying to prove
He does know.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, so I know how to respond.
The GHA is not in the almanac, not for the stars.
The GHA is in there for the sun. Yes, it is. I just found a chart with all the GHAs to like 30 something stars, bro. Yes, it is, bro. And you said you did it. You
the
said
SHA, the SHA is in there. I have.
I know
Brian.
that,
There
bro.
you haven't. The GHA for the stars isn't in there.
See, he does this every time me and Bacon go to talk, dude. He's pissing me off on purpose, like I don't fucking know this. Okay, I know that the Aries that we're getting the freaking sidereal hour angle from Aries to each star. Okay, so the dude just asked me a question. Okay, and I gave him the simplest answer. So that should be good enough right there. But y'all are gonna get my angle method in the videos, dude. I'm not gonna tell y'all and let y'all beat me to it. Okay, it's not that complicated. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But I've gave y'all enough. The information is in the almanac, and it has the celestial bodies. And I did find where the stars. They've individualized the stars, and I don't know if it's 20 or 30 of them. I just kind of churched it up, but I think it might be all of them. But I seen a handful of them, and I was like, damn, they do have this. But anyway, so all you do is if you got the hour angle if you have the sidereal hour angle given to you, that tells you a lot right there. That tells you pretty much everything you need to know.
Yeah,
you subtract that. First, you got to calculate the angle. You got to subtract the hour angle of Aries from GHA, basically. And then you subtract the LHA from that. I mean, you subtract the SHA from the GHA. Shit's confusing as fuck. But and then you subtract the LHA from that. There's a couple different ways to do it, man. But what I'm going to do, just for explanation's sake, to show you that I can figure out where I'm at, is I'm just going to use Polaris. Just easiest method. I'm just going to use Polaris and get my my latitude. So I'm going to plot that on my AE map. Okay. Then I'm going to take a GHA. I mean, I'm going to take a reading to whatever. I'll just use the sun or the moon or Jupiter or Saturn or whatever, and whatever's closest. And then I'm gonna look at the its declination and its GHA. Okay, so I'm gonna put its GHA on the map. Okay, and then I'm just gonna look at the time. If I'm 4 time zones away from Greenwich, then I've got my longitude. So now I've got my latitude, my longitude. That would be the easiest method. But I know y'all, from me saying that, y'all know that ain't the only method. That's just the easiest, right out of the gate method.
Do you want to make an example so we can all follow it?
You don't follow that?
Oh, I just got back.
Okay, do this.
No,
I just followed that. What are you talking about?
So I didn't follow that. I know how to celestially navigate, and I'm currently looking at astro navigation demystified. None of what you said made sense.
Okay, really? Okay, let me try and explain it a little better.
I think it would be best with an example, wouldn't it?
Hold on. I'm gonna make this clear as day. I'm gonna get my latitude by looking at Polaris. Okay, so let's say Polaris is 45 degrees. So I know what ocean, I know what 2 continents I'm in between. Okay, so I'm gonna draw that latitude. I'm gonna put a line on the latitude, covering in between the 2 continents. Okay, so I know I'm somewhere on that line of latitude. Okay, on a flat Earth. Now I'm gonna look at, let's just say, let's say the GHA of Jupiter is, let's say the GHA is 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Okay. Do you follow me so far?
Can I give you a real number example so we can follow it?
I'm just trying to explain the method. Nothing more, nothing less. But afterwards, yeah. But do you follow me so far? So now I look at Jupiter, and it's 45 degrees GHA. You understand that so far?
Okay, sure.
Okay, now, so I plot the 45 degrees on the map. Okay, now I look at my watch. Okay, and I am 3 hours. Hold on, I'm 3 hours. Let's say I'm Eastern time or whatever time. I'm 3 hours plus from Greenwich. So now I just add 45 degrees to the already 45 degree GHA.
Wait, why are you changing
my
the
longitude.
GHA of Jupiter? Well, 1 second. Did you take any readings of Jupiter?
No, it's hypothetical. No, it's hypothetical. I'm explaining
No,
my method, dude.
Yeah, I'm saying hypothetical. In the hypothetical, we took a reading to Polaris. It's 45 degrees elevation, right? And then you said that Jupiter's GHA is 45.
Hold on, before you start asking questions, do you understand what I said so far?
I'm not sure.
Could you run me through?
Y'all don't know how GHA works.
I know what a GHA is. That's why I'm asking.
I can plot my GHA by drawing a line in between the 2 continents, right? Just making sure. I need to find out where I lost you. This is basic shit, dude.
Could you just
I know y'all ain't liking it, but at least follow me, please.
I'm trying to.
Could you just run through the math real quick? Just give me the formula.
I haven't even got to the math, bud. I haven't even got to the math. That's the beauty of it so far. And y'all are already denying simple shit, dude.
I'm not denying anything. I'm just asking. I'm trying to understand.
I know how y'all's brain does. Y'all's brains shut down when it's something that helps the flat Earth. I see it all the time, bro. And call it. Your brain's not going to let you understand simple shit.
No, Brian.
It's too
Brian,
confusing.
you mentioned two angles. One was the elevation of Polaris. The other was the GHA of Jupiter, right?
Right. I've got my latitude, right?
But like the GHA of Jupiter is just the ground position of it, right?
Right. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's
So
just its position. Hold on. It's just its position away from zero longitude. That's it. That's all it is. It's the longitude away from Greenwich hour angle, which is the prime meridian, 0 degrees.
I understand what GHA is, but the problem is it didn't mention
There's no
any
problem,
reading.
bro.
Oh my god. Can I finish?
Go ahead. Yeah,
Right.
there better be a problem though, bro. Or I'm leaving.
Right. You didn't mention any reading to Jupiter. So I mean, whatever we are in the world, the GHA of Jupiter is going to be 45 degrees regardless of where you are. It's not a value that changes from position to position. That's a universal value. So if you're not taking any reading to Jupiter, then how is the GHA of Jupiter helping us in any way?
I don't even need, dude. As long as if I see Jupiter, then I know I'm in between the two continents. That's what I said. That's why I kept it as vague. I mean, I kept it as broad as possible. If I see Jupiter within a certain degree, then I know that I'm in between them two continents, bro. That's all I need to know. I don't need to even really measure an angle to Jupiter, bro. It's all in the almanac, bro.
I just sent you the actual math that he's trying to do, Bacon.
I'm not doing any math yet, bro.
I know.
You understand? I'm not trying.
You're getting close.
My next lesson is going to be the LHA on an AE map, and y'all really going to not like that one. So y'all should have already figured this shit out, but you got a mind block, acting like everything's impossible on a flat Earth, and it's getting annoying at this point.
All right, so let's finish walking through this. We're 90 west. Our GHA is 45 degrees. We have an LHA of 45 degrees.
Not even using LHA, bro.
Yeah,
Not even got LHA.
Yeah, we wouldn't have an LHA without the assumed position or the direct position.
Right. Brian already gave that to himself because he demands to know what time zone he's in. So
I just used the simplest method right now for one. I'm not going to give you all my methods, okay?
Well,
y'all can ask till you're blue in the face. You're going to have to wait to see the video, bro.
I'm cool with that, and we'll keep going. But could you just finish setting up that problem for me?
What problem?
That example that we just.
I'm not going to give you my equation, dude. I'm just going to give you my equation. That's what I'm not giving you, bro. Okay, the other method. Okay, if you think that it matters if I'm on a flat Earth, follow me here, and I'll look at while I look at your shit. You think it matters that if I'm on a flat Earth or a ball before the mathematics?
Dude, if you got an equation, why aren't you giving it to us?
Because I'm doing a series, man.
Would you like
small little series?
Would you like me to post
navigation?
Would you like me to post the answer?
I haven't even looked at it yet, man. You want me to solve it? Hold on.
Yeah. Could you solve it?
Oh, you said this was simple.
Why wouldn't I be able to?
I mean, 45 degrees for a reason, right?
Just to keep it simple, right? Do you understand what but tell me this. Do you understand my method now? Just using a watch in an almanac.
Doesn't matter.
Do you still not understand that?
Doesn't matter. Can you solve the equation, please?
Yeah, I can. Hold on.
Okay.
Want me to get my calculator? He's testing me, dude.
But I mean, there's a large range of longitudes that you could be looking at Jupiter from. So if all you know about Jupiter is that it's visible in the sky, that doesn't help you.
I don't need it. And it will help me, bro. You'd think it won't, but it will. You're just trying to get... Bro, so do you agree that I could get my longitude and latitude if I have a watch and an almanac? I just explained it plain as day, bro. If you ain't honest here, bro, I swear to God, I might never talk to you again. Do you agree that I could get a decent fix, okay? Within a certain limit, you know, it ain't gonna be perfect, okay? But I'm gonna get my longitude and latitude on any map,
We're gonna hold you to that. If he's not honest, you're never gonna talk again.
I said I might not, dude. I might not because I just put it as simple as possible, dude. I literally broke it down to the GHA 45 degrees and adding 3 hours to that.
They actually couldn't even find their longitude when they were standing
breaking up, Jordan.
before the chronometer got invented. They had issues finding longitude before that, right?
That's right.
Where's your math quiz? I ain't seeing it.
Brian, I'll never get that 30 minutes back watching that video. Why'd you say it was a NASA?
I said they have the NASA documents saying the limits.
Yeah, but you didn't. That guy is worse than
I'm
you
not
are.
doing this, dude. I'm not doing this. Where's your math quiz, bro?
You
Where's your
killed
quiz?
it.
Okay, you ready for it?
If anybody else is brushed up on their math, boy, they hate that too. They got to check it. We better double check it, man. We got to be smarter than the flat earther. We better make sure that he fucking can't do a math problem.
Okay, you ready for it?
Do you understand what that says about just your person
Brian,
in general?
Brian,
Where's
you ready for you ready for the math?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna post you a quiz too. Okay.
Cool.
What's your name first? What's your name? So I know
Kool-Aid.
where to look. Oh my God, it's fucking Kool-Aid. No, I'm not, dude. Oh God.
If
everything was
your
fine. Everything was
your
fine.
longitude,
Him.
your
Bro,
longitude.
he's about to be in my next video for Dishonest Glober series, bro, volume 4. Bro,
okay,
just make
ready,
dude.
I think it's worth considering taking someone anew, like on a new day, like just letting, just starting fresh.
Where's your
longitude?
I mean, I don't know.
Your longitude is 90 degrees west.
Write it down, Kool-Aid. Write it down so I can fucking do it for you real quick. It must be fucking rocket science. I mean, there's a lot to it, dude, as far as this cell nav goes. But there's also multiple methods. That's the beauty of it. There's no all the almanac gives you is the stars doing basically certain the other celestial bodies doing their circles. That's it. They stay on the same latitudes. Basically, the sun doesn't, but the stars do. They just do circles, and Aries just changes depending on where the vernal equinox lines up. Wherever the sun's at during the vernal equinox, that's where Aries is. So it's just basically just doing the same circles year after year.
Brian, you talk so long it scrolled. Did you see it there? 90 degrees west to GHA of 45 degrees.
Oh, where are you posting this at?
Livestream 1. Do it again.
I don't see it.
Yeah. I don't see it. Hold on, I'll find it.
Oh, I see now.
I don't see it either.
I don't see a math problem, dude.
Yeah, I don't. Where'd you post it?
If I don't know it was cool, I wouldn't even have said it. But now that I've said it, I'll do it. But anyway, take a little. I'll be back. I need a minute. Take a little time, Bacon, to digest just a simple little shit I gave you, just to basically find out where I'm at. Besides, before we do any math, before we do any equations or distances, or even angles for that matter, just one little angle in a watch in an almanac. That's just the very, very basics, man. And I know this is your subject, and I know you're going to want to know, but man, I ask you to bear with me. I feel like you could figure this shit out before I even get the second video up, but I don't think you're trying to. I think you're trying to willfully not want it to work. So why would you solve something that kills you if it works? It kills your insides or something.
I don't. No, I don't feel threatened by that method. I'm just trying to understand it first. That's all.
Yeah, but you don't find it funny that no, I ain't gonna go there. I ain't gonna go there.
Go there. Go there.
I ain't gonna go there. I like dude. I like I consider you a friend and shit, man, and a tutor. You've taught me a lot. Inadvertently, half of it probably. But so I don't want to be rude, dude. When there's no point in it, man. I'm just gonna settle down for a minute. I'll be back in a minute if you want to hang out just for about 10 minutes.
Sure. When you come back, will you be willing to do that math problem?
Dude, you talk if 90 longitude and 45 degrees, that's all you put. That's not a math problem. If you DM me an actual math problem, DM me an actual math problem, and I'll be glad to maybe do it for you.
I think he's asking your LHA.
That's all you need to find your LHA.
Yeah, I'll give y'all a clue, okay, on one of the things that really helped me. A was finding out that the AE map is a longitude calculator, and it says it in bold print right on the map. I'm like, God, why didn't I realize this before? And that you have the same azimuth. You have the same 360 degrees. Granted, the distances are going to be different as you get further and further away. So it takes an equation when you start getting real far away. But in the south is the same old problems we've always had. But it's just using the azimuth there and the angles and the rate and radians.
Oh, he left?
No, he's just taking a break. He'll be back in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah. Don't worry, bro. But Mercury. Mercury and Pluto and Jupiter and Saturn and all them fucking planets, huh? How do you use a compass in space?
I don't think you do.
You don't? Yeah, correct.
Well, why are you asking that though?
I don't know, just because I could. How do you use a compass in space to figure out which way?
You don't.
Yeah, you don't. You don't, bro. That's kind of funny. Mercury's retrograde. How do you find Mercury in space? It's joking there somewhere. Mercury takes a massive dump.
To me, one thing that's crazy about the 14.7 psi is like that's just what we live in. So where did they measure the zero to determine that we live in 14.7 psi? When I look into it, they use like springs and scales, and how'd they know those were all calibrated properly? I don't know. It's interesting.
The mercury barometer.
Oh yeah,
Not complicated
yeah,
at
you can
all.
use mercury.
That's pretty easy, bro.
He literally used mercury, and that's how it was discovered.
Yeah.
Use mercury and it
760
tells you the pressure that it is
milliliters.
here on Earth, and that's what we decided instead of just going with, you know.
Yes.
So
What
what's
do you mean?
so?
What do you mean here on
Air
Earth?
pressure, you're adding it to your tire pressure, right? So when my tires are at 30 psi, they're actually at 44.7 psi.
Oh, wait. What do you mean here on Earth? You think we were talking when we say Mercury, we're referring to the planet or something?
No, I understand that you use mercury. I have a jar of mercury. I work in the HVAC industry.
Oh,
I
okay.
collect mercury. I get it.
All right.
You work.
Well, if you get it, then why are you answering the question? I was wondering, because it's literally just the amount of weight that it's going to push the mercury up, or the amount of weight it's going to push the water up, and it does it precisely, so you can figure out pressures.
So it had nothing to do with springs and scales?
You don't need that.
No, you don't need the mercury to push up against something.
Yeah, that's the air.
No. Yeah, the atmosphere is pushing the mercury up.
And so here on Earth is 14.7 psi because of what mercury does.
Yeah, if you can see, you can see how high the atmosphere is pushing the mercury. You can get how much that weighs, and you know how much the surface area is, and that gives you the pressure.
I don't think you understand pressure.
I mean, it's not that complicated.
Okay, so then we took this mercury to Mars to figure out how much pressure was on Mars as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Torricelli did that, yeah.
Well, you can
went to all the
calibrate
planets, and he came back and told us. Yeah.
You can calibrate one of those gauges, you know, like an absolute gauge to a mercury barometer, and take that to Mars. It doesn't have to be a mercury gauge at that point, but it's calibrated to a mercury barometer.
Mercury works best because it's a fluid and it's dense. But you can use water, but then you would just need, 33 feet of barometer to do it.
Yeah, I guess I was just confused on the scale. Like if it's 0 to 14.7, like when you measured it on Earth, that was probably the first place they measured it. Why they decide 14.7? I'm sorry if this is coming off ignorant.
No. It's just that's the pressure that's being pushed. So it's like if you put the tube, if you get a flask like tube or a bong, let's use a bong. If you get a bong that's like a meter high, and you have a bowl, like a cereal bowl, and you have mercury, and you fill the bong up with mercury, and then you put the bowl on top of the bong, and you flip it over, such that the the bong's upside down in the bowl. Then the mercury is going to fall out of the bong, of course, except for the fact that the pressure of the atmosphere is going to push on the mercury in the bowl, and then up the tube, and so the mercury that is in the tube that hasn't come out of the tube is a measurement of the force of the measurement of the pressure of the atmosphere acting on that bong, basically.
And then we declared that at 14.7 psi.
No,
Or
they actually the mercury.
HG, right? 30.13 or whatever HG.
The mercury goes up by 29.9 inches. So that pressure is 29.9 inch mercury.
Gotcha.
The PSI is just a conversion to a different unit.
Yeah, so okay, I see what you're saying. So 29.9 mercury is what they see on Earth, and they declared it 29.9 instead of 0 because they measured it somewhere else first?
No, because that's what the pressure does. It's able to pull up 29.9 inches of mercury.
Okay, I see what you're saying. We pull vacuums. We pull vacuum. In HVAC, we have to pull vacuums of 500 microns, and that's like what, negative 29.9.
If you would put that same setup inside of a vacuum chamber, the mercury wouldn't go up, so you'd get 0 inches of mercury rising in the tube. So the 0 isn't established in our atmosphere. That's pretty much like it's not an arbitrary number.
And in space, you would get 10 to the negative 17 millimeters
of mercury moving up in that tube that you were discussing. Yeah.
Oh, down.
Did they do that when they went to the moon? Did they bring some mercury with them just to check?
Yes.
For sure.
Is there a video of that, or like I missed that one?
A video of people going to the moon?
And bringing mercury and putting it in a bong with a cereal bowl on the other side. Just golf clubs.
He knows exactly what he's talking about. He's trolling us, bro.
But those are good questions. I like
a good question. Did the astronauts take Mercury to the moon?
No, how you get the 29.9 inch mercury, or how we measure it?
Yeah, 27.4. Yeah, that's a good question. How do we determine that before Mercury?
I think that was the first way we determined the atmospheric pressure, wasn't it?
I said 27. I meant 14.7. Sorry.
So if you could take a mercury barometer with you to the top of Mount Everest, what would it measure?
Your balls.
Good question. I think the same thing that if you use any other type of barometer.
Same thing. Yeah. Always the same thing.
Yeah, something like that. 18.5 centimeters of mercury, something like that.
25.3 centimeters, apparently. The Everest.
Possibly.
I don't know how that. Let me see how much that is in inches.
How they work out?
It's about 10 inches mercury. That's pretty low. It's like a third.
And there you have your answer.
But yeah, that's a direct way of measuring pressure in air. But I was saying that, this method was used specifically to prove a point to Galileo. I think it was Torricelli and Galileo would debate about all sorts of stuff. And he didn't believe that air had weight or had, substance or something.
He also told him that please not.
He proved it to him by making the barometer and measuring it.
He could just have farted using his hands.
Yeah, he could have done that. That's true.
Which the mercury is using our thermometer, so pressure and temperature obviously correlate, correct?
Quite. Those are two different effects.
Thermometer is sealed.
Yeah.
Like if I drop the pressure of something, it's going to lower the temperature, correct?
Those are two different measurement devices. Like one's pushing the mercury up, or whatever fluid, pushing it up. The other is expanding the fluid, or whatever, or mercury, or whatever. So the thermometers are just measuring the density of the mercury.
So do pressure and temperature correlate in your opinion?
Yes.
According to the ideal gas law.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So isn't it colder at the top of Mount Everest than it is at the bottom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Seems like a pretty good reason for a pressure gradient.
Yep. But there's a lot less air up there, so that's probably why it's colder too.
Yeah, that's because there's less pressure from the cold temperature, or is it there's cold temperature from the less pressure?
Yeah, there's less pressure from the cold. There's less pressure because there's less air, and because there's less air, there's less gas molecules giving off energy. And since the temperature is just a description of the average amount of energy, you also have to add in, multiply that by the amount of particles to get your total energy, and so there's just less energy up there.
So yeah, is it the cold that is causing the less, or is it the less pressure causing the cold?
No, both are caused by the lack of molecules.
In air conditioning, we like go over this, like pressure and temperature correlate, because what you have on the outside system is a condensing unit. So what it does is your compressor takes the freon or the gas and makes it a hot gas.
Yeah.
And takes the hot gas and condenses it to a hot liquid. And then it shoots it to the indoor unit, and then we have an expansion valve which releases the pressure and it turns to a cold liquid. So we always look at pressure and temperature correlating.
Yeah, when you change the pressure or something, that affects the temperature, yeah. But, I mean,
so then
that
doesn't explain our pressure gradient on
yeah,
Earth?
No.
Exactly. What is causing the pressure? If you move higher up,
what you're describing happens when the pressure changes. That's all happening.
So the pressure gets lower as we go higher in the atmosphere, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, there's less atmosphere.
So that's from cold, because it's colder up there.
No, because there's less air. So less pressure.
which in turn makes it colder.
Exactly. So the cold is an effect of that, not a cause of that. And it would be nice if PMAC would shut up for a second.
So let me answer PMAC's question. It does get colder if you decrease the pressure, but the temperature at the top of Mount Everest is only like 83% less, or 83% of like 65 degrees. So that would only describe maybe 17% of the change. But we're saying that there's a third as much air at the top of Mount Everest.
You're saying, I'm saying the same thing. What causes the pressure gradient? Why
they
is
say gravity? They say gravity when I'm
hang on. Don't say that. Hang on.
The weight of the air?
No, well, what causes the pressure the higher up you go? I mean, if the atmosphere remains the same no matter where you are, if you go higher up, what is causing the gradient?
The weight of the air.
The weight. So weight. See, now this is the point I'm trying to get to. You might understand me now. So it's a weight of what?
The weight of the air. What do you mean?
No, but you're not on the Earth. Well, you're going up. So the Earth below you, and so you go higher up. Therefore, it causes more weight.
No, the higher you go, the less air is above you. So the weight of the air is less, and so the pressure is less.
You have to say that slowly. I'm Irish. Say it again.
Yeah, the higher you go in elevation, the less air is above you. It's the air above you, the weight of the air above you, that causes pressure.
Right. So why is there less air
up higher? There's less air because the higher you go, the air has weight, and so it falls down, but it also has pressure, so it goes up, and so it's the same as if you go at the bottom of the swimming pool. I mean, things get compressed near the bottom.
No. Swimming pools and water is pressure, bro.
Yeah,
air pressure, water pressure, same thing. You get 114 psi for. You got 29.9 inches of mercury for each pounds per square inch.
Yeah, but water doesn't work with the pressure and temperature correlate, right? If I go deeper in the ocean, it gets colder, but yet there's more pressure, right?
Water and air are not the same thing.
No, they're not. One's a liquid, one's an air, one's a gas. But you go down lower every 33 feet. Every 33 feet, it will go by by it'll double the atmospheric pressure. 14.7 every 33 feet. Air pressure goes up exponentially, goes down exponentially. So you start at 14.7, it goes down exponentially due to the weight of the air and the hydrostatics.
Yeah, it goes down exponentially also because air is compressible. Water is not compressible.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
But they both have weight.
Oh yeah.
So do pressure and temperature correlate or no?
No.
No,
I don't.
They often do, but in this case, the pressure is caused by the weight, and so just by virtue of there being, more or less of the weight, it's going to be the biggest driver for the pressure. So.
Well, yeah, in different mediums for sure.
On the same medium.
I see.
Exactly
Water and air aren't the same medium.
What?
Water and air are different mediums, no?
Water every 33 feet goes up 14.7 psi. 33 feet. So you'll have thousands of psi pressure down below, and in the compressibility of water, nil, you might only get 1 or 2%, 3% compression of the actual volume of the medium, whereas air is very compressible.
Okay, so you asked if temperature and pressure correlate only in a closed container.
Only like in a closed system, closed container.
In a closed system, okay, I got you.
Like a
Because if
container.
I want to boil water at a lower temperature, I just have to put it in a closed container and change the pressure.
You can boil water in any container. Pressure. So water boils for 3 reasons.
What's the 3?
Well, you have density, you have pressure, and you have temperature.
Pressure, density, and temperature.
And that's where it changes state. Now it still will evaporate.
Yeah, no, you're
temperature.
Right. That wasn't a gotcha, bro. You're right, bro.
Yeah, water can still evaporate. It can still change state without doing it by boiling. It still does that. It's 70 degrees. You have water still changing states.
So pressure and temperature correlate in a closed container.
Right. If you have a liter,
do I now have proof of a pressure gradient in a closed container? If there's different,
yes, there is.
Up high.
If you have a container and you have and the air has weight, it's in the gravitational field. It'll have weight, and it will have a pressure gradient inside that container. Yes. Whereas
So
if
the Earth was enclosed, it's possible we would have a pressure gradient due to the change in temperature.
Wasn't closed?
If it was enclosed,
it wouldn't be regardless of whether it's closed or not. You're still going to have a pressure gradient.
So that works both on the globe and the flat Earth.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, if you didn't have the globe, you wouldn't have the weight, and if you didn't have the weight, you wouldn't have the pressure gradient. So if there's a closed system and a closed system only with no gravity, where it didn't have weight, then it wouldn't be a pressure gradient in a closed system.
Sorry, Zanik. I understood you up to that point. Please don't bring gravity into it, bro. Please don't do that.
Do what?
Bring gravity into the equation.
Well, that's just weight. Weight of the air. Weight of the gas. Weight of the water.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. So gravity is a force. It's weight.
Gravity causes a force.
Gravity is weight.
Gravity causes a force. Weight is gravity times the mass, mg.
Well, the word in Latin is gravitas, which means weight.
Yeah.
Well, weight is equal to the gravity, the acceleration times.
So where you got your word gravity just came from the Latin word weight.
Doesn't matter where it came from. It matters what it is.
Well, I mean, phonetics are kind of important, don't you think?
Not really.
You don't think phonetics are important? Where do you think your language?
No, because pseudo force means fake force. Is it a fake force? Is it not real?
What's a phonetic comparison to pseudo force? How about the fact that gravitas means weight, the word that we use every day, weight, in the Latin language now means pseudo force.
That's what gives things weight. The gravitas.
But Zanuck, why would you deny the fact that gravity is weight?
I can create weight by spinning something centrifuge. Same thing.
Yeah, okay. So, but why are people denying gravity?
Because you guys get triggered every time we use the word.
Wait a minute.
You kind of do, actually.
We do?
But I brought it up, and you said, "Don't use gravity. Bring up gravity."
Yeah, but okay. So the point I'm making,
honestly, nothing triggers me more than the word "triggered."
so if gravity doesn't exist, but you can explain it as weight, why are you saying that gravity can exist?
Gravity is just a law. Gravity is just a law that says that things fall down and have weight. You can say whatever you want. You can say it's caused by whatever. You can say it's caused by magnetism if you want, but it's not going to be very accurate. You can make that claim. We don't care. All we care is that things seem to be attracted to other things. Things on the earth will fall and have weight.
All right. Listen.
Call that name whatever you want. I don't care. We're not talking about
weight
semantics of what the name is.
Yeah, I agree. But I've never seen two balls hanging together next to each other and attract each other. I've never seen that. That's
Go look in your shorts.
But my big balls. I've never seen two balls attract each other. I've never seen one weight attract more weight. I mean, I can understand.
I'm sure there's a lot of things I've seen. You have.
You have not.
I call you Zinger Zanuck. You got the zingers, man.
He's fucking obsessed with my balls, bro.
You said you want to find two balls that are hanging. I gave you I kind of made an assumption.
The tone has changed, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm giving you leeway here. Like, sure enough, weight is gravity. But why is gravity not equated to weight? Why do people call it weight, but not gravity?
It's caused by gravity. It's kind of a semantic argument, anyway. But we can say we can create artificial weight. I can spin you on a centrifuge and create artificial weight. I could accelerate you and create artificial weight, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Accelerate, bro.
You ever drop a magnet? You ever drop a magnet down a copper tube?
Yes.
Pretty incredible, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So this whole time, gravity actually exists, but it's known as weight.
No, gravity causes weight. Things that because the equation for weight is not gravity. Gravity doesn't equal weight. Gravity is mass times.
No, shut up.
Weight is gravity times mass. That's what weight is.
Okay.
Not just gravity doesn't equal weight. Gravity has a specific relationship with mass.
All right, Xander, go and listen to me. So there's a G in that equation, which you cannot prove. Yet somehow it exists. Sorry, what?
You can prove it. It's very easy to prove.
Gravity is easy to prove.
Yeah, it's just an acceleration. Go drop any object in a vacuum and it'll accelerate 9 per second.
That's an acceleration, bro. What are you talking about?
That's what it is. Gravity is an acceleration.
All right. Okay, the acceleration of a force of a thing or a body is gravity.
The source is a force. You don't have
but
forces cause acceleration.
Sonny, God, please. Is there any proof of what you're talking about?
Yes, drop something.
Drop something.
Drop something, yeah.
Right.
And then drop something else. And keep on dropping things of different sizes and shapes and mass. You'll see that this gravitational law makes a lot of sense.
Do you understand how fucking ridiculous that sounds?
I know how I sound to you. I understand quite well.
So PMAC, something sounding ridiculous should not be the way that we tell if something is true or not.
That's not what I said.
It sounded like you were saying that sounds ridiculous, therefore you don't believe it. That's what I thought you were saying.
If something doesn't appear real or true, then it probably isn't, right?
Not quite. Try and explain how radio waves work to Aristotle.
Okay. That's a good point. So everything up until the 20th century was invisible.
Explain that to people before the 20th century.
What do you mean? I can't see it. Explain something to me that is invisible that I can't see.
The Wi-Fi you're using right now on your phone.
Oh no, you're wrong, bro. You should just said, yeah. It's called invisible. It's in a fucking dictionary. It's invisible. You can't see it.
I thought you said it was invisible.
That's what I said. Drop something. That's your explanation for everything. Drop something. Watch it fall.
That's proof. If you want to prove that magic invisible spiders pull things down, just drop something.
Oh, okay. That's crazy, huh? Just drop something. Like I understand that that the pen in my hand weighs heavier than the earth, and I drop it and it moves down towards the earth, but somehow the earth is moving up, and therefore gravity. I mean, who came up with that shit? Is that a religion? I mean, it's the most asinine, dumbass thing I ever heard in my life. And I'm talking about gravity.
So what's it talking about today? Talking about incoherent dielectric acceleration, the ether.
Emotion. If you can't prove motion, you go fuck over. Nothing. Nada. Zero. Zilch.
Well, you can only prove relative motion, right, Zanuck? You can't really prove objective motion because you always need a frame of reference. Right.
Motion or rotation? Motion, yes, that's true. Motion is always relative to something.
Right. Unless, of course, it comes to gyros or pendulums, then you could prove motion, right?
Now that's why I started rotation. With gyros and pendulums, we can actually detect rotation. We talk about angular acceleration.
But rotation of what?
Just talking about change of direction. And if it's a constant change of direction, then you know you have a circular pattern or a circular path.
What caused the motion of the gyro?
Well, it's rigidity. It's rigidity in space. Occasion, if it's moved, it will show rotation on an axis. And there's
No, that's wrong.
the axis is. Pardon me?
That's wrong. You're wrong.
Well, having used them in an airplane many times, and taken them, how they work, used for. Now you can have the axis of detection of acceleration, with rotation, yaw, pitch, all that can be detected by a gyro.
Pitching yaw by a gyro. Are you fucking crazy?
I've not yet been diagnosed as being crazy.
Sorry, pitching yaw from a gyro. It only
Yes.
moves one vector.
That's not true. It doesn't move at all. It's rigid in space. It establishes a rigidity in space. Reference point.
So a pendulum is not moving at all and has no vector.
You're talking about pendulum, which is it?
That's what I said in the first instance.
You said gyros. No, you said pendulums.
Oh,
Which
sorry.
one?
Well, it was probably the same thing, right?
No, very different.
Okay, so a pendulum moves.
Define your movement. When is it? Swinging back and forth? Yes.
Yes.
Swinging back and forth is moving back and forth. It establishes a plane, and that plane will show a precession.
Right. So
precessions.
Okay. If I hang a pendulum from the moon,
what?
Hang on. Listen to me. If I hang a pendulum from the sky,
from the sky,
yeah, from the sky, like I
how do you hang it from the sky?
Yeah, exactly. What is the pendulum hanging on?
You're gonna have to tell me.
You can't figure it out. You honestly don't know what a pendulum is hanging from? It begins with R, bro. Ends with oof.
Christ, Matthew, I'll try and save you here.
What?
Why is this quiet?
There's no conversation to engage in.
I got banned from 24/7 Discord by Helio the other day.
I got banned the first time I talked to him.
Oh.
What'd you do that for?
Oh, he thought I was talking about Martin Ledke when I mentioned Brian Leakey. And of course, I was mentioning Bob Nodell casting me out for taking your fight to them. And just saw me.
So now we have to talk about all our people in order to make a point about something that's nothing, right?
And why'd you get banned, Matthew?
Oof, and it ends in oof.
Oof.
They decided that they would prefer to not have someone who just never changes his mind. So,
well, then they'd have to ban themselves, wouldn't they?
Well, I mean,
because none of them are going to change their mind.
That's true. That's true.
Wow.
It really depends on if you're coming for trouble or not, you know? Like Shane got rid of Bob the Science Guy because Bob was just too interruptive. He liked to interrupt a lot.
You're calling all the people out again. So you think that the only way you can discuss flat Earth is to sit and talk about all
You are a drunken, miserable human being, and I only came on because you were bringing a room of 15 people down to garbage. Well, that was that. Did you see Mark Sargent talk about you on a show, Matt?
No, I didn't. I met him like a couple weeks ago.
Right. So and I'm so pissed that I didn't think to talk to you guys together, you know? For some reason I didn't think about it. And he held up your card and talked about you as if you were like a big social influencer. And it was funny because I never think of you as that way. And although you do have a big following that way, you don't use it here, you know, as part of this.
Well, so it's not like I'm an influencer that all these people follow all the time. They like one or two of my funny videos and subscribe in case I make more. It's not like I'm have any sway over those people.
So, no, and that was 12 years ago, right?
I mean, I've done starting 12 years ago. For the next 10 years after that, I would post something on April Fool's Day most years. But what did he say?
What? Just he thought that you were super cool and mellow and was impressed by your YouTube following, which I had no idea about, you know.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I should go watch that show.
It was from 2 weeks ago.
Oh gosh, I have to search through to find. Okay, well.
So it wasn't this Tuesday, it was the Tuesday before. And it's just a brief mention.
Okay.
You cool. Impressed him. You impressed him.
Well, thanks for letting me know.
Because he's surrounded by a lot of dumbbells and then, you know, people that are aggressive and you're neither. So he's really patient. So he appreciates it when somebody comes along that can actually engage.
I got a little aggressive on Nathan Oakley's show when he said that I was a stupid idiot and should be fired from my job.
Yeah, he's got a more than abrasive style.
I actually clipped a couple things. I'm thinking about making a short little video about that. We'll see.
Did you spend hours and hours with him?
No, he reviewed one of my videos, and then later I went on the show for maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes.
Oh, I meant with Mark. I'm sorry. I don't
Oh,
care. I don't care about Oakley.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it was a meetup at Huntington Beach. Oh, you mean yeah, you know what it was. But I probably chatted with him for maybe like 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, we chatted some. Basically, he's a big fan of the simulation theory. Like I asked him, okay, so how is it that the sun rose exactly in the east from everywhere on Earth? March 20th. And he said, well, everybody has their own personal sun and their own, maybe it's rendered or instantiated for each person differently, which is kind of like video game talk. So it seems like he thinks that the whole universe is a simulation, almost like a video game.
It's hard to believe, but infinity is difficult to grasp. You know, Big Bang's difficult to grasp.
Yeah, sure.
But I do think they're keeping stuff from us, and human potential, more than geography, even. Could you imagine the audacity to call what they don't understand junk DNA? I mean, that's just like dark matter. It's like there's this other stuff, so we're just gonna not know about it. We're gonna quantify it. Say it again. I just think that's fantastic for us to assume something like that. Matthew, do you notice this sort of big jump this year in did you play with any of the AI, and do you recognize the big jump in technology that we're going to be experiencing?
Yeah, I recognize that it's real. I haven't played with it myself, although I just today signed up for Google Bard and I haven't tried it out yet.
It just seems like we're turning a corner with artificial intelligence because of its ability to use third-party program. So like it can use third-party pictures to create an image, then a third-party program to animate it, and yet another voice from another bank of information. And even when not being smart, it can know what it doesn't know and literally query in real quick time and find out. For instance, if my robot phone friend AI thing was supposed to protect me, and you said you're going to knock my block off, it'd be pretty hard for it to understand that that was a threat.
I probably would.
First it would have to assess the block, maybe look up a blockhead, knock it off, maybe look up the term knock it off, see what that meant. That may or may not help. Probably would not help at all.
Yeah, I would probably knock your block off if I met you in real life. Because you sound like a real dickhead, bro.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, no, give me the bat, I'll fucking hit it, bro. 100%, bro. Like you whatever, bro. I'd fucking knock your block out, and I'll tell you something that you don't know. I'd win.
Okay.
I put you in the corner, bro. Put you in the corner.
So Matthew.
Anyway, moving on. Yeah. So Matthew,
you might appreciate this. I was talking to my cousin once, and he spoke about his dad hurting his shoulder, and how his dad wouldn't be able to defend himself anymore.
Was he causing your wife?
And I said, what do you mean? Who cares? And he talked about how he often got in essentially bar fights. And it turns out my friend was there and they started talking about their records in bar fights.
You been in a bar fight? Dan, have you ever had a bar fight?
No,
Yeah,
sir.
I thought so.
So my friend had always offered to the winner gets a beer. So he fought so he could get a free drink. And he always bull rushed the guy and ended up wrestling, which is kind of chicken shit way of going about it. But the guy would give up and he'd get his beer because they're stuck on the ground, And my cousin was an angrier guy who would find someone that looked at his wife or something, and then go hassle him and pick someone out that he thought he could take and then get in a fight. And I realized looking at these two talking to me,
Sounds like Dan.
They were talking in front of me, the two of them. And I realized I'd never really been in an experience
In a bar fight.
that I thought hurting someone would help.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never been in a fight like that.
I don't want to hurt you, but I fucking really want to.
Do you know what I mean? If you and I were sitting, imagine what you and I would have to do to want to hurt one another.
Bro, I wouldn't even look at you. You're like a dickhead.
But can you imagine the series of elevations it would have to go through?
Yeah, I can't imagine it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So that must be why they had a duel, because a gentleman that just had to, two gentlemen that just had to settle something finally said, okay, tomorrow at noon,
Pistols.
We'll do this formally.
Pistols.
What do you call it?
Pistols. Pistols at dawn.
All right.
Yeah.
Pistols at 20 paces?
Yeah. You gotta know.
What happens if you both miss?
Well, then you're both free to go.
Yeah, it's not like a battle to reload and then a scramble about
Your honor is satisfied, and you both missed, and everybody's alive, and everything's great.
That sounds like a chicken shit way to go. The crowd gets fucked on that one.
Yeah, but like you're still alive, so who's the winner in this situation? Who wins if you miss with a pistol?
The one with the second pistol on him.
Yeah, and he missed too. So who wins? The answer is you must know this answer, Dan. Come on now. Everybody?
No.
No?
Everyone's not with you. Explain.
What? Two people fighting over a girl and have pistols drawn, and they both miss, and everybody walks away, and you can't figure out who's the winner. Are you stupid, bro?
Yeah, so that 24/7 is like introductory level, I guess. I don't know anyone that spends time there. Just Kenny, flat earth dude.
Yeah, Sunny's there.
I don't find Sunny to be all that normal.
Oh, you said normal people. Okay, got it.
You find him to be normal?
Sonny?
Everybody's got their quirks, so I see what you mean.
I don't get any comfort out of it. Let's put it that way.
Like, okay, so you've come on like you've missed 24/7. You're here on Earth Awakenings, and everything you've said from the start is talking about other people.
You're so uptight. Why don't
No,
you
no.
quiz us on
No,
something you
wait,
fucking
wait,
care
wait, bro, wait. You've done since you come on here is talk about other people. Why are you so uptight, bro?
We're locals. We live in the same city. We live in the same city. So you're on the other side of the world. And that's why you don't understand.
Perfect logic. Makes perfect sense. You're on the other side of the world, you don't understand what I'm saying. You're such a dickhead.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can hum all you like. You're a dickhead. All you've done since you come in here is talk about other people. So do me a favor and fuck off. Fucking twat.
Maybe you could chill out on the name calling, bro. I mean,
sorry.
once, twice, thrice.
My bad.
Yeah.
This guy makes me want to check chat. It's like makes me want to run. I made some cute memes earlier.
You came on here and called me names. Right? You called me a fucking something about a fucking dickhead or something, and now you're telling me that I can't call you a dickhead? Are you crazy?
Well, I have.
Listen, bro. You did
I
it.
have no
Okay?
idea.
Right now, do me a favor. Fuck off.
I'm fucking off. I am all the way fucked.
You came on here. I was talking.
Hey, why don't you repeat yourself? I don't think anyone gets it.
Yeah, but you have a point.
No one else cares either.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
People.
Dickhead.
Okay, what does crit mean? Someone said that is crit.
Critical.
Hmm.
You don't get that?
No, I never heard it abbreviated.
You've never heard it.
It's not critical. It's crit.
Just wondering if you guys are drinking. That's why I have to call people names.
No, that's literally someone's username on Discord. Crit, a flat earther. And the picture the AI thing you posted, Dan, looks pretty much like him.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Thanks, bro.
Fine explanation.
Godric, hot mic.
Excellent.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny, kind of war. Where'd you get out of that?
So Matthew, what were you talking over at 24/7 that got you banned? If you don't mind.
So they were talking about how I DM people in, new users who are on the fence. They accuse me of DMing them on the side, and I did that once or twice back in 2020 when I was brand new on the server.
2 years ago.
Yeah, but I haven't done that since then. But basically, the basic thing is that they want the focus of the server used to be more like debate. Hey, let's get Globers and Flat Earthers to talk to each other. But over the years, it's shifted more to be, hey, let's just find new people who are on the fence and try to convince them. And so it was unhelpful to have someone like me around, because I would just say, okay, well, this is why it's not true. So,
sorry, repeat that.
So they could flip.
So why is it not true, Matthew?
Do you know who was it that banned you?
It was Helio.
Helio banned you?
Helio banned me. Yep.
Wow.
So why is it not true, Matthew?
I think he was, honestly. It was late at night, and it's like,
Matthew, why is it not true?
That's a different topic. We can come back to that. Let me finish telling why. So basically, I think that the focus of the server has shifted more from debate to recruitment.
So are we finished now?
I don't know. Did that answer your question, Godric?
Why is it not true? Well.
Okay, to answer your question.
Yes.
I have a whole list of reasons I think that point towards the flat Earth idea not being true, and I'd be happy to talk about any of them.
He's a globe troll. Be careful.
Which one would you like to talk about, Matthew?
How about the fact that the moon seems to be a real object, but it doesn't seem the full moon. The full moon is tonight, so this is a good time to talk about the full moon. The full moon doesn't change apparent size in the sky all night long, indicating that the full moon isn't going over a flat plane.
The moon appears to be an object until you can see stars do it.
I don't think there has ever been a star seen through the moon. I think all those stories are cherry picked, like once or twice it's happened, or bad pixels or meteors hitting the moon. But if you just go look at the moon, you can tell that there's not stars through it. Also, it doesn't.
Did you say a meteor hitting the moon, Matthew? You got video of that?
Just go look at the moon.
It's very rare.
Do you have video of a meteor hitting the moon, Matthew?
No.
You just said meteor hitting the moon as opposed to, and when I said the star, you can see the star through the moon. You said those are events of meteors hitting the moon.
Yeah. So I'm saying that you never see a star through the moon, is what I'm saying.
But do the stars hit the moon sometimes?
The stars do not. No.
No.
Nope.
You're correct. Stars don't. But why is the moon so full of craters?
Because meteors hit them, asteroids hit them.
Okay, and why is the Earth nothing? No craters.
I haven't seen one asteroid hit the moon and make a crater ever.
Well, we've been watching the moon for a long time now. Okay, and they burn up in the atmosphere and all that shit. That's way. But we haven't actually seen all these asteroids causing dents in the moon. Think about that. Craters everywhere.
Oh, Carnivore posted some videos of the meteors hitting the moon.
Where are the actual meteors? We didn't see any meteors in the footage of the fake moon landing. So where are the actual meteors?
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, just
Shouldn't
because
there be like huge holes of the craters and then a huge meteor like either in the hole or right next to the hole?
No, the meteors are very small.
I want to say that but Matthew, you're indicating that there's a meteor there. That's what you're saying, whether it's small or large.
Right.
There's no meteor on Earth or in the moon, and I don't think meteor has ever hit either the Earth or the moon ever. So that's what I think.
So perfectly
Me too,
circular holes just appear on their own?
On the moon.
Well, yeah, there is an idea that the things that they call these meteor impacts are actually like a sinkhole where like electrostatic fields potentially under the Earth can kind of pull the region of the Earth to kind of cause like an indentation, like a sinkhole.
Or a caldera.
Like the one I just posted?
Yeah.
No, don't get tricky.
No, that's a meteor impact in Arizona. I've been there.
Yeah, but you tried to make it seem like a sinkhole.
No, the cool thing about that meteor impact is it's just amazing how close the meteor came to almost hitting the visitor center right there.
So where's the meteor?
Thanks, appreciate that.
Where's the actual meteor though?
It almost came so close.
Like it looks like a sink. Like it looks like it's sucked in from the bottom. So where's the huge rock that made that?
So in the early 1900s, somebody had that same exact question and wasted a fortune of money, like trying to find it. Modern scientists, more modern thinking is that the meteor was so hot that it exploded and vaporized or.
Matthew, you said they're very small, Matthew. Very small. So where are these, Matthew?
Very small. I'm sorry, but a meteor, if it hits the Earth, it's not going to make that impression. It's going to go clean through the Earth, bro. That's a dent.
It is a smallish dent.
We dent, eh?
You would think it would make more of a skidding, a skidding kind of. It wouldn't really just be pop, like just one little hole like that. Like you would think it would kind of be more like an explosion impact that would kind of like be like stretched out and like a more of a have at least somewhat of like a rut that it would make, and then it would roll a little bit. It would create more, and then you'd have a huge rock there.
Yeah, you would think that. However, I think that people have done tests, like if you shoot a bullet into sand or something like this, like what we know of things that do cause impact craters, it looks similar to that. So then we infer, oh, that's what must have happened here.
This is Matthew. Matthew, where is the meteor? Oh, it's smaller than Matthew. Where's the meteor? It evaporated.
Yeah, did
it doesn't exist.
Massive rock that would cause that amount of impact, which is absolutely unfathomably large.
The hole is caused by the explosion, not the rock.
Well, why would it explode though if it's just a rock coming from space?
Because it's hot.
It's disintegrating, due to the impact.
Is it a bomb?
No.
Is it a bomb?
I just know that explosions, have that blast. Like the blast crater isn't from the shell; it's from the blast. It's not the size of the projectile in artillery. So I'm assuming the impacts are the same.
Yeah, we're processing.
Matt, you don't think it's a bit odd though that if there are these like meteors and all these things like that, it's kind of one of these things that like we've never seen, we've never experienced. I agree there are these like hole things, whatever that is, the sinkholes or whatever that is. Those seem to exist on Earth, but of all the eons of time we've been on Earth, that like wouldn't we see these? There'd be videos of them. They'd be happening once at least a week or something around the world, and there'd be ones that just landed and they're steaming hot and they're oh my gosh, and they're out of someone's backyard. Like, wouldn't there be some? It's sort of like the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's like there's no actual.
Like twice a month.
Yeah, like there's no actual tangible like that. This definitely happens. There's like stories and theories. There are these like sinkhole things, but like what's your thought on that? Why hasn't it ever been like witnessed? Or
Yeah.
I know there's that one story that they try to put on TV. Oh, this rock came through this woman's, ceiling, and she's got a bruise on her leg. But I don't know.
And it hit her on the leg. Yeah, bruised her leg. It burned through her ceiling, through her roof, and then hit her on the leg. She got a bruise. Yeah, she's fine, by the way.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think it's just rare, and so I'm not surprised that we haven't seen it.
Matthew, rare does not mean you haven't. There's a difference between rare and haven't seen it. Haven't seen it is like extinct. Rare is like it happens, just not that often.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It happens, but just not that often.
That's what he's saying.
Or never.
Ever.
Or never. That's right. That's right.
Ever.
Now there's one exception. There's this lava rock.
Oh, sure.
Come up through volcanoes like Yosemite, and then it would appear like several states over. So that's a volcano eruption, not a meteor. Different.
Lava, therefore, globe. I mean, it's crazy logic, isn't it?
I've seen this kind of rock that they say is meteor rock, quote unquote, but it's really just regular rock with iron. It's not. I mean, I would think that if there was meteors coming from quote unquote space, that they would have elements that weren't on Earth, brought to Earth. But no, it's common nickel and iron, just common elements.
That's a very good point.
One time, you're saying that if our planet is one planet among a million planets, a billion planets, they all have the exact same elements.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Where is the Earth? Not Proxima, like the moon. Like where are we for the great Earth?
Yeah. So in general, your questions are, hey, why doesn't it work this way?
Why is the moon? Why does the moon not look like the Earth?
So yeah, PMAC, in general, all of your questions are like, hey, I think it should work this way. How come it doesn't? And my general answer is, I don't know. I don't know much about meteors, but to answer PMAC's specific question, there are more craters on the moon because it has no atmosphere to slow down and burn up meteors.
So the real reason is because there's no erosion happening, and when it hit the Earth over,
atmosphere.
Nice, Jeremy. Nice.
Thanks, Jeremy.
I could see it being both.
He dove for that one before it went out. That was good. Like in doubles tennis, fucking dove for that. Saved it.
Bro. Are you a baller? Dan, are you a baller?
Where the fuck you're from, I'm glad I'm not there.
No, I'm asking Dan.
I'm not feeding you anything.
He's a shot caller.
Late. You're being, you think you're being funny, so we're sticking with you. We're with you.
I'm just asking you a question, bro.
You're fucking. It doesn't matter what I say to you.
There one time a meteor hit a field near Stephen King's house, and he touched it. He took a piece to the college, or he thought about taking a piece of it to the college nearby and getting rich, but he didn't do it. But anyway, he took it back home, and he found out that after he touched it, he grew all this green, grass type stuff all over him.
Bro, this is the plot of a sci-fi movie.
All over his house.
Does the guy look like Stephen King?
Shit.
Did he look like Stephen King?
No, but this is what I heard. And there was a documentary about it made in the 80s. It's called Creep Show.
Yeah, I heard that too. There was this plant that took over his body, and he made him into a plant and took over his whole house, his whole yard.
Yeah.
It was all green. It was glowing green.
Yeah, he ended up blowing his head off.
Wasn't there another documentary about this meteor that landed, but it actually had a little boy from another planet in it? He grew up to be a man. I think the man was really super too. I don't remember the name of the documentary.
Yeah, man, I'm out here. What's up?
Yeah, Superman. Yeah, I think that's it.
What were you guys talking about though? I was on a phone call for the past fucking 8 hours.
You're a phone call for 8
Nothing
hours?
really. There's no topic. We're just sort of.
Yeah, if there were these meteors hitting Earth, I would expect them to have, exotic elements not found on Earth. Maybe some kryptonite, maybe some like life forms on there. Because the galaxy is just, the universe is just teeming with life.
Teeming.
Teeming, bro.
I like the way you say teeming. It's like teeming. T-E.
If you count all the planets, we're talking about how many Goldilocks planets even better than Earth. We better find these planets to save ourselves.
Ridiculous, bro.
And all those meteors flying back and forth from these planets, transferring water and vital minerals, and life forms, and all kinds of cool stuff.
I've actually heard Glober say that there couldn't be any more elements than we've already found. Like, we've found the most elements. There's no more fucking elements that could occur because of something.
Yeah. Do you know why they say that?
It was some nerd thing. I'm sure you know. What is it, Matt?
It's because the elements are defined by how many protons are in the atom, and so there's either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, all the way up to 100 and something. And so it's not like you're going to find. It's like saying there's no new numbers. No mathematicians are never going to discover a new number that's less than 100. For example.
So elements are mathematical numbers. Okay, Matthew.
An element is defined by how many protons it has. So if you just pick 38, that's strontium. If you pick 1, that's hydrogen. If you pick 2, it's helium.
What is gold?
I want to say 50 or 60. That's what the periodic chart of elements is.
What is uranium?
Let me pull up a chart and show you.
So why can't we have 400 protons, 500 protons on those big planets, Matthew, with the gas and the heat? 600 protons. 700
They say it becomes unstable or some shit. I forgot the reasons.
It becomes unstable, but the heavy gravity presses upon it and makes it stable, kind of like a diamond.
I'm just going to say the word isotope so it sounds like I'm in the conversation.
Gold is 79.
79. So there's 79 protons in the gold?
Right. And diamond is made of carbon, which is 8.
How about platinum? How many protons in platinum?
How many protons are in palladium?
8.
He's looking it up.
Do palladium.
Like 36.
Palladium is 46.
How about adamantium?
I don't know. I can't find it easily. I don't know.
You can't find adamantium? I think I got that from an X-Men movie.
I think it's adamantite. Adamantium is only found in Wolverine's claws.
It's around all of his musculoskeletal structure too. It's throughout his body.
Oh, you're right. You're not bad. Damn, I got.
It's all good. He's my favorite character, Marvel character. So you're gonna get schooled. It's fine.
Wolverine.
But he's nothing compared to Magneto.
Yeah, he's an idiot, bro.
Yeah, but Magneto's got too many emotional problems.
That's true.
More than PMAC?
I didn't say anything.
That's pushing it.
Buckle.
I'm kidding, PMAC. I love you, buddy.
I'm not joking.
You know what, joke? I love everybody, but that's a true story. Trust me.
I thought Wolverine was the one who had all the emotional baggage. Daymares.
He has a lot of baggage. Well, a lot of them do, but let me see. What's his name's Magneto knows that if his powers are too great to leave in the wrong hands, and he I think he realizes he has so many problems that his hands are the wrong hands for his powers. Wolverine never does. He's just an asshole, but therefore a badass. He never fixes his problems, but his problems aren't the thing that kills him. In the movies, he dies in a stupid way. He gives up. But I guess it's because what happened to him is killing him, right? So it made him badass for like some years, and then all of a sudden, he can't handle it, and body deteriorates.
Okay, I can top that.
Yeah, it was the Disney radiation.
You understand superheroes like nobody
Go ahead,
else.
Godric. Go ahead, bud.
Silver Surfer, bro.
We gotta
I
get
like
off
him.
of this.
Now we're
We
talking
gotta
about
get off of this.
Badass. Sorry, Jeremy.
This is
Sorry.
my
What are we
fault.
gonna do, right? What are we gonna do? No globe evidence.
my-
What are we gonna talk about?
This is my fault. I don't know. Xanax said some wild, crazy shit earlier. I pulled him in the live stream too when I was talking to him. He I don't know. He's telling me that the planes are speeding up when they're going north. Or sorry, when they're going south, they got to speed up, and then when they go north, they got to slow down the whole way. Which is, I feel like we would know if that was happening.
Okay.
There'd be gas. You'd use more gas going one way and less gas going the other way. Something. And he's always on about the utmost effect, about how the plane uses less fuel going east and west. Like, he just made that shit up earlier. You guys be making up wild shit.
Mm-hmm. I like this. I like where you're going.
What were you guys talking about today, though? Anything good? What did I miss?
Superheroes, bro. Silver Surfer.
We were on the Silver Surfer.
Silver fucking Surfer. So anyway,
Yeah, where'd everyone go? We had like 40 people in here earlier.
So Galactus comes on Silver planet, right? And Silver Surfer says, "Okay, I'm gonna go face face this big boss." So he goes to face him. And he's like, "Don't kill my planet." And then Galactus is like, "Well, be my herald. Search for new worlds, and I won't kill your world." Zaps him with the power cosmic. Turns silver, gets aboard. But they can't ever go back to his planet.
yep, that's pretty much it.
Silver Surfer knows it's flat. I mean, his board just goes, it's level. His board is so level.
Silver Surfer for NES, greatest game of all time.
Nintendo, what? NES?
Yep, the first one. The first Nintendo.
The very first one? Fuck, bro.
Was Silver Surfer stronger? Is that why?
That's way back machine.
Yeah, great. Hard as fuck, but that's what makes it fun.
That's so bad, yeah. True. Okay, you say that, right? But I take a game and I play it as at the weakest level, like the lowest level, right? without cheats. And then I fail miserably. I can't play a game on cheats at the lowest level, right? I'm shit at it. I think, fuck, I have to couple of cheats. Tempted. I'm tempted, bro. You know what I'm saying? Tempted. Hello? Hello? Welcome. So history. We're going, this shit don't matter.
Yo, did I hear someone say earlier we didn't have the technology to fake the moon landing? Like the video from the moon?
That's what the Glober says. There's no way we have the technology to fake that. That's too hard to fake.
Come on, man.
This is a
Bro,
Glober. This is a Glober argument. Yeah, it's too hard to fake.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, they had the technology to go, but they didn't have the technology to fake it. You see
Right.
that?
Well, you need a lot
Have
of
you just
things.
seen have you just seen the small YouTube series about special effects guys going over the moon landing video and explaining how extremely difficult it would be to fake those shots?
Yeah, I've seen professionals go over it, ripping it to shred, showing how obviously fake it is and all the components. Various experts. I'm not saying you haven't found one that are experts claiming the opposite, but I've also seen one of experts ripping it apart and showing how fake it is and how inconsistent and all the problems.
Were they really experts or, witsit experts?
Well, no, I got you because there's another video about them dissecting the alien, and when they cut the alien with the scalpel, the blood comes out, and the doctors are saying, you know what, we can. The special effects guys are saying, you know what, we can't fake that. That's got to be real. So yeah, I got you, bro.
Yeah, so they didn't have studio lighting, some gray dust, a couple cameras, a couple astronaut suits with some wires and bouncy spring wires. That they didn't have that technology to fake it.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to find the video and you can judge for yourself.
Dude, you can tell on the Apollo 11, they're in a hot spot. First of all, that shouldn't be happening. It should have been lit up evenly. You can see how it fades out. There's times where you can see the light reflecting off the wires. Like it's blatantly, obviously fake. You don't even need to be an expert to go over this. Who goes to the moon and hops around like bunny rabbits? You're endangering the mission every bunny hop you take. You risk cracking your face shield, tearing your suit on a rock because you're falling all over, rolling around on the ground like a nutcase. You got to be kidding me, dude.
How dare
Who's
you?
buying it?
How dare you, man? Those are heroes, those guys.
They were rolling around like clowns on the fucking on the moon in their suit. Like you wouldn't do that. You just wouldn't do it.
That's true.
You're risking the whole mission because you're jumping around, hopping, falling on the ground like a nutcase. What the fuck?
You also risk your life. Yeah, technically, if the suit ripped, you're going to die at any second. You don't have a hospital. You don't have anything around to help you.
Bang, you're dead.
And when they were driving around the lunar rover, I mean, with that vehicle, man, that they risked their lives, bro. I mean, if they flew off that thing, they could have cracked their suit, cracked their helmet, they'd be dead.
Hey, that's a good point.
It's just so obviously fake. Like, I can't even believe. I don't know how people are buying that shit, though.
I mean, if so much as their thumb were exposed to the space vacuum, their whole head would freeze instantly, and their suit would become depressurized, and they would die. So you have to give due respect for the skills and the effort and the sacrifice that these took to further our science.
You just wouldn't be hopping around crazy, dude. You'd be taking careful steps so you made sure you didn't trip and crack your face shield or rip your suit.
Well, did they play golf?
Yeah, they swung around a thing and claimed that they, yeah. Think about it. Like,
At that point, it's not serious. They're just like in the face, like, dude, this is not serious.
Okay, I would say, like, just on the footage alone, let's say that the moon landing was not actually pushed as a whole, like, thing that they were claiming was legit. Meaning, let's just say in a theoretical just a thought experiment that they never actually sold it to the public, but it was all the footage. And I would say, if you just, again, it's just an idea. If you sat people down and showed them all the footage, every bit of it, and asked them just, does this look real or not? I suspect that a large percentage of people would be like, well, it could be, maybe, but very unlikely. I mean, depending on how much of the footage they look through. I'm just talking about like a cursory look at it, not like a detailed, every little shadow and all that stuff. I'm just saying, if you just kind of let them watch like 30 minutes of it, I bet it would be like 50-50 at best, or maybe even more on the side of fakery, just from a very cursory look. But the fact that people buy it, I think it's like it goes along with the whole heliocentric narrative, because that was the first time they quote unquote snapped the picture of the globe. So if somebody starts really being like, wow, that could be fake, you can still believe in a globe and think the moon landing was fake, however. But it just seems like it goes together to the point to where something that is like B-level, C-level Hollywood fakery, like at best, somehow passes as legit, because it kind of has to go with the rest of their worldview.
But then we have Elon Musk saying, it's real because it looks so fake.
That's not even related to the moon. But anyway, I posted the video. It's like 8 minutes long. There's a bit of comedy involved, so don't write it off as
Bro, are you kidding me?
not worthy.
That's
just because of that.
That's too long, bro. TLDR. 8 fucking minutes? Are you serious?
Yeah, these guys are wearing tinfoil hats and stuff. This does look like a kind of a joking thing. Did these guys claim to be experts or something? Or it says VXF artists.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one I saw, these guys had like they were like professional photographers and videographers and whatnot. They were not just kind of kids.
Right, but just listen to their arguments. And again, I know it's not 100% serious. They have a bit of comedy involved for the YouTube channel. Just ignore that. Just listen to the arguments.
Comedy? What are you talking about, bro? Anyway.
In terms of having the technology to fake it, though, I mean, Stanley Kubrick was filming 2001: A Space Odyssey, and he was at the kind of cutting edge of making these otherworldly environments look real. So, I mean, the idea of not having the
right, but there's many mistakes in that movie too, with the lighting and all that stuff.
Open the door, Hal.
There's many mistakes in the moon landing with the lighting and stuff.
No, there isn't.
Apollo 11, they're in a hot spot.
And
hold on, Godric. The whole Apollo 11 video, they're in a hot spot. They're supposed to be in the daylight side of the moon. It should be evenly lit throughout the whole. You clearly have not seen the moon landing videos.
Yeah, I have.
Did you recognize that they were in a hot spot?
Not really. It's just a lens camera thing.
Lens camera thing, yeah.
Yeah.
What lens
like when
camera
you
thing?
try to make a video with your phone and stuff seems to be lit up more because it's more in focus and all that crap. Yeah.
Yeah, so go outside. So get a camera, go outside in the daytime, and try to make there look like there's a hot spot around you if you're in an open field or something.
Yeah, that's really easy. I can do that with my phone. Well, I shouldn't say right now because the sun hasn't even come up yet, but I can do that with my phone really easily.
All right, cool. Do it tomorrow.
I just want to say they sure took care of Stanley Kubrick. His wife claimed that she didn't believe he died of a heart attack.
Zip, zip. Zip, zip.
You can see the reflection off the wires they were hanging on at some points throughout the videos. It's a mess.
By the way, Jeremy, you do know that the surface of the moon is not like a flat surface, equal surface.
Yeah, but they were in the day.
Oh, so you would understand then that different parts would be lit up differently, maybe.
I'm sorry, what?
Bro, they were under a spotlight, dude. There was a hot spot around them,
Well,
and then it
that's
faded
not
out in all
answering my
the
question. Come on.
And then it faded out in all the directions.
So you do understand then that different parts are lit up differently.
You can't recreate this.
For a globe.
You can't recreate this, dude.
So do you understand?
Shut up, bro.
Dude, just go recreate it. Just prove me wrong. Go make a video tomorrow and go in a field or wherever you are and recreate it. Go ahead.
Why should I?
Well, I mean, I don't care if you do or not. I know you can't do it. It's funny, I know. They faked the moon landing and you're left and you think this is a joke.
Yeah, no, the thing that's so funny is you demanding that I do this thing that you already know I can't do, so you have an impossible standard of evidence.
You could do it easy. You're like, I'll do this.
No, but don't you understand, Jeremy? You're having a problem. You have an impossible standard of evidence.
Dude, you're so boring.
You're the one who said you could do it. I didn't say, hey, I want you to go do this thing. You're like,
Right, but you already said I can't do it.
I don't think you can. You think you can. Hold on, T-Mac. I don't think you can. You think you can. Prove me wrong. Go do it.
All right. Well, that's different. You said I know. You said I know you can't, but
I know
fine.
you can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look. But yeah, that's different. That means you know I can't.
You know you can.
And then you're demanding it anyway. That's a failure.
You know you can. I know, right? You know you can, right? Do you know you can do it?
You're missing the point.
Yeah, no. If you can do it, go ahead. If not,
He's
then
no,
don't.
listen, Jeremy. He's no Stanley Kubrick.
They're in a hot spot. All of Apollo 11, they're in a hot spot. The whole video.
Wait, hang on. It could have been a solar flare, Jeremy. You know, they have those things. It's not that rare.
No, they were in the daylight side of the moon. The whole shit should have been lit up evenly, the whole ground around them. Yeah, there would have been some shadows here or there because of different terrain, but you could literally see they were in a spotlight. Right under the thing, it was very bright, and then it faded out in all directions equally.
So when the ground is not flat, there's all these different elevations, and everything will be lit up the same, right, Jeremy?
I don't know, dude. Go if you think you can do this. Go ahead. Like I said.
Oh, you don't know, but you're making all these claims about it.
You can't do it, but go ahead if you can. If you think you can, go ahead.
No. You're talking about this hot spot and everything, but you don't know.
Yeah, go outside in an open field and see if you can make there be a hot spot around you when you're in broad daylight. I don't know. Go to where the terrain's not even. Whatever you need to do, I don't care.
You mean a terrain without elevation, or you mean something similar to the moon?
I don't know. Whatever they were doing,
You can go on
wherever
top
they
of
were,
a
I don't
mountain.
know.
You can go on top of a hill and get the moon effect on a hill because it's curved, right?
Yeah, there's not really any hills where I live.
No, it's all flat, right? Gooch.
I mean, it was pretty flat at the landing.
I mean the Netherlands. It's the flattest country on earth.
The landing site looked pretty flat. Hold on, guys. Hello.
Are you serious?
The landing site looked pretty flat. So, I mean, there wasn't like they weren't in like rolling hills or mountainous terrain or anything where they landed the Apollo.
Look, for real, the nearest hills to me is like 150 kilometers.
Dude, they weren't in
it's
no
not gonna
hills.
happen, Jeremy.
They weren't in no hills. We're talking about the landing site of the Apollo 11 mission. It was pretty flat, dude.
How flat?
It looked pretty flat. It didn't look like they were in any rolling hills or mountainous regions.
Oh, it
or
looks
anything.
flat, so you don't know.
It looked pretty flat. Yeah, it didn't look very hilly. Have you seen the video?
Yes.
Okay, then did it look flat to you?
Not really.
It looked relatively flat. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
there
not saying
was some
it's a
hills.
flat moon or anything, but
There were some hills in the moon footage. I mean, Devon Island, Canada.
I'm talking about the Apollo 11 moon landing site. Christ. They're in a spotlight the whole time. It fades out evenly, darkness all around them. They're clearly under a spotlight.
There's a hill in the moon between the pyramid and the face on the moon. There's a hill between those two things.
Yeah, they
Get
got
hot
caught.
spots all the time, bro.
What's up? Dude, you're never going to be able to stand in broad daylight and there's a hot spot around you. If there's no trees or whatever, it faded out evenly. Go watch the Apollo 11 moon landing video.
Which one?
But what if there's some like
I mean,
supernatural?
which part of the landing you want me to see?
What if there's some kind of supernatural event, like when Phoenix got her flame power? I mean, that could cause a hot spot. You don't want to rule it out.
A phoenix?
Phoenix, yeah, Phoenix. She's a girl who got hit like by the cosmic rays. She got some kind of power of fire. Am I right?
It's like a fairy tale, though.
Yeah, like the globe and the moon landing. They got to tell you while you're young to get you indoctrinated, and by the time you're old, you don't really question it. Like, oh yeah, it must be out there, it must be spinning. But everybody can't feel it. Everybody can't see it.
Yeah, that's actually not how anything works.
Well, why is it not easy to find the whole unedited moon landing Apollo up? Do I got to go to the NASA site? What's good? It's not on YouTube.
Look, I want to address what Goddard said. I actually learned more about Earth since I joined this
Everyone
flat Earth
has,
stuff
dude.
than ever
Everyone has.
before, because you guys keep making claims and
Why
most
would that
evidence
be?
that debunks
Why
you.
would you learn more about science during a flat Earth debate?
Because you guys keep making all these claims about it, which don't add up.
You know why? Because they don't teach us that in school. Science
Right,
doesn't even,
they don't
science
teach you
doesn't
incorrect stuff in school. That's right.
You haven't made any claim, not one. What is your claim? Apart from being a fucking wizard fucking follower or obsessive. What's your claim, bro?
What do you mean?
What's your claim? I
About
mean,
what?
What's your point?
His claim is that they cannot affect the moon landings.
Points, moon landings, Earth, globe, not Earth, anything. What's your point, bro?
Well, there's absolutely no evidence that supports any of the flat Earth claims.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. Yes,
100% serious.
I've been in this stuff. I've been doing this stuff for 3 years, and yes,
3 years.
I guarantee you there is zero evidence that backs any of the claims of flat Earth.
Right, zero evidence.
Yes, zero.
Zero.
I'll type it out for you.
No, hang
And,
on. I got it.
what are you here seeking then, Ed? Like, what are you looking for then? If because you're asking for evidence, you say you haven't found any. So what are you doing then?
Well, I'm still waiting for any. I mean, it's not like I'm saying.
So you've joined a community that you think has zero evidence, and you haven't found any, but you're just still looking for it.
No, I'm still waiting for any because, you guys keep claiming there is. So I'm open to seeing any.
So you're not sure about the globe, and you're looking for evidence of something better, right?
And it's not
No.
zero. If you go to the beach and look at the ocean, it looks flat. There's something that's evidence.
Well, more than that, there are thousands upon thousands of long distance observations that absolutely invalidate the curvature of Earth. There are also many numerous laser tests that also invalidate the curvature of Earth, just to start with. If you don't call those
Right, but none of those add up.
Yeah, but there's
All
laser
of them
tests.
seem
There's
to add up.
laser tests that show the deviation too, though.
Where? Show me one that shows that. Show me one laser test that shows curvature, because everyone I've seen,
All of them.
I've seen all of them that show absolutely lack of any curvature.
Really?
Correct.
Which measurements did they provide of the atmosphere, of the temperature, of the moisture level, all that stuff? None. Zero. And they barely hit their targets each and every time. And you can see the laser reflecting in the water almost every time too. So you don't even know what's hitting it.
Well, except some of us were there, and we're going to dispute what you just said. And just because you can cherry pick a couple of instances doesn't mean that we don't have readings for any of the things that we've done. And light parallels the surface in different conditions with different light sources, day and night.
That hasn't been verified.
By you.
No, by you. By the guys doing the laser tests.
What do you call verification? I mean, because GeoGate.
I'm sorry, your mic is really low.
What do you call
Is
verification?
it my problem, or is this mic low for anyone else?
What do you call verification?
Dan, your mic was a little low, yeah.
Cool, thanks. New mic. Nobody told me.
Yeah, it's like probably 40% of what it could be or should be.
I hear him okay.
It used to be.
All right. Well, of course,
Here
I'm
we-
going to
here we
bring
go.
up, images from observations. This guy won't be impressed. Is there any way to impress upon you that it has been done without having to make you watch stuff?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I can bring up numbers that you said don't exist, and we can bring up observations that you say don't exist.
Yeah.
And yet
Okay.
we know that your expression is from the heart, at least, right? I mean, you really
No, it's
think
from
because-
experience. It has nothing to do with my emotion.
Okay, well, that's wrong.
No, it isn't.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
perhaps. I mean, so Dan has done many of these laser tests in the field. So since you're looking for
Right.
evidence and that topic was brought up, I assume you'll have a very calm, nice, respectful, open mind to hear his data and his evidence. Correct?
Well, by open mind, do you mean I can't criticize it? Because that's not going to happen, of course.
Well, you
If
can
I
do
see
anything
something
you want,
wrong with
brother.
it, I'm going to criticize it. So, what do you mean?
Anything you want, as long as it's not.
Well, hold on, PMac. I was asking Gio. What do you
Well,
mean by open mind? Does it mean I can't criticize it?
Well, you said it didn't exist. So
Hold
do you
on,
mean-
guys, please. I'm asking Gio.
I just made a general statement. I don't know if there's any further. I'm just saying, if you're asking for the evidence and all of that, I said Dan has done many of these in the field. So I was just saying, I assume if you're authentic in your quest to find this evidence and things, I assume that you'll be kind and respectful and very open-minded to show what he has. And that you
Right,
won't-
and I asked you 3 times, by open-minded, do you mean that I can't criticize it?
That has no, I didn't say that.
All right, thank you. That's all I needed.
But what do you mean by criticize? I mean, if you mean like just throw insults, shoot down.
No, not throw insults. That's
or
not criticizing.
like you're interrupting me. If you're going to do these things, and that's not very authentic and not.
Well, you gave some examples, so I answered to them. So no, insults is not criticism.
I'm just saying you sound thirsty for evidence. So if you're really thirsty for it, Dan, since laser tests were brought up, perhaps it sounds like you'd be willing to look through it, right?
Sure, I've seen many of them, probably these ones too. So let's see them.
Is there something you need in particular to understand?
Ed, what's your screen name, Ed?
Literally, objectively, factually.
Oh, no doubt. Just checking. Thanks.
So let's see. The bottom line here is this experiment here. You're asking for what kind of readings you're asking for? Stupid things like barometric pressure or humidity. I mean, what do you really think is
Yeah,
going
all
to
the
affect
stuff
that?
that's causing refraction.
Yeah, all the stuff you guys never ask for when you
It's
just throw in
just normal
standard
stuff, Dan. Normal
standard
stuff.
refraction, right?
Normal stuff, Dan. You understand normal stuff?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the name of the column.
The equivalent to normal stuff?
Right. Well, I mean, it's all here. So, I mean, you have a specific question?
No, yeah, I'm sorry. You started this, so finish it.
I finished it with video.
No,
I'm sorry. What are your questions?
fuck off, boy.
Well, you just said it yourself. All these measurements, temperature,
Mm-hmm.
air pressure, moisture level, all that stuff.
Right.
And not just from the point where you're standing to the target, but also
It's
in
a
between.
ball. It's a ball.
PMAC, can you please not interrupt so much?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were addressing me.
No, I'm talking to Dan. He asked me a question.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, so I'm just trying to find my column headings because I don't have it in the same picture, So if you have a specific question, you really got to let me know so I can.
Yeah, I just did.
No,
like twice.
Oh man, you're bothering the fuck out of me. All right, so have you bothered to look at anything on the screen in chat?
Yeah, I looked at the 3-second video and the screenshot. I think it is.
All right, so we're talking about 27 miles, right?
Well, I asked you for the measurements like temperature, moisture level, and all
Right,
that stuff.
I'm trying to match it up on my screen with the name of the column. Do you understand? It's too big for me to bring into one page here, so I'm just trying to bring it up so I can.
I see.
I can line it up. So the 27 with laser is here, and the columns are now here. So in this particular case, we're now just working with the top two lines. And this is all the data I have on this, unless I go over a little bit and find you some more on this page. So it's not that the data isn't there, and it's not that we haven't done this, and it's not that it's not boring. Trust me, I understand how boring another laser test is. But if you look at the bottom of this list, what you're going to find is that we finally got around to doing things like averages and extremes, where we're achieving this in different temperatures and same day extremes.
Yeah, can you show me the heading of the columns, please? Because I saw all the numbers, but it didn't show what it was.
I
just
believe
want to off the bat just mention as well. I mean, Ed, you were saying there's zero data and measurements, and here's a ton of it. So
Right, but this really doesn't demonstrate flat Earth. So again, please, can you scroll back up?
Yeah, sorry, I need to bring these to another screen and show you my whole screen or something, because I got this in two pieces.
It would be better if you had this in Excel or something.
It would be, but it's not really. It's part of a documentary series, and it hasn't been released yet. So I'm just kind of showing you some of the stuff. Let me share a different screen here.
I'm sorry. Dan, are you a glober or a flat earther?
The real question though is what would it take to convince somebody? So what you said is we had no numbers, and in the past you're right, I didn't have the numbers either, and that's why I'm leaking these out, because it drives me nuts not being able to have this data available. You know, it really. It's not that we don't have it; it's that bringing it to you has been very difficult. Okay.
Okay, so at which points did you take these measurements? Was it at the target and at the point where the laser was standing only?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Did you take those measurements we're seeing here on screen, like temperature and all that stuff? Did you take those measurements at the target site and at the location of the laser?
I'm looking to see what data is here.
You said we needed to look at 2 rows, so I assumed it was the target site and the laser location.
I'm assuming that it's not showing both sides, according to this. Showing data from one side only.
Oh, okay. Well, then how did you know there was no refraction in between and at the target? And, you know, doesn't really verify anything in that case.
Well, because that's what you need to justify it. I get
No,
it.
that's what you need to discount refraction.
Okay, so here's the real deal, and I'm not going to argue very long with you. Right? When we do it day and night with different light sources, mirrors, lasers, infrared light, and we've got variations of temperature, and it's clear it's minimum refraction. And we go to places with minimum curvature, minimum refraction to get all the minimums. Then we go ahead and we throw all your Metabuck numbers in there and all your standard refraction in there, and we still exceed the shit out of all your numbers and show jack shit for curvature. Jack shit. You understand? Not inches, not miles, not hundreds of feet, not dozens of feet, not meters, nothing, man. We parallel the Earth easily.
Well, that's an interesting claim, seeing as you don't have the data.
So the real question is.
Dan, I let you finish. So
yeah, I know, but I don't care what you have to say, because you should be asking yourself this
Dan, why are you doing this?
Because you should ask yourself,
why
as
aren't you letting me
devout
finish?
little glober, I want you
Gio,
to ask yourself this question.
Gio, aren't you going to do something?
Does the 8 inches per mile squared
Gio, are you
formula
there?
match the formula of
Is this
your
what
light?
you meant by open mind,
And what
Gio?
type of light would you like to
Dan,
use?
you're going to give him a reason
Can
to
you
escape.
predict any
Giving Ed a
curvature of
reason
light
Any moderator
in
here?
any condition? And can
Is there
you
any
demonstrate
moderator
it?
here? He's still interrupting me.
You're a pussy.
Dan, you're giving him a reason to escape. You got to let him finish, Dan. Otherwise, he's going to say, "You didn't let me talk, therefore Earth is a globe."
It's a
So you
setup,
just
no
got to let
matter
him go.
what. Who cares?
You're a wanker, Dan.
He said we had no numbers. We had no
I'm
numbers.
still not
He said
able to
we
get
never
any word out.
demonstrated shit.
I
Yeah,
don't like
because
that.
guess what? You were wrong. We've demonstrated stuff and we have numbers.
Well, you didn't verify that it's
I don't need
actually
to verify
not just
fuck all for
refraction.
you, do I? Do I?
No,
Well,
you
you're still interrupting me, and I wonder where
Yes.
Gio is or any other
I'm
mod.
enjoying, because we're both enjoying watching you go, oh, I guess he does
Gio,
have
aren't you
evidence.
here?
I guess he does have numbers.
Did you suddenly
yeah.
leave?
So it must be refraction.
I'm
So
having
he
a hard time
started-
believing you.
Okay, Dan,
suddenly left
please
me.
don't force
be
me, bro. Don't
refraction.
force me. Let him get it out. Let him get it out.
You started with it must be refraction. You ended
Let
with
him
still
finish
going.
his statement, Dan. Please go on, bro.
Thank you. Okay. So, these measurements are taken at one site. That means you don't know what's going on in between you and the target and near the target or at the target. You have no idea. So you can't discount all the refraction that's going on, which means you can't use this to say it's evidence for the flat Earth. I finished. That was all. Thank you.
So we're both done. We both have a different impression of what was done. I just want you to know that we've done it, documented over 35 times, land, water, and ice. with different light sources that should have different frequency ranges and different predictions of curvature, yet they don't.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but you can't
It
account
goes,
for that.
yeah, you keep saying that.
Because
Right.
when you now understand the variables, which is weather, temperature, humidity, and conditions, and you don't see a change in the direction of your light source, you go, wait a minute, are these variables really causing quote unquote refraction?
Yeah, probably, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, there are somewhere down.
Particularly when we're going to places with low refraction
Like being
at
a
the right
there.
time, at the right time of the year and the right time of the day.
Oh, okay. All right, then.
But you only know this stuff with doing it 10, 20, and 30 times. You only learn by repeating this stuff. You don't know what you're doing when you go out and go, I'm going to whip a laser around. I just worked with a bunch of people that worked together and started to notice that regardless of the conditions, we're not meeting the predictions of the curvature of any light source. What we're finding is that we're paralleling what we think is a flat earth. So your answer to that is if your light beam is straight, the earth and it's paralleling the earth, this cannot happen. So you're now saying my light beam is not straight, but you don't have a prediction of that without playing with heavy amounts of moisture and temperature in things like saline solutions and fish tanks and solid, liquid. Liquid is a lot different
Keep
than
talking, bro.
gas.
You keep
So
talking.
you can make you can make something really dense and try and say that that's what we're experiencing in the field, but it's pretty. It has to be really wet.
My God, do you ever shut up, bro?
Well, I just happen to be talking about something that people care about, people have seen, and some people want explanations. Hey, what is that? What does it look like? Shit like that. Why do you think it's parallel? Here's the real deal, though. If we do it at 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, the light arc that you're requiring suddenly is making it across these distances. If in fact I'm shooting an arc to light, I would have to shoot upward to make these distances. So as long as I have a level beam, I don't see any question here. I am paralleling the surface of the earth. So you can say that your earth curves, but now you're going to have to say my light curves too. And that's where we're at. The earth curves, so your light must be curving. But it's generally a property of light that you don't believe. You generally believe light comes in straight lines. And the laser uses the word beam, laser beam, sort of depicting a straight line, and flat earthers believe in straight lines. We think they exist. On the earth. Sure is tiring to talk to you guys. Globers. Real tiring.
Uh-huh.
And how do you think it's feeling for us talking to you guys sometimes about these very simple technology and mathematics and physics? Drives us berserk. Absolutely berserk. Dan. Brian, I wasted an hour or two of my life because of Brian today. Just really pissed I even fell for the bait.
I don't know. You're
We were
generally
talking about a video he had me go watch for 35 minutes. I watched it twice so I can take notes on how stupid these two idiots were. I mean, it
Yeah,
wasn't
but
even
see,
close
Zanuck,
to
you're
being-
coming from right, but see, like I think Whitsitt has mentioned this, which I agree with this part of what he said, where it's like could be said that we're here for very different reasons. You know, like you may feel like you're here, like there's this thing that you don't agree with, and you have to correct, and you have to violently oppose it, and you have to teach, and you have to correct, and you have to get all these people that you think are wrong to be on the thing you think it's the thing. So that's like, you know, if you have that motivation, then yeah, you're in like potentially kind of more of a frustrating looping thing where you're like fighting this thing that, you know
Well,
what I
it
mean?
is.
Like
You
in your
would even
own, like you're
agree.
really fighting yourself, like you're fighting your own cognitive dissonance because
No,
yes.
no, not I mean, I would love to have you're a smart guy. You'd be able to deal with it easily. Understand? Oh God, yeah, these guys are complete. But Brian used this video as like a template for his understanding and said, you know, I want to teach you something, Zanuck. Then I watch it and I go, damn. I mean, Jo, you know, I have some knowledge in this area. It is so beyond wrong. I've never seen anything we've talked about so wrong as this video. And he actually looks at it and go, wow, see, they get it. I get it now too. And Zanuck needs to learn. So it's not a matter of me like cognitive dissonance. This is just, we can talk about, I mean, the Whitsitt subjects are great because they're theories and ideas. And, you know, we don't know a lot about this stuff, as he always says. That's interesting, actually. And we still spar, but at least it's interesting. But Dan, what Brian brought up today was just wrong. It's like saying, this math, you guys don't understand math, 2 + 2 really equals 5. Here's some idiots that show that 2 + 2 equals 5.
Like, I mean, dude, there's things that I don't agree with people, but I don't have like this need to have to demand that they're wrong and that I need to fix them or anything like that. Like, dude, if somebody's
Yeah,
something that's totally wrong, I'm able to be like, oh, cool, yeah, I don't think that's the case, or I don't agree, and then I move on with my life. Like, there's no reason to be like angry and try to force ideas down their throat or something, you know?
Well,
Like,
I guess, and you're right. That's a problem I have, obviously. But I think because I got drawn into it by this discussion and him challenging me, and I'm very competitive, and he's gonna start challenging me on my knowledge, and then, so it becomes like a pissing contest, and it's fruitless, it's futile, obviously with Brian, because he's already made his mind up, and he doesn't really understand a lot of these things. So, but I, some inside of me saying, look, I got to help him, find the obvious. This is not even debatable. This is not like a controversial subject. This is just common knowledge for anybody who's worked in a little bit of physics, and he's got it all wrong. So yeah, you're right. I have a problem with trying to save the world, I guess.
well, it's like I don't agree with like okay, the idea of like I'm not trying to take it into this topic of like veganism, for example.
Right.
Like, I mean, we could go into that whole topic, but I'm not really trying to take it there. I'm just saying like there's a whole heated debate. Well, it's actually less heated now. The veganism thing's kind of over. It was popular for a couple of years, but it's really
Right.
very it's really kind of cooked at this point. No pun
Right.
intended. But or there's probably some funny pun I could make. The meat and bones are not there or something. But anyways,
Right.
but the point is, like at the heat of a lot of that, there was all these arguments about how a vegan diet is, completely sufficient, and then there's all the arguments that no, there's nutrients in animal foods that are required, and all of that. But like, I'm just using it as an example. Like, I'm trying to fathom what it would take for meat or something. I'm just saying, I can only speak for myself. To think that I had to go into like a community of vegans and just debate with them till my hands are bloody, just no, you need the meat for this or that. Like, what it's like, I would the only thing I think that would do that is if I was extremely insecure about my position. And the only way I could maybe feel like I was right was to convince them that they're right. The problem is that even if you convince them, it's not going to resolve that thirst inside of you. Like, it's not going to do it. So
no, I mean, I don't like this kind of discussion. It's more frustrating than anything else. So I engage because I get drawn in like a moth to a flame, but I'd rather engage in the more creative and more open discussion type items I don't have all the knowledge on, that no one has all the knowledge on. And like listening to Jace today, that's incredibly educational to understand about these states of the atoms and the electrons and the spin and everything that he was going over today was just really kind of fascinating, because this is a guy that has knowledge. I mean, I'm not going to remember all of it, but I kind of get a flavor about what's really going on with photons and energy exchange and kinetic energy and temperature, being average velocities, etc. That's very interesting to me. And it's not just him. Even when Whitsitt brings up papers, he talks about this. This is one physicist idea about something that there's going to bridge the gap between the Newtonian and Einsteinian, or we're going to bridge the gap between gravitation and Coulomb's law. And that's interesting discussions because nobody has all the answers. They're all still very much in the theory stage. But Brian, these are fundamentally just wrong, ideas, and it's just it's beyond dumb. It's just like, God, I want to help them because I feel bad for them.
But I'm suggesting that thing you have, what you just said, is a part of cognitive dissonance. I'm not trying to say that to like call you out and like roast you or anything. I'm saying that actually for real, that is a cognitive dissonance thing, meaning you have some dissonant thing in your psyche that this other person's wrong and you can't deal with that in yourself for whatever reason, either because you're not sure about your ideas or there's some conflict going on, because a mature, solid, grounded person can allow someone to be wrong and peacefully move on. Now, if that person asks for your assistance or for your help, you could surely offer that. But there's no requirement to go around and like fix the world of all their things. Like you can let people be where they're at and then you be where you're at.
Yeah, but no. I mean, people I know that are charitable and altruistic in many ways want to help people, understand things correctly. I have a disdain and a hatred for people getting things wrong, especially things that are obvious and
taking away
common knowledge. So I mean, when people start talking about, I could go that. I could easily go into the round or flat Earth thing and be the same way, but I'm not, because it's an interesting discussion and it doesn't hurt anybody. And it's a little more challenging to really know. I mean, like you said, most of you guys could go after even a physicist and probably take them to task on the flat Earth clues, right? I mean, you probably could a lot, and it's good on you guys. But this is different. It's not cognitive dissonance, because that's more of a form of denial than anything else. It's not cognitive dissonance. I'm not looking at something that I'm trying to like overcome my insecurities. I enjoy helping people understand things. That's just in me. When someone said, "Hey, Dad, what about this?" Boom, I'm all over it. I love it. I love being in the classroom. I love teaching engineers. All that I just dug, not because it makes me feel better, like I suddenly better than them. It's just I enjoy transferring knowledge. That's just some people enjoy that. I do.
Well, I know, but see, somebody has to ask for that in order to do that. Like if you want to be a teacher,
they did. He challenged me and even called me out on top of it. And I'm competitive.
Hold on.
Calling me out like a fight. So now I'm going ballistic, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want, like, we're on the live stream. I don't want to like publicly kind of be trying to call you out. But I mean, the thing is that like what it sounds like you're saying could also be a very like extreme narcissism where like you feel like you have to help like fix
calling me names on live stream. I forgot we're live here. No, it's not narcissism. It's just I enjoy helping people. I enjoy spreading the truth. I enjoy, just like maybe even a religious zealot could be like that. They enjoy spreading the word of God or their belief systems. It's in all of us. We all do it.
But does anyone really receive that thing well, or it's always a problem when people do that stuff?
Yeah, not well. Then when it's unwelcome. But Brian, we agreed we're going to teach each other. And we both said that. Okay, he told me, well, here, read that video. You got to watch that video. Then we'll talk about it because you got it all wrong. I'm going to teach you something, Zanuck. I'm going to teach you something. So it's like a challenge. He's calling me out. So it's more of a competition than anything else.
Which you love, because that is who you are.
Yeah, I mean, that's we all are competitive.
So it's not that you even want them to be wrong. You just want to win.
No, I want them to be right. I want to help them be right. Believe me, nothing would make me happier to Brian go, "Oh shit, God, they're right. These guys are screwed up." I understand that. I understand the analogy you gave me. I understand the experiment we just did together. Oh, I get it now. Fine. Okay, I'll concede. And I will, hey, I'm not going to rub it in. Glad you understand it. And we'd move on. I'd be very happy if you did that, because that's like a success. That's a win in my book. Not because I won, because I spreaded something that was actually correct.
It's like a literal win, also. But
I'm not keeping score of wins.
You're trying to win.
No, I mean it's a win because you don't want to lose.
Have you ever considered that some of these things you're saying might be kind of like a hyper controlling kind of person?
Thought about it, but that's not really. I truly do. I truly do enjoy having the conversation and spreading something that when I get really excited about something I've learned or maybe I had wrong, and then I find the truth by either experimentation or maybe by just additional knowledge that I've gained, and spreading that to other people that are like me that understand it the same way. And hey, This is the reality. Here's why. And people get, oh, you're kidding. It's kind of fun that's like discovering something. Hey,
It's
we
like
all
a
got this
comfort
wrong,
zone.
guys. Especially like the racing community. We make some revelations, or we found some tricks of the trade that no one knew. Hey, these tires from manufacturer, they say it should be at this pressure. We found out if we go lower, oh, that's bullshit. It says right here, there's the data for them. No, I just did it yesterday, and here's my times. And you, oh shit, they're faster, and the wear looks better too. Fuck, he blew away the manufacturer's suggestions. The rep was right there saying, don't do that. He did it, and we all became faster because of it. And then lo and behold, a year or two later, they changed their specs. That's kind of cool to do that. You know, you're beating the system a little bit. You're being successful by learning something new, and you spread the truth amongst your friends.
And then the system adapts.
The system adapts.
But don't you think it's kind of a comfort zone for you to like play like teacher or something you might be familiar with?
Well, everyone's comfortable in an area that they have knowledge in. It's always uncomfortable to be in an area you don't know something. I always feel kind of embarrassed sometimes of not
But
knowing.
if you grab for the comfort when you might be in cognitive distress because of the dissonance, like
No,
think
just because Gio said doesn't mean I have cognitive dissonance. I don't have cognitive dissonance.
you
on
don't.
this, so
Okay, you've been cleared about from. Okay, so you don't have it.
You don't have it, as if it's like a test you can, like a disease. Like, oh, you have it or you don't.
Well, cognitive dissonance could be actually clear. You can prove I have cognitive dissonance by showing me something that is true that I'm in denial of, even though I know it's true.
Zanuck, hold on, dude. Can you hear when other people are talking? I don't know if you can. Can you hear me right now?
You were kind of soft, but now you're yeah.
All right. Because I don't know. It seems like you can't hear when other people are talking or something because you're just talking over. I don't know if your headphones are not working or something.
Your mic is pretty low, Gio.
My mic's low?
You're pretty cool. I'll turn you up a little bit, Gio.
Hold on, no. I'm going to turn mine. If sometimes Windows. Oh, okay, let me turn it up. There, is it better now?
A little bit, yeah.
Better now?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Is this like quiet or loud or good?
No, it's good.
Normal now.
All right.
Strong, yeah. It's not too loud, but it's strong.
Sometimes Windows like automatically scrolls the volume down. It's very frustrating. I don't know why. I don't know if it's something with my setup or. Anyways, all right. Sorry. Maybe that's what it was. I was gonna say the thing about cognitive dissonance. It's usually unconscious when people have it. You know, like it's not something that they're like walking around like, I have cognitive dissonance and this is what it is. You know, usually it's like it's like an impulse thing or a feeling or. You know, I mean, there's a component where because it has to do with the schism between what you think is the case and what someone else thinks is the case. And usually the schism is involved in, I think a certain thing, or I think something's true or right or whatever it may be. That other person thinks it's something different. And then there's a whole field, a whole range of like emotions and symptoms that come from that schism, the dynamic between that and the tension between reconciling those two. The fact that somebody else might think something different than you do. So that can come through as different ways. So the way you're describing it, like, you know, oh, I just want to help them. I just want to, but it doesn't mean that it's not actually fueled by that dissonance between. And some of that can come down to confidence too. Like, you know, can you just let someone else be wrong, for example? Can you just let them be on their own journey, or do you have to hyper control them? And that's why I mentioned the narcissism, because it's narcissistic that like your answer needs to be the one that they think. Like you have to get them to kind of your answer, which is a narcissistic impulse as well. I'm not trying to like call you out. I'm just kind of talking about these things in general.
I know, but only if that gave me some type of thrill, or I needed that to feel better about myself. The narcissists are someone very self-oriented, and those things serve self. Cognitive dissonance is like just doing things, knowing something's bad for you, but doing it anyway. Like, you know, someone who's, you know, eats crappy food. You know, and I have cognitive dissonance in some areas. Sure, like I'm a health nut. I'm athletic.
You think
and
that's
stuff.
what cognitive dissonance is?
But I start eating bad food because I think I justify it in my own mind why it's okay. I need to carbo load for tomorrow.
That's called dysfunction. That's called dysfunction.
You're talking over me, so I was, you know.
I know, but I'm clarifying when you'd like to be right.
I'm just saying
I just want to help
I know
you.
what cognitive dissonance
I just
is.
want to help you be right. You're talking about dysfunction.
I'm already right. I don't need help being right.
I'm just helping.
You don't need
But
help.
isn't it more like if you convince yourself that you're eating it for health benefits, for example, even though you're doing harm? Let's just say.
Right. That's cognitive. That's cognitive. Yes.
So you wouldn't know though.
But
the person that has cognitive dissonance might not know they're experiencing cognitive dissonance either.
That's what I'm saying. It can be
true. It's possible.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it can be an unconscious.
It could go both. Yeah, it could go both like that too.
Oh.
Okay, but then where does the cog this come in according to you,
I
Gio?
think you're misdefining
Simply because he
cognitive
doesn't agree with Brian's video, or what is it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's like a fine line between, like if you're in a debate, there's something to be said for a debate. Like you're both putting your thoughts on the table and then, going back and forth with it. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's cognitive dissonance if someone's like debating or very passionately asserting what they think is the case and so on. But I guess I just refer to it because the way Zanuck was describing when he's having this like extreme inner tension around the fact that someone else he thinks is wrong, and then he has to like forcefully try to convince them that they're wrong and that he's right, and he won't put down put it down until that happens, and then it gets intense and the interruptions and the just asserting their thing.
I understand, but that's not cog this because I used to be the same way, especially when I am very hyped on caffeine. That's totally how I can be when I understand something and someone else doesn't, and they're trying to convince me otherwise. It's not really cog this. It's just you want someone else to understand the same thing you understand, and you're trying to get them to go through the same thought process you went through because that made you understand it, and you're trying to adapt to how they think and the arguments they come up with. And if you're really invested in such a thing, you can get really hyped, but that's absolutely not cog this.
Well, I think there's a lot of these things that overlap, and it could be different for different people. So I know what you mean. Like there could be multiple different layers. There's also that idea of like zealotry, which kind of.
No, it's just that you're invested, emotionally invested, because you think you're holding this person to a high standard. It's not like you're ridiculing them. It's like, come on, I know you can understand this. You're smart enough, because I can do it too. And I know you can come off aggressive in such a situation. It's not always easy to control yourself, especially when the debate gets heated with someone like Brian or Whitsitt.
But you don't have to be like qualitatively a narcissist to be in a mode of a narcissist for an argument in which you are passionately invested in. Then it really is all about you, and you kind of put the blinders on sometimes. Is that that's what I'm
It's
saying?
not really about yourself. It's more about having the other person also understand what you understand, because it's not like you know they're smarter than you, but they're smart enough to get it.
I'm just trying to say, I think that the dissonance thing, we could talk a little bit more about that. It's like sometimes even just something that just sounds wrong to you or off to you can be a symptom of cognitive dissonance. It doesn't necessarily mean that just because you might want to correct somebody that you're not experiencing cognitive dissonance. It's like, oh, I want to correct that fact. If the person if they believe it, it's part of what they're thinking.
Wouldn't that just be a trigger instead of cog this?
I don't know. I look at it a little bit like musical, right? I don't know. Like the dissonance is like because things are
cog
not
this is that you
like
won't accept that you're wrong, right? You won't accept that you're wrong. You won't accept any rebuttal, and you're just like putting your fingers in your ears. But that you're triggered is more like you're having more an emotional type response to it.
A lot of times these very, very big arguments are over very, very tiny things. Zanuck, do you tune your guitar when you play guitar, or do you just like leave it however it is?
Oh God, no! I tune it perfect all the time.
You tune it perfect all the time. Otherwise, what happens? Notes sound wrong to you? They sound like they're rubbing against each other.
Sound terrible, and I can't play with my looper. Yeah.
Wow.
You have to start this whole song over again.
You don't just go with like a natural tuning as your guitar is made.
What? It sounds horrible.
It would sound horrible. Okay.
I play in all sorts of temperature. If it's cold out, the temperature, each string will move a different amount. If you play a D mainly obvious in the D, chords, it will sound just hideous, and then certain notes he hit throughout some other songs will be off. It's an assault to your senses, to me anyway.
For you, right? Other people do not have that. Then they will just like go with an open tuning, and they don't care because they think that aesthetically that's cool. They
Open
like
tuning? What do you mean open tuning?
Or just like however the guitar is tuned, they'll just pick it up and play it. Don't even bother trying to tune the notes up.
Yeah, but I think everybody can say, that kind of sounds fucked up.
Is that a professional musician? Maybe not, right? But it just goes,
Well, I hear it. I mean, I hear it even on pro sometimes. I hear certain stuff. In fact, even songs that have been recorded, I can tell a couple of guitars have been out of tune, in live performances.
But is that qualitatively the greatest mark of music, that it's all in tune?
Yeah, pitch is important.
Like, is pitch everything? Yeah, I don't know.
Not everything, because a lot of people have slightly off a little bit, but in a way that kind of makes it a little more real sometimes, or I don't know.
It becomes
kind of
like
it's kind of like artwork with, sometimes artwork can be a little messy and still be even more attractive, but the sound is different. Some can be okay and some can be not okay. It depends on, the extent of which it's out of
some
tune.
Okay, so there are okay dissonance and some not okay dissonance.
I don't know if you can draw an analogy between.
I don't know.
Dissonance.
I don't know. There are some dissonant harmonies that are within music. They're covered up by other like minor thirds. We don't really hear them the same way, but or like a minor second can be covered up by like a fifth or so. You know what I mean? There's just different things.
There's certain songs that they've go purpose out of tune in some certain notes or some harmonies, and it's a little quaint. But it's not throughout the entire song. It's just like one maybe a bar, maybe a note or two.
But this is only gonna. Likelihood is this only happens with not only, but greater likelihood of having opposing things when we just have like two specific chords, two ideas, let's say, in the terms of trying to discuss cognitive dissonance as actual dissonance. Like, if there's a third tertiary piece to this, a lot of time it mellows, it ballasts the two frequencies, and it kind of marries them or whatever, and then it's like, oh, well, this isn't so crazy, So I don't know. I just feel like in terms of cognitive dissonance, it's like only what I think versus only what you think, and then nothing else.
Well, I can play you a D chord with a couple of hertz off on an E string or a B string, and you're going to say yuck. I don't think anybody says that sounds good.
Sure, or even if it's out of tune too. But it goes to like what you're accustomed to hearing, because there's people in different parts of the world that hear music differently in different scales, different tunings, different instruments, all kinds of things. They don't have guitar tuners some places. And it doesn't matter, are they is C all the time, or is it just?
Oh no, you can be up, you can scale it all up. It's all relative.
About the ratios between the strings.
It's really the frequency. It's the harmonics. So the harmonics are pretty straightforward. You either are in tune that way or not. You don't have to be directly at a C. You could be at a different frequency C, as long as the rest of the strings are all the same differentials. You're still okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you can capo up. You can capo up, up the neck anywhere you want.
People sometimes have very, very controversial ideas about tonality and stuff like that guy's crazy. He's ruining music. You know what I mean? There are those kinds of alarmists out there. I just don't think it's warranted. And sometimes I feel like some of the alarmism that you're bringing here isn't warranted, even if you may be a critic of what you're talking about, or you know what I mean? Even if you're highly qualified, it's just like the alarmism is like not helping the matter. It's just kind of like creating loud sounds where I have to like back away from my phone. That's all. That's all I wanted to say. How we respond to dissonance isn't like by adding more dissonance, by adding more pace. You know what I mean? You can kind of mellow dissonance out with, slowing the tempo down. But if you increase the tempo when there's dissonance, man, I don't know if that's helpful. And I don't know. If you do have subconscious cognitive dissonance, and if you're interested in trying to like let that like solve itself out, or if you're interested in getting rid of it, or maybe it's what you love, maybe your cognitive dissonance is what makes you. I don't really know. I don't want to change who you are, Zanik, but if you're,
I don't have cognitive dissonance. I mean, if you think I feel something that is incorrect, you should tell me if I have a cognitive dissonance. You could actually pick up on something. There might be several things that you could pick up on and say, you think you don't do this, but you're doing it. And you do it even though you know you're doing it, which is cog dis.
Well, what do you think of the idea of live and let live, Zanik?
No.
Is Is that
live and let die? Live and let die, like this.
So what about live and let? Like, can you? Is there any part of you that can like live your life and then let others live theirs without having to nose yourself?
Yeah, I just have. It's a personality either disorder or quality of when hearing somebody completely get something wrong, like this thing with Brian today. It's upsetting that someone on this planet, part of our human race, can be so flippin' lost, and that just bugs me. And I don't know why it bugs me so much. It's irritating, because I think because someone else might listen to this and say, "Yep, that sounds logical," because Brian's a good good salesman in this particular arena. Maybe they'll start perpetuating this bullshit, and it bugs me that can happen. Because this isn't like flat Earth stuff. That's our fun debate. That's our world here. This is about stuff we know about.
All right, but what about? I'm just going on the more basic level. Like, if somebody came up to you and said 1 + 1 is 4, and you were like, "Oh no, 1 + 1 is 2," and they're like, "No, I definitely think it's 4. 1 + 1 is 4 for sure." Would you have the ability to be like, "Oh, okay, that guy thinks 1 + 1 is 4," and walk along, or would you have to be like, "No, 1 + 1 is 2"?
No, I could walk along. I think there's a line drawn between certain types of topics where that would just say, okay, this person's retarded, move on. He's beyond help. But when people show that they have a certain intelligence level and then they get things wrong, and then it's in a form that's a challenging environment like we have here, it's this it's this dueling type of back and forth. Yeah, it's hard for me to walk away from. But those kind of things, those simple things, like, come on, really? We all know that. There's no need to prove that. Everyone knows that. Like, I don't breathe. I hold my breath my entire life. I've never breathed I've never taken a breath ever. Oh, okay. That's what you think. Are you breathing now? Nope. Okay, well, go ahead. Have fun with that. I can walk away. But these kind of topics there's more engaging. It's more interactive.
Yeah, and I mean, I get it. I mean, this discussion of a lot of the things related around cosmology and physics and spirituality, a lot of these topics, well, especially with the cosmology in particular, because of the fact that, the mainstream is the globe, and then these people that are, many of us feel, that are in the sort of controlling power positions in the finances and the politics and the governments are also the ones lying to us about where we live. So it's obviously a very, very intense situation. And I actually think even the future of humanity hinges upon this in terms of, I think if these people remain in control, it could be very bad future in a sense. So there's bigger things like components like that. So I realize that the discussion on that level is there's a lot behind it. Not just, hey, I think something differently than you, there's more to it in terms of the state of the world and the future. And so I don't know how that plays into you, whether you think that, you need to stop this, people saying the Earth's not a globe to say, because this misinformation is going to, get through society and do something bad. But you could potentially also see the opposite, that, this globe thing, as it continues, and the people behind it financially, politically, the kind of controllers, as it were, are the ones making life problematic for us. The taxes, the toxicity in the environment, the Monsanto GMO foods, the list goes, the oil, the big pharma, the list goes on and on and on. So I'm sure you can at least fathom how many of us feel like we are actually standing up for something that has very real significance. I don't know as much as you can say that, because everyone already kind of believes it's a globe. That's already the thing. So like, would be that concerned that, like, that we could convince everyone or something that it's not a globe, and then all of a sudden the Earth's going to explode or something? Because anyways, I'm sorry, I'm going on too long-winded, but
well,
okay. No,
I do have one question about this. Do you think that if everyone would rise up against the government and we would get rid of it, do you think then suddenly people would start believing in the flat Earth and everyone would suddenly measure the flatness of Earth or something?
Yeah, we could all sing Kumbaya till the end of time. No, well, okay, that's a complicated thing, but I think to respond in a way, I would say it is very complicated. But let's say these people in power, as it were, are also behind the globe thing. The way I would see it is that if humanity were to, and let's from this perspective, let's say the Earth is actually a stationary, planar surface with some kind of the heavens above, which of course has been the default cosmology since the dawn of time and going back, so it's kind of it's the default, really. The globe thing is this, like, Copernicus, the Greeks, the boats over horizon, and then now NASA took a picture of it in space, so it's kind of a newbie thing on the block, really, even though it seems like it's so, like, set in our society right now. So I'll try not to be long-winded. I guess maybe to answer it, what I would say is, yes, I think that if enough people were to be aware of that the Earth isn't a globe. And yes, measurements, everything that would be needed to do that, which I don't think we have everything we need to do that yet. But
Yeah, but how would they be aware of the Earth not being a globe if people still do the same measurements?
No, we would have to do measurements, tests, experiments that validate.
Right, that those are already done. That's what I mean, Gio.
I don't agree.
Those are already done today. So why
Absolutely
would
not.
that change without a government? Why would the results be any different without a government?
Okay, if there were measurements and actual accurate data that were not based on assumptions, we've gone through them for the last decade, so we can go through more if we need. We can do it. But if you think that's the case, then okay, then that's where you're at. But I would say absolutely that's not the case. Meaning there are not that has not been established to the level that you're describing it has.
Now I'm asking what would change in the measurement and all the data if the government were to disappear today. How would any of their measurement results be different? I don't see how that would change.
Well, there aren't measurements of curvature today. There's not one. There's planar surveying. There's geodetic surveying, which involves calculations. We've gone through many, many of them. If there was absolute, definitive, concrete, without any question of a doubt, validation of a globe Earth, then this community wouldn't, well, the discussion, I can just say, would not be raging on as it has for a decade and more. And it would not be continuing to grow and expand, and they would not have to continue censoring it more and more. Many of us that are very intelligent people, everyone in this room, for example, would not be spending our time here if it was all at least not talking about that part of it. We would not be, we may want to talk about other things and whatever, but in my view,
right, I understand. But there's a huge difference between validation and validation to your standards.
That's true. If I said I had a purple elephant in my room, in my bedroom, and I was going to try to convince you of it, maybe a picture would do it. I'm going to say for you, for someone, maybe a picture would convince them, that it's actually there. But someone else might want to be like, no, I got to see this elephant, man. Like, we got to open the door. I want to measure it. I want to see it. So yeah, I agree. There could be a very varying levels of, what would be required to, but I'm also talking about there's also, in my viewpoint, there's like objective validation. Like if I have a table here that's 5 feet long, I can measure it, you can measure it, we can absolutely definitively measure it to be 5 feet long without any question of a doubt, but if I only showed you a picture of it from afar and I'm asking you to count pixels, that's not quite as solid.
Right. And I think that's the majority of what's going on in the flat earth. I mean, I've been doing this for 3 years, talking to almost everyone on Discord in the flat earth, and everyone has a different standard of evidence. Everyone interprets certain things a different way. It's really very subjective. So I don't really think anything's gonna change in the way of flat earthers. I mean, when the government disappears, you guys would still have the same standards of evidence, and therefore I think it's logical that you answer there is no globe evidence and all that stuff. People will go to more towards flat earth because that's your standard of evidence. Even though all this globe evidence has been presented by so many people in absolute detail without inserting their opinion and all that stuff. It really comes down to standard of evidence.
And that actually makes me think of something too, now that you talk about it, not more calmly as we are now. Gio, isn't that cogdis right there? I mean, aren't we talking cogdis at a level that we can't even imagine? The Earth being round or flat, and us having the evidence, and you guys just denying it.
I don't think that's the situation. I don't know what you mean by just denying it, but I don't think that, in my viewpoint, from everything I've seen and been involved with, which is very thorough, and I don't think it is. That's not the case. It's not as solid as, hey, my desk is 5 feet long. Here's the measurement, done and done.
Well, I know I know there's debate. I know for sure. That's why it's fun, because there is. You guys always bring up really good, points to discuss. But when we have horizon drop with altitude, and we know how refraction works, we show all this evidence, and then there's this crazy explanation that Witzig gives about, we have this personal visual space, and we have this azimuthal grid, and this. I mean, why? When we have everything so easily explained and everything makes sense, why do we have to go to this other level of understanding or the theories to explain something we already have ideas for?
Ideas or actual evidence?
Actual evidence. I'm just about the way we have to say things work.
That's like the way you state that. It's just like the people that are saying, I haven't taken a breath for 27 years.
Hey, new perspective, your mic's really bad, man.
New perspective, your mic is it's real.
You're at otherworldly outer pond modulation levels right now.
It sounds like you're in the outer you're in an outer pond. We can't hear you.
Exactly.
It's like digitally.
They got me! They got me! Can't save me! The outer pond has got me!
Oh my gosh. You're breaking speakers.
It's
Don't
bad.
do it. It's not funny. It's painful.
I mean, the thing is, though, Ed or Zanuck, you guys would agree, the Earth is what it is, right? We're not coming from a discussion of some kind of simulation. It's a globe for you. It's a flat plane for someone else. It is something, right? In your viewpoint.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you would agree that the truth is what it is, right? We're on the same. Okay. So if it is a stationary plane or surface, and it isn't a globe, if that is what the truth is, then whatever evidences you think are currently existing for a globe would have to be invalid, right?
Well, the thing is, what I said about having a standard of evidence, in these scientific things, that's really, it doesn't really matter, because it's just your opinion, and it doesn't really matter what your opinion is. The data matters. You can have an opinion about anything you like, but in the end you're gonna have measurements, and they don't care about your standard of evidence. They're gonna be there whether you think they're valid or not. They're still gonna be the same.
Yeah, but I mean, using the example I said before, if I claimed I have a purple elephant in my basement or in my garage or whatever in my house, and
Right.
The truth is, let's say I don't actually have one. Let's say the truth is that I don't. However, I'm putting out pictures. I'm putting out, whatever you could fathom. I'm putting out all this information that is quote unquote evidence that I have this purple elephant in my bedroom. It's evidence, and I might even be able to get some people to believe it, or some people are like, oh yeah, dude, this guy's got a purple elephant. I saw the picture, man. It's totally, it's really there. Meanwhile, it's not the case. So you're right. There would be a standard of evidence in that, meaning somebody might take a picture as that's it. He's got the purple elephant in his house. Someone else might say, oh, I'm not sure, man. You're using assumptions, or you're using this, you're using that, to the point to where, they're not going to go with that. However, in my viewpoint, there is a validatable, definitive solution to whether there's an elephant in my room or not. So just because somebody has evidence, I think with the globe, there is quote unquote evidence, there's quote unquote data. But I mean, we've spent years and years, going through it all and combing through it all. And I don't think it is just a factor of, well, I can't speak for everyone else, but I don't necessarily, what I see in these discussions, I don't see that it's just denialism. That's not the case. I'm not saying that there isn't some of that in various cases and on whatever may be happening, but I'm just saying it's not that simple of the globe just has all the evidence. It's all just absolute. And then everyone else is just lost in denying it who doesn't think it's the case. It's way more complex than that. There's so many more nuances and components. There's assumptions baked in, there's corruption involved, there's data that's lacking. I mean, that spherical excess, document from the 1800s, which is the best that's there, that thing is a mess. We spent weeks shredding that to pieces. There's no way that is a solid measurement of spherical excess. It's so problematic on so many levels. So that's just one case. It's not just denying something that's solid. It's not as simple as oh, my table's 5 feet long. I measured it. Why aren't you accepting it, dude? It's totally obvious. It's not that definitive at all. It's not even close.
Well, actually, that's sort of what I mean with, inserting this standard of evidence. Like, you're talking about things in the 1800s, so who gives a fuck? We're living in
Well, there's no other
first
measurements of
century.
spherical
Who
excess.
cares?
Yeah,
That's
so there's
200 years ago, man.
right, but there's no
Why?
modern. I know I brought it up because that's the only spherical excess quote unquote measurement that exists. There are no modern ones that dude. That's what I'm saying. If the Earth was a globe, okay. If I were you and what you're saying or whatever, like that, it's you think the evidence is just so solid and it's just a done and shut case. You should be able to present that, and it should just be solid as a rock, like measuring a 5-foot table. And anyone with any level of intelligence and logical stability, whatever, should be able to, see that validated. But it's not the case.
Yeah, but actually that is the case. And your analogy with this purple elephant was actually pretty good, because indeed some people are believing the picture. Some people might even believe you if you painted an elephant purple. But then would come the measurements. You would have scientists doing experiments, checking the skin, finding out that you actually painted the thing, and there come the numbers. And then you have people, well, I saw the purple elephant, I saw the picture, and they maintain still today that this purple elephant was real, even though the science demonstrates otherwise. But just because they have a different standard of evidence, they're trying to maintain this sort of that this argument is equal, that the guy saying that the elephant was real, purple elephant really existed, they're on equal footing to all the science, because not everyone was there when the scientists did the experiments, and the scientists got paid to do the experiments, and all sorts of nonsense arguments that have nothing to do with the fact that it in fact was not a purple elephant and just paint.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, just as an example, like
with the globe and the flat Earth, actually.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, I don't want to totally call someone out who's not here, but we had a discussion with Professor Parks a while back, and he's a PhD astronomer, and he's very knowledgeable about the heliocentric model and the globe Earth. And I'm gonna say this at a little bit risk because he's not here. I don't want to speak for him, so I just want to say I'm not quoting him. I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm not trying to, I'm just going to say from my perception of the discussion I had with him and many of the things he said, he was in like a state of mind of like, he wasn't here like, oh, you guys, it's absolutely a globe. I'm telling you guys it's a globe, and here's why. This, it's absolutely definitive. This is why, this. He was more like actually open-minded, like, because I was asking him like, well, what would you say if we had a measurement, that absolutely showed the planar nature of it? And he was like, well, yeah, if you had that, then it would be this and it would be that. And it would change the future of this and that. So I'm just saying, like I said, I'm just saying my perception of the discussion I had with him is that it's not like he came, like he's a PhD astronomer. He's got a lot of knowledge about a lot of these things, and he was more like in the state of like, well, it could be something different. So that's not really
it wasn't really a debate then, I think. It was more like an open discussion. And from what I gather from what you're saying is that he was just interested and exploring with you the idea and the claims of the flat Earth and the logic behind it, and what would be different about Earth and what we see. That doesn't mean he's open to the idea that flat Earth could be real. It's just he's exploring the ideas, similar to how I don't believe in any gods, but I can still have a discussion about a world where a god would exist with a believer. And that doesn't mean I'm open to the idea of any gods that are put before me, because I'm not. There's no evidence for that.
But are you open to ideas is the point.
No, I'm open to new ideas, but all the ones I've heard, they're absolutely bunk. So I'm using that analogy to say I don't think this professor was actually saying that the flat Earth could be possible. He was just exploring ideas.
Like I said, I
The
don't
way
want to
you
put words
phrased
in.
it, yeah, the way you phrased it.
No, I'm not putting words in his mouth either. It's just from what you told me, that's how I see it.
He didn't come to say it was possible or not. He came to discuss possibilities in general, like what makes things work. And when it comes
Right.
to him, he'd been beat up on by a lot of flat earthers trying to talk to them, and he just has learned to try and talk to us first. He does want to change our mind. He does. But he
Sure,
knows
but
not
it's
to.
good to understand how someone thinks before you try to explore new ideas with them from your perspective, because then you don't know how to explain your idea effectively to them.
To be honest, most people come to challenge flat Earth because they figure we're an easy target. This is going to be easy. They'll flip us really fast.
Yeah, no, I absolutely get that. There are absolutely people like that, but I don't think this professor was like that. Am I wrong, Gio?
Well, maybe we should move off of talking about him. I mean, my perception of him, and I'm just going to say mine, is that he did not have definitive validation that the Earth is a globe. He believed it. He said he believes it. He's going with it. He goes with the pictures. He goes with what the other information out there is. He definitely does a lot with astronomy. He has reasons that he does think that the stars are that far away. He has his certain tools and things that he uses. He has his whole worldview and so on. But in my perception, again, I'm not putting any words in his mouth or even trying to, talk any, about his viewpoints. I'm just saying my perception of it is that he was like, it could be something else. And he definitely was very much saying that, dark matter and relativity could absolutely be replaced. And he's actually looking forward to it being replaced. So that whole thing he thinks there's a lot of problems with it and so on. So that was my general, in the discussion with him. It's not like he came saying, oh, you guys got to come on, guys. It's absolutely globe. This is why. That wasn't the case. He was like open to the fact that it could be something different.
Right, but do you also get my point? And I want to add to that, because what you just said makes absolute sense. Because if you want to explore someone else's ideas and their way of thinking, it wouldn't make any sense to instantly shut them out. Because if I were to talk to a God believer, and I would start off with, come on, there's no God, and how can you believe that all the evidence is bunk? I instantly shut them out, and I have no chance anymore of really exploring their logic and ideas anymore.
Well, but what I mean is that, like, I'm just going to use an example, like for, there's a plant medicine called ayahuasca. I'm not trying to take the conversation into that whole thing, but for example, I've worked with it in many different ceremonial settings over many years with many communities, in many different communities, in many different contexts with various individuals, shamans, professionals from all around the world for the last 20 years or so. Now, if some people have a misperception about that plant and they say, oh, you drink ayahuasca and it's toxic and it makes you vomit or something. Now, that's not the functioning of it. It doesn't make you vomit because you're toxic, or because it is toxic, I should say. It's a purgative effect. Now, I'm not trying to go into the whole topic, but I just brought it up to just say that if somebody says something like that, incorrect in that sense, I would be able to say to them, oh no, it's absolutely not, and it's for this reason, that reason. Like, I have a definitive understanding of how that medicine works, to the point to where I wouldn't really be like, oh, well, I mean, I'm open to hearing people's ideas. I'm not saying I would just shut them down, but I would be able to come with a level of, I'm just going to use the word authoritative, and I don't mean I'm an authority. I just am using that to say I would be able to
I understand
concretely and solidly, this is the truth of the matter. Not that I would need to force them to believe me or anything like that. I'm just saying, so that, yeah.
Of course. No, I agree, but then you have to look at it from the perspective of what is your goal? Is your goal to correct those people and use your quote unquote authority, or is your goal to explore their way of thinking and explore their logic behind their claims? Because
Right.
those are two completely different different motives. And if you're using the authority thing, of course you're going to be like, hey guys, listen, it's definitive and here's the reason why. But if you want to explore their logic, you're not going to be like, well, no, it's definitive and your ideas don't hold up. And no, you want to you want to give them some leeway and say, well, okay, think with them and say, if your idea is correct, then things would be this way, because then you get more information out of them.
No, I hear you, but I also think in that conversation, one would also be asserting what they know the truth to be. If they know the truth to be something very, like, for example, if I know that your girlfriend cheated on you, I absolutely know. I saw her in the act, or I have a picture, whatever it would be, and then you're trying to tell me that you don't think she is. Yes, I could hear you out and be like, oh, okay, I hear why you think that she actually was with her mom, but you know, I could definitely hear you out, but I would think in that conversation, I would also be like, no, dude, like, dude, I know she's cheating on you. This is why I absolutely, you know, for whatever reasons I would have, like, if I had definitive proof that she was, I can't imagine only just sort of like going along with your thought that she's
Of course, no, I understand, but that's a completely different situation. That's like your friend or something, you know. You're not gonna hide it from him, and come on, that I don't think that's a very good comparison, to be honest.
Now, I'll say this too. I mean, we could go into a whole, like, you know, going through evidence debate and stuff, but what I will say is that over, you know, at this point, hundreds of thousands of hours, of millions of hours of many of us, you know, combined, listening and going through these discussions and things. I mean, dude, you would have to admit there's a lot of very intelligent people in these communities you know, discussing this with many degrees. I have multiple college degrees. Many people have multiple degrees. We're not literally mentally retarded people. It's not even close. You could argue some people have higher intelligence than others and this and that, but these are very intelligent people. And I've known many different communities throughout my life. There's no doubt these are actually some of the most intelligent people on both sides, as it were, of the argument. I'm not saying one or the other. I'm just saying there's many intelligent people. So we're not dumb people here at all. And when the discussion, when it's going to go into debate mode, like, hey, what's your evidence for a globe? That's been posed literally thousands, millions of times. And people who are asserting the globe have had beyond ample opportunity to bring every single thing to the table. And there has been, you know, so many things brought to the table. And I think it's awesome that a lot of the, you know, sort of, I would say, like, globe researchers go out and find a lot of this information. It helps kind of sharpen our swords and learn more information. But what I'm saying is that I have yet to see something that is definitive. Now, I'll also say I have not seen something that's definitive that the Earth is absolutely planar. Now, I have my reasons of why I have come to that conclusion, why I think that's the truth. However, I still think we need to, on the planar Earth side, get additional validation, like physical measurements and so on, that still need to be done. So I'm not saying that it's absolutely definitively planar. In terms of that, I'm talking like objective definitiveness, you know, like on that, what I'm referring to as an objective definitive, like something that you could go in front of the United Nations or something ridiculous, or go in front of a, you know, and present it to the world, and it's absolutely concrete. You know, it doesn't depend on some picture from a government agency or some data that's scattered. You know, we're talking.
Yes, see, this. Look, I absolutely understand, but this is going back to the first point I made about personal standards of evidence that really block any progress, so to speak. Because all those things have already been shown to you, but it's, you said it yourself, you have personal reasons for saying it's not definitive. Those are your standards of evidence.
No,
but
I said
again,
I have.
those standards of evidence don't mean anything in the face of statistics and data and measurements, right?
Hold on,
because
I said
they will be the same.
I said I have my reasons for coming to the conclusion that the Earth is stationary and planar. I said I have that in terms of, but I didn't say with the globe evidence that I just have my random personal reasons for not accepting it or whatever. For that, I would say it's not about a personal, in terms of the data that's brought for the globe or the quote unquote evidence. I would say that it's not just about like a feeling or just I don't want to believe that or something. For that, I use the best of my logical, objective, scientific mind part of me. And the thing is, I'm able to see the assumptions. I'm able to see the holes. I'm able to point out the reasons it's not definitive. And we've had so many thousands of hours of discussions with Kosho and all kinds of different people going through that data. And I don't know if Kosho's even in here because I brought him up. But I mean, I don't even think Kosho would say, hey, Gio, I've brought you something that's so definitive, slam dunk, and you must be retarded or something. Like, that's not the case. And I mean, the next thing we could go in this discussion is I could say to you, well, Ed, what have you found in your research, et cetera, that you have found something that you think is definitive? you could present it to me, and of course, I'm not going to be rude or insulting or try to attack you, and I could logically go through it with you. And if you think it's definitive to the point where it absolutely is objectively definitive, then you should. Well, I you know, if I'm logically sound, I should be able to address that. But if it's not logically sound, and I'm going to say, well, there's an assumption here, Ed, or well, there's something lacking here, or whatever it may be, then that's a problem.
No, I get you, and I'm willing to go through that another day because it's 7 a.m. But I have gone through that so many times with so many different people, and in the end, it always comes down to some form of a standard of evidence, like you haven't been there, or did you verify this personally, or you're just putting faith in blah blah. It always comes down to something like that, and that again, it's just a problem.
Right, but
it doesn't matter what someone thinks. If it doesn't matter if you think the evidence is good enough. If it's there, then it doesn't matter.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, okay, so we were saying with the purple elephant in my bedroom kind of thing. So let's just say, if I was asserting that I had a purple elephant and it's locked in the bedroom or whatever, I could. Okay, there's a truth to that. Number one, either I do have one or I don't. So right now, I obviously don't have one in my bedroom. So the truth is I don't. But if I was going to, or if one was going to try to push that or try to assert it, I could offer all kinds of quote unquote evidence, pictures, you know, whatever it may be, that I could offer data of the weight of the elephant or how much food it's eating or whatever it may be. You know, oh, look at all this food that's being delivered every day. It's got to be being eaten by the elephant. This guy's getting, you know, boatloads of, you know, whatever, delivered to his house. There's all kinds of evidences that could look like that's the case. And like I said, even though it's not true, I have evidence. And I may be able to go out and convince people of that evidence. However, if those people are very, very keen to the possible deception in it or to the like logical soundness of the evidence, they might say the things you're saying, like, well, it's only a picture. Well, there's this. Well, there's that. So in that case, I would say you're not presenting something that's objectively validated. Whereas there would be a way to objectively validate that the elephant is in my, you know, the purple elephant is in my room. Maybe, you know, like being there yourself, like you just mentioned, seeing it for yourself, measuring it for yourself, having it be independently validated. You know,
exactly, independently validated. I was waiting for that because that's the thing you really need here, like experiments, like this chemical in the elephant's skin is causing him to look purple. And we can repeat that experiment because we can produce this chemical and we can put it in other elephant skin and see if they become purple or not, right? And all those things have been done, and it's been demonstrated that you have a purple elephant in your room, scientifically.
Actually, you know what, Ed? The purple.
And there are still people. There are still people who are denying this simply because they have a different standard of evidence and are not accepting these scientific experiments because they
if you
feel
think that's the
something is wrong
case,
with it.
if you think that's the case, you just haven't been paying attention to the whole discussion. I don't know how long you said 3 years for you. I mean, people have been going back and forth about this. If there was like all of that evidence that was so definitive, then we wouldn't be having this discussion. Then to bring it, you haven't brought it. You just sit there and criticize people and then say they're incredulous. But you know, the purple elephant in the room is that the evidence doesn't exist and it's obviously stationary. That's the purple elephant you don't want to look at.
Well, you've already made up your mind, and
dude, I haven't made up my mind.
It doesn't
it's
seem
obvious
useful.
that it's not a spinning ball to everyone that's paying attention, in my opinion. But if you have evidence, bring it. Bring your definitive evidence.
You guys are talking.
Can you relax?
Ed, you got to sometimes give up the mic. I mean, you know, let someone else talk.
I said 2 words, man.
Well, no, I just noticed that sometimes when 2 people start talking, you're never the one that pulls back. So I'm just saying, like, sometimes, like, he was trying to get in. Just let him say something for a minute.
Yeah, there's obviously not the definitive evidence that you think there is, and you haven't brought it, so bring it.
Well, there is. It's just that your standard of evidence is preventing you from accepting it, which is a problem because the measurements and data will not change no matter what you say. So the problem is you.
Actually, if that was the case, then why are you here? If it's that definitive for you, why would you even waste your time with people that are just in denial?
I find it very interesting and educative to hear other people's thoughts and the way they process information, the way they see logic and use it, because I might be using incorrect logic, and
That
I
might
don't
be the
mind
case,
challenging it.
actually. That is the elephant in the room. Maybe you are.
Well, maybe I am, but highly
I hope you
unlikely.
sleep well with the elephant in your room tonight.
Yeah, that's very cute, but
Well, so Ed, let me just ask you with the globe thing, like, are you saying that from your perspective, like, I'm not trying to like challenge you or get into some big debate. From your perspective, though, are you able to say that you think objectively, definitively, absolutely stamped, solid as can be, as equivalent to like if I said there's a purple elephant in my room, to you walking in the room and oh my God, there's a purple elephant. You can measure it, you can touch it, you can see the purpleness, you can do everything. So are you telling me that the globe, in your viewpoint, is, with all honesty, do you think it really is that solid? 100% stamped, done and dusted, 100%. Is that where you're at with it?
I would never say 100% on anything, but anyway, very close to it, yes. But that doesn't mean I'm not open to new evidence.
But that's what I'm asking. Like, hold on.
But I want to make that very clear, because you can have a very sure thought on anything, but that doesn't mean you're not open to new information, right? Because at the moment, I'm absolutely convinced that none of the religions that have been put for me are real, that are truthful. But I'm still open to new.
Except for the heliocentric religion.
Hold on, I want to finish this thought, please. I'm still open to new information that could convince me that I'm wrong.
But if you know something is true for sure, that's why the word definitive. Like if it's definitive, not just your opinion or anything like that, definitive, like the purple elephant thing. If you walked in the room and there it is, you touch it, you measure it, you see it pooping on the ground, whatever it is, like what could be more real than that? Like you're right there. Now you could get into like your brain in a jar or some kind of wacky, like you're schizophrenic and you're just seeing things. But I'm talking about in terms of or let's just say measuring my table that's 5 feet long. You get a measuring stick, you do everything you can. It's 5 feet, it's 5 feet. It is 5 feet. That's what I mean by definitive. So
yeah, but I would still not say 100% because I could still be fooled in some way or be mistaken.
Okay, well then if that's the case then and everything you've said, it sounds like from my perspective, it's not necessarily 100% definitive that it's a globe. So then
no, but it's very close.
Close.
And
okay,
there's absolutely no evidence that convinces me of the flat Earth because there simply is none.
How about 100% of your experience every single day for the rest of your life and for anyone's life ever experiencing a stationary level Earth?
That's not what I experience. I experience the effects of a moving Earth.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, like when you say evidences, dude, I mean, to say
you experience the movement.
Like honestly, Ed, I would say like I don't want to speak for you, but even if you absolutely think it's a globe and you think that the evidence you've seen is solid, to say there's no evidence for a stationary planar Earth, I really think is lacking in solidity, because there are. I mean, I could list off 100 right now that are at very minimum food for thought.
I'd say the evidence doesn't bear scrutiny, and that's the problem you're finding from our position. Is like we've bared the evidence, we've looked at it, but it doesn't pass the sniff test.
But that's precisely what folks on the side of the planar stationary Earth, we've looked at the globe, precisely the words you said, we've looked at the globe evidence, it absolutely doesn't pass the sniff test. So
yeah, and honest globers have to admit that if they were never told about the globe, they would assume it's stationary and level.
Oh my God, hands on the wheel, hands on the wheel.
But that is what's interesting, that everybody does have their own take on things, of course, their own. For example, you could lay out like the best evidences for a stationary planar Earth on one side of a PowerPoint presentation, and then somebody else could do the absolute best. Like if you got together, the quote unquote top researchers, if you want to call it that, within the Earth being stationary, planar, flat Earth, etc., and they all got together. I mean, I'll just list off a couple of the bigger YouTube guys over the years: ODD TV, Eric Dubay, Jaronism, Bob from Glowbusters. I mean, you could list whatever top 10, 20 people that have had channels and have been putting out content. Get all them together and have, I just listed a few and I just randomly threw those out because, I'm just saying, and have them put together a comprehensive PowerPoint for every single thing that they can pull together. And then you could even have bring that from a larger community, and then have another side with the Globe part of it, and have the best guys from the Globe, whoever you want to list off, list 5, 10 people, whoever you want, and have them put together a PowerPoint presentation for all the reasons the Earth of the globe. There's no way that you could sit there and say there's no evidence for one side or the other. There's absolutely evidence for both. Thorough.
Yeah, there's evidence for Santa Claus.
But you're going to find, that's fine, but you're going to find people, if you presented that to people, like let's say you had the 2 presentations and the first hour is the one, the second hour is the other, whatever it is. If you then did that to thousands of people, you're going to definitely, some people are going to say, oh, no, absolutely, the globe one is where I'm at. Other people are going to say, nope, the planar Earth one, so.
Well, that really depends on one thing, Gio, because you could say that there might be evidence for the flat Earth, but then you would have to stop at the point where it shows flat Earth, and then that's your standard of evidence. And there comes the whole standard of evidence thing again. That's not important. So when I look at these things, it's not about me. It's about the data. It's about the measurements. It's about what it shows. And any personal standard of evidence is irrelevant because the outcome will be what it is. Like you said at the beginning, Gio, you accept the Earth. It is what it is, right? You can't. It's not this hallucinating thing or hologram, whatever you said.
Right. Well, would you say of all? So if you're willing to admit that there at least something that could be categorized as evidence for a stationary planar Earth, because you were saying there's none. If you're at least willing to say there's some, however, I would guess that you might say 99% you're on the side of the globe evidence, and maybe 1% there's a little bit of flat Earth, planar Earth evidence.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that there's only flat Earth evidence if that is your standard of evidence, and since that is absolutely irrelevant, I can say there is no flat Earth evidence.
All right. Well, where I was going with that is, I mean, if you need to keep saying there's none, that's fine. But I mean, I could literally list off over 100 just right off the top of my head. I could probably do 1,000 right now.
Right, because that is your standard of evidence. I understand.
No, but we're just talking about just being evidence, not standard, whether I think it's true or not, just evidence. Because evidence itself doesn't mean that it's true or not. Just evidence. For example, the purple elephant thing in my room, I could show you a picture of a purple elephant in a room, and that could be considered evidence that there's a purple elephant in my room. Doesn't mean it's correct evidence, because the truth might be there's not one in my room. Maybe it's CGI. Maybe I made it up. Maybe it's in someone else's room. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but that's still evidence.
All right. So then what you're saying is there is flat Earth evidence. You're just not accepting it as true, because that is not your standard of evidence.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not saying me personally, but yes, that, like I said with the PowerPoint presentation thing, there could be evidences for both sides, and one of them is true, one of them is not in this scenario. So obviously, it would be somebody would have to be keen enough to figure out which one's which. However, there will be people that will come to conclusions, and that does come to their standard of evidence in a way. Yes, unless it's definitive. But if it's not definitive, then yes, it would come down to like what they think. Like people look at the globe thing and they're like, oh my God, this is just a mess. Swiss cheese, holes in it all over the place, all these things that don't work. But then there's other people that will say the same about, a planar stationary Earth. They'll say the same thing. They'll say, oh God, there's so many holes in it. There's no evidence. So what makes that level of, and they're both intelligent people. Maybe they both have college degrees. Maybe they're both engineers. It's not like we're not talking about actually mentally disabled people. We're talking about intelligent people. So there's obviously, this is a very complicated,
No, I get your argument, but it's not that I'm saying there are holes in the flat Earth evidence. I'm just saying there is none.
But that's your opinion, obviously. That's your standard.
No, that's because I'm not. That's because I'm not inserting my own standards of evidence.
But you do accept that you do have a standard for evidence.
Right, but I'm not applying it to anything because that would be counterproductive since the outcome will be what it is. Reality doesn't change based on my standard of evidence.
Right, but Right. Whether or not you're willing to accept a thing, though, that is what you base a standard from. Like once you accept it, you're like, okay, well, I guess that's the level of, the standard that I accept things at, and anything below that, I will not accept at.
No, it's not that I'm not willing to accept it. It's that I'm admitting that I don't understand enough about it.
Okay. Yeah. No, I get that too.
And your standard of evidence is dependent on how much you trust the people that are giving you that evidence, right?
No.
Oh, so you've done all these definitive measurements yourself then? Is that what you're saying?
No.
So then there is some level of trust?
Yeah. Then you're trusting the people that say they've done it.
It's not about trust. It's about what the measurements say and the data and all that stuff.
And they're the ones giving you the data and the measurements. So you have to trust that they gave you the right measurements and data.
And everything checks out, so there's no problem.
Oh, so you have done the measurements yourself because you checked them out.
Well, that's your standard of evidence. That's not my problem.
I'm just saying,
that's your standard of evidence.
You're trusting in the people that are giving you these. You haven't done those measurements yourself. So it doesn't check out.
That's your standard of evidence.
And we've actually checked it, and it doesn't check out.
Have you made a cell phone yourself to know that they work the same way that a regular cell phone works? And if not, you don't get to use a cell phone because you haven't proved that that's the actual way they work.
That's a total straw man, completely ridiculous. I know my cell phone works because I'm using my cell phone.
Did you make it?
I know it works. I'm checking it out. I'm checking it out myself. I'm using it right now. So I'm checking out and it works. Doesn't mean I have to know how it's built. I don't have to know how it's built to know it works.
How do you know that it's not something more that's happening and you're just getting like the very tiniest fraction of the reality of the phone?
I don't.
Well, but he uses it. When he dials a number, the other person picks it up. He talks to him. He goes on the internet. I mean, there's a lot of ways to validate that the cell phone is doing the thing it's sold to do. When he bought it for however much money he paid for it, it could validate that it works.
Yeah, it's a terrible, terrible, terrible analogy, by the way.
But like, let's say cell phones were explained to you, like people have these devices, right? You may not have seen one because they aren't in your region, but people use these things and it does all the things a cell phone does. Your standard would be, I must see the cell phone, make a call on it in order to know that the things that they claim are true. Whereas I think, literally objectives and mine would be like, okay, we've seen the data that this kind of communication technology would work. It's above board on paper. I can see how that would work. That's enough evidence for me to say it's likely, it is possible. Not, I must see a cell phone before I even accept radio communications.
You've lost your point completely, bro.
No, I haven't really. I think you stopped listening.
Not at all. No, I know how my cell phone works. I work it. I use it, and that's how it works. All right, perfect. I don't have to know how it was built or anything to know that it works.
Well, but maybe the analogy could be true like this. Let's say that you never did use a cell phone. You never tested it yourself. You never made a call on it.
That was my point.
But hold on. But then other people would be telling you new perspective. They would be saying to you, "Oh, dude, there's these things. They're called cell phones. They're awesome, man. I've made calls on it. All these scientists have made calls on it. etc." So wouldn't you agree, Demon Stride? At that point, he would have to just believe it on trust. He wouldn't have any way to validate it.
This was my point exactly. Yeah.
But
so you're making my point. You're making my point for me then.
Yeah, it sounds like you are kind of a bit making the point that he was saying to literally.
Would it be wrong to accept the testimony from people who have used the data, perceived the data, and collected the data, that the perception they have is accurate? Would that be wrong?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, I agree. I don't think it'd be wrong, but he does agree that it would be wrong. He would.
I'm not saying it. I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm just pointing out the fact that he's trusting in information that he hasn't validated.
Right.
No, I'm not trusting in anything, because if it wouldn't work, then nothing would work. Then cars wouldn't work. My house wouldn't stand. I wouldn't have a phone. Wouldn't have a computer.
So the Earth's a globe, and your phone doesn't work. That's like really.
So again, it's not about trust. It's about results.
There's nothing about a globe that requires that for a house to stand or for a phone to work. But
the same physics and the same logic and the same math and everything, it all works. and the same is
It's
used
not the
to
same math or
determine,
the same
and the
logic or the
same,
same
and the
physics.
same, and
Are
the
you kidding
same,
me? You guys,
and
if
the
that's where you're at,
same.
then
I wasn't
ridiculous.
finished.
Come on.
Stop interrupting.
Uh,
Stop interrupting. And the same physics are used to determine, to find out, to show evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Well, I mean, I'll say
So
this:
it's not
like,
about trust.
when I take my car to the car dealership, I trust that those mechanics are going to fix it right and they're going to do the right things. You know, they're not going to give me an old crappy oil filter. Or they're not going to put old tires on my car when I pay for new tires, etc. And I take it there and I trust them. I do. I trust them that they're going to do it right. You know, but if I wanted to know the 100% truth of what they're actually doing to make sure that they're not giving me some off-brand thing, or they're taking out my whatever, messing something up, or they're not changing my oil when they say they are, if I want to know the absolute truth for it, then I may not be able to get that by just trusting them, even if they're the most reputable dealer in the country and they have all the best reviews, and I've got reviews directly from other people that I trust that they're absolutely good. That doesn't mean that when I take my car there. So I'm just saying, if I want to know the absolute truth of it, then it may
Then
not
it's
be
not about trust, then it's about result, because they
well, I
can
was gonna say-
tell you any story in the book and you have trust in them, but then your car breaks down. So
I was gonna say,
does
you
it
have
really matter?
confidence.
No, it doesn't matter at all. It's about the results.
I was gonna say you would have confidence that they're gonna do a service correctly, and then you trust that they will do that service, and you have confidence based on the relationship you've built. Maybe you've brought it there before. You've seen the work they do. You've seen the reviews, so you have a good confidence. The trust is all like it's always whenever you give up control, like you're trusting that something's taking place, but it's not the only factor there. Like my brakes, I don't trust my brakes are going to work. I have confidence that they will based on the previous history I've built with them.
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Like the trust or the confidence doesn't go your way. Like I actually had a time where I did take my car to the dealership, and they had to do this whole like transmission flush type thing, and it was like one of the more expensive things to do. And I was like, all right, let's do it. You know, the car needed it, so they did it and all that. And I brought it home. I look under the car and I see liquid dripping out, and I'm like, oh no, there's liquid dripping out of it. So of course I called them, and they said bring it back, and then I did bring it back, and indeed they had. When they flushed it out, you know, they blew some O-ring or whatever it was. So, you know, I mean, I'm sure many people have had things like that, but that was a thing where obviously, and they are a very reputable dealer and so on. And so, you know, that was a situation.
So your confidence lowered, but your trust in them didn't. Like you'd still have trust bringing it back because of how they dealt with you, but the confidence that they're going to do 100% of a job probably lowered slightly.
Yeah, although I have taken it back there, I think.
Exactly. Like you would, because you trust them to do the thing, even though your confidence was lowered. So there's a certain level of where you have a confidence in a reliable service, and it's like you aren't going to put your trust into that based on your confidence level.
But then how much for either for yourself or for Ed, like how much because like New Perspective was pointing out that, you know, Ed was saying that there's these measurements that he thinks are definitive, very solid, that the Earth's a globe and so on. And then New Perspective was saying, well, but Ed, he didn't do those himself. So at what point, this is the question to either of you guys, at what point is confidence or trust in these, you know, claimed evidences that are coming from some source outside of yourself, meaning not your own experience or your own observations, but something that comes from someone else? How much is the trust and confidence involved in your, you know, perception that the Earth's a globe?
None. It's all about the results.
What, like,
just like getting in your car and your car doesn't break down after you went to the dealership, that's the result.
I think New Perspective, though, is saying that you didn't get those results yourself. You accepted the results from somebody else. And that's where we go back to the level of, like, what was the word we were using? Not your confidence or your trust, but, yeah, I don't know. Like your question, Geo, like let's say there's somebody in the like rainforest data. They've got all this data on rainforest and they're saying this, that. I don't fucking know because I live very far away from any rainforest. I've not researched it. When I see a statistic on something about a topic that I know nothing about, I'm basing it mainly on the jargon they use, whether or not it seems feasible, and that is all based on my own, my own backbone right there. Because what seems feasible to me is going to be different than what you seem feasible based on your own experience. It's like you can imagine there's definitely people who have never experienced, a certain thing happening. Like let's say you like put the wrong thing in the microwave and you turned it on, but like another person has used like they stick metal in the microwave every time and it never, made a problem for them. So they wouldn't believe the claim that putting metal in the microwave is somehow bad. Because I've put metal in the microwave and nothing happened. I was like, huh. So then I experimented. I was like, oh yeah, tinfoil, definitely you get a reaction. But that right there, like what seems feasible to you at the moment is where you're beginning your judgments from, like prior experience.
Well, I hear you on that. So, yeah.
Clearly,
well, then for your thought that the Earth's a globe, like in terms of the idea, like I was saying with the purple elephant, and then I, show you pictures, and then like versus you being able to go and absolutely validate for yourself, for sure, the purple elephant is in there. So, in terms of your thoughts that the Earth is a globe, how much of it is based upon some of these other factors, like the confidence, the trust, the going with it, or whatever it may be, versus you having, a firsthand confirmation of it?
It's funny. I use this argument like on the daily whenever I'm talking to theists, because I use, okay, well, I've got a dragon in my room, and you're gonna believe that my dragon's there. Well, how do you know unless you actually come and investigate it? And it's kind of like the whole thing for you're not truly searching for Jesus, unless you've and if you were, you'd experience him. That all goes back to like I've understood things at a certain level, and I guess it's like a domino effect. Like if I didn't have that first domino of like fucking something up and realizing, oh, that leads to that, maybe I might have never, seen the full picture, like the whole grand scale of the dominoes after they've fallen, because I missed that first step and I'm only seeing half the passage. And I can't say it's just because like everyone here who believes that the Earth's flat or flat and stationary, that they've just missed on something in their life. I'm just saying, like, for me, I've seen a lot of shit and a lot of stuff makes sense, like a new perspective, like what I was saying, like, dude, I got to the end of your logical conclusion like fucking 20 minutes before we got there in the end, and I was like, oh, is this what you mean before we even get there? Yeah, it's like I fucking understood exactly what you meant. I don't know. I've yet to see the convincing evidence, but when I do, be sure I'm the guy to fucking tell you I've changed my mind, because I've definitely changed my mind in the past.
Right. So what you're saying is you're almost absolutely sure, but you're absolutely open to new evidence.
Yeah, there was a time in my life though. I remember pondering this same thing, like, wow, it seems and looks flat, though all of the evidence I have seen points to it being a sphere of some sort. And then also knowing that in the past people have thought it was flat. And then like even thought, well, why did they think it was flat? Oh, they didn't have this math or that math. Oh, they were stupid, so they must have thought this, right? And I've gone back and forth with that. But I remember that point in my life, and then slowly building up. Okay, well, this makes sense. If this makes sense, all right. Well, it's that whole domino thing. Like I've not seen the degradation. Like some people like to point to science and say, oh, well, they said this, and now they're saying this. It's like, for me, that's like a strengthening factor for science being the correct path. Like just look at the James Space Webb Telescope. Breaking the current, or at least the cosmology model that I knew since I was a kid from the 90s of the Big Bang model, and now we're like, okay, well, things couldn't have actually formed the way we claim they did in like the last 20 years of putting out science videos. All right, so let's think about where we're going from here. And you look at all the scientists that are dealing with it, and like they're like, yeah, we definitely didn't have it exactly correct, which is what science is, and we'd love to figure this out. It's a great mystery. Science loves when they're proven wrong because now they get to figure out why they were wrong.
Well, I'll ask you this. So I'm going to use the word if because I'm just trying to come from your mindset. Like I'm not trying to assert anything different than what you currently think. So just from your perspective, if the Earth is a flat, stationary plane, etc., meaning water's level, the land comes up out of the water, and horizontal is level, and so on, and there's some kind of the heavens, the celestial objects are above us, they're all rotating above us, it's geocentric, etc., and not a globe, and so on. If that's the case, if that is the truth in your mind, I'm just using if because I'm trying to kind of put myself in your shoes. Like if that's the case, how would you begin to kind of process or understand how you were on the conclusion it was a globe? Like what would be some of the things that would have had to have been either?
Oh, that's going the opposite way because like that's me figuring it out that it is flat and stationary, right? So and then what's the thing that makes me realize it's not flat and stationary, right? I think we skipped over that part. What would it be?
Well, let's say something very definitive to the point of like physical measurements that are validatable by you. Like it's like a demonstration site that you can come to and actually look at and touch and feel and see the whole setup. And in addition to that, so I'm talking physical measurements of lack of curvature. And in addition to that, the entire world at that point is also like not like the globe is, meaning that even all of the society and the culture and so on are not thinking it's a globe anymore either. So like pretty much the full on, like the whole world has come to the realization it wasn't a globe. Maybe even the people in power are no longer in power, and there's absolute physical validation that you can physically. So I'm talking like, yeah, not just like you were convinced or anything like that. So as definitive as it possibly could be.
Right. So I've even thought of the scenario that would lead me to that. What's the question you want me to answer after now I've come to this realization that the world is flat and stationary? I missed that.
Yeah. I guess basically just if that was the case, through those avenues I just said, how would you begin to look back on your current mindset now as to what convinced you it was a globe? Like what could have been lacking or what.
Yeah. So if I'll get to the thing that would convince me too, but so if that happened and I was like, oh shit, okay, well that doesn't fucking mean that all right, and then we've got a reverse domino effect. So all those dominoes falling throughout my life that supported the first domino that knocked into the other one, right? I would be witnessing those in reverse, and ultimately I would say mainly like the push for intellectualism. Like it's been like there's been like a battle between being smart and like why you got to be so smart, dummy, just have fun, right? Like that's kind of like the main battle for the last 30 years I can think of, like the anti-intellectualism. So like shows like Bill Nye the Science Guy and how all this stuff was like marketed to be cool for kids, right? I'd be looking at that as like super sus, and then I'd be like, okay, well, who is pushing that agenda? I would try and find all of these science communication pools of money and see where those actually led. I haven't seen that conspiracy yet, but that would be interesting. The thing that would blow my mind though is the LIGO installment. All right. So the LIGO, it's 2 miles long on either limb, or maybe it's 1 mile long on either limb. Either way, the thing's extremely. It's the most flat surface constructed in humankind, except that it is not level except for one location on it. Right. So as it extends out from that location, if you were like to look out, because it's like they vacuum chamber each of the limbs. So if you were able to see like an X-ray vision of the ground as you went towards one end of the limb, you'd see the ground getting further away because it's actually lifting up away from the surface of the earth. And if you go to that very end, even though it's extremely flat, like ruler flat, laser flat from the very beginning, if you put a ball bearing down or a little ball of water, it would travel back towards that level location at the very beginning of it. So if that didn't happen, I'd be like, holy shit, gravity's not a real thing, because that's a direct cause from gravity.
Okay, I was just getting gas. I heard you mention my name, and I'm going to start driving here again. I won't be able to talk, but what was it? You said something about something, an argument I made that you already had on, something like that.
How long ago was your name mentioned?
I don't know. If you don't remember, that's not a big deal. By the way, Geo Demon Stride, I've talked to him on other places. That he's an interesting character because he realizes that 9/11 wasn't what they told us, right? Isn't that right?
It depends on what live stream we're doing, but I will definitely shill for the government on that aspect. I'll tell you.
Oh, so you're just kind of picking and choosing based on like the angle you want to argue rather than what
No,
you
all
actually
right.
think?
Here's the real thing. Like the government knew that there were planes flying into those buildings that day, and there were people in positions that could have stopped it that decided not to because it would have been more beneficial to run a war. Not saying the president did it or even he had any clue it was happening. I definitely
Okay, so
think
that's your
people had
current
agendas.
position.
Yeah.
Like they're not telling us the truth about 9/11.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
Okay, so he realizes the government lies about certain things that are to their benefit, but I think that he's kind of picking and choosing his arguments based on the angles he wants to argue from. I think that he's if he actually looked at the was being honest with himself on the arguments for the flat Earth. I mean, he's kind of new to the topic actually.
Definitely
That
not new.
Well, relatively new compared to maybe some of us. And I think that if you were actually keeping honest with yourself, like you are to a certain extent with 9/11, then you might, be, in agreement with us here pretty soon. So that's just what I just want to let Geo know that because it's an interesting angle when someone's actually like able to see through some things but not others. And then I'm going to start driving, so you guys can continue on.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, no, like my first art, my in the debate scene, I guess you could say, yes, I'm relatively new talking face to face. I've been in this discussion topic for years, pretty much since the inception. I've just kind of been a backseat driver yelling at the TV screen. I was like, fuck that. I'm gonna get in at least the passenger seat so I can passenger drive, right? Yeah, no, I don't pick and choose. Things that convince me will convince me, and I'll change my position accordingly.
And what did you say about LIGO?
It's the flattest construction in history ever made. Not level, but flat.
You mean horizontal?
It is flat. And here's the thing, like if you were to take a basketball and take like a meter stick, right, and put the meter stick on edge, like on the basketball, and have it stick out either side of the ball, the way that the ball pulls away from the meter stick is the same way LIGO and the Earth pulls away from LIGO as it extends from. It's got like an L shape, and both of the limbs are extremely flat. They're on their own plane, right? And you can put a laser setup in there and show that it is like if you put a laser at 1 foot height and shot it the entire distance down, like even pressurize it or decompress it, I mean, and put it in a vacuum chamber so there's no diffraction, refraction, or anything like that. The laser marker will hit, like if you had like a bunch of like rulers set up at 1 foot down both legs, they would hit at the exact measurement down every single ruler, right, as it went down either limb. Except if you go to the end of the limb and put a ball bearing on the ground, it will start rolling back towards the beginning. Because, like, now if you go back to the meter stick and the basketball, But imagine the basketball is like a neutron star, and it's got gravity that can pull things from either end of that meter stick back towards the center of the meter stick. That's what's happening with the gravity of the Earth.
So it's bent?
The Earth is bending away from the meter stick, yeah. Did you, like, imagine a meter stick balancing on top of a basketball?
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's what LIGO is. It's so long that the Earth starts to curve away from it. But it maintains its extremely flat surface.
Right.
So yeah, this one thing would be like, if you could get physics to work opposite than the way they work in reality at this one location in America that we can all go to, I'd be flabbergasted. I'd probably I'd switch my YouTubes around and start making videos on how they're hiding the reality of the flat stationary plane.
You mean like seeing a river go uphill instead of downhill?
No, rivers can definitely go uphill depending on the starting position and the ending position.
By the way, there's 2 LIGOs. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Yeah, one's in Louisiana and one's in Washington.
Yay for Washington.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what's interesting is those states, they're all completely mapped and measured with accurate straight line scales. I just find that interesting.
As opposed to what other states would not be accurately mapped.
I'm just saying, it's interesting.
I mean, let me ask you this. Is that true? Is that not, where is that not true for Earth? Anywhere on Earth? Is there anywhere on Earth that is not accurately mapped?
The ocean.
Well, if it's mapped, then it's mapped with straight lines, right?
The southern pole, because you can't go there because of the Atlantic Treaty that says nobody gets to go here.
I know nothing about that. That sounds like a conspiracy.
I'd say it's all mapped by low Earth planes or high orbit planes or whatever, and low Earth satellites.
Uh-huh. Straight horizontal distances.
No.
No?
No.
Well, there
Have
must
you
be
ever
a
taken a
conspiracy then.
panorama view? Have you ever taken one of those panorama views where you hold your phone like far to the left and then you start rotating your body to the right and the camera picks up a far left to far right field? Have you ever done that? That's the same thing that the planes taking the nearest images that you see on Google Earth with are doing. Like as they're flying over areas, like they're doing panorama style views and mapping areas. Yeah.
And how about measurement?
Yeah, back to the whole flat straight line thing. No, that was the answer.
So, what? Is there a conspiracy about maps now?
Not from my end.
You know how to use them.
What's up?
Globers know how to use them and read them and figure out what they say. I'm not sure
Yeah,
that's
because
true
you
for
put
flat
the
earthers.
because you got the scale there, and it's a straight line. So 2 inches is 60 miles, and that's a straight line distance, right?
But here's the problem. On the globe, the distance between the lines of longitude changes. And that wouldn't be true if it was a straight line.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Why? That is weird. Why would that happen on a flat stationary, well, not state, but why would that happen on a flat plane?
Well, it's not flat, right? That's why there's elevation.
Why would it happen on a, whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know why it would, but I mean, what we do know is that distances are measured with straight lines.
That's true. And interestingly, the straightest distance between 2 points on Earth is not a straight line. The shortest distance, that is.
What are you saying?
I'll repeat that again. The shortest distance between 2 points on Earth is not a straight line. It's what do they call it? A great circle.
So an arc is a shorter distance than a straight line.
On the Earth, the shortest distance is a curved path. I'll put it that way, and not a straight line.
So why do the maps have straight lines?
That's a good question. Why do they? Not all of them do.
Oh, I don't know. I don't make maps, but certainly I trust the map makers.
That would be an interesting question to ask a map maker. Do you think a map maker knows the true shape of the Earth?
I don't know what they think.
Early makers made distorted maps as they sailed around. I don't think they knew the true shape of the Earth. I think modern map makers probably have a good understanding.
But there's not a big demand for map makers these days. I mean, that's kind of an antiquated profession.
I'd say GPS and Google Maps is like your modern map maker.
Well, Google Maps has straight line scales too. That's interesting.
Yeah, but the continents are all distorted. The farther from the equator, the more distorted they are. So the straight lines comes at a cost, right?
But that's only because they're putting them on a ball, though. So yeah, they're distorted because they're trying to squish them to make a ball. I totally agree with you, Jesse. They're distorted, but it's because they're putting them on a ball. So retarded, if you ask me, but whatever.
Wait, I'm confused. Are they distorted? Their true size is on a flat map, and they're distorted because they're on a ball, or their true size. Hold on. Or their true size is on a sphere, and they're distorted if they're put on a flat map. Which way does it work?
I think it's both because
Really? Because you can measure it though. So
I think it's both. I think it's both because if you're taking an image and you're trying to wrap it on a ball, then yeah, that's going to distort it. But it's also if you're having this measured quote unquote calculation, but it's only fit to make the ball as we know it to be, then there's also that. Like for instance, Africa, they made it pretty small on one of the globes in one of the years.
One of the images taken from a different location.
Yeah, and but it didn't add up to when you actually would travel on the land. So if you take like Google Maps and like it has this image of what they've mapped out through using the data, but if it's not accurate, so if like one country looks smaller than it actually is, but they only did it that way so that way they can fit all of it on this ball for visual purposes, then yeah, there's going to be a problem. I agree.
Well, like Australia on the AE map is stretched out, preposterously. But what you're saying is you couldn't accurately put anything on a ball because the shape would be distorted. But what if you're copying a shape from one ball onto another? Are you saying that then a map of that couldn't be accurately made? Because I would say that if you were going to make a globe map of a globe, it's going to be accurate 1-to-1. Now, when you say the thing about Africa being a different size, have you not seen this explanation? Like you put a camera on full zoom, right? And then you take a picture of a basketball with like a star on it, and you get real close, you move further and further away, and you keep that zoom so the ball's the same size in the frame, and you're going to get a different shaped star as you move away, even though the ball appears the same size in the picture. Now, it's just simple explanation right there. It should, in your mind, be able to clear that up. Why the size is different.
So, along that regard, do we know the size of Greenland? Would you say that? Would you say we know the true size of Greenland in terms of
Absolutely.
If it's been
mapped 100%.
If it's been mapped, yes, then it's accurate. Because if it's been surveyed, I'd say not. I mean, map can be any different kind of way, but surveyed. If it's surveyed, it's accurate.
So, to get that size, whatever that size is in relation to the other continents and the other land masses. How do you get that the most accurate? Do you put it on a flat map, or
Well,
do you
get
put it on the
this.
globe?
If you are, well, there are globes, right, that have masses on them. Are you saying that they somehow wouldn't put the correct shapes and sizes on a globe model for a globe that they're mapping? Because what if there was a bunch of tiny little people on that basketball, and there's a bunch of shapes drawn on the basketball, and they did surveying and they mapped that out? You're telling me we wouldn't be able to make a sphere map that accurately 1-to-1 represents it? Because I believe we could.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
No, not really.
Really?
But do you think we wouldn't be able to make a 1-to-1 map of one ball to another?
We could, yes.
Right.
One ball to another.
So
Yeah,
only one map, the globe map, in my position, my opinion, is going to be the one that accurately represents those landmass sizes that you yourself can tell. You can go from coast to coast on any one of those continents on, like, let's say the AE map, where they're extremely distorted and large, and see if they accurately represent what the globe model says. Because just go back to the globe, you take that straight line measurement on that ball you're talking about, because whatever, it doesn't matter, and see if that maps to your miles traveled on your vehicle. I'll take that as evidence.
Well, what if you had a scale map of the United States? You'd say that was surveyed, right?
I mean, yeah, we do have
Yeah.
scaled maps of the U.S. Like dude, I've been to every single state in the U.S. except for Alaska and Hawaii.
There you go.
Yeah, and going there long before we had GPS. Like, I used to help my dad map this shit out. He's a trucker. It works. It maps. It's accurate.
There you go. Beautiful. Straight lines.
Right. And all I'm saying is, like, this would be like undeniably visible if the miles didn't match what the map was saying. Because, like, all of a sudden, because, like, when you go through like a road map, you're not just like looking at one page. Like, when you get down to it, each distance or whatever, you got like 15 pages you're going through. Now, either these pages would be like you'd have a lot more pages or a lot less pages, because they all are to a certain scale. So, right. So all, like, you would notice this, be like, whoa, when I go north to south, there's like 10 pages, but when I go east to west for the same distance, there's like 40 pages. It's weird.
Well, maybe the pages are smaller.
Right. Or the image is somehow different and I just can't tell. Or maybe they scale it slightly, like when there's a big 30 long page thing, like they just scale it slowly so I can't tell, and they ramp it back up. So when it goes to like a north south direction, all of a sudden it's like, this isn't any different from the last page. I can't tell the difference. So yeah, it's accurate, even though I'm only flipping through 3 pages to go the same distance versus 40.
Yep. Yeah, so that's why it's interesting why you bring up LIGO. I mean, that's only 2 miles, but we got a whole scale map of, like, say, Texas or Alaska or the entire country.
Right. But I'd say LIGO because everybody can go to it, and there's like a very specific, like, everyone wants to see the curve, wants to do this. There's a piece of physics you can map out right there, right at the very linchpin where you have a horizontal level. All right, you set up your laser level, and you have it going down each limb, right? And then along each limb, you set up a ruler so that the laser's hitting it at 6 inches on each of the rulers, and you put fucking, I don't care, 100 down each limb. That laser's gonna nick every single 6-inch mark of that LIGO going all the way to the end. You walk to the end, and like the surface is level, 6 inches. That laser's hitting it all the way to the end. But you put a ball bearing down, for some reason, that ball bearing rushes all the way back to the laser. And when it gets to the laser, and you set a ball bearing down, it doesn't move anywhere because it's at the horizontal plumb of level.
So you're saying they let people just walk down there with ball bearings and
No,
put them on the tubes?
I'm not saying everybody can do this exact experiment. I'm saying this is a location everybody could go to, and like I don't know, I'd like to be able to get in there to actually do it, but maybe somebody with more prowess than me could actually get in there who's actually in the scientific field. But no, this is one that I think would be definitive.
So you've never seen it happen, but you think it would happen?
No, I know it would happen, yeah, based on physics.
Right. But you've never seen it.
What is it that you think would happen?
He's saying that
Jerry-
water would flow uphill. Yeah.
Jerry is applying his own standard of evidence
Wait a minute,
instead of
like Niagara Falls
looking at the results. Yeah, thanks for
Niagara
interrupting,
Falls
Patrick.
flows downhill. So you're saying it'll flow uphill like Niagara Falls, but opposite?
I'm making a hypothesis, and I'm saying that, like, based on this hypothesis, my conclusion would be that the Earth is a ball. Is if you put the ball bearing at the end of LIGO and it goes to one or the other ends of the limb, right, or a water droplet, or you put a actual water level on the surface, you'll see that it isn't actually visibly level like the laser would be. Like, that's probably an easier experiment to do versus letting them, have you set up a shit ton of rulers, laser level. You just walk to one end of it and put a bubble, a water level down. You'll see it's not level like it is at the very center where both limbs extend from.
Yeah, Ed said that I'm applying my own standard, like, oh, you have to do it. But Demon Stride, you said that that you never saw anybody do this, and
The thing
you've
I'm
never.
saying,
Yeah.
I'm saying would be there to, like, show to everyone in this room, like the people like Godric and Extremesis who we're talking these things through. For me, I know their level. I've seen, I've seen them.
But I want to
laser
point out,
levels and the water level. That to me is enough. I'm just saying,
Okay.
like, there's extra elements you could do to make it for everybody.
ball bearing and LIGO, you're claiming stuff that hasn't been done. If this is done, this would prove the globe. Do you see how that sounds? It's like, why don't you show me something that has been done that's provable, repeatable, easily
No.
determined?
I'm saying it's already proven the globe based on what I was saying is if you could get this. Hold on. If you could get this thing to not do what I know it's going to do when you set a ball bearing down at the end, like, you can see it's laser level and it's water different. Like, the water level is different at each end. Let me see if I can pull that up for you. But
did you see this done?
the thing I'm talking about, no. This is the thing I would like to have done to show to flat earthers who, like, it's an extra step. Like, for me, I've seen the evidence that's convincing enough for the first part. I think for the second part, this would be convincing to you guys.
Yeah, we got to get those flat earthers.
Okay, for a grade schooler, okay, layman person, what's the evidence of the globe? No rocket science, just obvious, the demonstrable, repeatable globe proof. Where is that?
Gravity.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, the whole.
Are
LIGO
you
thing I was
asking
just
for
talking about.
scientific proof, Godric?
No, he is claiming that he knows that it's a globe. So I'm saying, how do you know that? And he said ball bearing and LIGO, which has never been done, probably impossible, which I
like
thought
the-
was ridiculous. So how about something that's not ridiculous? Maybe something that a grade school person can
Personal
confirm.
incredibility.
Gotcha. Yeah. So you didn't hear the first part. You didn't hear the second part. You heard part of it. And
I'm
it sounds
sorry,
stupid.
he interrupted you, and I responded to him. So go back on gravity. How does gravity get you the globe? Go.
How does gravity get me to the globe? Is that
Yeah, how does
How does
dropping something? How does dropping something?
No, let him
you
answer.
to say
This
I'm on a ball.
should be easily testable, repeatable. Go ahead, go.
Things like the Cavendish and things like what the fuck's the pendulum? All right, so those things show me how gravity and rotation exist. So those are things I would point to for evidence towards a ball.
Foucault's pendulum and Cavendish gets you to the ball.
Yeah, those are evidences that point towards a ball. Yes.
Well, I mean, let's be clear. Pointing towards the ball is kind of like, well, that's how about
You want me
proof?
to hand you the ball, or you want me to point to evidence that points to the
Well,
thing?
when
You
you
want me to
let's
put
be
the ball
fair,
in your
when you
hand?
say point towards the ball, that could be like an explanation.
So
like,
what do you
of
want
what it
from
means.
me? What
I mean,
do
well, I
you
mean, I just want to be
want?
clear. You're saying point towards a ball.
What do you want from me? Specifically.
Like I said, you said you're sure it's a globe. What kind of proof, confirmable proof do you have for a layman person, not a rocket science person?
Yeah. I just
And you
pointed to 2
said
experiments.
cavendish,
Yeah.
but you
I
said
thought
points towards a globe. It doesn't prove a globe.
it points towards the conclusion of a globe. Yes. Proof
Well,
is
what you
something
have there is an explanation.
You want
not a
proof. What is proof? Is that handing it to you, putting it in your hands? Is that proof? What is proof? Is proof putting it inside your brain so you can see it like I do? What is proof?
He disconnected.
My question was too strong.
Gio, are you still there?
Well, it is interesting how, like, how do you know that you're on a ball? Sometimes people say, well, gravity, I could drop something, and that's how I know that I'm on a ball. Or I see one thing being attracted to another, and that's how I know that I'm on a ball. I don't know how that makes sense, but
Oh, would you like me to touch on that? I can touch on that.
well,
Well,
yeah.
if things are attracted to each other, and your claim, like, I don't know if you're making claims about the surface or not, but if the surface extends out indefinitely and there's not like a thickness to it, then gravity doesn't apply. So what's making it go downity, right? What makes things go uppity, and why not side to sidety, right? So globe is based on like the gravity of it is based on density. Like that makes perfect sense for things to go towards the center of that whatever it is. Like Cheerios in a bowl, like they're gonna get sucked because there's forces around each of those Cheerios that are pulling the side of the. It's like essentially like lifting the surface tension of the water up, which creates a force. And when they get close enough, they get sucked together. It's a force being pulled together. Like that
But
is
Cheerios
all
in the bowl aren't
intuitive.
gravity. And that'll happen on the flat.
No, I know they aren't
Why don't you use
gravity. I said
gravity?
no. I know they aren't gravity, Godric. I really understand that they aren't being attracted because of gravity. Like I did try and just like explain like through surface tension, which isn't gravity. I hope you know that those words aren't the same.
So it's not like geometry. It's more a story about why things fall or are attracted to each other, which leads you to the conclusion.
Why do things fall if it's not because of gravity? That's what I'd
Uh,
like to know.
Well, I call things falling gravity. Like there's the phenomenon, and then there's the story about why this thing happened.
Do you all right? So, what shape do you believe the world is that you live on?
I never saw an edge, so I don't know.
So, what shape do you believe the world is that you live on, or do you not have a belief?
I don't picture it as an object floating around somewhere, and I've never seen an edge, so
Stationary plane. So now, if you go infinite thickness, we can get back on gravity. It all depends on how thick it is.
Well, yeah, like the story about why things fall is going to conflict with any other shape you could think of. I understand that, but
no, but like if you go like flat plane, like fuck, it could be infinitely thick, and at that point, gravity's going straight down, buddy.
Well, I've only seen things fall straight down.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, there's a certain thickness that this flat plane could be on that would make things go in that one direction. That's something I can get on board with. The only problem is the Cavendish wouldn't work because that's a side to side.
Yeah, that's true, but I've never seen anything be attracted sideways.
Yeah, the Cavendish
towards the Earth.
sideways.
Well,
No, Cavendish
I'm
is
saying
sideways.
towards. Yeah, I'm talking about sideways towards the Earth.
Well, so the way the Earth was weighed was the dude doing that towards a mountain. He used a plumb bob to see how much it was deflected towards the mountain. Like it got pulled towards Earth, which, the mountain, which is Earth.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, if you think that the story about why things fall or are attracted to each other leads you to
Right. It's back to
think that
convincing stories. The reason the story isn't convincing to you is because of why. Why is that story not convincing to you? That
well, it's a story about why things fall. It's not a geometric proof.
no,
It's
no,
more
the side-to-side attraction that we
yeah,
just
well,
talked about. Why is that not
still
convincing to you?
because it's not based on geometry.
No,
It's
it
like,
is.
well,
It really is.
but what connection to that do you make to the ground being a ball?
So I initially pointed to gravity, right?
Yeah.
So if like you don't get to step away from gravity to be like, well, we're pointing at the shape now. No. You asked me why is it that shape, and I said gravity. Okay, we're sticking on that. So why is the story that the thing being pulled towards the mountain is not suffice?
Because it's not a measurement of the actual ground.
But it was a measurement. They measured exactly it, and in that measurement, they use it to calculate the mass of the Earth. What are you talking about? No measurement.
No, it's not a point to point distance measurement, and then you prove that the ground is a ball. It's a
No. You're
measurable.
hopping the fence there. It was a point to point. They measured a specific density, which is how they got the mass. Which is what? Yeah. Okay. What?
It's a measurable phenomenon, right? But it's
Side
not.
to side attraction is measurable phenomenon. Thank you. Yes, we agree.
Yeah, but it's not a measurement of the Earth.
So all right. Now that we're on this agreement that things can be attracted side to side, right? And one of them was a mass being attracted to a very, very much larger mass, the mountain, right? And its deflection was calculated, right? So now we have a calculation of a known phenomenon of this thing being attracted to another mass. What do you think it was?
I don't know. I don't make any claims about that.
Go get. I mean, that's a good answer because I don't know either. But like the best guess would be gravity. At least that I've
things
seen.
fall.
Yeah.
Things are attracted to each other.
Yeah, so they fall sideways too.
Good. So what?
No, I mean we're in agreement. Like I'm agreeing with you right now. I don't know the exact reason. I don't know what causes gravity other than like the most likely scenario. It's mass being warping space time and that causing an apparent force that causes things to move in a certain direction.
Yeah. So
Or
I'm
a
asking
certain
you how
vector.
that. Well, yeah. I'm asking how that leads you to believe that you're standing on a ball. Like, where does the geometry come into play there?
Right. So, have you ever seen water droplets in free fall?
Yeah.
What shape do they make?
Sphere.
Yeah, perfect spheres.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, to me, that again, if like we are in a, like I guess intuitively you could think like if the Earth was like a dot of dirt, like smudged with water, and it's being flung around like some gravitational force, like the water wouldn't be in a perfect sphere, it'd be somewhat dragging or trailing. I could even imagine that scenario being like, well, it should look like this, right?
Well, when the
I-
water falls in the ground or the droplet of water is on your fingertip, it forms a perfect dome shape. Have you thought about that? So maybe the Earth is actually a dome shape, just like a water droplet when it
Don't you
hits
just
something.
love curved water? I love when water curves naturally, right?
And do you think that's gravity, by the way?
Which part?
Your free fall droplet of water.
In the free fall part, so it's just the water molecules that are that have the most pull on each other. The most gravitational pull is from that droplet of water, and they create that sphere, which is what we witness with like shapes like the Earth, the Sun, the moons, the other planets. They are also in a free fall state around the sun, and their mass also pulls inwards to create that perfect sphere, just like water droplets. Like once the water gets close enough to the Earth and then it hits it, yeah, it's going to start deforming, and then it'll make that dome shape when it's being sucked against the surface of the
What
other thing.
happens
But
when your water droplets drop
Mhm.
in a cup of oil? What happens to them? Do they float?
Can you explain to me why that's not a non sequitur, and then I'll give you an answer.
Well, I'm giving you an example.
No, how it's not a non
Water
sequitur to
droplets,
gravity.
they fall in air, but float in oil. So not all.
Air's
So
a different
your theory
medium,
happens only
right?
sometimes. That's my point.
Yeah, buoyancy, like everything to explain what you want the answer to right now would invoke gravity.
Like a non sequitur to me would be, well, the stuff in the sky is balls, water forms balls, so if the ground is a ball, that seems like a non sequitur to me.
No, when it's in free fall, right?
How do you know it's falling?
Free fall, things in orbit are technically in what we call free fall.
Yeah, but
Correct?
how do you know that it's doing this? Well, like, because you saw something be attracted to a mountain? Like, how do you know that?
No,
that
absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I had this like we talked about earlier, these are the whole domino scenarios set up. Like the understanding came long before the explanation. And then backwards. That's what I was saying. Like, if you could give me one thing that would break any of these explanations, I'd start reversing dominoes.
Well, I'm not
Yet
here
to
to.
see any. Yeah.
I'm not here to change your mind. I'm trying to understand how things falling
Here's
and
the problem.
balls in
Here's
the
the problem.
sky.
Believing like the belief in flat Earth. They're like, oh shit, the government's lying. Well, fuck, they're lying about goddamn everything, including this, that, and my aunt's favorite cake. Like this shit gets like annoying sometimes. It's like, oh wait, so you're just gonna believe this because the god? Like no, because the fucking people have real professions where they study this shit. Am I gonna disagree with every goddamn piece of science because it goes against like what you believe? No, it's convincing. And here's the thing: show me something that's not convincing instead of like you. So you believe this because no, show me something convincing.
Well, maps are made from the government, right?
No, maps are made from people.
Yeah, people who work for the government.
Sure. So show me something convincing instead of
Well,
doing this thing like, oh well, somebody's lying down the line, right? No, show me something right now, conclusive, hard evidence for me to be like, wow, that's fucking fishy.
Well, I could prove the Earth isn't flat, right? But like, what are you getting at here?
I don't know what you're getting at. Every time I get asked, like, oh, well, so you believe you're on the globe because of this evidence, like, blah, blah, blah. No, man, how about you just fucking prove we're not on a globe to begin with? Because all evidence points to that we are on a globe and we are
I can't
spinning
do
and
that.
moving through space. Well, I know you can't. I can't either. And
Yeah,
the
that's
fact
why
that
I'm
people
just
take
trying to.
the fact that people take the position like you should, as a guy on Discord, be able to prove to me, another fucking dude on the internet, anything is weird.
I'm trying to understand
you
where.
aren't. I get that, right?
Yeah.
You specifically aren't. Godric has always, every time I talk to him, and a lot of people in the flat Earth community do have that position. Just because I take up the mantle of like, nah, I'm convinced, and like I've got many. I point to many reasons why. I point to explanations, but then I always get tossed back like, okay, so you got to your globe belief based off of this stupid thing and this stupid thing, and like, look at this straw man here. Look how dumb this stupid straw man falls over. Like he's not even wearing feet. Like how dumb is he? That's what just happened.
Do you think what you've
do it
said
again.
is no?
Yeah.
Do you think what you've said is stupid?
No, I don't. I think that the people here that are emotionally invested definitely attack with that.
Well, I was just
no, you
making
aren't.
sure.
I get
that's
that. No,
what,
I like your
yeah.
positions. I like the way you argue back. I definitely agree with your skepticism.
I'm not really skeptical. I'll just take things for what they are, which is what I was trying to get you to kind of lay out, as short as possible, which is things fall, and the stuff in the sky is balls, So you're standing on a ball. Like, would that be fair?
Shapes in free fall make spheres, and based on the gravitational understandings, yes, all things will make shapes of spheres when in free fall.
Hang on, but didn't we discuss real quick? I want to respond to that because you didn't say nothing when I said when the drop falls on your finger, it makes a perfect dome, and when it falls on the ground, it makes a perfect dome. So isn't that important?
When it's no longer in free fall, the thing I was just specifically saying in free fall. So you want to go outside of the in free fall. You want to go outside free fall. You want to go to no longer free falling, and now it's not a dome. See?
Why is free fall important?
See how that when I was just saying like, hey, this dumb thing you're just saying, like, see how that sounds stupid?
Why is free fall important? You haven't explained that. What does it matter?
I did. All right, so here, let me do that.
Going
Let me do that
down.
for you. Let me do that for you right now. Why in free fall does the thing make a sphere? I thought I explained this. All right, we'll go from the small to the big.
No. Why?
I'll go small. I'll go from water. I'll go. Yeah. Why is free fall important for the shape of a sphere? I will go there from the very small to the very big. I won't go atomic. I'll go molecule small.
Just give us a basic reason why you think it's
Yeah.
important.
I was preambling, and then I just about started, and then you interrupted. So here we go. So a water droplet in free fall will make a sphere because all the molecules that are making up that water droplet are more attracted to each other than all of the areas and surroundings around it. So its bonds and its gravitational force is tighter and smaller. You go bigger and bigger and bigger, like planetary size, asteroid size, moon size. All of these things are falling
Let me
around.
stop right
Hold
there.
on. No, you don't get to
That
stop
doesn't
me right.
relate.
Oh, my God.
You're
Be
making a
quiet.
fall.
Be quiet. Oh, my
Wait,
God. Let me finish. I'll finish, and then you can go. So the planetary bodies, right? A planet and a moon, planetary bodies, they're all falling around another object, never hitting it, always missing it. It's falling. So its mass also is pulling in towards itself more than it is around the thing it's falling around. Is just how that works. Sphere.
Okay, false analogy, not how it works. Definitely not how it
Well,
works.
why don't you tell me how it works in the flat Earth model?
Take the drop of water, make it bigger, it'll just go fluff and create no kind of sphere, no kind of roundness. It'll just be all randomness.
Is that how it works in the flat Earth?
While a drop of water may retain a spherical shape in free fall, more water will not. It doesn't.
Can you demonstrate that for me? Can you point that to anywhere in reality for me?
Not to be related to a planet. No relation. Zero.
Can you show me where what are you talking about? Like a pool of water now falling, and now because it doesn't form a sphere during its free fall.
We know that.
No. Answer what I just said, because you said add more water. So like a pool of water, a bathtub of water.
Here, not related to gravity, but we also know that more water does not make it.
What are you saying? More water? Explain how much more water. I was talking about water droplets in free fall create spheres.
You said a water droplet is a sphere and a planet's a sphere, both falling. No analogy.
Yes, they are. A planet is falling in free fall around the sun. No, it's not false analogy. Tell me how the planet.
Hang on.
Tell me how a planet falling in free fall around the sun is not.
Drop a bucket of water to make a sphere.
Doesn't a water droplet?
Hang on, let him answer it. Drop a bucket.
Yeah.
Of water.
Let me answer your dumb fucking question. I was not. All right, so that's exactly what I said. Oh, you talking about like a tub of water, a pool of water? Like at what point and how far does it fall? Because guess what? You drop it from like a plane's height. Yes, it's all gonna disperse into fucking many different water droplets. If you drop it from 1 foot above the ground, yeah, it's probably not gonna turn it. No, it's probably it's probably not all going to form into one big sphere of water. I get what you're trying to say, but you're doing a straw man. You're doing this thing where it's like, hey, look how stupid this thing is. I'm about to make what you're saying.
You went from a drop of water to a planet. No relation. Zero.
Yeah, okay. So is a planet in free fall around the is the how about this? We'll go this. Is the moon in free fall around
Hold on, Godric.
Hey.
You're interrupting a lot, man. Can we not do the interruption?
Yeah, and Demon Stride, you're getting a little bit like crazy attitude. It's like just discuss the actual point. What was it, Gio?
I'm getting a little pissed at Godric, honestly. I'll back
It sounds like it. Yeah. Okay, that'd be great. Gio, what was your point about the droplet? I wanted to hear what you were going to add.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that aren't water droplets like more like kind of a teardrop shape? I mean, I think there's actually like multiple shapes that they make.
No.
they make when they fall?
They can, based on like how much air resistance they're hitting. It also depends on the size of the droplet, but no, you go even like really, really small, they are perfect spheres essentially.
How is a water droplet at all analogous to the spinning ball Earth?
Yeah, so I was saying exactly that. So like a planet, right? Or even we'll just go like to the moons falling around a planet. They're like in free fall, or like the ISS. It's like in free fall around the planet. And so like that's a direct one we can go to. We can even have video of it. People inside the ISS taking water out and it creating a sphere. Maybe not perfect sphere because there's undulations happening in it and it's in microgravity. If they let the sphere ball or the ball of water go long enough, it hit the side of the ISS and they can't have it. But so if you were to take something out there, it would create a sphere as it falls around the planet. It's still in free fall. It's not like, even though gravity is acting on it, it has like it's zero gravity. It's in free fall. So its molecules around it, all the water around it's gonna grab to itself more than than the planet that's further away.
Geo, it's been a while since I've heard. I don't know. These are old arguments. How is this like even still an argument on their side, or is it anymore? I mean, surface tension type thing.
Well, I wouldn't tell him that he can't make that argument. I mean,
I'm not saying you can't.
they are
I'm just
here.
wondering. I haven't had to dispute this argument for a while because they've stopped making it for certain reasons, and I forget what they were.
I kind of missed it because I stepped away for a minute. So I would need to. I don't know. Do you
He's
mind?
saying that water droplets are a sphere and they're in free fall, so it must mean that it works that the ball of Earth has water on it in free fall.
Is that what you're saying, Demon Strike? And that like the planets as well, or
Yes, essentially things in free fall will form into spheres.
like when they do the water on the Vomit Comet type 0G planes.
Yeah, not only that, the ISS, if you just witness water droplets in free fall, they create a perfect sphere. Planetary bodies orbiting others in free fall are creating perfect spheres.
What if a pizza maker said, well, every pizza I've made is flat because I spin it, therefore Earth is flat? How would you feel about that?
That's a good one.
I wouldn't listen to him. I would be like, what Discord server are you on?
It's like droplets of water compared to a planet is what he's saying. It's kind of similar.
You don't have your sphere. You're making a false claim because you can have a sphere with one water droplet, but the moment you increase that water volume, you lose your sphere. So you can't have, like, for example, in a bucket or a pool of water, it's not going to be a sphere. So you can't
it's not only water either. You have to add like land, everything else, and density.
You can't have it both ways.
Since you know this, Godric, how many particles will it take for that water droplet to no longer be able to make a sphere in free fall?
I don't know, but you lose your sphere.
You don't know. I'm going to look it up. I'll look it up since you don't know.
Say planet. You can't say water droplet and then planet. There's no relation because you lose your water. You lose your sphere once you go bigger volume. So you can't say I have a sphere as a drop, and I lose my sphere when it gets bigger. But when it gets really big, I get my sphere back. You can't do that.
And it's not just water. We're talking about land. We're talking about a rock with water on it. When have you ever seen a rock hold water on it while it's dropping?
Yeah, that would be more akin. Well, that would be more akin to. Well, that would be more akin to it if you want to make that link. Like you'd have to take like, soil and rocks, pour water on it, and then make that free fall, and then have the water cling to the rock. Right?
It's still non sequitur, actually.
Well, we shouldn't tell him that he can't do things, right? Because I don't think he would want to.
I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying it's non sequitur for those reasons.
Yeah, I would.
Godric is. He's saying I don't have these certain things. I can't do this, and I should just stop where I'm at, right, Godric?
It's just not logical. You can't say I have a drop of water, a sphere, and then a bigger volume, you won't have a sphere. But then if there's a really big volume, you get the sphere back.
How big?
It's not logical.
How big and when does it stop?
I think Godric, what they're trying to get you to stop saying is that he can't say it. but just say it's in your opinion it's illogical for these reasons or whatever, just so that it doesn't seem like you're trying to limit what he can and can't say.
If
Yeah,
you drop
just say
a
it's a non
it
sequitur.
will not have a sphere. Okay, period. Maybe you can show me that. If you can show me that, then I'll concede that. But I don't
At
think you
what
can show me.
volume of water is it no longer valid in your mind?
It's not that it's valid. It's just common sense. If you anything like a cup of water will not.
Valid in your mind, what volume of water is a droplet of water not able to maintain sphericity?
A cup of water will not maintain sphere.
Just a cup? Is it maybe a Dixie cup? How much cup?
You can choose the size of cup.
No, it's your level you're putting this barrier to. So
I would
what
say
is it?
anything larger than a cup will not remain a sphere.
Okay, so now I was being dishonest. Now it's going through a vacuum and there's no air. What's the volume?
I'm not sure.
Oh, because
do you
it
mean?
definitely is
I
going
said
to change.
anything
Get
more
this, though.
larger than a
Get
cup
this.
will
You
not have
drop water. You drop water a long enough distance in a vacuum chamber. It's not going to spread out like it would in the air. So, again, my position is that the things free falling are in a vacuum to begin with.
Well, you might try to show me something like an ISS, but see, I know that's CGI fake, so I wouldn't say you can't use that as proof.
Well, yeah, only because if you're trying to link it, like water droplet falling can have either a teardrop or a spherical shape. I even have a picture of like a perfectly spherical little droplet of water, and there's like an ant that's like pushing it or whatever. It's kind of cool little picture. But anyways, so I hear what you're saying on that, but excuse me. I hear what you're saying on that, but the thing is, if you're going to link it to the connection to the Earth, I feel like to make it actually comparable, like I was saying, it would have to be a rock with water stuck to the rock, and then you'd have to spin it, and I guess free fall it, and make it orbit.
Yeah, so like I just point to the ISS video where the dude has like a cloth filled with water and he squeezes it and it covers his hands in water and the water's like stuck to his hands rotating around it. And the clip, I believe, lasts longer than any of the Vomit Comet clips. And so that would mean they were able to set up this whole scene with the ISS, make it look like he's free floating for like a couple seconds before he starts doing the water trick, do the water trick, have it last longer than any recorded Vomit Comet phenomenon in a microgravity scenario, and then cut it before he was able to get safe, because like they have safety protocols where like you have to like get back down to the ground and do all, like even for filming, like they got a bunch of stuff. That's why you'll see like things where they actually film in the Vomit Comet. The shots aren't more than like 5 or 6 seconds long before they cut camera. But this thing shows the water stuck to his hands like you would want to see stuck to the rock, right? Like he didn't have a rock. His hands, many different shapes and surfaces, not a perfect sphere, but the water was stuck to it. Would you like me to live stream it? I will, but I can't stream here.
To me, it's totally fake.
No, yeah, I moved goalposts, but you weren't the one putting the goalpost up. I get it.
I can give you the screen share roll if you want it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Just keep in mind that some people turn their camera on by mistake, so just keep in mind that it's live streamed. So just
yeah, you see my beautiful face if I did that.
well, you're free. I mean, you can. The only thing is that it limits the room to 25. If there's like,
I will. No, I'll do it through. I'll OBS it and virtual cam it. I'll just share it.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be good now.
All right.
I mean, I actually think this whole realm is a sphere. So I'm not like against the idea that a sphere is connected to what this realm is. I just think we're inside of one, basically. We're on a planar surface inside of a sphere. That sphere is the magnetic field, like the toroidal field that surrounds us. And so we see the upper half of it above us, and then we're on the plane, and then there's the lower part below us. So I do think there's interesting connections with spheres and.
I say that the world that we know is like shaped more like a snow globe, but that's just my guess. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all the ancient cosmologies, like going back since the beginning of time, before this globe idea, it's always the stationary kind of plane of existence, and then it either is depicted only with kind of the half part of the hemisphere, like the dome type thing above it, or it has the whole sphere, the underneath part as well. Yeah, I just posted that image there. It's just a cool one. It's like a water droplet. And what's cool about that one, it almost shows like a sphere, a plane in the center of it. Like maybe just the reflection off the ground, but it almost kind of looks like there's like a dividing. So you kind of have like, the plane in the center, the kind of a, top dome part, and then the underworld beneath. And then I like these two that show water that's like making a dome on like a penny. It's pretty cool. Definitely some curvy water there.
So it started at 148 was when this clip started. You see the water leaching up through his fingers here, and now it's collecting on the surface of his hands.
Hold on, let me share it. I'm going to share it. I'm going to share it on the live stream if that's cool.
Yeah. Let me find the. It cuts away in at the beginning here, but when it cuts away, I guess we can start doing the clock from, and because I mean all this could be CGI'd and vomit coming. All right, so right here, so 148.
You know what's interesting about water is when you have a shitload of it, and the surface that it's on deviates from horizontal.
Yeah, look at this. How it's sticking to his hands, just like it would like a rock if you were wringing it out onto a rock. So look at that, how it's like stuck to the cloth in the center there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right, and then it just cut away again. So 148 to 219. All right, so almost 30 seconds. And if that were the case, I guess we could like time that up with a vomit comet. And
It's just special effects. That could be computer.
That's all special effects?
100%.
Wow. Do you work in special effects? Look at that. Even as he like
a lot of sci-fi movies, and
no, me
like
too. Yeah, like
it's just more
Unreal Engine 5. Have you seen any of that stuff? Like I've not seen this in any visual effects stuff I've looked at. Look at his hands here. Oh man, look how annoying that watch would be to have on. How it just like, wraps around his hand constantly.
When you introduced this, I thought you said that you admitted that this could be CGI.
I'm unconvinced this is CGI. I believe, like I
but you
understand. No, I was saying I understand that the flat earthers will say this could be CGI'd. However,
it couldn't be that it absolutely is not CGI.
Yeah, I would say for like to me, if you would right. All right. So here's what I'd say. I would say match it up to a vomit comet scenario where all of a sudden it matches exactly to when they would be having to stop recording and go back down to and like hug the plane essentially. Because like they make you hug the plane. And then eventually you start getting lifted back off, and then they can start doing a scene. If you've ever seen like a behind the scenes for a vomit comet shot.
That's not really, but that's beside the point. Just because it might match something they could reproduce on a vomit comet doesn't mean they're actually doing it.
I'm saying this couldn't be reproduced, in my opinion, on the vomit comet.
No, I'm talking about
without
CGI.
taking away. No. Even with CGI, I have not seen that level. No, haven't seen it. I would like to see a comparison. Show me an just show me an ISS CGI comparison that is not from quote unquote NASA. Show me one from like a flat earther that's like, I can do what NASA does, and it's like that.
What flat earther has to do it? We're talking about movie production here.
I've not seen anything like what we just watched.
In any movie, you've never seen any CGI?
No, nothing. Nothing convincing like that. No.
How about this? You also
well, maybe you just haven't.
Have you ever watched a movie at home and been able to pause it?
I'm taking a
Have you
step
not?
back. I'm just saying I thought you admitted at first that it could be CGI, but maybe you're now convinced that it couldn't be.
I'm saying I understand that you guys are gonna either take the position this is CGI or that it was done in
I
the
thought
vomit
you
comment.
admitted
Those are
that
my
it
two
could be
positions from the
CGI.
beginning. From the
You were
beginning,
honest enough to admit that it
no,
could be CGI.
okay. I'm sorry that you took that and you misunderstood that for
Okay,
me.
so you're saying there's no way it could be CGI.
Yeah. Again, prove that's not real to me. Again, like show how
You
that
can't.
could.
There's no way. You
Just
can't prove it's
side
not
by
real.
side. Show
How
me
do
a
you
video
do
that's
that?
comparable to that. That's all I'm saying. Let's do it.
Let me
Show me a comparable video. Got one?
Oh my
You
god,
got one?
Demon's tried. You're sounding like a total Glober, dude. You're like the.
I
you're the
am a
acid
Glober.
baller
Do you
tonight.
have a video that's
Oh,
comparable to that for
you're a
me?
lot more reasonable other times, where
You
you're a
don't have
little
to
bit
show the
more like
evidence. That's
honest with
okay.
yourself and
I
others.
find it. I was just gonna say one thing. I find it a little bit like in a lot of those videos. I was just thinking when you played that how because I've seen that one before, but I was thinking how to me it comes off as a bit hokey. You know, like they're up there. It's always kind of like the same backdrop.
Look at this magic trick.
It seems, yeah, it is
It's
kind of
real,
like,
we swear.
yeah, it is. It
Well,
is like look at this magic trick. It's very kind of staged.
The
It's
backdrop.
always like the same backdrop. Everything looks.
Would it change though?
Hold on, let me
If
just.
it were on the
break the
ISS,
fourth
would it
wall.
change?
Hold on, let me just
They
say this.
never break the fourth wall except for the ones that they obviously have cut. But go ahead.
Well, just give me the last like 8 seconds. Just say the last part of it. Yeah. Oh, what was I?
It's hokey.
It's hokey, and what was I gonna say? Gosh, yeah, I want to just.
It's always the same backdrop. It's just like they're trying to like put on a kids show for adults.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, the backdrop always looks very sterile. It doesn't really look like it's actually being used, like the equipment. It all looks kind of just like a set. Like you don't see any like dirt or like usages. It just seems like it's all kind of. I'm sorry. There, I guess, yeah.
Well, I'll address those two things. The dirt thing first, right? Like you would imagine they go up in kind of like a sterile environment. The only dirt they're producing is like through their nasty like sweat and hemorrhoid discharge or whatever. So you're not going to get much actual dirt inside the ISS.
Well, it seems to me like I guess what I was gonna say, like it always feels to me a little bit like they're trying to be like, hey, look, we're in space, wink, wink. Like that's the vibe I get from those. You know, they don't look very like scientific. They don't look like they're really at work. They're like, look at me, I'm bouncing around, or I'm doing this thing, or I'm doing a flip. You know, it always seems like a media hokey thing to me.
We'll get all right.
Not to mention real quick about the water. It would be totally ridiculous if they had like important safety regiments and like the water just floating around and getting into the wires that are hanging all over the place. I mean, that's just it's a good point.
I'll get
Just
to
'cause
that
you've heard
point
it doesn't
too.
make it
Yeah,
a good point.
but to them, like floating around and being like all hokey, like for me though, like from my paradigm, like we're on a globe, there's an ISS or satellites, all that bullshit that they tell us, like the science part's real. Whether or not we go to war for whatever reason, they're totally lying, right? But for me, the ISS videos where they do like that thing with the water or they're talking to kids, it doesn't come off as hokey. It comes off as like they like just stepped away from doing like some real important, like data collection for, like 20 to 30 different science experiments. Each one of them has to do, might not even be their experiment. Just as a scientist going up there, you take over the person leaving and you continue on one of the projects that's going. To me, it always seemed like, I mean, yeah, they're goofy, but that's because they're fucking nerds, right? So they're stepping away from their daily thing to act like a goof for a minute. But I'll address the
For a
other thing
minute,
too.
like every time we see them, every single time.
Every time you see
all
them,
they do.
Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you. Is that your honest read on it, or is that kind of like maybe your mind trying to defend it as being?
No. Yeah, that's my honest to God read from early on. Even I've been like, wow, like they claim they're up here doing all these experiments, and when they talk to us, they're giving that goofy voice and this or that. I've always read that as like, yeah, they're trying to encourage it for people like, oh, look, you can be an astronaut. Me growing up, I knew I was a fucking dirt kid growing up on fucking Tatooine. I'm never gonna be a fucking astronaut. I knew that. My dad's a truck driver. Like fucking most likely I'll get shot by a cop before I'm fucking 40. Like that's my reality. But this to me is like there's so far, like I just said, show me the evidence, right? Like the evidence to me would be convincing if you had it. But
well, there's
they
some in the
come
live
off.
stream. They just found some new ISS footage. I just posted a live stream. So
I
that's
totally
the
missed all the
information.
Artemis stuff. Like when Artemis happened, I was like so uninterested. I wish I was, because apparently it was funny. But like now when I look at it, I'm just like, I don't know who's lying.
Yeah, check out the new ISS footage they just released. I just put it in a live stream.
While you guys are looking at that, I want to say something. You also have to look at what they're not showing you. For example, you claimed Cavendish earlier, right? Like stuff like mass attracts mass, right? Well, Cavendish was real and mass attracted mass. On this ISS, you claim free fall, right? You claim it's free fall.
Microgravity.
Wouldn't all the hang on? Wouldn't like all the stuff clump together like a pile of grapes? Like wouldn't like you go to bed one night, wake up the next day? Wouldn't the iPhone and the tablet and all that shit that's floating around, pencils, loose change, wouldn't that all make one big clump?
It does. Yeah. So let me address.
Real, wouldn't that happen? You wake up, all that shit.
Let me address that, and I'll address New Perspectives point I didn't get to about the water. Yes. So if you are in the ISS and you let go of something like perfectly from all position, like let's say you have a robot let go of something in the middle of the ISS, right? Like it releases it. And instead of it just floating perfectly in the ISS, it's actually going to start drifting towards the outer wall away from the Earth. And that's because the ISS is actually free falling in a slightly microgravity orbit because of its proximity to the Earth. So,
but let me respond.
The
Cavendish
either way,
Cavendish doesn't say that. The Cavendish says it would come together like a big grape.
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't address exactly that, but what I was saying was, like if you had listened, did you hear what I had said? Honestly, Godric, did you listen?
Like a pencil would float to the wall.
What? Right? Did you listen to the first part?
I heard you said the pencil would float to the wall.
Yeah. The first part was if a robot released the pencil exactly, so it didn't give like what I was saying about the robot releasing it was that so it didn't apply a force in any of the directions. Like if it was perfectly like held onto for like an entire orbit, right, and then it was let go, it would slowly drift towards one of the walls of the ISS. At this moment, I don't recall if it's towards the Earth or away from it because of its orbit or the gravitational. It might be towards the Earth, honestly, because they are experiencing slight microgravity based on its how far away from the Earth it is. So it's still close enough to experience gravity. What?
If mass really attracted mass, there'd be clumps of shit. Not what you're claiming, not what they're showing.
Yes, there are clumps of shit that happen on the ISS. Yes, so I that was the second part you didn't allow me to get to, but there is.
Well, I haven't seen that.
I know, because you don't look too hard.
I mean, like, you should be able to release, like Skittles, and they should all come together because Cavendish.
Well, you would just say it's CGI, even if I did release it and show it to you.
I'm telling you, don't they do. So maybe show me clumps of shit on the ISS.
Yeah, Demon Stride, defending the ISS in here. I mean, we've gone over like in here many hours of stuff.
I don't care.
I'm just saying,
like, honestly, I don't care. No, it's fine.
It's like you're defending the guy that made the rabbit
No, you're asking
disappear in the hat, and you're like, look, prove he didn't make it disappear in the hat.
No, the difference
That's what
is
it's like.
You keep like pigeonholing me into questions you want me to answer. It's like, yeah, I have that position. And the fact that you don't find it convincing, I don't give a shit. Like it is convincing.
Fine.
You're
it's
right.
Not
yeah,
very
like,
convincing at all. Like it's
I'm
very,
not,
very, 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 very sad. In my opinion.
I'm not butthurt that you don't like my position. And I do find like I'll listen like get this like I'll listen to you guys like
sounds like you're
sometimes
butthurt a little bit.
No, I'm not.
At least at Godric you are.
No, I don't like. So me and Godric don't have a relationship. He just fucking snipes at me about shit. We've never actually had a back and forth. He just fucking constantly wants me to answer shit for him.
Okay, you're annoyed. You're annoyed more than butthurt.
I'm just giving you some pushback. It's all good, bro. I don't know you so well, but I'm okay.
Well, the point is, Godric, I've known you for as long as I've been in here. As long as I've known fucking anybody in here. And you've never taken the chance to get to know me. You just pushed against me because I do hold a position opposite of yours. And maybe you should extend your barrier to accept friendship from those who you don't agree with.
Well, the thing is
that let me be clear. I'm not pushing against you. I'm pushing against your arguments.
The reason that you're I think targeted maybe by some flat earthers or some people that know you somewhat is that you're kind of like you're at least more honest than most ballers, right? So it's like it feels like maybe you are actually being honest with yourself or wanting to be honest with yourself, and you're maybe still in cognizance or whatever it is. But you might actually like reach that threshold, which gets us excited because you actually might like, you realize that 9/11, you're not just like defending 9/11 like most ballers are without even looking at any evidence, So it feels like, well, shit, if the evidence is there, then maybe he would actually look at it and be honest with himself about it.
Well, honestly, there's certain things to be skeptical about, and I don't agree that everything you guys agree with, but definitely some of the shit.
Like the moon landing, you don't believe in moon landing,
yeah,
right?
moon landing's real. Yeah.
Oh, it is real. Okay, so you think it is still, or you just haven't looked into it quite yet?
I mean, you could point, like, it'd be easier if you were to point to something and tell me to prove to you why it is real versus just tell you every reason. Like, I'm gonna stop doing that from now on. I'm just gonna ask you to.
There's a lot of.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm fine with that.
Stuff.
I'm fine with that.
I know
like,
a lot of ballers that don't believe in the moon landing.
Well, I'll just share for myself. Like when I first heard that the moon landing, possibly wasn't real, I looked into it. This was back in like 2004, 2005. And I spent like 2 months, I remember, like every day, a couple extra hours, every extra couple hours I had in a day, I would, for like literally like almost a month or two straight, I would just spend those hours researching. And back then there wasn't nearly as much on the internet about the moon landing as there is now. And I went through everything I could that was saying it was legit, everything that was saying it was real, all the reasons. And then I went through everything I could find saying that it was fake, that it was a hoax. And I did about a 50-50. Like I basically, read both argument sides and analyzed all the information and looked at a lot of the footage and a lot of the pictures, watched all the documentaries that were out about it back then. I listened to all the other media I could. Like back then, some of the only people talking about it. Well, a couple of years after that, Joe Rogan in like the late 2000s, he was talking about it. And that was one of the only like now we've got all these like other platforms and all these channels and stuff. Back then, there was hardly anyone talking about this stuff.
1997 on Fox, they released the first aired moon landing was faked thing. Do you remember that? Like, nice. I remember watching that live. Like, I was like, wow, okay. So they're lying to us about this, huh? So I watched it. And I was, let's see. I was probably like 7th grade, maybe 6th grade. And I watched the whole thing, and I remember being intrigued. And so here, new perspective, like y'all talk to me and you're like, oh, you get shit on certain level. Yeah, it's like I believed a lot of things as a kid. I tried moving things with my mind for several years, I'd say probably a decade, until I finally gave up. I practiced it pretty much on a daily. I did... I prayed to many different gods. I also did.
You just haven't tried the Cavendish
meditation. Yeah, I just haven't done. Yeah, the Cavendish fucking ritual. But I did like Celtic experiment, like breathing techniques, and I tried all sorts of different things. So I was very woo-like for a lot of my life. Like my brothers, like they can't look at me without being like, oh, you're just like, you fucking probably think Sasquatch is right around the corner, which I don't. I don't believe in Sasquatch. But based on like my early life, everyone's taken this position that I'm just fucking the cuckoo, fucking believes like, like if I didn't tell them Trump was an idiot, they'd probably be like, oh, you're a fucking QAnon supporter. Like it's like that. So
like you think the Sasquatch is real. That's an interesting thing, right?
No, I'm unconvinced. I used to be like, oh yeah, that's yeah, like even like that Nessie and the other one, the American version of the ancient dinosaur and whatever, like that stuff. It intrigued me. Like that was my life. I lived it. And I'm a dummy though. I get that. I will admit that. Like I don't know a lot of math. Like when it gets down to like the math shit, like I ain't gonna do the trig for fucking anything. I'll do like the algebra maybe.
Well, let me ask you this, because like you heard Ed in here earlier, and he's just convinced that we're just incredulous, right? Now, yeah, you don't think that we're all just like not believing because we're just incredulous and we want it to be flat, or I've heard you say like, which I always try to correct you on. We believe it's flat. You know, we don't believe it's flat. We just stop believing it's a ball, which puts us back to our base axioms, which means that it's all our, you know, most likely our, you know, direct experience is most likely the case if it's not a ball. So you don't, I mean,
No,
you
let
don't
me
think
tell
that
you
we're
this.
just dumb.
No, let me
So,
tell you
I mean,
this. Some of the-
why would you think this conversation would go on so strongly for so many years? Like,
exactly.
like Gio was trying to get Ed to admit.
Some of the smartest, sorry, some of the dumbest people I know are ballers, right? And it's because they've not even, not because, you know, they've been convinced, just they don't give a shit. Like, even if I told them, like, here's the thing, I do tell people, like, I talk to Flat Earth, like, whenever somebody's like, what are you doing on this week? I'm like, oh, I'm fucking doing a show or whatever. Like, I do this thing with, you know, Flat Earthers. Like, they give me this look, and then I have to explain to them, like, no, I'm not a Flat Earther. I just fucking, this is the world I live in, right? Like, there's dumb people who believe the ball. They don't even give a shit to look into it, right? It doesn't, like,
Yeah,
and
so how would you assess, like, why do you think this conversation has gone on so long?
well, the conversation's gone on like much longer. Like, now, like, here's the thing. Like, I made
Sure,
this.
yeah, forever. But I'm saying
Well, it's
so
going to.
strongly
No,
in the
no.
last 5
Get
years or
this.
7
Like,
years.
this is the new religion. It's never ending. It's like until they fix somehow, like, take away, like, certain like, I don't know. They would have to do something drastic to the internet. This shit ain't going away. If anything, this is the new religion, because you will convince more people that the earth is not a ball who don't give a shit even in the first place than you are people right now at this point in time who've taken the time to be skeptical of their position, to be like, well, I'm not convinced of this or that, like you guys have. So the fact that you are skeptical is the one thing that tells me there's, you know, it's not stupidity. Like,
Well, like,
see
you
that when
consider
people don't
yourself
give
an
a shit.
atheist, right? Like,
Yeah,
you can,
I'm an
right? Well,
agnostic atheist.
agnostic, whatever the definition is. But that's like say you you believed, and I think at one time you've read the Bible and a lot of things, right? You're like, you were religious at one point, or you thought,
No,
was that the
I've
case?
never been convinced of a God.
Right. Okay. So let's just say you were at one point, right? Now, if you stop believing in a God, that wouldn't really be because someone convinced you to stop believing in it. It would just be that you lost the belief because there wasn't the proof there, right?
Well,
So you're not really convinced that it's not a ball. It's just something you realize because the proof isn't there.
Right. Well, I talked to a couple people like this, like, especially in my atheist community. But people that come out of religion, they call like new atheists. They go through like what's called an angry atheist phase, where, like, they're just mad at God and they're mad at the whole, like, the whole paradigm, right? And I'd be
Yeah,
like,
they
"Holy
wasted their
shit."
time. They
Well,
put
get
their
this.
effort in. Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, it clicked like 2 weekends ago. I was with the fucking the Hell's Bells or whatever her name is, from the ACD,
Oh
and
my
I was
God.
over there talking, and they were talking about angry atheists. I was like, oh my God, everything explained. I was like, this is exactly what a lot of the flat earthers I talk to are going through. Y'all are waking up to the realization that the belief and paradigm you've been in is wrong and you've been lied to. It's the exact same thing that the angry atheist is going through. It's pretty crazy.
What do you mean
Yeah,
by that?
it's similar.
No, I think the conversation has gone on for so long because there absolutely is no evidence to show that it is a spinning ball.
Sure, but that doesn't disavow you from, like, when you become aware that you believe you've been lied to, you are now angry at the paradigm for lying to you. That's the angry
There are those
atheist
stages.
phase.
Yeah, you're right about that. There's stages that people go through when they realize this.
Whether
And
or
the
not
first
you're
one is,
convinced or not is different. Yeah.
But I think that it's what triggers me in the conversation. Not that you necessarily do this because you're reasonable enough to at least say, "Yeah, I understand what you're saying." Because when people say you just want to believe it's a ball, or believe it's flat, or or you just you're just incredulous, or these kind of things. But it's like, well, no, let's have some reason here. We've been in the conversation long enough to not just like jump on these old accusations that just are completely inaccurate. I mean, the conversation's gone on because it doesn't seem like the evidence actually is there solidly for the ball, and in fact more solidly for a stationary plane, which is, like I always keep harping on the fact that the pilots are told to treat the Earth as stationary and level, and then somehow it doesn't make a difference that they fly over a spinning ball, and that just flies in the face of common sense and actually literally doesn't even work if you look at it. But I'm not going to get into that. I'm just saying that there's things that are like way more on the flat Earth side, but then have someone come in and say you just want to believe it's a ball, or you just want to believe it's flat. It just shows that, and not that you're saying this, but like Ed or somebody like been around forever can still try to make those things and think they're going to stick or have any kind of, you know, credibility or make him seem like at all intelligent. You know, just ridiculous. I can't believe that still happens.
Right. Well, I would say the mere fact that y'all have skepticism to begin with sets you apart from the rest of the herd, regardless of, you know, the paradigm that they've been born into, are convinced of, or, you know, believe for whatever other reason than logic, I guess. Logic is
Well,
your
you
best
know how you said that you don't think it's going anywhere? Like, this is not going anywhere, you said, right?
Well, I was thinking about that. Yeah, I was like, well, if they found a way to limit the internet to like a sociological test that you could only pass like if you didn't have cognitive dissonance, then only then is the internet clear from conspiracies.
Well, think about this though. Like you know how many satellites they say they have up there, right? Well,
no, how many do they?
Well, regardless of how many, it doesn't matter how many. I'm just saying, like, they could show us like so many different angles and so many different like shots of them of the satellites showing each other orbiting, and like, I mean, like they could, if they had the cameras, which they do, and the technology, which they do, to show us everything that would be completely undeniable, right? It's all there for them to do it. But we don't have that, right? So this doesn't really have to like be forever, like you're saying. They could just show us all that, which they should have already, is our point.
How
it would be
apart
right
are those
there.
satellites? Well, hold on a second. Actually, let me share my screen. I got this really.
I mean,
cool
showing like planes flying upside down in
No, let me show you
Australia,
this.
and
Yeah,
then zooming up
check
to the
this
ones
out.
that are flying up right side up on top of the ball. I mean, there would be so much
this out.
that
Go to
we
my
could
live
like
stream.
totally be like convinced of,
All right.
that they
Go to
have
my
at their hands.
go
So
to my
this
live
isn't
stream.
necessarily going anywhere, right?
Look at this. Look at this right now. This is showing you the different levels of each of one of these different orbits, all right? This is how far away these satellites are. So the ISS and the Hubble, they're like right next to each other essentially. Do you want the Hubble to take a picture of the ISS? Well, it can't. Its field is set for something way the fuck out there. You have all these different things, like all these different orbits.
That's an interesting thing that you have there. Where does that come from?
I can put it in. It came from the
Yeah, put the
debate.
link for that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was doing a debate and I found this in a Wikipedia. I was like, oh, this is really cool because look, this even gives you like the orbital speed for each one of these orbits, the period, and then it tells you all this extra shit. I got the link right here.
Dave, remember in that Chief Crow song when he goes, "This is not happening. This is not happening."
Look at this geostationary.
But what he
look at this
meaning, what he's saying
once.
is he shows the globe and he's like, "This is not happening."
Right.
All I'm saying
I
is
heard
like,
you guys talking about that the other night, like where you were talking about him, like I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in a cult. And he's convincing himself he's not, and then it's like gets to that point where he realizes, yeah, this is kind of a cult. I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. That's a great song.
Yeah. There's the other one.
I'm sorry. That was a great. Yeah, put that stream in that. Put that link in there, Demon. Sorry, that was an interesting interactive thing that you had there.
Live stream.
You showed satellites going around the Earth. Wouldn't they put a camera on those satellites so we
That's
can get
exactly what I was trying to say. Yeah. So
Supposedly they can zoom in on your license plate from there. So.
No, they can't actually. We talked about that earlier with the so the GPS that shows like your driveway on it, that's taken from a very high altitude plane, not a satellite. The stuff that shows like the real tertiary
actually it's taken from a low flying drone. So
whatever you like drone plane thing really high up in the orbit. Yeah, drone's probably easier than a plane, but regardless, the satellites are more like the landscape you're seeing, like the rivers and the grass and like very minuscule like cities. You'll see like a kind of like a blurry type thing. Is that an apple or a pear that you're eating? New perspective.
So would you say like?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was muted.
You're saying like 100% that like okay, Okay, I just think about satellites, right? Like, okay, obviously none of us have ever seen a satellite. There's a light in the sky. There's lights
I've
that
seen one.
Yeah, but that's not a satellite in space. That's a light from the ground. I'm just saying, as an observational phenomenon. So, what if you believe that they are actually up there, floating around a sphere? Is it just because okay? This is why I'm saying this. I feel like if I were to believe that, I would have to. The only way I could do it is a leap of faith for myself. It's the only way I could do it.
If
So
you were in,
I'm wondering if that's what it is for you, how you perceive it.
no. So if you were in the Tartaria live stream the other night, we had Bob the Science Guy there, where we actually tracked the ISS and we watched its passage over the Earth, and we tracked it through the transmission of ham radio waves, pinging the ISS and being on a completely different radio signal, and being pinged again at another location, again agreeing with its location in the sky and position over the Earth and the speed it's traveling. Also, the fact that it was pinged by a ham radio and sent back on a separate signal. Show me where anything in nature I can send a signal, a ham radio signal at, and receive it at a different frequency, because this is one, like, you legit, like, I would love to see that. What do you got for that? Because that was a satellite. I got the video. I can play it right here. I'll drop it in the live stream. But it was sent towards the sky, and at the exact moment in the sky where the ISS says it's going to be, all of a sudden, its signal is picked up and received and sent back on a separate signal, like not even a radio dish, just bouncing the signal off. It would be bounced back at the same frequency. It was bounced at a separate frequency because it went through a electrical mechanical machine. Like, it went through another radio, processed, and transmitted back out. So either there's like some government agency thing like the ISS that they already claim is a government agency thing up there moving at the size, speed, and direction and of travel that it's moving at, or there's a natural phenomenon that can bounce ham radio signals at different frequencies, at the exact different frequent, it's, yeah, how much I get, like, yeah, we got more proof every day. Like, I don't know.
Well, there could be something up there. There could be something up there that one could call the ISS an object. That object could give and receive signals, and it could still not be out in a. That doesn't necessarily validate that it's out on a sphere anyway.
It can't receive the ham radio frequency and send it back at a different frequency. That's impossible.
Think of it like a magic trick, like at a show.
Yeah, it would have to be magic.
Hey, there's a magic trick, and they show you, go look over here, and then smoke comes up, and the audience is like, "Woo!" They're showing you where to look. You know, it's like, wow.
So, because you don't understand radio waves and ham radios and frequencies, or like, just think simple CB trucker, like a CB trucker radio. You got to go on channel 13 to talk to other truckers.
You missed my point.
Imagine a truck driver passing by one truck driver. He sends a signal on channel 13, except he can't hear the trucker talking back to him because that trucker's on channel 14. He needs a second radio that's listening on channel 14 to pick that up, which is what I'm talking about.
You missed my
video.
point.
No, you are missing mine. There are two separate radio signals. You cannot receive them on the same one. It doesn't happen by bouncing a signal that way.
You missed my point. They're telling you where to look. You don't have that.
No, I got that. That was just part of it.
Where to look.
No, that was.
Wait,
just
I don't get why
one
you're
part
saying
of
it's
it.
impossible for it to be like.
Show me where you can bounce a radio signal off of like a wall and get it back at a different frequency. If I bounce a CB,
so you're saying somebody up there has to be doing it or something like that?
Yes, there's a receiver on board, like receiving the signal, and then they are transmitting a signal back, which is at a completely different frequency.
Yeah, but that could be like all computerized.
That's also my other point, is that either y'all are at least in agreement then that there's something in the atmosphere that's got a transmitter receiver on board and it's moving at the speed and distance that we claim it is. And if you go that far, I would point you to Red's rhetoric, who fucking parallaxes the ISS against the
Red's
moon
rhetoric.
and tells you exactly how far and verifies its distance and speed, which means it couldn't be in our atmosphere. It is at the location they claim it is, like in this image I was showing you, and I linked in the general.
Well, you've heard of spoofing, right? Like you can spoof a signal.
Yeah, so I agree with you. If you're telling, like, that could totally be. There could be a autonomous AI up there. They sent a rocket up fucking in the 90s that had the ham radio on board, and it just does that when it does it. I agree. That
And it doesn't necessarily have to be the exact distance.
No, it is the exact distance and speed, yeah. It's calculated.
Well, that's a whole other argument.
Well, no, it's calculated, yeah. It's like the speed it's going, right, is impossible inside of an atmosphere, for one. And two...
Well, you're not a math guy, so we're not get into that argument. There's different ways of explaining it. It doesn't necessarily have to
son of a bitch, don't make me learn this fucking shitty math, because I will.
You can go ahead. I'm not going to do it. I think it's just, there would be, if it was real, there would be no question about it. If there was a rover on Mars, we would be glued to our television when it actually happened. That's my opinion, right?
No, that's not.
My opinion is, if all this is really going on, it would be so like amazing that we would all be like, oh my God, I can't believe we're doing this. This is incredible.
What would it look like?
And if it was actually happening, all of these things would be that incredible, but they're just very hokey.
It would look like they'd be showing us the
perfect word for it is hokey.
right now, 24/7. That's what it would look like.
It would be like, it would be undeniable, and it would be so like amazing, and there'd be so much proof for it. It would never be like a thing that we would debate because of the hokiness of it.
What if it looked like what it looks like right now? Would you accept it? What if that was the reality? Would you accept it?
What do you mean, accept it?
Like, let's say in like the future, you find out, oh shit, I was wrong, and what they were saying was actually right. Would you think back to this moment now when I say, could you accept the things they show you as reality, or are you? Just
I would say, wow, they must have been trying to trick us into thinking it looked fake, so that they would create this whole like argument. Because if it was real, why did it look so fake? And why did they do all these hokey things? Why didn't they just do like real things?
So again, the real
that would add to the confusion.
Also, what
so the real things look different. So what would they look like if they were real?
I think there would be
operations for
there would have been
no human maintenance.
Yeah, let you go, please.
Hold on, I'll be back in like 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Godric, if you want to go first, because you kind of didn't come through.
I'm sorry, I talked over someone at the end. I was trying to tell Demon Stride, but it's not for you guys. I was going to say what advanced maintenance robot or maintenance machine the Mars rover can operate for 9 years without any human maintenance. I think that's a big problem.
I gotcha. Yeah, that's a good point. Although they
the satellites that they just keep going and going and going and going. I mean,
they probably just claim that the rover is gonna just but yeah, I mean, any like remote controlled device like that is gonna break. I mean, I've done like.
I mean, doesn't dust get in the cogs? Is it like a
radio controlled cars or boats or airplanes? Yeah, they break all the time, actually. Yeah, but what I was gonna say as well, like I think if it was real, like okay, let's say they really landed on the moon. Probably for a couple years after that, they might have would have only been government based. That they would be going and building, government based, like an extension of Antarctica, basically, and they would have all kinds of buildings and equipment, and they would have continued building craft to get there. And then probably by like the late 70s, early 80s, we would have already had like some level of civilian travel where, people would be going up to do science and have telescopes things and to develop all the anti-gravity and everything else. Plus that would have been the main stop between Earth and the rest of the solar system, the rest of the universe, as it were. So it would already be established. There would already be all kinds of equipment up there. And then in the 90s, I would say there would have definitely been full-blown civilian space travel all around the globe. You could go up in these devices, you could see it, you'd be floating around up there. They could have restaurants in like sort of like space hotel things that would be like the ISS, but be floating up there. There would be trips to the moon. Like maybe only the wealthiest or something could afford it or whatever it may be. Maybe not like full like hotels and stuff on the moon. That's maybe because it's, but it would be
definitely some advertisements, right?
Yeah.
But they're doing
McDonald's signs and stuff like that. Like,
but they are like, that's the plan though. Like is the fact that they didn't do it in your timeline mean that it's not real? Because like what happens when they continue forward with this, right? And we actually do go to the moon. We do start building. What happens when there's space tour? And you could actually like go and do the thing where you go up in fucking Basil. We'll probably be like old dudes. Like we'll be like, decrepit. And they're gonna have
when
like
they
a
make
VR.
it like when they have like the technology to make it look real.
Well, no. Okay,
but isn't
so
that
you think
okay? Like when I was
everyone's just
saying
gonna be
earlier,
deceived? Like,
well, when I was saying earlier, if we had a physical measurement that was like a demonstration site, something that you could go put your hands on, touch, validate, verify with all your faculties, and you were like, you were like, yeah, I hear you on that. Now, I would say the opposite. It's not necessarily a concession, though. I wouldn't even call what you did a concession. It's just, well, it is. It's kind of just a logical realization. So, yeah, I mean, if it's to a point where we could go up in space and see a sphere floating in a vacuum and so on, and you could look down at your house up on a sphere or whatever it may be,
right.
I mean, that goes without saying that would be reality.
all right. Did you look at my live stream when I had it going? Watch this. I'll share it again. All right. Check this out. How far away of an orbit do you want to go? All right. So here's the Hubble, right?
The thing is, that's never happened, though. Like, it doesn't seem like it's
well,
that
no,
hard.
look at it. Look at it.
Like,
How far
it's not
away?
that hard to get up there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look at it, though, right here. Like, I've got this thing going. So here's an orbital period. All right. So if you want to be like 5 hours of an orbit away, look how far away you'd be. I think this 5-hour one would probably be where about you could see the globe at. 10
Here,
hours.
hold on. This is kind of cool. So I'm gonna share your stream on the live stream. If you want to, now it's showing. If you want to kind of just give a breakdown of it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, so here's the ISS. All right, so you see how close to the Earth this ISS orbit is. You're probably not going to see the ball-like thing you're talking about, and this is where a lot of humans actually travel to. So when they go up in the SpaceX shit, they're like getting this close, right? And they're looking out of their shit. Here's the Hubble. It's just slightly further away, but yet people want it to point the Hubble back at the Earth so you can see the ball. You're not going to be able to see, like, the closest orbit you're going to see this ball thing is near this 10-hour orbit, which
what ball thing?
Would be GLONASS. The GLONASS. Like, look at that orbit. At that one, you're probably going to be able to see. Yeah.
GLONASS. That's funny when you break it up. GLONASS.
Or MEO, the MEO satellite. Or we have where our GPS.
So wait, you're saying these are all positioned so that like all the things we ask for are impossible?
No, look, it's at like, so where GPS is at is in between 10 and 15 hours. Where the ISS is at is less than 25,000 kilometers from the surface.
Okay. Well, what's your point?
The orbit that you would see the ball at is near 10 hours. So if you want to go up in, like what Gio is saying, like if you want to be able to go up and, into an orbit and see this thing, you're going to have to like travel into one of these orbits like this one, which most likely isn't going to happen. Like the closest you're going to get is probably like this one, if anything, for like space tourism for like a day or two. Like, I could see that. And even with that one, you're definitely going to see the curvature, but you're not going to see the ball like you would if you were in orbit like this or like that or like this one where they send satellites to die.
Hey, wait a second, Demon Slayer. Don't you need a globe for that?
No, this one's based on a flat rotating disc.
Oh, okay.
All these orbits are from this flat rotating disc right here.
Well, like, don't you think they at least have like some convincing footage of the ball Earth spinning?
From where though? Where on which of
Yeah,
these
I mean,
orbits
you
would
actually
see
could. You
this
could make that
image?
transform. Actually, hold on. If you just make that little globe in the middle, that's like the North Pole, Polaris, and just put an AE map there.
Yeah. But like, where in this orbit would you like a satellite to see all of these other orbits? And then you think that you would actually see the satellites that are in these orbits? They'd be tiny little teeny specks.
You know what's
have to
trippy about that, dude? You know what's crazy about the way this is laid out, actually? It's pretty cool. Okay, imagine that is the North Pole in the center, right? And then look at how go to the ones that are like, I guess it's GLONASS, GPS, and Galileo. Yeah, that layer. See, that reminds me of like the equator and Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, which is where the sun, the moon, and all the wandering stars are moving. And then these things are just in that band as
This
well.
is why you can't share anything nice with flat earthers. I
I
swear
have
to
a
God, you just
question.
want to
If
use it for.
You're never going to convince us it's a spinning ball because there's so much evidence it's not.
Quick question. If
But
we have like
this might
thousands
be
of
indicating things that actually are happening with like the tracks. Like everything could just be rotating. You realize it could just be circling above us. Doesn't have to be a ball.
So if we have like thousands of satellites in orbit right now and millions of trash particles, why is it that I can look in a dark night sky and never see hundreds of twinkling reflections rushing over the sky? Like literally, if the same way as the ISS being illuminated by sunlight, why is it that all these thousands upon thousands of satellites and millions of little particles of whatever metals are not like shimmering reflections of little polka dots flying in every direction that they prefer?
I've seen.
Not even if you do a time lapse of with your
Let me see if I can find it.
with Star Trades, you just get like airplanes that
When I was
go in front of it.
When I was in Michigan over the summer, we were. It was like one of the last days we were out there in St. Ignace, and they had this in the parks thing. They had like a movie. It was like on the Nile with a rock or whatever. They had like a blow up theater screen. It was like a legit like theater-sized theater screen. And in the middle of watching it, all of a sudden these things in the sky, like it looked like the ISS like blew up in the sky, and we were watching debris rain down. And like it looked, there was probably like 40 different things in the sky that were like lit up in like one track going through the sky. And what it actually was an early launch of
40 different.
It was. Well, hold on. Let me. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, you actually could see it because they were being reflected by the sunlight during that orbit. For us, the sun had actually set like 30 minutes ago, but these things in the sky had been lit up, and they looked like they were burning up in the atmosphere, but they were just orbiting around, getting to their actual the orbit they needed to be at. But they were all SpaceX satellites.
So why there are about so it says here space debris from May 2026. More than 27,000 pieces of orbital debris or space junk are revolving around the Earth, and this is just the debris. Then how many satellites? Satellites. So 8,261 satellites that orbit the Earth, and you want to tell me that almost every night looks in the sky and never see anything that is like rushing in every direction, twinkling that is like the correspondence of that. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Do I want to tell you that? No, because I never told you that, so I'm never going
Because
to
the
tell
Earth
you
is-
that.
yeah, but the Earth is-
I'm never.
it's not a
I'm never
globe,
going
man.
to tell you that. No, so like I brought this up earlier, like when I come in here, and then I'm like, oh, so you believe this, and you're gonna tell me that this means this? Well, you're stupid for saying this.
Yeah.
Then, yeah,
Just
I'm
say
not
nothing
saying those
orbits the
things.
Earth.
No, I'm not saying any of those things. I'm saying bring me some evidence. That's convincing, because what you just did was be like, "You're straw man, stupid. I'm gonna knock it down for you right there. Look how dumb that was."
No, it's just logic. I mean, I
Oh,
can
really?
tell this
That
a
wasn't what
kid.
you just did? That wasn't what
No.
you just did right there?
Dude, isn't it just logical that when you have particles in orbit, like far away,
How big are these
especially
particles?
especially far away where you say it's like a junkyard where they put that stuff, however they do it, magically. Nothing of it ever I see crossing in front of the moon, reflecting, doing all kind of twinkly stuff. Like we would be seeing
Okay.
millions of particles reflecting the sunlight. Yeah, because it's
Would
just
you?
in a pure
All
space
the
of
time?
darkness.
Crazy.
Yes.
Crazy. That's a cool claim that you have there.
Isn't the stuff made of reflective material?
Do you have
most of the
any
time?
evidence to back up what you're trying to claim right there?
Yeah, just look at satellites. Aren't they mostly built out of reflective material?
That's cool.
To reflect the heat.
Do you got anything other than the words you're using right now?
Or demon side, you're just
No, you're asking.
knowing,
You want me to prove something? No, I'm just asking you to bring me something that's interesting, and I'll address it.
Inwardly, you know what I'm saying is right, but outwardly, you just don't want to accept it.
No, you want me to
because
claim
it just
a thing
goes.
that isn't my claim. I mean,
No,
then you're like,
I'm not saying it's your claim. It's my claim.
Stupid.
It's my claim. We're talking about all orbits, and there's nothing in the sky indicating that there's anything in orbit. Not even the ISS is something I would say as an indication of being in orbit, because I've yet to see one video showing the ISS rising like the sun, which it doesn't do, right? It doesn't rise, but rising from beneath the horizontal line all the way over your head, tracking down while it is setting again, way underneath the horizon. Never been recorded.
Why would I have to show this to you? Because you don't believe.
I'm not talking about you, man. I'm talking in general. There's nothing in the sky that is proving me that something is orbiting a ball with water sticking on it.
I was just saying, it kind of felt like you were being like, well, you need to prove to me this.
No, you don't need to prove anything, man. The reality
did
for
seem like
the
that,
reality speaks for itself, right? There's nothing orbiting the Earth, as easy as it is.
Crazy. So, what do you think about us tracking the ISS the other night?
Again, show me the ISS orbiting Earth. There might be something in the toroidal field of the Earth, or something very high up flying.
Okay,
I
so
mean, the ISS,
satellites?
the dot that you can film, right? That is like a light in the sky that moves all across the sky, is equivalent to the speed of me watching a commercial aircraft at night crossing the sky and blinking. It's almost exactly the same speed until it's out of my field of view, okay? Until I don't see, again, I'm going to repeat myself. I'm not believing that there's anything orbiting the Earth until I see a video of the ISS as its polka dot rising beneath the horizontal line, going over your head, and then behind you,
I have that.
going below the line. No, you don't.
No,
okay.
I do. It's in a video. We did it on. I will. We did it on Tartary the other night. Bob came over and he used his radio defined software.
Post the video.
I'm talking while I'm doing it. Can I? All right. Well, I'll just shut up and post it. Here we go.
Thank you.
All right.
I hope it's not an animation.
No, I'm gonna go on deafen if you're gonna talk to me while I'm trying to do.
Dude, if people think that when rockets take off and they make this very clumsy little poop of parabolic flight where you have like a extremely short angle of vapor. If you tell me the Earth is that small to get into orbit, that's ridiculous.
All right, so you want to watch my live stream now? We can go over it. It's kind of long, but you can click on the link too.
Just show me that one specific video where someone films the thing rising all the way over the head and going down.
Well, I told you right here. We got. Let's see. Brings out his software. And
so it's digital.
Oh, because it's digital. Oh, you're not going to accept it because it's digital. So
yeah, I want to see it in reality.
So if
right?
Anything I show you is going to be digital. Is that okay? Because
it should be an observation.
Okay, you want me to get it on a Polaroid for you?
No, film. Just you use your smartphone.
Digital film?
Yes.
Oh, but you said digital's not okay. But because it's data, it's not okay. Okay, sorry, data's not good.
That's so
my
boring,
bad.
man.
That's my
These type
bad,
of conversations are so silly, man. I don't understand even why you do this. From you, I would expect something else.
You don't want the data. Okay, that's
dude. I just repeated myself 3 times, right? I said I want to have someone filming.
I don't have a film. I have data that proves your point, but you don't want to look at.
So no, it doesn't prove anything until I see a polka dot which resembles the ISS rising from beneath the horizontal line, going all the way over. It's indeed a light orbiting the spherical sky, right? Quote unquote. Then I would believe that there's something in orbit, and then it would make sense that the Earth is a sphere. But if that has never been recorded, then the Earth can't be a sphere. It's just something flying over your head. That's all.
So you weren't here earlier, but your standard of evidence is obviously you must see it exactly how you want it to be seen, or
It's
it
not a
can't
hard
happen,
deal, man.
right? Is that
It's
what?
not
Is
a
that the
big deal
claim?
to do, right? It's
No,
not
no,
a big deal to
for
do.
you, not
isn't
for
it?
you. Yeah, no, for you. That's your standard, correct?
Yeah, is it a high standard?
Is it my standard? Do you think that's my
Is it
standard?
no? But no, because you believe in a globe, you don't really have a high
So I'm a
standard.
dummy, huh? Is that it?
If you want to insert that, on
why
up
is it
onto
that
yourself,
why is it I don't
go
need
on.
the high standard of video like over data? Like if I had data for a thing, why is it that I need video also?
Because either two things could happen. You could take the video yourself, so you see it while you're taking the video, and then you can share it. Yeah,
If I
that's
just
it.
give you video, it could be CGI. It could be manipulated. But if I also had data to back it up, or if I even had just the data, how do you know I'm not just lying on both? I'm gonna go. You know what? Fuck this? I'm going to Chat GPT right now. I'm gonna make you your video.
This is so boring. Maybe you can also create a CGI video of twinkling stars or star trades rising from below the horizon, which have never been recorded or seen in history. Never seen a comet that rises from below the horizontal line, because everything drops from above. Because there is, hey, guess what? There is just one way up. Okay, it's up is up. That's it. Because it's not a globe. That's why everything will always happen above you, not going too above your head from below the horizontal line. Still waiting for the day where someone records this kind of stuff. Will never happen. Or they will fake it.
I will agree with Demonstride about one point. Science is the new religion. And, I heard many times like the moon landing was fake. Didn't care. I didn't care about that. But once I heard that once I got into flat earth, it was to hide God, because they have their own religion to replace God. And then I had a problem. And then I got into it. Because once you lose big bangs, orbits, once you realize that the earth is flat, stationary, over a flat plane,
you get to be a real man.
No, I said flat Earth is the new religion, not science.
That indicates. Oh, I thought you said space science.
No, God, no. The flat Earth isn't going away. Like whatever is happening here isn't going away.
Right.
Flat,
because we live on a flat Earth.
Sun and moon that indicates an intelligent creator, and that knocks out your Big
It's so
Bang
funny.
orbit, knocks out gravity. You lose evolution. You lose everything. So I think that's
It's
why
like everything I say, Godric, you hear the opposite. I swear to God. It's no, science is not a religion. It's how you get away from religion.
I thought that was what you were talking about. It is
no,
technically
science is a way of getting into religion that makes yourself
Scientism.
godlike.
Yeah, scientism can lead to religious beliefs about science. I agree. But that is different from saying science is a religion. Science is a way to the best understanding about reality. It's testable,
Hey, what do you think
repeatable,
about
demonstratable.
What do you think about Germany now having their own space commando? They just built a new building, and they did an initiation party where they got the whole stormtrooper and Darth Vader and the whole thing.
What color are their eyes?
I don't know, man. I just appreciate
if they're blonde hair, blue eyes. I don't know, man.
I just appreciate the new South Park episodes every day, man.
I haven't
especially on
watched
this
them for like
Discord.
8 years. Like I've taken a break from like a lot of mainstream media
Oh
shit.
no, I also don't watch South Park. I've watched it when I was young, but I'm just saying reality that I live in right now is almost like everything I see on the news is almost like a new South Park episode. You know, if it's some degenerate LGBT people or if it's the space junk bullshit where Germany just drops billions of money in a new building that just means obviously nothing.
You
And
guys
so
got your
forth.
new NASA there to hate, huh?
Oh no, there's nothing I hate about it. It's just entertaining, you know. Like imagine you look at reality as if it's a South Park episode. Like not all of it, obviously, but like the degenerate stuff that is happening, you know, from the deceived people.
No, there's truth in South Park. Like a lot of the time when they hit like there's seeds of truth in their comedy for sure.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You need to read between the lines. That's why I find there's also truth within the thing that just posted, you know. Like there's obviously someone who's aware and just mocking people by setting up this whole scheme of Star Wars. And dude, there's literally a Catholic Church again praying for the building to be protected by the creator. Oh dude, it's so
But
absurd.
have you looked
Man.
into anything other than images of this? Like, what if the meaning behind these images are like that Catholic priest or whatever was just like a really big fucking nerd, right? Like, do you know the actual backstory, or are you making
No,
your
it's
own
normal in
backstory?
German. No. I'm
Hold
not.
on.
I listen.
Are you making your own backstory based
You're
off
just
of the
wasting
images?
time.
No, I'm
You're just wasting time.
I'm clarifying my question. I get you.
Yes, you're wasting time. I know what your question is. I would have already answered it 1 minute ago. So I watched the full ceremony video. It's in German. So the priest, what they're doing, this is normal in Germany because Germany is mostly Catholic. Every new building that has been built, for example, the Space Commando building that has been built, will be like protected by some prayers from the Catholics. That's they get the priest and then they have the initiation party where they cut through the red string and whatnot. And before that, the Catholic Church will, you know, give a prayer over the building and whatnot. You know, same way as you. I don't know when you build a ship, you break a bottle against it or something as some kind of habit. I don't know what.
So did the priests organize that, or did the building owners organize that? Or does like you when you build a building, does the Catholic Church just show up and be like, "We're fucking doing this"?
Well,
Also,
many buildings in Germany are owned by the Catholic Church.
we're getting the well, that's what I'm asking. Like, do you know who organized this whole thing, or does the church just show up when a building's done? They're like, "You guys didn't christen it yet. Hold on, get the red rope. We're doing this
No,
now."
it's just in general. I don't know if the Catholic Church, it could be highly possible that they own a part of the building or even the full building. Who knows? Maybe it was restored and they
Maybe they don't own it all. Maybe it's just
yeah,
some
maybe
people
not. It doesn't
who
really
wanted it
matter.
christened.
It doesn't
Yeah,
really matter for
maybe
me.
they paid to have those stormtroopers
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. I'm just saying the whole thing is just funny. How you have like a whole commando of Star Wars figures next to the real soldiers of the German military, and then you have like these priests in purple. Or it's just I don't know,
It's
man.
so
It's just
funny. It's
absolutely.
almost like somebody would plan that. Like if I knew my entire country would have to do this like church opening thing, and I was like the organizer, and I was also like a nerd. You know what the fuck I would do? Do you know what I would do, Clay? Like I want you to guess. What do you think I would do?
You would do the same thing.
I would do the same fucking thing. Yeah, I really would.
Yeah. Very serious military. But I understand, you know, but when it's about
If I think the military is a joke, yeah, and I agree that they're just part of a fucking stormtrooper like infantry, yeah, I'm gonna do that same fucking joke. Yeah.
no space and the globe is a joke. You get it? That's why the whole initiation was a joke.
But you're drawing some other conclusion based off of the thing you watched. And like, did they get into who organized it? Who ordered the troopers to be there? Who was wearing
No,
these
it doesn't
trooper
matter.
suits? They were actors. Actors had to have been paid by somebody. Follow the money. Was it NASA paying for it? It could have been if you followed
Dude,
the
I don't
money.
care. I don't really care about who paid for it, who organized it. I'm just saying the way it was initiated is just absolutely ridiculous. In Germany, almost no tank works, no plane work. Like, our military is complete bullshit, man. Which is okay. I really don't mind. Germany is just a big sold out country. No, actually, I don't really want to, man. Is anyone of the Globers actually like hopeful of doing some space travel at some point in their life? Demons try. You want to do some space travel?
I think by the time it's available, my body might be so frail and brittle, I might not be able to travel on like the coach version of a space, tour thing. I'm a lower, unless like I get like the famous for doing something stupid, or some invention that I make. Like I'm probably never gonna get there,
Well, that's okay, man. No one ever got to somewhere that doesn't exist.
Is that supposed to make me feel better about being a cockroach?
Yes. We are
I'm still a
cockroaches.
cockroach, though. Like, there's bigger
Yeah, we all
bugs.
are.
I don't
Like,
have to be like. You could be like, you're not a cockroach.
oh, we are all cockroaches.
Yeah, but some of us can spread our wings and fly.
Well, not really high, but yeah.
At least from one trash heap to the other.
Yeah. Space. I love space. You love space. We love space. And rockets and dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs and rockets.
Stegosaurus is my favorite.
And I like astronauts. Astronauts flying in space.
And spacewalks?
Yeah, spacewalks are so great.
Could you imagine having itchy nuts while you're on a spacewalk? Like, there's got to be some sort of mechanism for scratching your nuts when you're in a spacesuit. If there isn't, I don't know what we're doing in space.
Well, I can give you the answer. Like, if you ask, what do you do when you have scratchy nuts? And if I would be Don Pellet, I would answer you this way. Well, when you have scratchy nuts, there might be some kind of mechanism, but I don't know that at the top of my mind because I don't have any nuts.
Well, I don't know about nuts, but I have heard that they stick Velcro to the inside of their helmets so they could scratch their head if it gets itchy.
Hey, imagine you have like Pampers for going to space, and like you're floating, and then you need to take a shit while you're in your suit and piss, and then you're back in the ISS, and you took the piss into that Pampers, and you need to dismantle everything. I think that's fun, like the smell for your crew.
But like they don't need a changing table. They can just get like on their backs and they can have another astronaut come over and wipe their diaper for them.
Another astronaut, right? Wipe the ass for them. Oh. Oh, it's just so, dude, it's just so disgusting. Good thing that the astronauts always have fresh and clean t-shirts. Also, I think they have like a mom somewhere that iron every astronaut's t-shirt or shirt or pants that they wear on the space station. Or maybe it's just the magic of space that there's never one crinkle in their shirts. It's just all so silly and stupid and obvious.
Clinton Giselle.
Uh-huh.
You think this whole Ukraine thing with Russia is all fake, or is it really an invasion?
No, it's just like, when you have like
Do you think this whole Ukraine thing with
no,
Russia is all fake propaganda?
No, do you know when you have like it's pretty simple. You know when you have like bombs and rockets and like let's say artillery and vehicles that have reached their maximum Haltbarkeitsdatum auf English, best before date, right? So you have like every rocket, every bomb, every bullet and gun and vehicle will have like a best before date, best before consumption, right? Like you also have one of the things you eat. So if you have like old bombs and rockets that should, or like helicopters and stuff that you would actually need to like, in a very complicated procedure, need to like dismantle, right? That costs just so much more money than just throw it on a bunch of people and kill them. That's what they also did in Afghanistan, right? In Iraq. I mean, the bigger picture was to get the International Federal Reserve banking system into place, but the smaller picture is also like it's a win-win situation because you can also get rid of your best before date bombs and rockets, ammunition, and so forth, right? That's why Germany also threw a bunch of like tanks and all that stuff into the hands of the Ukrainians because probably these tanks you can't really use that much anymore. I mean, if you look at what Russia used for the war so far, it's just all bullshit from the Soviet Union most of the time, right? Like old vehicles, old helicopters, probably all the old bombs that they just had left. Imagine you have like a junkyard sale, right? And you just want to get rid of that shit because no one is buying it anymore. You're just gonna throw it to the neighbor's yard, if that makes sense, right? That's how I look at the Ukrainian war. Thanks.
But are Ukrainians and Russians really dying, or is it all propaganda news?
Oh yeah, of course people are dying. A lot of people. Well, I mean, can't drop bombs without people dying. Duh.
So they are dropping bombs on each other.
Sure. Yeah.
You don't think that if it was a real war, that Putin would have cleaned it up by now?
No, like I said, man, but the only thing, it's not like a real war in a sense. It's just a small war where um, Russia gets rid of all the shit that they don't need anymore. Like everything that has been used so far is just all tanks, all vehicles, stuff that normally would need to be dismantled in a very expensive and precise way. You know,
So they're not
like
using the top of the line technology. They're just
no,
using their throwaway shit.
yeah, mostly, yeah. It's a win-win situation. Like you make more money actually just for like bombing a bunch of little small villages. Then imagine you have like a bomb with like explosives in it and stuff. Have you ever seen what a big effort it is to like make them inactive and dismantle them? So that's why there's always going to be like little silly wars. I can't wait for the next little silly war that the Americans gonna have because there will be the next amount of bombs and ammunition they need to get rid of at some point, right? It's just way too expensive to like um dismantle all of that stuff. But I mean, the Russians will also probably sell a lot of old AKs and vehicles and whatnot to some other group like Arabs and then get it to terrorist organization or whatnot. But it's just all about money at the end of the day. No one cares about human life, essentially. You really like if there's anyone in here thinks that someone who builds bombs and rockets and all sorts of killing machines cares about human life, you might as well just, I don't know, get vaccinated.
That's pretty cold, bro.
Yeah, I mean the truth is cold, right? I mean,
Cold-blooded.
It's not offensive from the globe perspective, vaccine believer. Like that's only offensive from the position where you claim that it's detrimental. But so like when you think like the COVID vaccine is like killing all these people, like that was like I was skeptical. Like when it came around, I was like, oh, well, how could it? And then I looked into it, I was like, oh, well, there's a reason why it gets faster and faster as time goes on. They've been working on this kind of vaccine for a while. But also then like I was like telling my nurse fiance, I was like, yeah, I'm not taking it. I was like, oh wait, the first wave anyways is going out to all the doctors and nurses. Shit, if anything's gonna happen, we're gonna see all the doctors dropping dead all over the world, right?
But I've
And
never claimed anything about it. But I mean, go on.
no, people do. Like I don't think you are claiming that. It's just like that the whole like hope you get vaxxed thing is taken as like a negative, like because there is a at least in this group, there's like a negative connotation, like something bad's gonna happen to you, like you're gonna get like
Oh
heart,
yeah, no, I'm not
whatever.
wishing someone to something bad. I'm just saying, for me, people who just use that stuff that get
Yeah.
injected, I
Well,
think
I'm
they
just
just
saying.
in general don't think much, right? Because they don't think much. I'm just saying, if people think that bombs and rockets and all kinds of killing machines are built in order from people who actually care about people, I'm just saying they might as well just not think anymore, right? That's why it's just like a
Yeah.
meme. Why I use
Like
that.
but like even for me, like I didn't I was hesitant to get the vaccine mainly because I just don't like fucking needles and like I don't even get the flu vax or whatever. Just like what's the point of getting fucking jabbed by a needle, once or twice a year? Like I don't ever get sick or whatever. Um, but like I was like, well, the doctors and nurses are gonna drop dead first, and just I haven't seen that.
But I never had one, so I really can't talk much
No, I know.
about it.
I don't think you are claiming that. Like I don't think I've ever heard you specifically claim that. Just that is, I've heard that as one of the main things. Like it's so bad, it's gonna cause people to get sick in this way or that way. And I was waiting for that, and honestly, I didn't see it. And it may be like I guess the main claim now might be it's, you know, later down the line type of thing, but who knows?
By the way, for the live stream, this is not medical
Not medical advice, yeah.
advice. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just pure speculation. Actually, it's not even real what we're talking about. It's just a reenactment.
It's so
Thanks
funny
to
though.
Scott.
You were essentially telling people to not get vaccinated, and you're saying like, hold on, this isn't medical advice.
But I didn't say that.
I know, I'm joking.
Man, today I'm gonna eat some fish and chips. Can't wait.
What kind of fish you got?
I don't know. But it's like they always open up seasonally when it gets warmer, and they do some great, fish and chips, baked fish. Oh, can't wait, man.
You ever had walleye?
What?
Have you ever had walleye?
No, what is that?
Yeah, Walleye, walleye. It's some of the most succulent like fillet of fish you could ever have. Like, we get it like deep fried. It's so fucking good. Melts in your mouth. Doesn't have
Oh.
like the watery, fishy flavor to it either.
But I mean, if it's watery and fishy, should be fried a little bit longer. Like if it's fried a little bit longer, you have less this watery thingy going on. But man, fish is awesome, dude. I just love eating fish.
You ever eat the salted canned fish, like kippered snacks?
Or the only canned fish I like is tuna, in olive oil.
Oh man, you gotta try these smoked herring fillets. You can get them in different kind of consistencies.
Yeah, but I mostly stay away from canned fish,
So good.
Yeah, it's good, but a lot of, I think, heavy metals.
So it's got a lot of like omegas though. It's good stuff for you.
Yeah, but when you open it up, you have a heavy metal band that is playing. Imagine.
Death clock.
You open up your fish and it's like
Yeah, my fiance hates the smell. Like I've tricked her into trying it twice. Like the first time she like almost threw up, and then like a year later I was eating, so I was like, you might like it this time. Go ahead and try it. She almost puked again.
it's just, head thingy, it actually tastes good, but they just can't overcome their childhood
Yeah, it's so
thingy.
good.
People in the childhood get this eating disorder, and when they grow older, they just never tried other foods, and then they have so high problems with. I'm glad I mean, when I was a kid, I also had problems like didn't want to eat that and this, and now today stuff I hated the most, I love the most. Because I started literally like being open to just try new food, And nowadays I would literally eat everything. Like I would even try cat or dog.
Oh,
No
yeah,
problem.
right? Like what breed though?
I don't know, man. I really don't care, but I would try it. Like in the countries where they eat it, they probably know how to make it taste good.
Dude, I bet your cat tastes good.
Probably, yeah. Maybe like chicken or something.
Depends on the rodents it eats.
Yeah. I really, I'm not a hypocrite, so like I eat meat and I would eat everything when it comes to surviving. I would even eat my cat at some point if I'm really starving.
And demonetized.
But But your cat is a member of the family.
Not my
Well,
family. Not
she
this
will
time.
always be a member of my body if it comes so far.
I'm a rat guy. And
I
a
heard
cat
that
guy.
if you died, like in the rumor that everybody started decaying, your cat will start eating your body. I heard that.
They go for your face
So,
first. It's the first part of your
in
body that starts to decay and gets soft enough for them to like really
Mm.
chow into.
So in Germany, right, there back in the days when you bought a rabbit, they were actually was actually mandatory when you bought a rabbit that the guy who killed the rabbit or sells the rabbit to you that the head is still on the rabbit because rabbits look very equally to the structure of cats. You know, so if you cut off the head of a cat and a rabbit, it's almost and I mean the paws also, right? If you cut them off, it's almost indistinguishable a rabbit between a cat. So that's why back in the days in Germany, I guess because some people killed cats. I don't know. They needed to keep the head on.
Makes sense. Can't get rid of the floppy ears and sell like cat because there were strays. There's always been stray cats ever since we
Yeah.
domesticated them. That makes sense. And then I'm sure there's some places that just like took them like under the table and paid them less and still served it up to people.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that all pretty much cats are good for anyway?
Dude, I used to be a dog guy, and then I moved in with my fiance and my 2 kids here, and they have a ragdoll cat who soon became my ragdoll cat. Uh, he like hides from everyone now, and then I come home, and she'll come down and start meowing, and then jump into my lap, and like because my fiance and my daughter, they both try and like pick her up and like hug her and kiss her or whatever, and like my son, we're both I'm like, no, you don't want her to hate her or to hate you. It's just like, don't let her come to you, you know. And like she'll go to him and she'll come to me, but she fucking will not go to them. It pisses him off so much. But yeah, she's my little puff puff. She's one of those rag dolls though. You can literally just like pick her up and like pet her, like even her stomach, and she doesn't care. Like we call her like upside down cat because we'll pick her up and like hold her upside down while we're holding her, and like pet her, and like she can't even, like that meme, like you can't even. Fucking cats.
I noticed cats really have a personality.
Yeah. Like, well, even like my neighbor's cat, Mr. Meowgie, he's like a black cat. Like he will not, like, you try and pet him and he'll like back up away from your hand even and like try and like bat you away. But yeah, then sometimes he'll be like, yeah, okay, I guess. Like he's very finicky. Like he'd probably claw the shit out of me if I tried to pick him up even. Like I can't even barely pet the damn thing. But yeah, cats are funny. Like dogs definitely have like personalities too, but they're more, you know what you're getting with a dog in general. But they're so dumb too.
How did you get into the whole flat Earth thing?
What interested me, or how did
Yeah,
I start doing Discord?
yeah. Well, both.
Just it coming across and like me being like a I got like ADHD. Like I didn't learn longhand division in in school. I went to like 8 different schools, like moved around a bunch, and I was always I did really good though in Earth and space, like doing like algebra and astronomical unit calculations and shit like that. And like physics. The only classes I ever really actually got A's in, and they were the only ones I was actually interested in. But finally coming across flat Earth stuff, like I was like, I watched it for years. I watched debates for years, mad about the production style of them, thinking that I could be a better producer. How I got into it was watching an FTFE stream and him going into Tartaria and then me joining and being like, huh, here's the place.
Did you hear what happened to him recently?
Which thing?
Fight the flat earth.
Yeah, being arrested or having a heart attack or having cancer.
Well, he beat somebody up. He was convicted of assault,
His
and then he
neighbor.
went online and he had a stream, and he
Yeah, I
started
watched
crying about it, and people gave him super chats for being convicted of assault. Pretty funny.
Well, yeah, I watched the stream.
Only on YouTube.
He made thousands because he beat somebody up.
Well, hey, it worked, man. It worked. Gotta give him points.
Yeah, you got to feel bad for him too, because he's ex-military, over 6 feet tall. He's a second-degree black belt, and he beat somebody up. I mean, wouldn't that don't you want to give a guy like that money? Poor guy.
Well, he has like meltdowns right on live stream and debates. So yeah, he's an explosive personality, right?
Yeah, he has a short temper. Admittedly, he said so. Said he's really easy to anger. So give him some money. Actually, Ruhif, who's a member of this server, gave him 200 Australian bucks.
Yeah, like when you have a large audience, you start streaming. They like you, right? They like your content, whatever. They just start giving you money, and it's funny because sometimes you gotta think, is it appropriate to just to take people's money? Selena Gomez did a TikTok, and I guess she doesn't usually do TikTok. This just happened recently, and people start giving her money, and she's like, "What is this money?" And then she asked a friend like, "This is fake money, right? This is not real money." They're like, "No, this is real money." And she goes, "Stop giving me money," because people love her, right? Because they follow her, so they're just giving her money on TikTok, but she doesn't want it. She doesn't need it.
Yeah. He, as a matter of fact, he started crying because of the generosity of his followers. It was quite pathetic. I mean, heartwarming.
I didn't hear about that. Thanks for letting me know. Interesting.
Yeah.
Does he have a really big following, FTFE?
He's got I think it's got to be over 55,000 subscribers by now. Maybe even 60.
I think he have more because you know how they're shadow banned flat earthers, but they promote Globers. So Jaren's stuck at about 150K, 155K subscribers. So I would assume that Fight the Flat Earth has a lot more than that, but maybe not.
Why do you think there's no flat earthers who have tried to at least for the first 5 minutes of every stream pretend to be a globe earther and then go into their spiel and see if they can get around it that way? Instead of just continually being shadow banned, why not just pretend to be above board for a couple minutes, at least when the first scan goes through, and then weave into it,
I don't know that the algorithm picks that up. I think the algorithm is just basically when you get blackballed, this guy's flat earth, you get blackballed, it's I don't know if it's algorithm or a physical ban, but then they just show you less. They show your content less. I don't know what you need to do to get around. I don't think you can get around it. Like if you're Jaron or Eric Dubay, no, you couldn't do nothing. But if I was a regular guy, yeah, you'd start talking about the globe and then flip to flat Earth. That would probably keep you safe. But eventually they'll just blackball you. Eventually they'll just say, well, this guy's a flat earther, so we're just going to shadow ban him.
Well, I mean, I'm doing that right now through the Tartaria's YouTube, but I mean, you can still find it. It's real small. It's only got 3 subscribers, but yet it's not shadow banned. The algorithm doesn't work necessarily in that way.
Wait, start again. What's not shadow ban subscribers?
So the Tartaria server, right? Like the Tartaria, like I do the Tartaria official YouTube. We got like.
Let me see if I can find it. Hang on a second.
Yeah, put in Tartaria
Remember,
official. Yeah.
Hang on. Let me see if I can see something. You know what you're talking about. Tartaria official.
Yep.
YouTube Tartaria. Welcome to official Tartaria. Mud Flood. All history.
Yep. That's it.
Is there a live?
Yeah, and I've only got 3 subscribers, so I mean it's not shadow banned yet.
Is this you?
Yeah.
Well, okay, but you don't have a live right now.
No, it's not live right now. No, we do events like every day though.
But this is your server?
Yeah. I help run it. It's Dovid's, but I'm part owner.
I know this symbol. I'm on the server in Discord, but
yeah, I've seen you.
I barely
go
in. I wonder.
No, this is where I first met you at.
Cool. So, what is the content on this Tartaria? What's the goal?
Well, it's just the conversation. It's the same thing as here.
But do you believe in mudfloods?
No, I don't. I'm a glober.
You're helping promote it though.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. So you're saying this is not shadow ban. Now, how do you know if you're shadow ban or not exactly? Because I don't know that.
I don't like not being able to find it. I think is the one thing I've been pointed to. But you were able to find it, and I've only got 3 subscribers.
Well, we got 4 now.
There we go, people. Like and subscribe. Give the thumbs up.
Now, something that they'll do also, I don't know how they do it, but once you get quote unquote shadow ban, they'll take off your subscribers. So I had to subscribe back to Jaron like 10 times, whatever. And then these other places I like because they'll take my subscription off. So I have to subscribe to certain flat Earth content like many times. They'll just somehow take it off. You know about that?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Like, or like your notifications not going off.
That too.
But I don't know if that's just like because when we ever have the app update and stuff changes, like I don't know if that's part of like the plan, but that might be a reason why that also happens.
I've had,
but it might also be correlated.
Jaron and other flat Earth content like 5 times, like within a year.
Like you personally had to resubscribe?
Yeah, I'm right. I find it resubscribe. So somehow they're taking me off.
Well, I guess we'll get the like if I do get shadow banned because you talk to me and you're a subscriber. So now if this happens, we'll know. If you haven't changed anything on your end and I haven't updated anything on my end of the the back end part, because it might be if I change like an email or an ownership of it, like that might have it. Like you could artificially create that. I could definitely do that. But if it does happen, we'll know it's above board because I ain't gonna lie about it, and you're not gonna, fuck your shit up. So
I don't think you have to worry about it until you get about 50,000 subscribers. I don't think they're gonna shadow ban you. However, when they put that thing on that says flat Earth is an archaic belief that no longer is scientific, it's proven false. When they put that on you, that might be an indication that you've been shadow banned. But I don't think you have to worry until you have many thousands of subscribers. You're too small fry for them to care.
Well, I think also coming from, because it's supported by my shell network, the medicinal mass media, like that shit ain't getting banned anywhere. I got my own website for that. If I have to, I'll embed my own back end video service in there. Like
Do you know how to
take.
use? Do you know how to use a VPN?
Yeah.
So do you use VPN?
No. Not
Just
for any
wondering.
of
Just
the.
wondering because I heard about that. I don't know how to really do it, but I heard about that. That was something.
I did when it was built into my phone, which was really nice. I got it through my T-Mobile, and then they stopped. So I was like, I don't care anymore. It slowed down like videos and Netflix and shit on my phone.
What do you mean T-Mobile stopped it?
It was like they had their own built-in VPN for it was like a trial thing or whatever.
And they took it off. Now they don't have it.
Yeah.
But you can get a VPN like on the App Store. Now, do those slow down videos and stuff?
I think they might, based on my experience using them. At least on my phone. It's worth it though if you have good internet. Maybe it might just be my phone was shitty, or it's getting to the obsolescence. Like it's a Note 10 Plus. I mean, it's still decent, but it doesn't have like the most recent firmware on it.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, this conspiracy stuff, like, is something I've been into ever since I was a kid. I mean, it's one of the reasons I produce this, the content on there. It is produced though through the medicinal mass media. Like I have podcasts through there, and I got a couple other projects in the works.
Did you like Star Trek and Star Wars?
I didn't have either growing up. Like I didn't ever like Star Trek growing up. And I wasn't exposed to Star Wars until the sequels were produced in the early thousands.
So you're younger.
Well, I'm 37, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a generation before you.
So you get to see that shit live, yeah.
So I was a Star Wars junkie when I was like 7.
Yeah, I was like, I was in the video game 90s era.
Would you say that these days a conspiracy theorist is just someone who has a differing opinion to that of the greater mass of people?
No, because technically, semantically, conspiracy theory is like people that conspire in one position against another, and they have they've got a theory that goes against the narrative. Like that's the logical definition. So you couldn't just say one person, but like this community could be conspiracy theorist. But the fact that you find yourself here doesn't mean you are a conspiracy theorist. It means you are skeptical of a position, and you may find yourself in a conspiracy. And there may even be a theory to your conclusion. But the fact, just saying those things like an ad hom, right? Like to the the logical minded, it's not an ad hom.
But isn't it conspiracy theorists like JFK, 9/11, Bigfoot,
No.
Nazis
Do you-
on the moon,
Do
Hollow
you think?
Earth, Flat Earth?
Do you think people have conspired to hide the shape of the Earth from you?
Yes.
So you believe in a theory that the shape of the Earth has been hidden from you in a conspiracy?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. There's nothing wrong with that.
Are there any quote unquote conspiracy theories that you believe in? I know there's a guy here, eggshells are flat. He was a 9/11 truther for a long time. Now he's not. I'm wondering if there's any kind of conspiracies that you used to.
UFOs are unexplainable to the military.
Think that is true, or that's a lie?
I think they are not telling us the truth on that.
So you think that they are explainable?
Just a sec.
Eggshells, are you there? I if I remember correctly, didn't you say that you got out of the 9/11 thing because it was just too much, and you said, you know what, there was no conspiracy. This is all just a bunch of bullshit. Did you just like throw up your hands and be like, you know what, fuck this?
Is this for me?
Didn't eggshells flipped from a globe to a flat earther?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a flat earther, but yeah, I didn't sort of throw up my hands. I saw something and I was like deep in the rabbit hole, and I had kept saying to my friends, like, the problem for me is there's too many people involved. There's just too many people. Every time I try and figure out how many people I end up coming up with, like tens of thousands have to be in on.
Right.
And so I was like, I've always had that, like, not get out of jail card, but like a sort of, because I'd rant to my friends and family about it. I'd write these like 10-page long emails and stuff. And if anybody ever said, like, are you sure about this? I'd be like, no, I'm like 90%, but 10% names how many people are involved. So then I'm watching one of these videos and they're talking about the dancing Israelis. And I think everybody's probably heard of that. It just like looked like the most blatant thing. They're like driving a laundry truck that has the Twin Towers on it for a known front company of Mossad. And then they're like dancing and joyously celebrating in front of these people's homes when the second tower fell down, or one of the towers fell down. And they're like, yeah. They're like, this is proof positive that the people are in on it.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Tell me, yeah, you're trolling the fuck, and it's hard to listen to.
Well, excuse
please
me.
stop whatever you're doing. Yeah, that's gross. What convinced you the Earth's flat?
I'd like to finish if that's okay with you.
That's gross.
And I just thought that was like, it was just too obvious for me. I was like, this is a super well planned thing. Why are some people standing outside celebrating? Like, this is a top secret operation with thousands of people involved. What the fuck? What's your operational security like that these people just like in front of the public celebrating? Like, why not celebrate in front of a TV? Why have to go out and see it for yourself? So then I like searched up the other side, the other explanation to it. And they go on a talk show. They go back to Israel and they go on a talk show and they're like, yeah, we absolutely recognize now it was in poor taste, but blah, blah, blah. And they just explain their story. Now, the cover story, if you're still skeptical about the whole thing, the cover story is a bit sketchy. But it wasn't just that they had a cover story. It was the fact that the quote unquote truth video didn't say a thing about it, just didn't talk about it. Talked about it like it wasn't there. Even used some footage from this talk show appearance, but like used it really deceptively. And I was like, oh, is it possible that these people within this movement are actually deceptively editing clips? Yeah, and then I started searching more and more of these different things, and like every time I searched something that could be like, you know, the rate at which a building burns and falls is up to conjecture, but like there are some things that like you can search up, like Donald Rumsfeld saying, you know, blah 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 trillion is missing, and I'm like, great, where's the rest of that press? What do you call it? Like interview with the whatever they call that thing, and you find the full thing, and he's actually giving a long speech about Democrat ineptitude, going, these guys don't have much money. We've inherited an absolute terrible economic situation from them because of their bad accounting. 4.3 trillion is missing or unaccounted for. And so what he's saying is essentially not magically overnight this money disappeared from the federal treasury, which is the way it was always presented to me as, but it was, if you account for the last like two Democrat terms, this is how bad things are. Right? And so I was suddenly like, oh, that's another thing that they lied to me about. Like, present both sides, but if you're the truthers, why are you hiding half of an interview? And that was the thing that started unraveling it for me, that just every time I looked at something that could be confirmed either way, I was always getting given a really shitty story from the quote unquote truthers, and they were never presenting the other side of it.
So you felt hoodwinked, sandbagged.
Yeah, I just felt like they're bullshit lists, you know, but they were, you know, like deliberately
Snake oil salesman.
Basically, yeah.
Jerry, do you believe that he's being truthful with you right now?
Do I think that Harry is being truthful about his journey through the 9/11 truth thing? Yes.
No, like, okay. Eggshells, is this what convinced you the Earth is flat?
No, it was the space planes. Ain't no space planes out in space.
Oh, fuck.
Harry is the greatest flat earther who ever lived. Go ahead, talk to him.
No, I have. As walking on eggshells. He's a glober who's doing a phenomenal role right now as a flat earther.
What?
You can't prove
Is
that.
this true?
I don't know. He can't prove it.
No, you're right. I can't prove it.
False.
You're right. That's
Yeah, well,
absolutely
it would
true.
be sad for the flat Earth for
9 out of 10 for your improv, sir.
it would be sad for flat Earth to have
props.
a flat earther flip to a glober, and that could be
From one
ability
performer to another.
You gonna switch, Godric? Try out life on the baller side.
Is this
Give it a shot,
eggshells?
yeah.
Is this kind of a?
Go ahead.
Sound like Geo cut out.
Oh, I was gonna say eggshells. Is it what you're doing? Is kind of like is it like a step in the cognitive dissonance process? Where where you're pretending to be something different to kind of deal with the tension of it all?
Well, I mean, the cognitive dissonance only affects globers. We know that. And I got past all that. Became flat earthers.
We should do
flat
this,
earthers
though.
don't experience cognitive dissonance.
You should have 1 week out of the month where every glober becomes a flat earther. And every flat earther legit has to be a glober. And, like, if you step out of line, come on, everyone, honesty, the honesty system. Like, that'd be funny. Like, I could do it.
They do sometimes do role switches. You can give it a go with someone if you want.
I could do it. I could put on a skirt for a week.
Yeah.
How about no?
Do you know Pete Shea?
Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah, one time he and Eggshells switched roles and went back and forth, and it was the greatest Discord moment of all time. At least for me, it was
Who
just
is the bottom?
well, Pete was the goober, and Eggshells was the flurf, right? And it was great. And Pete absolutely wrecked him, just destroyed.
Yeah, Pete was. Pete was really good.
I think my first
Yeah,
debate.
it's like eggshells aren't flat at the end of the day.
Well, they aren't. I haven't ever seen curvature.
I'm just joking.
I just want an objective physical measurement of curvature of anything, Earth or eggshells.
Eggshells are kind of dome shaped, actually.
Yeah, but the egg, the egg is the perfect shape of a sphere because it's the most natural shape that an object can be. So that's why we have planets. That's why we know the Earth is a globe.
You should go by. You should
There
go
you go,
by,
Godric.
You should go by. We're within an eggshell.
Inside eggshell Earth.
Yeah, inside eggshells, inside an egg. Well,
If you look at the people when they go in the fetal position, like a defensive position, that's because that's a perfect natural shape, a sphere, and that is analogous to planets, which are the perfect shape, natural shape.
Is that the best position to do if you're just needing to go into fetal position to have a sphere there, just to hold on to it?
Just clutch
it.
If
you're holding a sphere, it's even better if you're holding a sphere.
Maybe shed a tear on it. Shed a tear on it if you have to.
It's even better if you're holding a sphere. If you're holding a globe in the fetal position, it's even better, more convincing.
It really holds it in there. You just clutch it and just maybe, like I said, shed a tear. The tear will drop off the ball, just reminding you that water doesn't stick to balls.
Well, hang on. A tear will stick to a globe. There is evidence of that. So it won't necessarily fall out. One small tear will probably stick to a globe.
Have you seen that meme that it says ballers' tears always find their level?
That's quite good.
Well, that's cheating because that's too many tears. There's not enough gravity on the globe to keep those tears in there. But you put 1 or 2 tears, it'll probably stick.
Whew.
I got one for eggshells. Eggshells, why would they lie?
It's kind of pointless asking why a liar would lie because they'll lie to you about why they're lying. Some people say it's to hide God. Other people say it's some of the same people say it's also to justify enormous budgets and things. It could just be a big joke. It could just be so powerful that they're like, hey, let's just trick everybody into thinking this wildly improbable thing with numbers that are too big to conceive of. Because they're too big to conceive of, they'll just go, oh, okay, sounds 93 million miles, sounds good to me.
I like that. Justify big budgets. Justify billions and maybe even trillions of dollars in budgets.
Because if the moon was close, they'd be like, why don't you just fly there anytime? Why do you need this enormous rocket? But if they make it very far away, it's like, oh, suddenly I've got to do this whole rendezvous and trajectory and Hoffman transfer and burn retrograde for 3.8 seconds, carrying billions of tons of rocket fuel.
Okay.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Biggest wizard that's ever lived.
What about all that geodetic surveying? What about that?
Well, they just do planar surveying and then mathematically add in curvature. That's true, isn't it? Is that correct, Ramesh? They did basically do the same process as surveying and then go, right, it's curved, so I better add in this 8 inches per mile squared.
Kind of.
There you go. Rest my case. No further questions, Your Honour.
The geodetic survey didn't actually measure curvature. They did flat, just like they said, they did flat surveys, and then they equated sphere geometry and implied that.
No, there's. Do we agree that you can get the elevation of a mountain using planar surveying, regardless of the shape of the Earth?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we can have an accurate elevation for a mountain. All right. If we
Well,
do,
I mean, if the mountain's X far away on a globe, that where it is going to be lower, right?
yeah, that's where geodetic surveying comes in. Like if you try and get the elevation of a mountain from a decent distance away, if you don't incorporate curvature, you will get the wrong elevation.
But how do you confirm that it's the wrong elevation?
Because we can get accurate elevations using planar surveying, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
How do we get the accurate elevation with planar surveying without adding in the geodetic?
Yeah, differential leveling. Differential leveling gives you an accurate elevation regardless of curvature, as long as you do it properly.
But what about this azimuthal grid of electromagnostatic ether?
You're a bit drunk. You drunk tonight?
But there is an etheric azimuthal grid of electromagnostatic vision that could be presenting the mountain to you slightly out of position when you're so far away from it. But when you come up to it, you get the accurate thing. And just from far away, the azimuthal grid makes it look like we're living on a ball.
That could be it. I think you're onto something.
You haven't heard yet? Haven't heard yet, Ruhif? Eggshells isn't a glober anymore.
Oh, he's a fluff. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
Yep. Eggshells are indeed flat.
Indeed, maybe he's proven curvature.
Ruhif, really, for real, Ruhif, not playing.
What? Is this
for real?
Good?
For real, not playing.
Not playing about what?
He really switched over.
No, he didn't.
Why does nobody believe me?
Ruhif.
I'm so little faith in this fellow man.
Why would he lie?
Flirts won't accept me. The ballers think I'm lying.
Ruhif, seriously.
This is what it's like when people flip. Yeah, there were no space planes.
Tell me the epiphany you had and how it worked out.
There were no space planes, right? People kept saying planes would have to dip their nose down every, a degree per 69 miles. And I came to the realization that sometimes pilots must forget to do that. And then their planes would end up in space. And if there's no space planes, there's no space.
Yep. Rock solid.
Pretty good. Hello.
Rock solid logic.
I have a question for you.
Do you? Dawn, it is Dawn.
I just recently got charged with 2 assaults. I lost my bike. I wondered if you could lend me 200 quid.
No.
Why not? Why won't you give me 200 quid?
Do you have a cocaine habit?
Why did you give Craig 200 quid?
Because he's got a cocaine habit he needs support.
Don't lie. Just tell us the truth.
I don't owe you any explanation, Dawn.
So
I didn't know he had a cocaine.
You'd rather us not
That's
know
all
why you give a Glober 200 quid. You'd rather leave it blank.
I don't owe you any explanation.
You give horrible men
trigger you, Dawn.
£200 after they assault people. Why?
Yeah, just to
Why
trigger
would
you.
you do that, man?
Who was that? Who are you talking about?
Like the Flat Earth,
FTT,
got charged for 2 assaults and a threat, and Ruhif gave him 200 quid for it.
Yeah, to trigger you guys.
It's not only Ruhif, he got a lot of money from all his supporters.
I mean, are you saying he actually? Hold on. Are you saying he actually has a drug habit, Ruhif?
No.
Okay.
Ruhif can't tell you why he actually gave 200 quid to a bad man.
But you just gave him money.
Caught the ballers in another lie.
Well, dude, Ruhif, he wants to fight things that he loves. Apparently,
It's because they're both ex-military shills for a globe model. That's why.
I'm not ex-military.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Hang on.
Is he Ruhif's ex-military? Okay. We're finding out more things every day.
Would he be obsessed with Earth?
My brother is.
Let me say something. Ruhif
brother
could be ex-military. I have to think about that.
You probably need to ask him. That's probably one way of going.
You're an empty shill, Ruhif, who pays bad men money.
Okay.
So we can't trust you on science. It's your own fault.
I must say my physique has improved massively since becoming a flat earther.
Your physique?
Yeah. Been going to the gym, flattening myself out too.
Nice. I've been struggling. Fuck yeah. I spend the days every weekday in the classroom with my daughter. It's fucking insane. Yeah.
Just bring in some dumbbells. Just pump iron in the back of the room.
Are you a teacher or what?
No, they're trying to hire another teacher's aide because they've got it's called a multi-categorical class. So you've got kids with autism, kids are disabled, kids with behavioral issues, it's just fucking everything, right? There are kids in the class that have medical issues, and there has to be one support teacher in the class at all times. But if my daughter loses her ever-loving fucking mind, they need a second person, and that's me at the moment. So until they get more funding or whatever, I'm at the
So
school.
you're like a teacher's aide.
Pretty much exclusively for my daughter.
Right on.
Yeah.
What if one of the kids said, no, what if one of the kids said, my daddy said Earth is flat, Mr. Ruhif?
I'd go and punch him in the face. The kid.
So you would be just like Greg then.
Yeah, give me some cash. I need some cash.
Is there a globe in your daughter's classroom?
Don't think so. I haven't seen it.
Are you going to teach her the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
That's child abuse, right?
She already knows. She's
Child
well
abuse.
into astronomy and shit. Like her laptop
It's
has
considered
a
child abuse by some people, though. Do you mind?
I'm sure it is.
Do you mind? Do you mind that other people think you're abusing your child with an Earth model?
No, because I know it's not.
No, they don't mind either when you accuse them of it.
Yeah.
Now, when you teach her, are you using the same things that you use to convince flat earthers on the internet? Or is it
I
just
haven't taught
in
her.
space?
She can go through and tell me, from the planet level, go through the scale of things, and then tell me what the biggest star. Like she's autistic as fuck, right? And has this pretty good memory for what is the biggest nebula, what is the biggest star, what is the biggest fucking galaxy, that sort of shit.
Made up numbers.
Sure, if you want to call that wrong, that's fine.
Of course they are.
We have no evidence that these planets are terra firma. They could be just light.
No,
If there's
it's the
gravity
biggest
with all these
galaxy, can you? You can only guess what you think it might be.
Yeah.
And if there's gravity, when all these moons just stick together like grapes,
Yep. Anyway, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Got to make my wife some stuff. Back in a minute.
Chill.
It's true. Ain't no great moons, ain't no moons. But one doesn't work quite as well. I'm working on it.
Well, I want to question orbits, because if you think about an orbit, like it kind of disproves the Cavendish and gravity, because it's not sticking to the planet; it's spinning around the planet. So I'm just not buying that.
Yeah, absolutely. It should fling off or smash into it.
It should fling off or smash into it. And consider that if we really had some kind of orbit, right, around, let's say around the Earth, there should be thousands and thousands of meteors just stuck in that little loop after all these millions of years we've been sitting here. We should have a whole, what is that place between Saturn and Jupiter? Asteroid belt around the Earth. All that time that we've had to collect all these loose rocks that are flying through these nebulas, flying the Earth. Some will get caught in this orbit they talk about.
I actually agree orbits are much harder to explain than gravity by itself.
Yeah, because things should either fling off or fall to Earth, and there's just no way for them to be in between.
Yeah, I'm with you there, eggshells.
Force. There's like a special magic place in the middle of this force where things get stuck and go round and round and round. If they're the perfect weight and distance or whatever.
Well, Don, do you believe that mass attracts mass?
I still think that's part of what gravitation is, even though some people say it's the field compressing and pulling stuff towards things through the field. I think that's similar to mass attracting mass. It's pretty much the same thing.
And how does that create orbits in your viewpoint? If you think that balls are orbiting balls out in the sky, how's that happening?
I think they end up in a space near the big thing, and the weight and the distance turns into an orbit. I just think that's what gravity does.
That's not the mainstream explanation.
I know. I don't
the
know
mainstream explanation is the mainstream explanation is irrelevant of shape or size. It's just about distance and speed.
Okay, yeah, I would say the size
speed will
and the
tell
weight.
you the distance it'll be. The faster it's going, the
weight
further it'll be. No, it's not. You think it would be, but it's not.
No, for me, I'm saying weight, size, distance, and speed all help make the orbits that are created.
Sure, it certainly does for the body they're orbiting in this, fallacious mainstream explanation. But the thing doing the orbiting,
thing is, it goes sideways, doesn't it? It's trying to be pulled in and it's going sideways at the same time.
Yeah, and they just claim that magically they can get to this magical in-betweeny number where it's not going so slow it'll fall to Earth and it's not going so fast it'll be flung away.
I'm happy to believe in magical parts to nature. I think it's all included.
Well, it's just typical of Globers, isn't it? Believing in magic.
Well, how else do you explain the stars and the sky's movement, like without orbits?
Well, do they look like lights?
It's a magnetic field.
How do you think
Could be
electromagnetic. Against Evil has Aleister Crowley's book of sex magic. Mm-hmm.
Sex magic's only a small part of it. It's a religion.
You want to tell us about that?
No,
I'll listen.
You can ask me whatever you want, whenever you want, Godric. It's fine. I don't always want to change the topic to Crowley.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's interesting.
Crowley understood orbits. He used the globe model because he worshipped the sky, bits and bobs in the sky.
He's worshipping something else, I think.
Yeah, but you use the sky as symbols. There's planets and stuff, and the directions.
Did Crowley do any blood sacrifices?
I don't actually know. People did accuse him of it. I'm sure he did with animals. I'm positive of that.
Well, hang on. Aren't humans animals scientifically?
I think we're part animal, but we're not just animal. We're more than an animal.
But that's what the science book says. So probably animals also include humans.
Can't trust the science books.
Oh, you go against the science narrative against evil?
Of course.
Oh, you're interesting. I didn't know that.
The science narrative will have you believe in social Darwinism, where you're just an animal, and that means Jewish animals get to rule you because they're slightly better.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
I'm looking at a deep fake of Trump with a pirate patch and long blonde hair. Beard. Because Ruhif can't explain the real reason he gave money to a Glover, that means that there's an embarrassing reason why he did it.
Yeah, it seemed like there was something under there, the way he responded. I've never really heard that tone with him, yeah.
For one, one thing is Ruhif does have money. So it's kind of like when you have money, it's like you don't really have to have a big reason to do stuff because you have plenty of it. And then two, you could probably just supporting a fellow Glober is always doing, right? No big deal.
It used to be.
I think that's very.
He used to be sending me $5,000 a month on my Patreon, but since I switched sides, I've just got an email that he cancelled. It's chump change to him.
More than just a fellow Glober, it's a fellow ex-military Glober who makes money.
I'm
Seems
joking.
likely he probably gave
He's
money.
never sent me any money.
Seems likely he gave money to Ranty too, and that whole deal.
Yeah. He's funding a psyop.
Did
When
you
he comes
guys?
back, I would
Did you
like
guys
to
hear
ask him.
about?
Well, I just wanted to ask Ruhiv when he comes back if a flat earther was convicted of assault, would he give him $200?
We're getting close to something that we usually like immediately nix if it comes up about a flat earther. I want that to be pointed out. We're being a little bit hypocritical now because we usually go, "Oh, don't talk to people," and they're not here.
No, but a flat earther will admit I gave money to that guy because I want him to further his research in flat earth.
No, I don't mean about Ruhiv. Ruhiv can probably hear us and come back and talk for himself. I'm talking about FTFA.
Oh, fuck him. That is not human. He's proud of assaulting his neighbor. That's a bad human.
I don't think assaulting came into it. I think he has plenty of money. He's just helping us sell flat earther, sell out a Glober.
Yeah, but at an awkward moment that makes him look silly.
Yeah, what is
But
this?
Don, but as far as
Is this assault charge thing something he actually did, or like on the actual records, or is this just like a?
he
Yeah.
beat up two
Oh,
people
yeah.
and he's being charged with assault. It just happened.
2
this week.
assaults and 1 threatening behavior to one man, a man in his 50s who lives next door.
Whoa.
Because the man borrowed his bike and then was confused where he'd left it. Which is bad to do to someone. Obviously, the man broke natural law and stole Craig's bike. I don't know. I don't want to go on about it. I just wanted to capture Ruhiv.
We talked about Craig having a very short fuse. You can see that on the debates. So yeah, that translates into real life.
Yep.
Yoo-hoo. So you're flat
I
earth,
told them
Harry.
about you donating. I told them about
There
how
he
you
is.
cut off your donations to me once I switched sides.
Yeah. Fuck the flat earthers.
Hey, so, Ruhiv, if a flat earther was convicted of assault, would you give him $200?
I don't know. Depends if you're a cunt or not.
Huh. So you're saying fight the flat earth is not a cunt?
Correct.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
You heard it here first.
You fucking sicko, Ruhiv.
Okay, thanks, Dawn.
You'll be giving Bill Gates money next, won't you?
They're friends. It's not a big deal.
FTFE is my friend, yes. If you want the justification, there it is, Dawn. He's my friend.
Yeah, you justify why he's your friend and how he became your friend. And I'll judge if that's real or not.
Because he triggers you.
No, give me a real reason. Because he's a
Don't have
Glober that
to.
makes money and has a YouTube channel. That's the reason, right?
No.
Yeah, how did you become friends with Craig?
But does
Maybe
it go
mine.
back farther than that? Like maybe to like a college fraternity where you have a torchlight and the black hoods?
Yeah,
And
we
then
all
understand-
jizz on a graham cracker, and the last person to come has to eat the cracker.
Doggy Sayo.
Soggy sayo. I inserted graham cracker just for the Yanks.
You didn't have to do that though.
Didn't I? All right.
I was trying to keep it clean.
Why are you friends with horrible people? How did that happen?
I don't have to justify friendship to you, Dawn. Like,
If you can't explain it, I'm suspicious.
I don't have to
of it.
justify. Like,
I get the impression he doesn't care about your suspicion. Dawn.
You asked
Ruhiv,
Flat
though,
Earth
do you
to
support what he
justify
did?
it.
Do you support what he did?
no, shit, no.
But you're giving him money. It seems like you're
Yeah.
maybe supporting a criminal, or I don't know.
No. He acknowledged what he did was wrong.
Oh, no. I watched the stream.
That shows character.
He's fucking proud of it. I watched the stream.
I don't think he's proud of it. No.
Yeah, he's joking about how he used his military training to slam the head on the wall.
Hmm.
Did you not watch it properly?
I think he shows more character than almost every flat earther in being able to admit that it did something wrong.
Okay, now. What if he made it up?
I heard he was. I heard he was crying.
I have evidence because I'm his friend. I have evidence that he didn't make it up.
He always makes something up. Every 6 months, he's got a
Okay.
dramatic story to tell you guys to get money off you.
I heard. I didn't see it, but I heard he put a big show about him how he crying and he pulling those emotional strings. Did that happen?
Yep, that's it. Hey, Woodward.
I might have to get a link to see this. Sounds really interesting.
You think
Yeah,
it's just
it's on
a
his channel.
friendly gift, like money's not that worthwhile and money isn't valuable and doesn't mean something, but when people give money to people, it's very telling.
Yes. Yeah.
Rue, if in all the kind of efforts, like in general, that globe earthers generally put into their sort of assertions, do you see any wins anywhere? Like, if your goal is to like convince others or to sway opinion, like, do you feel like you're getting any of that, or like, are you doing any of that? You think?
I think I'll go back to what I said multiple times before.
Have you
is
changed
that you
anyone's
guys are-
mind in a way, like to your kind of assertions or whatever?
What I've said many, many times to this question is that you guys are unconvincible. You refuse to be convinced.
Booyah!
Yeah.
You're on a mission then.
No.
Oh.
You're on a non-mission. You're on a non-mission mission.
No. I have no delusions of being able to convince people that actively do not want to be convinced.
Is there another
That's
side
demonstrably
of
untrue in that there are people that switch sides.
Well, ranty, yes. Yeah.
Good White, I've
Good
switched sides, obviously. Good White's also switched sides, apparently a few times.
Well,
I know
Noah's
somebody else who doesn't want to be outed has switched.
Where's Bandy, by the way?
He switched. His absence is proof of switch.
Yes. Same with
He'll come
Brandon.
back when he switched back.
Yep.
He's
Brandon's
on.
a Glober.
I did happen to brand it
at the moment.
I don't know.
He was like going to go do a big conclusive test and then just disappeared. Did the Globers get to him? Whack him because it was so conclusive?
Yep.
What about Whiteward?
Hey, what happened to him?
Yeah, where'd he go?
I don't know. I haven't heard from him.
Prison. He went to prison.
Yes.
Ruhub's going to send him money.
What happened to speaking of people missing? What happened to Brandon?
Yeah. Definitely a Glober for sure.
Well, he did disappear for a long time. Then he came back for like a day or two. Said that it was still not a globe. And then he disappeared again. So
Nate is making it up, Jerry.
I've heard that from multiple people. But it could have been just a
Is there
voice
a
double.
different side to Greg that we don't know about, Rudolph?
Maybe.
Different side to who?
FTF.
Greg. Yeah.
Craig.
Craig. What's with Americans saying Craig? No offense, Jerry, but you are.
No, I'm doing it on purpose.
All right.
Do you support fighting the Earth, Ruhif?
Fighting the flat Earth.
No,
You
just
punch the ground.
I mean, what a tough thing to take on. You're going to fight the Earth. Right. I mean, I it's like guaranteed you're going to lose.
I have a question about this too. Do you want to fight the flat Earth? So you're paying the organization that fights the flat Earth, right?
Yep.
Is it true you want to?
Yep.
Like battle it psychologically and with other ways.
Yes.
Why are you so in battle mode just from an idea?
Wouldn't you like to know, Dawn?
Yeah. Because I used to be against the flat Earth, fighting it, and I've slowly got over it. Eventually, realized it wasn't worth it because it's just an idea.
Right, you were arguing against it like 2 days ago.
No, I'm against it as in I argue it's wrong and silly, but I don't fight it as in put all the energy in and pay Globers. I don't care if
The
people
two
believe the Earth's flat at the end of the day. It's flat.
Yeah, I don't recommend you go there.
Visible
Don.
from where I sit, Dawn.
I don't recommend you go there because when you do, like, I'm saying this with all due respect, but you really do. Well, I don't want to say because I don't want to sound like I'm roasting you or anything, but I will say you do kind of spiral. Like you go into a troll thing and it goes off the rails quick.
I think I'm really, really reasonable and logical about why I think Earth's a globe, and that just triggers people. So I won't go into it. My question is about Ruhif. Why is he so in battle mode against just 5,000 people thinking Earth might be flat? Why does that scare him? Like, why can't he just allow that to be in reality?
Yeah, you got me, Dawn. I got no response to that.
No, really, like what is the
You're all
difference between
interested.
you and Dawn?
Say again.
Like, what's the difference between you and Dawn? Like, you're both, globe people.
The difference.
But Dawn doesn't really fight the flat Earth like you do.
Right. Dawn is admittedly not great with the arguments. Right. Not great at math, that sort of thing. So he doesn't really
You don't need math.
get into the debate.
No, Earth's a globe. We learned at 12 years old, bruv.
Right. Fuck
Because
you.
at night
When they told me in
because of
second grade,
nighttime
they didn't
and
use
You
math.
don't need any math.
You do.
When they told me in
No, you
second
don't
grade, they
need
used
math.
zero
Math is
math.
a bullshit conversation for 5 years about numbers that you disagree on. That's not how you know Earth's a globe.
It's how I know the Earth's a globe.
No, it isn't.
No.
What if Ruhif's actually a truth seeker?
Yeah,
I am.
And he's just trying to
general.
he's trying to seek it from kind of the other side, basically.
I just don't know why he's against flat Earth. Why he needs
We're
to
here,
pay for it to
like
be
other
for.
Globers, is threatened by the possibility he's been lied to at birth. He can't imagine that this actually could be a thing, so he fights it to protect his ego.
If I gave 200 quid to fight the bad Islam channel, yeah, I would explain why. Because I fucking hate Islam and I think it oppresses women. I could tell you why I'm giving money to this fight.
Would you be required to?
No, I'm just telling you. I could explain it easily, and I'd be proud to explain my reasoning.
Sure. Do you have 5,000 to give?
No, 200. I said $200.
Do you have 200 to give? Have you ever done that? Is this coming from a place of
No, I guess
experience?
even extra to my point is, even though I hate Islam, I still wouldn't waste money on fighting it.
Right, but if you had more money, the money would mean less to you, right? Each dollar means more the fewer dollars you have.
My point was, I could
Pounds.
explain why, but Ruhif can't.
Right, but you're also assuming a state of mind that you do not have.
What?
Some people do this stuff. They fight things and whatnot that they have like conflicts about. There was this guy, some of those like there's like the vegan channels that are like against like meat eaters, and then there's the meat eater channels that are like against veganism. And they totally fight those, they fight it. There's people like fighting veganism because then there's the other side, people fight vegans fighting for like animal rights. I don't know. People just like sometimes have some kind of a messianic mission that they're on.
Yeah, well, that's fine for Ruhif. I mean, we all do what we want with money. Just me, I think that makes you a bad person.
Thanks.
You think everybody's a bad person, so it's not differentiate.
people
Everybody
are.
except people who agree with
Most
your
people
average.
are super blind to normal schisms.
I suspect it was a lot more than
everybody else is blind.
I suspect it was more than 200 because 200 is really not that much. So imagine it was more.
That's just a drop in the bucket for Riff.
Yeah,
You can't fight the earth.
Maybe he gives money to cam girls and stuff, and he just gives money away to anyone.
Yeah.
Well, lots of people like supporting stuff. Like on my channel, we stopped uploading videos like 2 months ago. We're like, got a bit over it. Going to keep the footage. We'll still upload, but we're not going to put anything out for a while. So I'll understand why you leave. And we went from 20 patrons to like 16. We only lost 4 patrons. And I like messaged the rest being like, hey, did you see my post? And they were like, yeah, we don't care.
I mean, you're
whatever,
spamming
something.
16 people with no content.
No, I messaged them specifically, and they said, "No, we're just happy you're doing it. When the content comes, that's fine."
Yeah, so you're
If you call that
16
scamming
people.
by honestly
16
telling
people are
somebody what's
paying
going
you,
on,
or 16 people paying you for nothing.
well, I don't think it's for nothing. If they're paying, they feel they're getting some value from.
What do they get?
Ask them why they're paying. Ask
What do
them.
they get?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm the one selling, not the one paying. The
You're a
payer
small-time
decides the price,
scammer
and they
now.
decide what they get for it. Sometimes people buy a Porsche because it looks good. Sometimes people buy it for a performance car. The dealer can't tell why they bought it.
16
I had a
people
Cayenne Turbo once.
pay you monthly for nothing.
I bet you fucking did. Right, then you got married, and now you've got a Volvo.
No, so I bought a Cayenne Turbo at the start of 2010, and literally 2 months later, we're pregnant with triplets, and we already got a kid.
Oh.
So, fuck. I only had it for less than a year, but holy shit. 0 to 100 in 4.2 seconds with a fucking weapon.
A Cayenne, the big SUV?
Yeah.
The turbos are a little quicker, but those things are fairly clunky.
It was a weapon.
Yeah, the turbos are pretty powerful. I mean, what are the 0 to 60 in what, like 4 or 5 seconds?
4.2, yeah. And then I got before that, I had a CLK AMG 63. That was probably the best car I've had, I think.
The AMG or no?
Yeah, AMG, yeah, 63.
Yeah, I've been in those.
Convertible as well.
I've actually driven those too, yeah.
Probably the best car I've owned, I think.
Still on my first car.
Second?
I'm still on my first car.
Nice.
Mind you, it's only 2 years old.
Yeah.
Rube, if you could pay for the globe to be real, would you pay for it?
What? That makes no sense.
If you could give money to actually make the Earth be a globe, would you do that?
It's a nonsensical. It is a globe. It's a nonsensical question.
I know it's a very awkward idea or way to.
The hypothetical is if he found out today that this is actually flat and everything is screwed up, would you pay for it to be a globe again? That's what he's saying.
No. I don't give a shit whether if the Earth is flat, I would be a flat earther. I don't care.
It is, dude.
Which one it is? Well,
it's level, man. It's level.
If you could
don't even
demonstrate,
use the word flat, but water is level in the oceans, and the land comes up out of the water, bro. It's a plane of existence.
Right. Okay.
It absolutely is.
But I don't care either way. It just is a globe.
You do care because you pay 200 quid to fight the opposite idea.
Yeah. You got me doing.
That's caring. That's caring, isn't it? 200 quid's worth.
$200. 200 Aussie dollars, actually. So probably 100 quid.
150 then.
Rohit, what if you found out that it wasn't a globe, it was just modeled that way, and it made correct predictions? But
how would it make correct predictions?
Really being a globe was still up in the air. Would you pay to have that narrative pushed?
No.
Well, there's your answer.
I'm puzzled as to how it would make correct predictions, though. Like, it doesn't.
Have you ever lied?
It has to do with refraction. The way that I think the universe is a sphere, but we're on the inside of one. So we're on like the planar surface in the center of a toroidal field, the magnetic field, and that thing is spinning. The sun, moon, and stars, it's moving. So the spherical nature is there. So some of those quote unquote predictions, you may be overlapping into something that is actually real. It's just not. It's just not real to an actual spherical Earth.
Geo going concave.
You think the sun stays above the plane, though, right, Geo? You don't think the sun goes under?
No, it's up in the heavens. Yeah.
Okay, but some of the stars go under or not? They just refracted a bit from the under bit.
Nothing goes under dude. The heavens and the earth are separate. The water's separated.
You believe in like a nothing hemisphere of sky underneath with no lights. There might be lights, but you haven't seen
it. Of the universe.
Oh, I know what you mean. Okay, yeah. So it is. I know it's crazy. So it is a toroidal field, like a sphere in that sense. But I don't think the stars necessarily like go down into the ground. Like that's a deeper question of
There's another part of energy under the plane. Another dome of energy, maybe.
Yeah, because I know what you're saying. It's like, wait, if it's always the heavens are above and the ground is the ground, then yeah, like if it's a sphere, wouldn't they meet? So I know what you mean. Yeah, it's kind, but it's
sort of asking, what is the bottom hemisphere doing? Have you got any idea what the bottom part of the toroid's doing?
yeah, it's the underworld.
Okay, Epiroth, or whatever the Jews call the tree of life, the opposite one.
Yeah. You got the upper world, the underworld, and then we're in the middle world. We're in the middle. We're in the physical plane that meets between the spiritual worlds. That's why it's the plane of it, like the plane of existence, or the plane of like the corporeal physical plane of this realm.
You know, some flat earthers in the past believed that the sun went under, and they just denied anyone else had the daytime at that time.
I don't think so. I know that that's said. I've never seen any actual true documentation that anyone actually believed it actually went under. There are like the mythologies though of like, you know, Persephone going into the underworld and things like that. So there are like mythologies based on that, but that's like the symbolic descent to the underworld and then the the rising back up. It's not that the physical sun is doing that.
It could be more symbolic, but I think that points to really old guys, cosmologists in the really old past, thought the sun actually died and went through the whole underworld.
But you would never really think, well, okay, no, I see what you mean symbolically, but not physically, because if you're on the Earth, all you need to do is just walk towards the sun when it's setting, you know, a mile, 10 miles, 20, and you'll see that it keeps going. Like it's not going under, it's not leaving you.
I'm saying that people couldn't move around enough to debunk their own myth, so they just believed.
Why not though? All you got to do is you can figure that out easily. Like you're not going to just stay literally in like a 1 square mile thing and never notice that the sun keeps going upon the Earth.
You might be there for 1,000 years in a civilization and not work out how to travel far enough to debunk the sun going into the underworld. You might just carry on believing it.
Well, do you have any documentation or anything to show that humans in the past ever actually thought the sun went under the physical Earth?
Yes,
not documentation,
I can show
but
that.
loads of books about astrotheology that explain that they definitely did. Yeah,
but mythologically, symbolically, yes. I'm saying physically.
Yeah, I'm saying the myth comes from them thinking that physically as well. It must do. It doesn't matter anyway. I'm not accusing you of that. As you explained, you think they're both above. It's fine.
Not trying to interrupt at this point, just trying to bring that in real quick. It's just that there is at least documentation. I mean, this could be fabricated as well, but just from what is there in the academic literature, for example, about the early Jewish people, they definitely there's definitely sources still around today which claim that, and there are like from rabbis different judgments from the time which say that the sun physically goes under the plane of the earth.
Into the underworld and stuff.
I could
it's like,
look them up and post them.
Before that, it was the Mesopotamians and like a bunch of other people thought that, right? It went through and lit the underworld at night.
Yeah, but I don't think that was initially meant here. I think it was like nowadays people claiming that, and I didn't hear that as well.
No, I don't think there's any people nowadays who say that. I mean, there could well be. There's meant to be millions of flat earthers if you believe those self-reported surveys. Interestingly, many Sunni Muslims believe that the Earth is spherical but geocentric.
What did you say?
Yes, there are people.
Many Sunni Muslims believe that the Earth is spherical but geocentric.
Muslims do believe that?
Many, not all of them, but I've seen one clip of a Pakistani imam saying that to kids, like having some
yeah, I mean,
TV show in there. Kid's like, we were taught in science class that the sun rotates around the moon. He's like, no, in the Quran it clearly says at the end this station.
I think it
not
does.
trying not trying to jump out of the window here, but I think the cosmology which is portrayed in the Quran is kind of in accordance to the Ptolemaic conception of the cosmos, with the different spheres
Right.
above each other. Yeah. So I think it would
Could
make
well
sense
be, yeah.
to have a geocentric interpretation at least, yeah.
Yeah, because that's what the Ptolemaic model was, wasn't it? Spherical but geocentric.
It's got flat Earth and Ptolemaic and geocentrism, I think, in the Quran.
Yeah, there are also passages which I heard Muslims lay out to a flat Earth conception. Sure, there are definitely
yeah.
verses for that. Yeah.
I don't like when I'm on Earth and I'm thinking about the planets. I'm looking into space. I don't always have to think I'm going around the sun. I can pretend it's geocentric for a second, just because I like being the center of attention. So I just appropriate Earth as a second center of the universe to me.
That's just typical globers, isn't it? Just pretending. They're like,
I'm just saying,
living
when you
in
think
make-believe land.
when you're thinking about one part of the model, you don't have to pre-assume the rest of the model in that thought. You can just ignore it.
No, I disagree. When you're looking at the ocean, you also have to invoke dark matter and orbital decay.
No, that's stupid.
There's also the idea, the geocentric idea with an Earth that's like a stationary with a planar, like a topographical plane, and then like the heavens above and the underworld below. In that, like Earth centric, it could be the Earth is actually at the center of the upper and the lower, like in that way, like vertically, the center, almost like the meat in the middle of a sandwich.
Holy shit, yeah. Sorry.
There is a few different geocentric models, so you can use it to mean what you want.
Well, then another way that's could be geocentric is where you have Polaris, all the stars, everything's above, and then the Earth, like everything's going around us. It's like the Earth is the center. The Earth is the show. We're on the stage. You know, we're not, in my viewpoint, we're not a ball in some other stage that's way out there. We are the stage. This is it.
What about a heliocentric flat Earth? So you're going around the sun, but Earth's flat.
That's like what a lot of globers think when they first hear of flat Earth.
I don't really see how you could have that, though. I mean, you can't really have that, like, because it's tracking up here. Well, because if it's flat in that model, it would light the whole thing up.
Who was the guy, Nick Leeson, who
explained
brought
why.
down Bering's Bank?
Right.
And there's a quote from
What's
the
that?
movie. There's a movie out called something. It's about the Bering's Bank guy, Nick Leeson, right? And there's a quote that Geo just triggered me to remember. And it's something like, he's at the absolute center of an information vortex. And I was like, oh, shit.
That sounds cool.
Now I've got to find the quote. Holy shit.
That's probably what happens when you get to the center of the toroidal field at the North Pole. That you just start time traveling and downloading information.
I think we're already drowning in information. That's why people find it hard to know the truth.
Fuck me.
At this point, though, Don, I mean, you realize it very likely could be a stationary plane, right? In your view,
1% chance. I know it could be.
1%. That's actually pretty high. I mean, for a lot of these guys, you're in the lead.
Could be wrong about all our assumptions.
1% just means there's a chance of error.
Most of these guys are pegged at like 99.99% repeating, some kind of just full blown.
I have 100% confidence.
Look at that. Rube's a hundo.
Dropping that's different. That's different to being able to prove something.
What about leg waxing being safe? Are you 100% on that?
Ruhip is doubling down.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you are 100% sure, that definitely would exclude the possibility of returning to error, right? So you
Returning to what?
definitely, so there is not the possibility that you return back to the beginning of your examination, because there might be an error. So if you are 100% sure, you are definitely committed to that side, right?
Yep.
That's how I am with 99%. I don't need to go back and check again as an adult, I'm sure.
Right, but like as this all unfolds in the coming years, I just suspect that you're going to be very quick to be like, okay, yeah, that was it. All right, and just
of course, yeah.
You're not
If
going to
we
have a
get-
lot of conflict. You'll be like, all right, yeah, the Jesuits, the Freemasons, all right, it all clicks. Like it's going to just fall into place.
Let's say there's a zeitgeist 0.4 and it's totally convinces me. I'll come and tell you I'm a flat earther now.
Fold.
If Mark Pastor does a lecture, says, fucking hell, guys, I've worked it out, Earth's flat, and I believe it, I'll come and tell you.
I found it, Gio. I found it. Oh, yes. He's at the absolute center of an information curve. The vortex of the information curve. Here we go. All right. Posting in the chat.
Nice.
There we go. So good.
Humanity was a flat earther, eggshell, so the acoustic records show that we've been there, done that. Now we've worked out it's a globe.
Well, it's like, I mean,
What's
would you really, I didn't quite hear what you said. Say it again. But it made me
Eggshells
think of like, do you feel like you've really worked it out that it's a globe, or you're just kind of going with it?
I've worked it out, yeah, with logic and reason, to my best ability. I was just saying, as a humanity, our collective unconscious has
Fuck the
already
rules,
been a
Tony.
flat earth. We've already been a flat earther, so we know that's wrong. Now we know we've updated to a better working model.
Well, that's the narrative, right? That's what we're sold, the Copernican revolution. I mean, we're sold this story that, the Greeks looked at boats over a horizon and just got so excited how thought that was the curve of an earth, is this claim. And then
And
Pythagoras.
they thought elephants. They saw African elephants and Indian elephants. They're like, obviously, they're the same elephants. Got to be evolved.
They tell us Pythagoras was in a cult, a little heliocentric cult. He was the first heliocentrist. And he had his little heliocentric cult. And then and then nothing happened, apparently, for a long time. It was just that little heliocentric cult in the ancient Greeks. And then more than 1,000 years later, Copernicus, well, yeah, so quite a bit later, more than, yeah, well, in 1400s, Copernicus ended up apparently, writing about the idea, even though he even stated that it was really just a theory, but heliocentrism. And then nothing even happened for even more years. And even in Michelson Morley, like the late 1800s, it was still heavily debated. It was not even being taught in schools in the globe. The globe was being rejected by mainstream science on all levels. And then it took them World War I and World War II and NASA and Wernher von Braun, the United Nations, all this stuff to drive it the way they are right now.
Did you watch the clip, Gio?
I opened it, but I haven't clicked it yet.
Oh, you got to watch it. One of my favorite quotes from the movie of all time.
So, yeah, it was like 2,000 years, like 1800, yeah, later, Copernicus. I mean, is that a very likely story? So, I mean, yeah, because you were saying, like, Don, like, oh, that you were saying that, yeah, the old, we used to be a flat earth, and then now, we figured it out. But it's like, you think it was Pythagoras and a little heliocentric cult, and then Copernicus writing about heliocentrism, but even he said, even in his writings, that really should not be taken as reality. It's just a concept. And then these other Freemasonic, Jesuit, alchemist characters that are, the Galileo and Kepler and these different narratives. Like, you believe this, like, hoisted up kind of, it's a cult. It's like they want you to just obey their priests. Like,
I believe the Jesuit cults figured out Earth was a globe, but they weren't the first ones. I think a few smart people.
Oh, so you're saying the Jesuits figured it out. So not that they wrote, not that they're pushing the deception, but that they figured it out,
Yeah,
and then it leaked out.
That's what I believe.
Woo!
They're smart men, very smart men.
So is the idea they figured it out and then they used it to undermine faith in the rest of the religious establishment?
Well, then why were they pushing it though?
Sorry, Eggshell, what?
Is the idea that they worked it out and they're using it to undermine the rest of the religious establishment?
I think that sort of happened in tandem. They wanted to undermine the church, so they looked into science more and figured out the actual shape of the earth. Just like Satanists figured out natural law before normal people. So evil people are smart. That's how they figure stuff out.
I watched the clip. I watched the clip. Was that clip funny?
Sorry, go to say again.
I watched your clip. Was it supposed to be funny? I didn't. Went over my head.
I find it funny. He's put on this.
It's very Australian humor.
Yeah, very Australian accent, like bad Australian accent. It's about Nick Leeson just fucking bringing down Baring's bank by just punting. And this guy thinks he's just doing a simple arbitrage thing and it's too complicated. Anyway, it's funny to me for various reasons. But I brought it up because it has the vortex of the information curve. It's in the absolute center of the vortex of the information curve.
Which is just a nonsensical statement, is the joke, I think.
Yeah.
You've got to watch it, Joe, so he stops going on about that.
And they're in the gym and he's being a tosser and, you know. Anyway, it's funny.
Everybody who's in the gym is a tosser.
Yep.
Is that where you are, Ruhif? Are you in the center of the information vortex?
Yeah. It just sounds like something to say, Joe.
We are we are on the crest of the wave.
Right.
There is a Seinfeld episode where Kramer gets lost in downtown New York, and he sees first, like the streets, and he says, "How can the same street intersect with itself? I must be at the nexus of the universe."
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's fucking what machine is so shit and dangerously shit.
Well, on the globe, it's like curved. The Earth does curve into itself.
Does it?
Kind of, yeah.
Straight lines return back on themselves. Orbits.
Yeah, it's all looping in on itself. It meets with itself around to the other side. Whereas on a planar Earth, like it's all unique across the plane. Every part is a unique area.
What are you talking about? Globe's unique as well. We don't have doubles of each bit.
I feel like it's a little less unique though. Like if you're on a plane, like each plot is a unique area. You know, it's like a coordinate. On a globe, it's all sort of looping on itself.
Perfect sphere, just outside a perfect sphere.
Like you know when you're playing a video game where you're on a planar surface, like you feel like your foundation, you're running around doing stuff. Well, when you play one of those like Mario games where you're on a little sphere jumping around, it feels it's unstable. You know, like up, down, left, right. It's curving away from you at all angles. It's like unstable.
They do that on purpose for a video game experience. Make the planet smaller.
I know. If it was a globe the size they say, it would be so big that you would just feel like you're on the Earth.
Yeah.
Except there'd be curvature and there'd be things hidden over distance. And it would actually behave like a sphere.
The rest of the Earth's hidden from me from 3 miles.
Right, here we go. Fuck.
But if you launch a cannonball out in space, it'll come all the way back around and hit you in the back of the head.
No, that's just theory of right.
There's a movie called Paycheck, I think, with guy's name. And he's looking inside some kind of vortex, and he's like can see the future.
When I was a child, I remember thinking, I forget if it was something that was like in a movie or if I just thought of it, but I do remember thinking of it. The idea when they say with space or whatever, that you could get in a spaceship, go out there, pack as much food, water, whatever you can do in your ship, and then just like launch off in a direction and just go. Just keep going. See how far you can get. See how far you can get. Now, if this is obviously going off the idea that this outer space thing that NASA and the boys are pushing is real. Let's just say it is. The question I have for you, Don, would you do it? For exploration, for just to see what's out there? Would you?
If I was the king of the world, yeah, and we had all the money to make a great ship that I thought would last for a few generations, yeah, I'd do it. But in my position now, no way would I leave Earth.
Do you think that the governments would let you just blast off into space if there was a space, if there were these planets, blast off and have your own little colony? You think they allow you to do that?
I'm talking about.
Well, they actually have a space treaty. They have an outer space treaty. The United Nations does, and they actually we looked at it the other day. I was reading parts of it. They literally say in there, the United Nations says you cannot go to another celestial body and establish life there, like establish what you want there. You have to get approval from the United Nations on the planet of Earth in their model before you can go to another planet. So that means that if Don, if you and I just got in a ship and we went to some other planet, we started setting up shop, in theory, the United Nations could come and say, hey, we have a treaty over on Earth and you can't do this here. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's crazy. I wouldn't want to go unless I was one of them people anyway. I'd have to be a rich, crazy OTO member in the elite to want to go.
What gets me about that is anybody capable of setting up a thing on another planet wouldn't care, I don't think, about what the UN said about it. And like if you were spacefaring such that you could not just get to another planet, but colonize it and establish life there, you're stronger than the UN anyway, or you're in the UN.
But then they would have space
you down as you took off, basically. Yeah, it's probably saying, which I agree with. I think.
But that's my point. You would be so powerful that you wouldn't do it.
You'd like turn down you'd escape and they wouldn't be able to shoot you.
No, you're just not going to be one person. You're going to be basically like so rich that you control more than they can anyway. Yeah. Like the UN can't do it, and then we're going to say the UN's going to be able to stop somebody else from doing it.
Who's richer than all the government?
They have nukes and weapons on some of the satellites, if you believe that. And they could stop you from leaving. If they thought you were taking a colony of 100 strong, they could shoot you down.
But the point I'm making is not about the UN. It's about somebody capable of sending a 100-strong colony. They are going to be bigger and more powerful than the UN.
Well, I think
they're not going to care if the UN says no. They're going to be the one with the nuke.
Dia was imagining that you could afford this spaceship and you could do it, but you're not a friend with the UN.
You know who would do it?
More powerful than the UN.
You know who would be a powerful force is the Australian bikers.
You could turn it all off if you're that powerful. You could turn off their weapons and then quickly escape.
If the Australian bikers all got together and got a spaceship and went to Alpha Centauri, that'd be a force to be reckoned with.
Fucking machine.
But I don't think they'll let him go. I think they'd probably shoot him down. Theoretically. You know what happens when you start developing your own little colony away from the system? You know what happens then?
Stick things in your butt.
Waco, Texas.
Right, but the people at Waco, Texas, had that happen to them because they were less powerful than the ATF or whoever it was that raided them. All they could do was get a bunch of cult members in a combat. They are infinitely less powerful than somebody who can set up a space program.
Well, in terms of going to other planets, I was just going to say, in terms of going to other planets, I mean, the current government space agencies can hardly even get to space. They're not even really going there. Yeah, this ISS thing, but I mean, they're not even going anywhere. They're literally not doing a thing. So if in theory, if we built a spaceship with our own money and if space was real, and then we went out there and we did go to some other planet to colonize, they don't even have the resources or money, it seems, to even send someone out there. They're not even doing it now. They're so broke they can't even get back to the moon.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Elon could go rogue, set up a cult, and they can't even chase him and try to stop him like the ATF.
Exactly. And by the time he's got he's very, very rich, but still he can only do small things with government funding. Right? So if we're accepting from this fallacious satanic globe model and space being real, then what you're talking about is an Elon Musk time, orders of magnitude more than Elon Musk. So he's already going to either be in control of the UN or not give a shit what they say anyway.
Well, hang on. We have
a force field.
What do you think of Regurgitate, Harry?
The Kung Fu Sing.
Yeah.
They were a huge band when I was in school, I think.
Yeah, they were my first band that I went to see live.
Oh, right.
Fucking nuts. Down George Street in Sydney. Crazy shit.
Bloody George Street. The George
Yes.
Street Cinema. I got mugged right outside there.
Have you guys ever heard of the Latter-day Stephen Govard Hawking band?
The what?
Stephen Govard Hawking band. Jesus, I probably shouldn't say that again.
No, but
You never heard of that? You never heard of that?
I have
We'll
not.
go from the live stream for a bit.
No, I've never heard you tell us about it. Is that your band?
Yeah. That was back when I was playing instruments with Steven. You guys like Steven, huh?
Who's Steven?
Stephen Hawking. He's never sit in Shiba, and I'm not going to stand. You know what I mean?
I never bought that guy because he had that speak and spell voice from 1976. I never upgraded it for 40 years. I didn't buy that.
Yeah. Supposedly they have that technology now. That's like voice to skull technology. They've had it for a long time.
Voice to skull technology. What? So you would hear voices inside your head that aren't really there?
I mean, I don't know if they're there or not. Like, they make it so only you can hear it. If they hit you with the right frequency, or if you have it set up, It doesn't mean it's not there. Maybe just you can hear it.
Have you heard them?
Me personally, no, I haven't. No. I mean, I can't say for sure if I can't say for sure if the technology there, but I've heard from some pretty credible sources that they have it. I mean, they kind of just basically admit that they have it. It's called V2S or something like that, voice to skull. But supposedly that's what they used during the Gulf War on the Trail of Tears. You guys heard of that?
No.
Where in 1992,
You're talking about what dribbles down my tummy after I've had a lonely night.
Yeah. I guess in 92 or 93, whenever they had that, they had thousands of test subjects, like Iraqi troops or whatever, on this road, and they made it so. This is supposedly what happened. I don't know if I even believe this anymore, that they told them, "This is God speaking, you lay down your weapons." But the thing is, I think all those people are just actors anyway. So, but I think they do have that some type of technology like that. But I'm not going to worry about it. Let them hit me. When I think about it, I'm like, hit me with your best shot, guys. Come on. You guys heard from Flatty lately?
Saturday, if space was real and you could get in a rocket ship and have a bunch of food and water to get you as long as you can get for, would you ever just get in the ship and just go and see what happens?
Fuck no, dude. Hell no, dude. I'm fucking so scared of heights, dude. I would never do that shit. That's so retarded. I'd be too scared of getting ungrounded, dude. You know what I mean?
But what about all the Goldilocks planets out there, even better than Earth? Be like
I know, right?
Utopia.
Yeah. Except the people will be dying of scurvy and all kinds of stuff, whatever, from not being grounded. I
Dude,
personally
you
believe that's
can
why
have
the
orange
creator.
trees in space. They grew potatoes and oranges already in space.
Oh yeah, and Mars. They're growing potatoes from their own poop.
$1 million per potato, bro. Totally worth it.
Shit. Right.
In the
I figured
spaceship, you can have a
if it's
little flat garden.
$10,000, it's $10,000 a pound, right? $10,000 a pound, so it would be like $80,000 for a gallon of water on the ISS. And the ISS actually is 6-1. No, the ISS is 6, or you could just say /6/6 or 91919. You know, because I is the 9th letter, and then SS is 1919. You know, turn it upside down.
You might be onto something there, man.
Yeah, or if you just take NASA's logo, you know how the A's don't have a bottom horizontal slash through them? If you take one of the A's and just flip it upside down and match it with the other one, you have the Freemason symbol, and then N plus S is 33 in the alphabet.
Flat Day Saints, what if it was a globe model, you knew it was a globe, and it was going to burn because of the sun? Would you get in the spaceship then and leave?
Nah, I'd say let's just do, you know, whatever happens, happens. You know, I'm not trying to leave my home.
You'd stay and roast even if you knew that was coming.
He's going down with the ship.
Yeah.
The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want.
That's what the elites think. They need to abandon ship with some of them. That's why they're trying to.
I think they know. I think when they talk about outer space, they're talking about underground.
Yeah, it's likely a lot of the money they're siphoning through NASA is going, and a lot of that technology that's being built is actually going to underground developments.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure, bro. I was thinking about it. I was thinking before they built any of the towns in the United States, they had to use those divination rods, the copper rods, find out where all the underground waterways are, and then build the towns over that. You know?
I've tested that divining.
You think it's true?
No.
You think they built the towns and then dug the waterways out afterwards?
I don't know what the one you're talking about, but I've tested divination, and it returned exactly the result you would expect.
With a copper rod.
We use fencing wire, but lots of people have different methods of doing it. But I just did it. No, that's what I'm saying. We set up the test because my parents were trying to use it to find bore wells to dig at the farm, and they were like, no, it definitely works. And their reason for confirming it works is if you get multiple people to do it, they all find the same spot, and then if you dig there, sometimes find water at an unknown depth. And so the test we did was what happens if you don't see where the other person found. Like, does the result change once you blind the subsequent diviners from the first diviner's thing? And so we got like two of my sisters, 4 of my friends, my sister's boyfriend, like a bunch of us, to do it over this fairly small patch of ground, and you could not have got a better scatter plot of like absolute randomness. It was like nobody was standing more closely to one another than you would expect if you just tossed coins there.
So you don't think it works?
No. I think the reason people use it is because there is a water table. So if you dig deep enough, you'll probably eventually find water. But like, we had an Aboriginal lady come out and do it, and they're like, "Oh, we found it," and I was like, "Oh, great! How deep is it?" And they're like, 200 meters. And I was like, "What? How expensive is that going to be to get the water out?" They're like, "Yeah, we can't actually get the water out. We tried to set up a pump, and the pump's not powerful enough. So you'd have to like dig down and put a second pump there. We'll get a really powerful pump." So we gave up on it, and they spent like 25 grand on trying to get water with this method.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I've used it before at my friend's house up in the mountains, and I felt the rod pulling down towards it. But there's no way I can confirm that that's a water vein underneath the earth or not. You mean?
Oh, it absolutely feels like it works. Yeah. Like before I started becoming skeptical of it, I did it, and then even when I was skeptical of it, I was like, "Damn, these things aren't moving. It does feel like they're sensing something." But that's exactly the way the effect works. It's like, because you feel like they're pulling down, what's called the ideomotor effect makes you lean in that direction. But you would swear on a stack of Bibles that you're not doing that. You're like, no, I'm trying to hold them still, but they just want to go that way. But the interesting thing is the effect changes when somebody's blinded to whether it's to the thing. And so if the effect changes based on the person's knowledge. It suggests the person's knowledge is driving the sticks to point.
Do you think it depends on the person too?
So he sold divining devices to sell bomb detectors to the Iraqi military, and he's in prison for it now. But yeah, like it's quite likely, considering how often bombs go off at roadblocks there, that more than a few people died because he sold this sort of. It was just a plastic box. Like usually it's just a rod or something, copper rod, fencing wire rod, willow branch. That he sold this thing that was like a car, like a not self-extending, like an extendable antenna attached to a plastic technological looking box. But when somebody bought one of these and cracked it open, it had like a circuit board in it that wasn't actually wired up to anything, just like something you buy at Radio Shack. And he sold these like cards with it that is like, this card, if you put this in, will detect bombs, and this card will detect cocaine, and this card will detect, human trafficking or something. But he went to prison.
Hey, that's weird that you said that about that box today, because I just saw these TVs that are completely wireless, and they have there's no plug on them for electricity either. They have a box on the back that provides them the electricity and the cable, and they use piezoelectrical technology. Have you heard of that?
Yeah. I've been excited about what do they call it, Witricity for years, but like I searched in like late 90s. It was like, oh god, they've done it. They made a light bulb blow way up on a hill. And then I saw a TED talk where a guy like comes out and does this whole song and dance going, look, there's no wires attached to this TV. And he turns it on from across the room. And I'm like, awesome. And he's like, oh, we think this could be in homes in the next 5 years. And still nothing is available. The most you've got is like you can lay your phone on a pad.
Yeah, I think the reason they don't put it out there like that is because the implications are too great. You know what I mean?
The implications.
I think the implications of it is too great, and they don't want people to like expand on that technology. Yeah, it could be a possibility. I don't know.
Yeah,
but that
when I'm always asked if I've tested
bro.
things, the only thing I've tested is the.
That piezoelectrical is a trip, bro. I had a bucket of quartz crystals, and it was completely dark in the room, and I tossed a quartz crystal inside the bucket, and every single quartz crystal glowed in synchronicity. Like it was weird, like light brights, like how one will glow, and then like you could just see it like going further and further down the bucket as they all flash, like in succession. You know what I mean?
Wow, that sounds cool.
Yeah. You could just take
piezoelectric, but I don't know what it means.
Take 2 terminated quartz crystals and go in a completely dark room and tap the ends of them together at the pointing part, and you'll see a light produced in both of the crystals. It's a trip.
What country are you in now, Harry?
Oman.
Oman?
Yeah, just down below Saudi Arabia, next to Yemen.
Nice. Do they advertise weather modification down there? In the mainstream?
Advertise?
Yeah.
Not that I've seen. I haven't been bothered leaving the hotel much. We went out the first 2 days, but it's Ramadan, so like everything's closed. It's quite boring.
Okay, I'm gonna put a picture of an advertisement I saw the other day. Hold on. Here it is. I just put it in the live stream right now.
But yeah, they were talking about it quite a bit in Australia a while back.
Yeah,
they did it in cloud seeding to break the drought.
Yeah, well, they say it's to break the drought, but you can also create rain. I mean, you can also stop the rain too. They can stop it or create it. You know.
Oh, hang on. Is this one that, like, I heard of one that sounded absolutely like a scam, and it's like, we offer a money back guarantee that you'll have no rain on your wedding day. And it seemed like they claimed they were going to do something about it, but basically what they did was hold on to the money until your wedding day and give it back if it rained, then keep your money if it didn't. Like, they were just playing. It was just like gambling with no loss.
Oh shit. Well, you know what? I could see that maybe the cat's out of the bag, and like, because I saw real Well, I thought they were real advertisements, and like people posted them on in social media, and they were from like Saudi Arabia and Dubai. But I know that right after the 2018 Olympics, like after the part where they're all in that like the courtyard, it starts raining instantly as soon as the speaker's done. So supposedly they guaranteed it would be sunny until the speaker was done, and they were going to make it rain.
Sure. Yeah, I could believe it. Like they use cloud seeding all the way back in Vietnam, right? They use it to make the Trail of, I thought it was called the Trail of Tears, but now I'm thinking that's just you said that recently. There's something that the Ho Chi Minh Trail really muddy, so the trucks couldn't get through.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could be. Dude, they've been doing this. They've had the means to change the weather. Like you've seen those old Disney cartoons from like the 50s, right? With the weather modification cartoons.
I think so. Yeah, something in Dumbo.
Well, the one of them, I don't know what cartoon characters they had, but it was an old school Disney one. It was like from like 53 or something with the weather modification. But yeah, they don't really put stuff like that in too many cartoons anymore. Well, they do, but it's different now. God, the cartoons are so demonic now. Have you seen Gravity Falls?
No.
Oh my God. They have a hovering or a floating all-seeing eye with arms and legs. Yeah, you should check out like the first season of Gravity Falls. There's one where his name's Bill Cyphers, the all-seeing eye, and one of the characters is what do they call those dudes with the round hats that are like they're like cylinders, and they're like a burgundy with 2 yellow tassels on them.
Fez.
Is that a fez?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they're usually
they're
Muslims from Egypt.
They're a type of Freemason though. They're called what are they called?
If it's a fez, that's usually worn by Muslims from like Egypt and thereabouts, Turkey and stuff.
There's a branch of Freemasons that wear them too. They're called what are they called? I'll find it right now. Hold on.
While you're looking, Harry, did you know how they got the name for the country, Oman?
No, tell me.
It's actually an interesting story. See, it's hot every day. And one guy got up one day, he said, "Oh man, hot again?"
Oh, they're called Shriners. Shriners, have you heard of them?
No.
Yeah, they're called Shriners. The Shriners wear those hats too. But anyways, in the cartoon, the grandpa wears one of those Shriner hats, and dude, Bill Cyphers possesses with the kid in the cartoon, and he starts slamming the kid's slamming his own hand in the drawer, talking about how much he likes pain, and it's just, dude, it's a trip. It's like straight demon possession. Then the demon like starts glitching out. Yeah, but that's a Disney cartoon. I'm surprised you guys have never seen that.
Didn't Mr. Magoo have that hat? Also, Jiminy the Cricket.
You're saying the hat Jiminy Cricket wore was Mr. Magoo's hat?
Both of them, they wear a similar type of hat.
Oh yeah. That's not a Shriner hat though.
But I think it's the symbolism is there in both of those cartoons.
Oh yeah, for sure, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. You know what file the detective pulled after Pinocchio went missing? He pulled the Geppetto file. I'm having a cup of Barapalichi coffee right now. You guys drink that?
We should really all be infatuated, really. Like Brian, he's got an infatuation with angles, yeah, and same with Ruhif. But like, what we should be really looking at and be infatuated with is the scale of the Earth and the Sun. Just these two entities, just the Earth and the Sun. If you look at the actual true scale, if you could put it like on a table and you'd scale it down, how big? Like, if you had 2 meter long tables. How big would the marble have to be the Earth, and how big would the marble have to be the Sun? That 2 meters away.
2 meters.
2 meters. Yeah. How
I
big would
think
the marble?
it's math, and the height of the Earth is 108 times to get to the Sun. So you could feel like you stack 108 marbles of Earth. That'll be the height of the Sun. Does that make sense? So you have to have a marble 108 times as tall as the Earth for the Sun.
Yeah, and
So
then to scale it in real life for the distance between both of them.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm
90
saying.
million miles. Yeah.
Would the 2 meters represent the 93 million miles?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that'd be Earth be like as big as an atom.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, I mean, that's really where the infatuation should be, is on the scale of these things and the way that the light can interact with each other, you know, from the sun to the earth and the angles and everything like that. It's just literally impossible for there to be any type of a correlation. Yeah.
I think if the Earth was like the size of a grapefruit, the Sun would have to be the size like a weather balloon or something, or a Goodyear blimp, but it would have to be far away.
Okay, now if let's say you were to make a model and the Earth was as big as a grapefruit, how far would the Sun be?
You'd have to use a pinhead, just a pinhead for the Earth, and something bigger for the sun, and see how far you'd have to take it away. But you literally wouldn't see the sun from the Earth's position at all in real life on a scale model. If the Earth was the size of a pinhead.
And then see if you could model, like, you know, the moon phases and, you know, eclipse with that. No fucking way, man.
No way.
Get the fuck out of here.
So that's the conundrum, and that's what they always try and steer away from, is people looking into the scale model of this thing. It's just literally, it doesn't work. There's no way, impossible. No matter what light source you try and replicate it with, and heat source, there's no vacuum big enough to test it, even with the Earth as the size of a pinhead.
Yeah, we should just get a vacuum from, like, you know, just go to Aldi, buy ourselves a vacuum and test some of these things. Like, I know no perfect vacuum exists, but I think, like, if you've got a good industrial Ryobi one, it'll be close enough.
But regardless of
turned
the
into
vacuum, just the
I know you just turned
angles.
into a flat earther, but, you know, you don't got to go that far, Harry.
Okay.
You know, that's not the vacuum we're talking about. Jesus.
All right, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, it's not the vacuum that we're concerned about. It's the size and the distance.
That's what she said. You know, it would be easier just to go to the moon instead of faking it. You know what I mean? Look at all the paperwork they'd have to do to fake it. It would just be easier to go to the moon.
I was thinking that, you know, how they crashed some of those balloon launched satellites, and I've seen them rolling across the desert and smashing into stuff. You'd think that maybe those were just models that they were crashing, and all the technology that went into making them, they're probably taking the real one somewhere else, like underground or whatever, for whatever technology they want to use it for, and the one that actually got smashed was, you know, just a model.
Oh yeah, it could be.
Why would you take real balloons underground?
No, that you
Oh,
know
you
how
mean
they
if it was
launch.
China?
You've seen the balloon launch that they did, and with a balloon, and it went wrong, and then the satellite was just getting dragged along the ground and smashing into stuff and bowling cars over.
Oh no,
Seen
I
that
haven't
one?
seen that. Has somebody got a link? That sounds hilarious.
And
The
then I was
Satelloon
thinking that
failure.
there was probably just a model that got smashed, and they took the real one, which was worth a lot of money, somewhere for their own uses, you know.
You know what I think? Okay, so all those weather balloons and stuff, they have this technology. It's called HAPS, HAPS, and they have 3 different acronyms for it. One of them is high altitude platform stations. The other is high altitude pseudo satellites, and the other is high altitude um, high altitude platform satellites. And they say, if you look them up, they say that they use helium on some, they use the drone propellers on some, and then on some of them they use battery power or solar power. But they all fall under that HAPS category. And so I think the whole Chinese balloon thing, I looked up those companies, and just like 8 months ago, they bought the Google Loon technology. These companies aren't public yet, so I think these companies are going to go public sometime next year. And so I think that thing was more like a promotion than anything for their new company, you know.
Next year's
At least we've got them finally
2024.
admitting that balloons exist.
One of our main mobile phone retailers here is called Vodafone. They've just changed their name to One New Zealand, and they just put out an announcement that next year, because the coverage isn't over the entire country of New Zealand, there's lots of black spots. But next year they're going to be using SpaceX's wonderful imaginary internet that flies in a straight line. And there's going to be 100% coverage next year because of SpaceX.
Yeah, whatever that is scorchingly fast at the farm. Sometimes a bit unreliable, but that Satelloon technology is so much faster than anything else we had out there.
I know. Well, they're trying to make up for that.
Copper wires,
That
so
1 point.
it's ridiculous.
They're trying to make up for that 1.4% of internet that the undersea cables doesn't cover.
Yeah, well, it should soon take over. I just don't understand how they explain the cost thing, because the orbits of these claimed satellites are all meant to be in a decaying orbit where they're, you know, they only last a short amount of time anyway. So your plan is to have to keep doing them, whereas at least the plan is with an undersea cable, you can leave it there until, you know, something unexpected happens. Whereas for these fallacious satellites, what is expected to happen is that they fall out of the sky.
If the ISS was real and it's going 25,500 miles per hour, which is it's going 17,900 miles per hour, 25 times faster than a bullet. There's no way anybody could ever take pictures of it or videotape it at night. Something going 25 times faster than a bullet hit? No way, no. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, well, I saw some channel that were fucking around with solar panels, and apparently, if you reverse the polarity or whatever, the solar panels can actually turn into giant LED lights. I think it's actually I got it wrong. It's what they're using LED lights, and you can use them as solar panels, something like that. Yeah, it's basically the LED technology. If you reverse it, they can either gather energy or emit light.
Okay. Oh yeah, they can reverse the solar panels with the
Yeah,
LED
that's what I
lights. Is
was
that what you mean?
Yeah, how
Yeah,
does that
yeah.
work, man?
So it's the same way they can reverse a microphone in headphones. Like you could talk into headphones and listen through a microphone, although it doesn't. Obviously, it's not going to be as good. It's still reverse engineered technology. The same with the solar panels and the LED lights. I guess you could see the solar panels light up when you put an LED light next to this under the sun. You can only see the solar panel light up with a special type of like filter over your glasses, though. But it lights up.
Yeah, and I had a link for the technology, but I can't find it. I've been looking for it. Is where you don't need to rewire your house or even wire your house with the fiber optic cables or Ethernet cables, because all of the internet can go through your existing power cables. And there was a link that I can't find for this invention where you just you can put the Ethernet cable into this plug and just plug it into any power socket and you'll have the internet.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, because you don't actually need the Ethernet cables, right? It's just internet can go through the power wires.
It would make sense, huh? It would make sense.
It's one of those inventions that showed up and just disappeared.
Yeah, for sure. Have you guys seen the invention where the real fifth wheel? You know, they say like that's the fifth wheel on a car. The fifth wheel. You know, some cars like they have a fifth wheel on the back of the car. You know, well these old cars from like the 40s, they show that when they're trying to parallel park, they put the nose in where they're going to park. Then the bottom, the tire in the back drops down, and the car lifts up a couple inches, and that tire goes perpendicular uh, to the way the tires are facing, right? It goes the perpendicular with that, and it just slides right in like that, and it parallel parks. I was like, damn, that's a good invention. I guess they had that shit supposedly back in like the early 40s, dude, or even earlier. You guys seen that shit?
Yeah, what a fucking problem. You have to pay for another extra tire on your car every time you get your
Actually,
warranty.
extra tires. If the car manufacturers wanted to really like save people's lives and save the cars from getting damaged, they do what they did with the older Toyota 4Runner. What they made it up to 01, where somebody hit me. They were doing like 50 miles per hour out of a dead stop sign. They hit me and they pushed me like 20 or 30 feet out in the intersection. Dude, their car was completely totaled. Their SUV. There was like transmission fluid sprayed on the back of my car. And what saved my car was that tire that they put under the back bumper. It took all the pressure from that hit. So my car was like, all there was a dent on the back, but it should have really like made the car what do you call it, when it's non-op anymore. They should have like, it should have been a total, but it wasn't because that tire. But not too many car companies did that. They don't really do it at all anymore.
Yeah, there's a
Did
lot of
some
technology that they really forgot. Like Citroen was ahead of its time with its air suspension, man. They were like years ahead of their time.
I think some products like the P1000 are too good, and they're like, dude, they put it out there, and then just it's such a good product. Like the P1000, that's for the price that it is, dude. That's second to none technology.
Is there much difference between that and the P900? I thought it was just there were a few more buttons.
Well, it zooms in more. I think the P900 zooms in like 850 times or something, and then the P1000 is like a 1300 zoom. The P900 is good, but the P1000, I've never seen anything like it. And I had the D500 and the D850 DSLR cameras. Probably I had about at least 12 grand worth of lenses. I even had the 150 to 150. No, it's the 150 to 600 Tamron. I had that one, which is like kind of like a knockoff of the Nikkor 200 to 500. They say it's like one of the best lenses ever made for bird watchers and stuff. But even the zoom on those lenses, Yeah, it's a really nice lens. Like Nikon sells it, you find it used all day online for like $1,200, and then the Tamron version I got for $650 from somebody. But those are like $1,100 brand new, and then brand new the Nikon lens is like $16. But these lenses are they fall way short of what the P1000 can do as far as like zooming in on things far away. To get a lens like that with a DSLR, you'd probably have to drop about between like 15 and 30 grand for one of those lenses to get that kind of distance.
You even think so? I don't think.
Yeah, even then, like they don't. It's just like they don't really make lenses. Like, the only way you can get a lens like that is if you know how to hook it up to like a digital telescope. But then it's like so hard. It's not like a digital telescope. It's not like point and shoot, dude. Like you have to arrange that shit. You know?
Right. You like blow on that thing and fuck it up.
Yeah, you have to program it. So, and especially trying to get the stars and stuff like that, you can program with a remote control so it moves a certain distance like at a certain time, like as it's moving like super slow, so you could follow it. But trying to follow it manually, like the moon or stars manually in the sky, is really hard. But with the P1000, after like a month, not even a month of me using it every day, I was able to hold that thing so steady. And the only problem I have is when it gets really cold, my hands would start to go numb. But other than that, or if the camera gets really cold, the camera will just shut down. Even if the lens is fully extended, it will just completely shut down. And then you have to go and like warm it up again, and then get a new battery, put it in. As soon as you put it in and turn it on, the lens goes back. So that was like one of the flaws in the camera. But what's really amazing about that camera is that it doesn't have any acquisition numbers, meaning like on a DSLRs or mirrorless, every time you take a picture and it clicks, that mirror is flapping. So the really good DSLRs, they say, have about 450,000 acquisitions or shutter snaps, and then the cheaper ones are like in the 2,500 range.
Yeah, this broadcast lens from Fuji.
Yeah.
Like 1,000.
What's the numbers on it?
They make different versions of it.
What centimeters is it?
It's like $250,000 for one.
I mean, oh really? How how far?
Huge, how far is it?
Yeah, like how far is it? How is it? What would it be, like 200 to like 1,000 or 200 to 800?
I don't know. I'd have to like.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something like it's like 1,000 millimeter zoom. But
Damn.
it probably has other things in it. The whole thing is controlled by computers. Like you actually don't touch the lens at all because it's like.
Yeah, it's probably really big too, huh?
Yeah, it's like giant.
So all the pictures we've ever been shown from outer space, they're all fucking complete CGI. They don't show us what the real ones look like with their high tech. Imagine like the Lucifer camera, or the Lucifer what do you call it? Telescope that they have at the Vatican. I mean, dude, they could probably see like the stars like really close up, you know. But they would never, share that with us. But imagine being able to look through one of those telescopes at the star. You'd probably feel the frequencies of the star if you're like looking in that close at it. I swear, when I was using the P1000, I was zoomed in on planets and stars sometimes. I could almost hear like when I play it back, I hear this like frequency. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, it's a trip, man.
I'll be holding like lenses up, testing stuff out, and like, like I'll focus on like I don't know, just a point of light, right? And if I get it like totally correct, the thing, a lot of times, like I hear something like pop in my head, or like my nose clears, or something, my sinus opens up. It's really weird. I don't know why it is.
Strange. Oh, wait. Danny 57, he does Answers in Genesis or whatever, just wrote in the live stream, Latter-day Saints, there's no telescope named Lucifer. It's an acronym, Danny. Come on. You're really going to sit here and say that? Danny, either you've been Mandela affected, obviously you're probably paid by Nasha in some way, shape, or form. They're blackmailing. When I say payment, I mean like, and or blackmailing, or like pluma or plato, like silver or lead. You know what I mean? Like if you have to be paid off, and if you're not, they're just gonna off you. So take the payment or take the lead. But it's only one of those options, and I'd bet my bottom dollar that it's the latter, Danny. But I don't hate you or anything like that. You know what I mean? If somebody threatened my family, I'd probably show for them too, dog. Just keeping it real.
You said you hear sounds. Like, how do you hear sound frequencies? Looking at planets and stars. You hear sounds. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I no disrespect, dog. Yeah. Well, it's like hard to describe what you hear. It's just like this background noise. It's similar to, like, you've seen the videos on YouTube of the amateur rocket launches that actually hit something, and you can hear. It sounds like, the only way I could describe it would be like if you were like if you were in an aquarium where, like, you're on the bottom and you're looking up, and there's like sharks and fish swimming like on both sides of you and above you, and like I guess if the walls were made of some type of really thick like rubber or something, and you put your ear to it and you smacked it, that like boop sound, it's like that's the only way I could really describe it, if that makes any sense.
I was going to ask what Uranus sounds like.
What?
I was going to ask what Uranus sounds like.
Oh, dude, don't hesitate to ask questions like that, bro. That's what I'm here for. You know what I mean? Yeah. It sounded like a royal flush, bro. You know what I mean?
Like a major fart.
Major fart. Yeah. Yeah, it's a trip how they created the cartoon character Pluto by tracing one of the images of one of the meteor marks that they left on the planet Pluto. They traced that, and then that's how they came up with the cartoon character. The same way that they came up with the game Poker after Lady Gaga made that song Poker Face. Now it's like a game. I don't know if you guys have ever heard it, but they have like the World Series of Poker and all that came from Lady Gaga.
And once we caught on to Pluto, how they drew Pluto on Pluto, then they demoted it to a non-planet, so we won't look at it anymore. So Pluto is no longer a planet.
Wait. Let me comment, dude. So Eggshells posted Lucy, and then originally Lucifer. I mean, but come on, eventually they have to change it to Lucy, because like Lucifer's so in your face, just blatant, that there's a lot of heliocentrics that claim to be quote unquote Christians, and they rep their cross with their globe, but
there's a Netflix series called Lucifer, and his brother is Angel Amenadiel. Amenadiel calls him Lucy.
Huh. I heard recently that there's like 5 different types of demonic spirits that that make up the 5 different types of sexual deviance. So there's one that's like a feminine homosexual spirit. The other is a masculine homosexual spirit. The other is bisexual homosexual spirit. The other one is underage sexual spirit, and that's Baphomet, the spirit of Baphomet. That's the most mischievous one.
Is there a transgender?
Yeah, and then one of the spirits is like a transgender. Yeah. So
that's a Baphomet.
Do you think biological men that feel like the women should be competing in women's sports against natural biological women?
Me, bro, I don't think they should have sports, period. It's just ridiculous. It's like, what do they call it? The circus and cake or whatever. I think sports are in themselves ridiculous. So whoever participates in them, as far as like on a level like that, my personal opinion, I don't care what any of them do, but I obviously I don't think it's right for like people to be portraying something that they're not. You don't get to choose what you are. Somebody else chose that for us.
You don't like sports? Like, you don't want to be all you can be?
Nah. by trying to be like, no, the creator made me the wrong gender, you're basically like spitting in the creator's face. You know, it's like chopping down a tree and putting it for supposedly his son's supposed birthday on Moloch's birthday, you know? It's like one of the really disrespectful to the creator to chop down these big magnificent trees.
I didn't tell you to chop down the tree.
Danny still in it? Wait. Danny says the acronym does not apply to a telescope, nor does the instrument belong to the Vatican Observatory. Why don't you try reading the article that I linked? Well, Danny, did you see the thing that Eggshells linked? I'm just saying, though, peep the halo over the head. Danny, you'll get there. Like, Danny, eventually you'll throw me a curveball. Eventually. You know, you might catch me on a bad day or something. And you might get me with one. You know? I
Good
would
night,
love it if
guys.
you could. Huh?
Good night. Good night.
You going to bed, bro?
Yeah.
All right, bro. Hey, Danny, if you ever wanted to debate me, I wouldn't mind debating you, you know? And I don't have any type of formal education. Everything I've learned on my own. I was practically raised by a pack of wolves, Danny. So, Danny, I don't disagree that Lucy is a newer instrument or a new name of their thing, but at one point, the Vatican did have a telescope with the acronyms Lucifer. You know, that could be a coincidence. I mean, that doesn't mean they're devil worshippers, you know? So, by me saying that or insinuating that would just be strictly my opinion. And my opinion doesn't really matter. It's the facts that matter. So, Danny, for lack of a better term, I can't disprove that you're not right. Hey, Danny, what do you think of when you read from the New Testament and you read the only parable that Jesus ever spoke about? They actually used a person's name, and it was the rich man and Lazarus. So I'm sure you're familiar with the story. Spoiler alert. Lazarus dies and goes into the bosom of Abraham. The rich man dies, and he's in a hot, arid place down below. So the rich man's like, dog, please just look out for me. Basically, you know, he says, dip your finger in water and put it on my tongue. Now, I don't know if you guys take that as a metaphor, like he's dipping his finger in a cloud that's wet, but I think it means literally he's to dip his finger in the water that he's sitting in above the firmament. And he says, even if I wanted to, I couldn't, for a great chasm is fixed between you and I, where people from up here could not go down there and vice versa, even if we wanted to. Now, would you say that's just a metaphor, Danny? Okay, so Danny, it's not. You don't think that's a parable then when he's talking about the rich man and Lazarus? Okay, I'm glad you said that because I don't think it's a parable either. I think it's an actual story that literally happened. Do you believe this to be true, Danny? Okay, so Danny, welcome to Flat Earth. Shirts in the back, snacks on the way. You know what I mean? That's a Flat Earth story in the Bible, bro. It's like probably the most best representation of Flat Earth in the dome above us. That story right there. I mean, in no way, shape, or form would you ever get a non-firmamented spinning globe out of that story. Quite a leap? Quite a leap to what? Wait, what do you mean quite a leap? He's saying dip your finger in water. How is that a leap? And then how is it a leap when he says there's a great chasm fixed between you and I? where neither of us can cross it. Okay, so if it's not a dome, you can call it whatever you want, Danny. What is that chasm that he's talking about that's fixed where somebody from up there can't cross and vice versa from down here up there? What is that chasm he's talking about? If you take that story literal, then what's that chasm? Danny, I wish you'd just come on here and talk to me.
Get in voice, you friggin' homo.
Huh?
I'm telling him, get in voice, you friggin' homo.
Oh. Well, I don't think he's a homo.
Being
He's
a
probably a
pussy.
homeowner. He's probably a homeowner, but not a homo. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Same thing, though. No, I'm just kidding. I'm all ghetto. No, I think Danny's cool. I've watched Danny's videos. I made a video from Danny's videos. My best friend's video is a video of Danny's video. But Danny said for most of his life, he's never seen a UFO because every object he's identified in the sky was an IFO, an identified flying object, after he assessed it in his brain and decided what it was. Huh, Danny? Danny's got some Terminator, Eagle, hawk-like vision. Huh, Danny? So Apocryphon just posted something too. I mean, I've seen all these articles, but Danny, I don't know if you're reading what other people in this chat are posting. Oh, Danny says, you are misquoting me. I have seen many UFOs. Okay, so Danny, I maybe I did misquote you then. You said that you'd never, I thought you said you'd never seen a UFO until recently because you couldn't identify what you saw over your head. But previously, before that, you said you never saw a flying object that you couldn't identify until recently. I don't think I'm misquoting you, Danny, but goddamn, I'd love you to prove me wrong. Danny, if I was you, I wouldn't want to actually engage in conversation with me either. You know what I mean? I'm probably going to go over to Jim Panda's server right now and engage with them. I usually take on 5 to 6 people at once. And I still dismantle them. Straight up.
That's a tough room sometimes, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, dude, I dismantle them, dude. I come in there like a wrecking ball, like a bull in a china shop, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they get so mad. Calm down.
I told him yesterday, if you guys don't like me on here, then take me to your leader, Jim Panda, and if he asks me not to come on, I'll never come back on. And they're like, he'll never not ask you to come back on. I'm like, well, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm giving you guys or if you could somehow hack into my computer or whatever and like make it so I can't go on Discord, then, more power to you. God bless your heart. But until then, I came through like a wrecking ball. Danny, did you write back? Danny didn't write back. Danny, are you okay? You okay, Danny? Danny, I'm gonna go to Jim Panda server if you want to tag along. You mean you might learn something?
How you guys going? How you doing? Anyone for a chat tonight? On the Easter weekend, Easter holidays, guys? How about we talk about Easter? How about we talk about the fact that we're looking at bunnies, okay, Chunky, we're looking at bunnies giving birth to eggs. And not only eggs, chocolate eggs. When's the last time you've seen a bunny lay an egg?
1982.
Chunky,
1982.
1982. So
Yeah.
you took moon landing.
No, it was on TV.
No, it was not on TV.
Oh, were
So
you around in 1982?
yes, actually I was not in this.
No, you weren't. Oh, no.
I was in a different body. So this bodily form that I'm currently contacting you with via my vocal cords was born in allegedly the year 2000.
Allegedly.
Okay, allegedly, because I go way back. I have connections to medieval ages. We're going back to 2000, 4,000 years.
Genghis Khan in a past
I've-
life and Hitler.
Yes, Hitler, especially Hitler. I was
All
Hitler's
the heroes.
right-hand man. I was Hitler's right-hand man in World War II. Unfortunately, our plan went haywire. And that's why we're seeing what we're seeing today.
What was the
That's
plan?
why Chunky. That's why we're seeing people like you today spreading misinformation about the globe. People like
pretty
you.
sure.
No, Chunky. It's people like you spreading the idea that it's socially acceptable to talk about this spinning Earth, and you look at a pond or something so still.
Are you going to have a conversation, or are you just going to rant on like a lunatic?
Chunky? Okay, you can talk, man. Hey, don't abuse
All right,
me.
straight.
Hey, Chunky, all you need to say is, I want to talk. Okay, you don't have to
Hey,
say.
string bean. What was your plan in World War II that went awry?
Well, the plan that went wrong was the UK turned against us, and that's because we had reptilian Jewish Churchill, who actually
That was the plan.
Listen, Churchill is seen as shape-shifting. We know Churchill was working for the enemy. So as soon as we see UK and the USA turn on Germany, we're seeing a huge problem, because all Hitler wanted to do was kick Jews out of Europe. I mean, it's pretty simple. He wanted to kick bankers. Listen to me. He wanted to kick bankers out of Europe, and that's all he wanted to do. The Holocaust was faked.
So the plan was to kick
this is my
bankers out of
opinion,
Europe.
of course, because this is live streamed
No,
on
you were
YouTube.
there. You were there.
I was there. That's why I'm telling you
so
this
it's not your
information.
opinion.
The thing is, I know how the modern age works. I know you can get banned, or there can be serious consequences from talking about certain opinions. I'm not talking about an opinion, Chunky. This is a life experience.
Okay, so Hitler's plan was to kick the bankers out of Europe. How many
Yes,
banks
that's
did he kick out?
He actually kicked out a fair few banks. He did his job. If you look this up on,
Can you name two of them?
He kicked out the Jewish bankers. That's correct. And he started socialism. That's why we're seeing national socialism, especially in America, in Northern America. You're seeing German descendant people in these white areas of America wanting to start national socialist communities, and maybe even in parts. But it's illegal to do it in Europe. Actually, it's illegal. So saying the Holocaust was a hoax is illegal in many countries. Did you know this? So
sure.
Okay, so you're saying people wanted to push National Socialism, and this is what Hitler was doing. And so this is why
you think he was a socialist and not a fascist?
Yes, he was a socialist. He was not a fascist. What year do you think it is, Chunky? It's 2023, brother. He was not a fascist. He was a socialist.
What social programs did he introduce?
Everything. It was all about socialism. It was all about the communities and the the societies generating the wealth.
I can't find language over this. What social programs did he introduce to people?
He introduced socialism. Chunky, do you know what
So
socialism
what
is?
social programs? Yes.
I'm
What
trying to tell
social
you.
programs do
So
you do?
in every way of life, so every business, you know, there was a certain percentage paid to every employee. So no matter how,
So
it wasn't a boss paying a minor person, you know, a small amount of money, or there wasn't a boss paying their workers a small amount of money. There was a percentage. So every time the business improved, their wage improved. Do you see? So you're looking at workers, the general workers, not getting minimum wage or shit money. Listen, you're not looking at warehouse workers or construction workers making shit money. They're making as much money as the business is worth. So you're looking at real people making lots of money.
Okay, what was that? What was that called?
Socialism. This is called National Socialism, Junkie. And if you don't know how this works, well, maybe you should read a book, because it's not for me to tell you. And this wasn't even the conversation, Chunky. You're trying to corner me, Chunky.
The mandate passed. So you agree with the mandate that all businesses provide profit share to their employees.
Mate, there's no mandate, and there's no question about what's being said.
So
if you believe,
he didn't
hang
tell
on,
businesses
Chunky.
to share profits.
Can we change the conversation?
Yeah. How about one you know more about?
I want to ask you one question. So, you find your life fulfilling, being a glober?
Yeah. Has nothing to do with being a glober.
But you believe there's aliens and other spinning planets out there, huh?
I think there's probably aliens just based on the size.
So you think there's aliens, and you think there's little balls floating out there? Okay. So I'm just asking you, why don't you have like a little?
Nothing is floating out there.
Chunky, can I ask you a question? Do you think maybe in 100 years' time
nothing
there'll
is
be like
floating out there.
Chunky? Do you think there will be a pub on the moon?
No.
Chunky, do you think there will be a pub on the moon in 100 years where you can sit down, lay back, and there'll be a spa bath on the moon, and you can look on Earth, and you can drink a beer, and maybe you're on Mars, and there's like a little club, and you know what I mean?
You can ask
do you
the
think
question
you'll be on?
however
Do you think you'll be on the
you
moon
want
drinking a
me,
beer in
Jared.
100 years, Chunky?
No.
You say no because you're a flat earther.
No.
If you're saying you can't drink a beer on the moon in 100 years, you're a flat earther.
Why would you want me to?
What do you mean, why would you? Everyone in the world would want to drink a beer on the moon. Like, I'm looking at cunts around here in Australia, they go to Bali or they go to Indonesia, and you fellas in America, you go on a holiday, you probably go to Fiji or you go skiing, whatever you guys do for holidays, you know. The ultimate holiday is go to the moon and have a beer and kick back on your chair,
The studs
kick
go
your legs
down
back and have a
easier
beer.
in gravity, in higher gravity.
No, in 100 years, you should be having a beer on the moon. And you're telling me right now it's not possible. And I can agree with you it's not possible because it's nonsense. No one's having a beer on the fucking moon because none of this shit is real, mate.
When did I say it's
None
not
of it
possible?
is real. Chunky.
When did I say, String Bean, I'm 10 seconds from leaving. When did I say it's not possible?
Just now.
Every time you opened your mouth, man, you just fucking said nonsense, shite. You can't even agree that the moon is a joke. You can't even tell me that you're going to have a beer on the moon in 100 years.
There's another guy here for you to jerk off. So.
Yeah, well, fucking, yeah, another guy here. Because, mate, we're here to talk the truth. You're here to talk nonsense. That's the difference, mate.
Well, I presume he only wants to jerk off to
Snacks.
guys.
Well, Snacks, you understand what I'm saying, don't you?
I understand you're saying words.
Yes. So he understands English, and that's good, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm just as good as Chucky is.
Chunky's full of shit, mate.
I mean, understanding English.
Well, Chunky's full of shit. Do you guys know what happened to the anti-disinfo league channel? It got taken down.
Daggone.
Do you know
Discord
what happened to it,
police
bro?
broke it up.
Yeah, but what's the story though?
How much time you got?
What did they do wrong for them to delete the whole channel? Because they made a new one. Maybe the story.
Don't know.
Yeah. Right, fair enough.
A beer on the moon has put an end to the conversation, huh?
You said they faked the moon landing, so there's nothing to talk about.
What, they faked all the moon landings or just the first one?
I'm really not interested in going down this road with you. So maybe
I'm
someone
just
else could
asking.
bite. Yeah, I don't care though. Maybe someone else could bite. You ain't here for the same reasons I'm here. Not interested.
So, how do you know what reasons I'm here for?
I've heard you, dude. You think this is my first day? Do you think this is my first day here and I've never heard you before?
So, go on, tell me what reasons am I here for?
You're here to fight, argue, try to stop us, shut us down. You're not here to help us build and investigate new options. You just want to stick to your paradigm and argue with us. I could give a fuck less.
I quite enjoy coming here and conversing with you guys and listening. Like last night, I was in for a couple of hours and all I did was just listen.
I don't care.
Right? So why would if I enjoy coming here and listening to the conversation and sometimes joining in, why would I want to get it shut down?
No one said you wanted to shut the server down. What?
You just said that a second ago.
You want to
That I
shut the
wanted to get
conversation?
you guys shut
This
down.
is kind of an example of it.
You shut the I know, right? Fucking stupid. Go ahead, Highlander. It's all you.
Let me say. So you're trying to tell me that I'm trying to? Oh, sorry.
So mockery and taking the piss when I was just asking questions is your response.
These are examples of
what?
You're like, oh
You're
my
fucking
gosh,
mentally?
I'd never act like that. I just love being here. Oh man, this info is so good. I like to hear it all the time. And you don't act like that, is what you're trying to say.
If there was a place I loved being, if there was a place I loved being,
when have I come in and started taking the piss out of the way people talk?
If there was a place I loved being, you know what I would do? I would go to the, let's say I had a friend, right? And I really like going to my friend's house. First thing I would do is I would go there and I would, like, this guy's got, he's got chicks all over the place, 4-wheelers, jacuzzis. It's fucking awesome, right? This is like the Neverland Ranch. First thing I would do, I love going to this house. One of my friends. First thing I would do is I would go fucking over talk him all the time. Every time he tried to talk while I was at his house, I would talk. And I would just fucking try to argue with him all the time and cause chaos and just be an asshole all the time. That's what I would do.
Why would you do that to your friends?
I don't know. Do you love being here?
I said I enjoy coming here.
Yeah.
Loving something and enjoying it are two completely different things.
Okay, so I really enjoy going to my friend's house. You know what? I'm not interested. Not interested, Highlander. Go ahead.
Why? I'm not understanding your analogy.
I really enjoy
you
going
trying
to my
say
friend's house.
that we're all friends in here? That we're all good, close buddies?
Nope. I really enjoy going to my friend's house, right?
Right.
Instead of loving going to my friend's house, instead of loving being there, I really enjoy going to my friend's house. And every day I go there, we're having tons of fun, and I constantly overtalk him. Right? Constantly overtalk him. Then I also I just argue with him all the time and argue and bicker and pick on everything he says and fight with him constantly. That's what I would do if I really enjoyed being at his house.
Why would you do that to your friends? You're not being a very good friend then, are you?
Yeah, especially if I enjoyed being there. How long do you think you would keep letting me come there if I did that?
Well, I wouldn't be friends with someone like that. They wouldn't be allowed in my home.
You wouldn't let him come there, right? Oh, I know.
Right?
Do you not see the analogy here?
Are you trying to say we're good buddies and that we shouldn't be doing that to each other?
You said you enjoy coming here, but you act like an asshole, overtalk, cause problems, argue, bicker over petty shit constantly. You're not helpful.
I asked what talking about having a beer on the moon put an end to the conversation, and then you said something about he denies a moon landing, and I said, what, the first one or all of them? Perfectly legitimate questions. Wasn't taking the piss out of anybody. I wasn't being nasty. I wasn't being mean. I wasn't being aggressive, right? And then all of a sudden, this other guy started taking the piss out of the way I talk, and then you're sitting there saying that I'm talking over you, and you just done it to me.
So you didn't get my analogy. Okay, I gotcha.
So what part of I've come in and being nasty and rude and over?
Okay, I got it. You could. We're this cool place where you really enjoy coming. We got jet skis. It's fun. It's awesome. And you just come be an asshole every day. You start trouble. You bicker. You argue. Like, why? How long would your friend let you come if you really did that to him?
Right.
Would he let you keep coming to his house?
Hold on. That two questions I asked right at the very start, how is that being in any way any of the things you've just described? And how is it that I came in here last night for a couple hours and never even said one word? How is that being the way you're describing?
Dude, I don't care. You're welcome to hang out. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Hang
see,
out
now
all
you
day.
don't
I'm not
care
interested.
because I've just shown that I wasn't acting the way
Yeah,
that
you
you're
won. I
saying
know.
I
It's a
was.
big argument. You won.
Yeah,
I know. You won.
yeah, because I asked some questions, and then because
This
you're
is so enjoyable having you
for
here.
some reason you decide to
Dude, I really
fucking
enjoy
have a go at
listening to
me.
you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is dope.
Fucking, you just wanted to jump down my throat because whatever's happened before I came in, and the other guy just decided to take the piss out of the way I fucking talk for absolutely no fucking reason at
I'm
all.
sorry. You deserve much better impressions of you.
You know, and then you're sitting there trying to say that I'm the one that's causing all the fucking shit. I'm the one that's causing the arguments and fights. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
And if you got a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth. So why don't you just sit
I
back and enjoy
guarantee
being
you,
here?
mine isn't fucking made of glass, mate. I can tell you that.
Why don't you just sit back and enjoy being here, and we'll carry on?
Well, that's why I asked the questions I asked, because I thought maybe it would re-spark the conversation, and I can find out what was going on before I joined. Yeah, but you just decided that for some mad fucking reason, best known to yourself, that you were just going to fucking jump down my throat and say I'm causing fucking havoc and shit.
I mean, look at it now.
Yeah, that's because
Look
of
at where we're
you.
now.
That's
Because of
because of
you.
you.
I know.
But how do you know?
I don't know. I'm not interested in you guys anymore. Not even Kosho, honestly. And I like Kosho. I could give a fuck about engaging with Xanax Kosho.
So rather than being an absolute fucking cunt, why don't you just say, look, I'm not interested in chatting with you? And that's all you have to say.
Yeah, I'm not interested because we're this really cool place and you guys come every day and be assholes to us. So I'm not interested anymore. You know, pretty soon maybe I'm that friend that tells you, hey, don't come to my house anymore because you're an asshole every day.
Right, so now you're telling me I'm not allowed to come here anymore.
I didn't say that at all. You're
If I'm
allowed
not
to come here.
If I'm not allowed to come here anymore, why don't you just fucking ban me from the server then?
It's an open platform where everyone's allowed to speak. Go ahead. Talk your shit.
Because I came in and you were the one that acted like an absolute cunt, not me.
Yeah, you're supposed to let him be the asshole, and then you take it, because that's what we're here for.
I
Sometimes.
fucked the whole script up. My bad, Snacks.
Yeah. They get to have a bad day. They feel like they come in here, and then they get to talk, and then you're supposed to talk with them while they're angry, and then just be their punching bag so that they can get their stress energy out, something like that. Seems like it happens a bit. Maybe Globers aren't aware that they do it. Had something frustrating happen. Hey, why don't you take it out on somebody that may have differing ideas about cosmology? Yes.
Nothing they do with the moon's going to shut the conversation down. How about that, Highlander? Okay. They have a beer on the moon. They could fake another moon landing. Nothing's going to shut this conversation down we're having. Not even you.
I only wish I could do half as good as an impression as I think I do of Highlander. That's how much I appreciate his voice. So I don't mean to be mocking him. It's just certain types of catchphrases. If somebody's just going to say them all the time, like every time I hear them and they say that thing, then it's like that all gets put in my little Polaroid snapshot of that person. I'm sorry for referencing it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm unfair with that. Shit, maybe I should stop doing it. Bah. Nah, I can stop now. Oh.
Can you imagine though if you had a friend's house, you've got jet skis, hot tubs, parties, wild food, you're having feasts every day, right? My man's loaded. And every
Yeah.
day you go there. Every day you
And
go
you
there
just
and
walk in and be an absolute cunt for no fucking reason. Yeah.
yeah.
You would get absolutely fucking smashed round here for that, mate. We'd
Invited back
spread
to
you
your
from
friend's
one
house.
end of the street to the fucking other.
Invited back to you wouldn't get invited back to your friend's house after a while. They'd be like, why do I let this guy come here still? He's all he does is argue and fight with me on everything. Never tries to help. Just fight, never tries to help.
Why would I help somebody that as soon as I say anything turns around and is an absolute cunt towards me?
Is that what I do every day? Or have I been dealing with you for a long time now and maybe I'm the guy at the house who's like, why do I let this guy come here still? Or why do I deal with him? Why do I
ban me
engage
from
with him?
coming then. If you don't fucking want me here, just ban me from coming here then.
No, everyone's free to come here.
Right? So it's not your house then, is it?
It's our house. Saying, bro, like you guys fight us every step of the way. You don't. I don't know. There's some of you guys are helpful. I don't know. Whatever. If I was an asshole, I'm sorry. What was your question? They had a beer on the moon. Then what?
See,
Who had a beer on the moon?
You didn't even listen to the fucking original question I asked.
Yeah. What's your question, Highlander? This is what you want next.
I don't want to fucking ask you the question now.
Yeah. All right. Good.
Nice.
Snacks might want to argue with you and run around in circles for like an hour, however long you got. He did mock your voice though. He's pretty good. He does voices, like that's his thing, so don't get too offended by that. He's like Frank Caliendo. I'm sorry, Highlander. I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but you guys are very frustrating. You guys, I'm generalizing you guys as a whole, but
Yeah, you're just hurting Highlander's feelings, man. He's just a soft, gentle soul beneath that calcified, hardened exterior.
seriously though, man, we got like a frat house here. Me, Snacks, Geo, you know, we got like a little frat house, Barrel Rider, and the Globers come in, and it's like they kind of like poop on the coffee table.
Yeah, it does seem like that. Like if we're on like kind of if we're riding kind of high on it, you know what I mean? It's like any little thing that they want to come in and just be like, yeah, like, well, doesn't
Like
this
there's,
suck?
I don't know, just
Just want
fight
to break.
about
Like,
just
why?
fight about everything. I don't know, man.
That's not your general discourse level of everything. You don't like a fight about everything. I don't know. Well,
Just
it's like it
everything,
would
man.
be interesting if the arguments always seem to go so sideways. You know,
Yeah.
and we're just arguing about some kind of. It's like we're never really arguing about the thing we're supposed to be talking about most of the time.
Oh yeah,
That's the
they take
tactic
it
I hate.
sideways. It goes sideways constantly. Yeah. Well, you know, if somebody gets stuck and they get asked a hard question, Zanuck does it. Zanuck was doing it all day yesterday. Shit was pissing me off. You get asked a hard question and they try to derail off to some other shit because they don't want to deal with it. I've done it before.
Yeah.
How about instead of arguing, we try working together today? That would be fucking crazy.
That would be crazy.
That's
You should have your
fucking
head
nuts.
examined.
Yeah. There you go. Let's try working together.
Good idea. Okay. It's like, I mean, you know, a lot of people say like you know, Globers are helpful, and maybe that's true.
Some of them are.
But it's like it's unintentional. It's a little bit. It's not like they're like, hey, let me help you out with your flat Earth theory. It doesn't make sense. Let me help you make something that makes more sense. You know what I mean? Because obviously my shit's wrong. That never happened. That's not a thing. That is not a thing at all. So.
I mean, he's one of my favorite Globers. He's mad helpful, but honestly, the shit that the shit that these guys argue, it's like not even. It doesn't even seem. I don't know why are we having this argument? Yo, if there was a flat Earth only room here, I would mod that room. I would just be in that room. Honestly, at this point, like, unless we're trying to figure out some way to measure the Earth or something, I don't even see the point. We're gonna sit here and argue GR or Coriolis or something. It doesn't even make sense because these guys are just, I don't know.
It's like layers of excuses. So if you take one away, then there's Coriolis. If you take Coriolis away, then there's the geodesic. You know what I mean? It's just like you can never get never get down to it somehow. For those reasons, the conversation is frustrating for our side. To try to have a back and forth with somebody else that's just like dead set on trying to not let you, you know, make your case correctly. If you start making your case correctly, then they'll start talking faster. They'll start interrupting you while you're about to make your point. I mean, those kinds of things. Are those things that are controllable? You know, because to me, it's like really unsatisfying to like listen to like an hour of almost getting to the crux of it, man. Whatever. Put that on my wish list of shit.
I mean, these topics are dope. I enjoy being here too. These topics are awesome. We talk about. It just turns into a fucking shit show fight every day. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, is that the way it's supposed to be? Some people jump in here like, hey, this is the shit show, right? I'm ready to shit show. And then they'll like just start doing that. Just getting in the mix, and then sometimes there's so many people in here that it just yeah, man. It's like, how many people can you listen to talk, you know, at the same time? Maybe like 4 people, you know, can have I mean, that would be challenging. Usually it's only like 2 or maybe 3 at the most that you get like a convo going on. Unless you do the list thing. List thing kind of works also. Or it doesn't. It works and it doesn't work. It's just like nice where it's like a natural conversation. That's where I like it. Yep. Just a natural back and forth. People not nipping on each other's heels trying to get out their next point. Or then people stop listening completely to the other person while they're talking because they're just thinking about saying their point. Yeah. Houston, we have a problem. And I don't know, man. I don't think it helps that we like have to throw around such loaded terminology all the time.
I don't know. I just want to say nothing they do with the moon is going to shut this conversation down. I don't even know what Highlander said, but nothing they do with the moon is going to shut the conversation down. They could fake going to the moon again. They could bounce a laser off the moon, make a smiley face on it.
Because the question is still there. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, there was a conversation with Gio I was having with somebody else, and I kind of wanted to get in, but I was like, oh, let me just let it go. But I really think that even though there's like a burden of proof their standards of evidence. To me, this has gone on entirely. This conversation should have been shut down long ago in spectacular fashion with facts, and it wasn't. So, like, to me, that just like raises the floor of where my standard of proof will be. You know what I mean? It'll be like when I hear a good friend of mine went on a moon cruise and he went up and saw the sphericity of all these things. And then I'll be like, huh, okay. That's enough. I'll have to start reconsidering what's going on. You know what I mean? That's my floor now. It's not, oh, we got picture. That's not affecting my floor. You know, my floor is like undeniable, unrevocable, like evidence that suggests that there's a reality that can be lived. Until such time, right? I don't. You could throw all the facts and figures and articles and things at me, and maybe they'll be convincing, and I won't try to be like, ridiculous about it. But yeah, I just mean they have more to answer for than just like dropping a picture or talking about a mission.
I mean, dude, the way they say their science works, they're always trying to falsify things, right? They should be trying to help us every step of the way. They shouldn't be trying to fight us. They should be trying to help us because that's what science does, is falsify things. We're trying to falsify all kinds of shit, moon landings, Earth being a globe, all kinds of stuff. So they should be on our, they're actually on ours. If they did what they said science is supposed to do, they would be on our side.
Right.
But they're not doing what science, they're not trying to falsify anything. They're not on our side. They're just kind of trying to reaffirm their own beliefs. It's like this is such fake bullshit. Like, I don't even know. I don't. It's just mad frustrating. Science falsifies things. Okay, guys, help us try to falsify the Earth. No, it's a globe. It's a globe. Satellites. Da da da. Like, they don't do. They're not like trying to do science. They're just reaffirming their own motto.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of, maybe, is there like a little ego in this too somehow? If you think like your science has got all like locked up and they've been telling you the real deal for all this time, it's like your ego invested in it. You know what I mean? You think science is amazing. You think science has found everything from the smallest particle to the vastness of the universe, right?
Real science is dope as fuck. It helps us figure out how the world works. And they use it in engineering. It's dope. Then when you start making bullshit up, that's when it gets iffy. Then when you don't try to falsify the bullshit, that's when it's really suspicious. Science falsifies things. We can't prove anything. All right, guy. All right, let's falsify some shit. No. It's a globe. Like, they just keep reaffirming their shit. They don't ever try to do what they say. It's fucking annoying. Help us do science.
I mean, for the average guy, maybe get home from work, maybe got kids to deal with, whatever. A lot of people used to like to watch like nature documentaries, before the internet and shit. You know what I mean? Like, just watch the Discovery Channel, watch birds. It seemed like something crazy because it's not really what we thought entertainment, but it's like really calming. Just give you that armchair time, where you feel like you're in control, and you're totally in control, right? You're just watching nature show shit. You know what I mean? It's what am I trying to get to? People like to have like a little space where they feel like they're in control and that they know everything what's going on, and that they're learning and stuff. And so people will also just watch like space documentaries in the same way, and it's just like one's animals, and we can say that information's got to be pretty good. It should be pretty accurate, and we know that there are animals. When we start talking about computer CGI and Neil deGrasse Tyson talking over it and stuff like that, or you know what I mean, we're watching something different, but they kind of occupy the same person, right? That same person will come home, just relax, put on the I know everything helmet, and then just like unplug their conscious mind, let that drift away, because that was no good, obviously. We're just like, yeah, we'll just let the TV think for my my brain. Just like let all that information in, and then you kind of convince yourself that you know these things. You know, sometimes just through osmosis, you think you're in contact with it, or that escape place that you went to is so important to you because it's the only real escape that you have from the shitty reality that you're in. I think a lot of people live this kind of thing. That's why we have entertainment or infotainment, things like that. So to challenge that safe place, you know, in the mind is sometimes, I don't know, you're going to get crazy reactions from people. You know, because they think they've absorbed and synthesized all of this type of information. They have a confidence in that because the confidence is given from the ego of science, you know, the standing on the shoulders of giants concept. Coffee time. Well, how could science be wrong? How is science ever wrong? You know what I mean? We're still standing by Sir Isaac Newton. He's supposed to be the author of that stuff. I'm not really even sure of that. I like science too. I like how things work. I think probably more than I like quote unquote science. I like to understand principles behind how things function. That's fun. That is science, but I don't call it that. I call it just curiosity. How do things work? And, you know, a lot of people have this inclination to be curious about how something works. You know, maybe they're not in that field or whatever, but yeah, how does an iron work? Or boy, how does my refrigerator work? It's like all this amazing shit that really goes on in this place is like it's you're so detached from the actual phenomenons of what even makes your household appliances function. You know what I mean? Like we're that detached. Or, you know, um, as far as our like reasoning is on these things. And we're in a society that doesn't encourage people to kind of like reevaluate the past. Unless it's the way that they would like you to reevaluate it. Then definitely do it. Yeah, I think I talked about everything. There you go. Yeah, and so if you don't have somebody checking facts, if you don't have somebody, well, somebody has to try to maintain the, I don't know, some check of logic too. So there's always going to be somebody who's, I guess, going to have the unpopular side of an FE discussion. So I'm glad the Globers can always have the unpopular side of things.
If the Globers worked with us, this would be dope. We would be having dope conversations if it wasn't so hostile all the time. Like I probably didn't help this morning just now, but it's not like he was like having some inviting conversation. He did something about the moon, you know, to shut the whole conversation down. Nothing they do with the moon is going to shut this conversation down. First of all, it's just an antagonistic fucking statement. You know what I'm saying? Work with us. We'll have some dope conversations. Help us try to falsify things. Stop just coming in here and, you know, claiming that things are that way and it's a fact, but we can't prove anything at the same time. And it's just fucking, I don't know.
Well, they're trying to falsify the flat Earth. They're not trying to falsify the globe.
Yeah, but that's not how it works. Though they're supposed to be trying to. They claim that science doesn't prove things; it only falsifies things. So they should be wanting to falsify. They should be trying to falsify everything.
Well, a lot of it. I mean, they're not trying to falsify like the Coriolis effect or anything like that, right? They're trying to falsify gravity, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, that's not how they got. They got gravity by measuring the rate of shit falling down. That's not science, is it? It's just that's science. Just drop stuff and measure it. I guess. Give it up, tree. Geometry. Geometra. That's good too. Meter, miter, mitra. The M words. They're good.
Bev did something at the Bedford level. It should be neat.
Did you say something about Bedford level?
Bev did something there.
Oh yeah.
I think that meme he posted says April 8th. So.
Oh, I thought it said
it's in the future. Yeah.
No, this Saturday, join us for live footage from Bedford level. Oh yeah, so he's gonna do it Saturday. It's in the future. You're right. Good call. I read that wrong. We should add at least a 30-minute argument on that, but
Yeah.
Did you just fart?
Who's that?
Oh, the kid.
Oh.
Just walked by and crop dusted me.
Where'd you pick this up from?
That should be neat on Saturday. Bev, can't wait. What are you gonna do? You know, sight a level up with a water level with an auto level, or like, what are you doing? I mean, that's what we need to do, right? To end this whole thing, measure water, not curving. Like, all we got to do is get some measurements of water not curving with the water level, whatever. We just got to go far enough to falsify their globe claim. That's all.
I was playing around with this lens I got, just checking the focal length and stuff, and like it's really weird. It's kind of an odd lens, but it's like an 85 millimeter. When I have it zoomed down close on something like really small, like close range, which I guess they're probably it's not really designed to do that, or maybe it's not even designed to work at that focal range. It does though. I can get things in close focus. Everything in the backgrounds tend to like theorize in this very strange kind of way. Like, but well, everything will be checked up and nice and accurate. You know, close to me. Everything far away tends to get distorted, and that's really interesting. I wonder if it's like just an inescapable quality of like curved optics that this occurs to greater or lesser degrees. But the only way you could make, I think the only real way that you could make a square lens is to just have like a, just like really, it's the thickness of the glass, right? Because you can't curve it. So you just have to work with some kind of material that actually just forms its own sort of lensing through a squared element. And I almost wonder if you could do this with like water or something, maybe just create like a cubic or a rectangle of water, maybe, and then it would be it wouldn't it wouldn't have any curves on it. It would just make a cube of it, or something else with a good refractive index. Alcohol, actually, like alcohol would be good. Alcohol has like the same refractive, like you can hide quartz inside of alcohol, like you won't see it, just become invisible.
People talk so much shit, dude. It's unbelievable. I realize why I never go into text chat.
Yeah.
Is that what he did, Doofus? He compared water to water last time to see if level is horizontal. I'm not typing wild shit out. I'm on a phone. Yeah, I'm not even reading it anymore. I could care less. We need a measurement of level of the water either curving or not, or level being horizontal, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's what we really need here. So until somebody does that, I don't really care. If he makes a horizontal and then has the water level and they match, then that's not just words proving words or whatever, eggshells. Yeah, if you just use water against water, I mean, I don't know what that does. I don't know if that's actually what he did or if Doofus made that up or what. But I don't know what did he do before. Is there a recording of it? I mean, apparently Doofus saw it, and I guess Doofus said he used water against water. I don't know. I didn't see it, so I have no idea. I guess Doofus did though. Anyways, I'm excited for Saturday. Can't wait, Bev.
You should try and merchandise with that as well. Just saying, Bev. Have
What do you
somebody
want to
come
do?
up with a t-shirt design.
We can open like a popcorn stand. They got T-shirts and shit on the levels. They got on the level merchandise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like T-shirts and stickers or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I just think like Bedford level and some retro font. You know what I mean? 70s style. I went to the Bedford level, and then somebody's be like, "What's that?" Conversation starter.
Eggshells are flat and snacks to the future. Eggshells are flat and snacks to the future.
And yeah, I respond to someone
What
cues.
up? What up, snacks?
Yo, what up, Flatter Day Saints?
I'm just doing everything I can, trying to flatten the curve. You know what I mean? At that 6-foot distance.
You are like the model of like kicking more ass than a mule on crack.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. You know, I hope one day when I get judged, when I'm before my maker, he'll never be able to say, "Hey, why didn't with the time you had, why didn't you tell people about the truth about the earth?" I don't think he'll be able to say that to me. You know?
Yeah. No. Take a look at your record and be like, hey, you know, bring an angel over. Yeah, take a look at this, man. It fucking scores. You see this?
Thank you, bro. Hey, I've experienced people that I believe are demon possessed recently, and you know how like in the Bible it says when they bring up Jesus' name they like hiss and stuff. Well, dude, when I bring up flat Earth to them, I bring up flat Earth, bro, and I've been hissed at before. Seriously.
I don't think I've ever had that as an actual reaction for anything.
Well, normally I don't approach people that I think, you know, the modern day terms, you know, politically correct terms would be like somebody with like, you know, mental illness or, you know what I mean? But it's like, I think all that stuff is electrical, aka metaphysical, aka spiritual, you know, angels and demons, positive and negative. I think it's all the same thing. And so these people actually have I guarantee you though, the people that have this, what some people would call demon possession or like bad, dirty electricity or energy around them, they're not walking barefoot. They're not getting grounded whatsoever. And it's affected them like tremendously. You know, I think those are also people that feed in their minds before they completely snap. I think they feed in and believe like bad things are going to happen. And it restructures the like the water cells in their body to be non-symmetrical and like be, you know, just be nasty looking, and it allows, you know, bad things to happen to people. I'm not a doctor, and this is not medical advice, strictly for entertainment purposes only.
Friday Saints, man, how you doing tonight?
Good, bro. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing better than me often self, I'll tell you that.
Nice. I love the accent, bro. Shit's tight.
Yeah, it's tight. Well, I've been saying this because I'd hate to be American. I understand where you're coming from.
Bro,
If I was speaking, if I was speaking the way you were talking, I'd be embarrassed. So,
Thank you, bro.
sorry,
I
bro.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
No, you shouldn't appreciate it because I think Americans sound retarded.
Oh, wait, you think I sound retarded?
I think you sound like a dumb cunt.